Having traversed into the realm of immortal heroes, Zhengyang, a disciple of the outer sect of Miaoying Gate, found himself plagued by his meager talents, laboring for many years with naught to show for his efforts. It was only when he faced the harsh reality and contemplated marrying and starting a family that Zhengyang realized the method by which he had entered this world of cultivation was fundamentally flawed. Chapter 1. Taking a Wife and Concubines. At the Aoshan market, gazing at the sign above the storefront inscribed with the words Yaheng, Zhengyang paced outside, lost in contemplation for a considerable time. Finally, with a heavy sigh, Zhengyang strode into the Yaheng, reflecting, I have already squandered over 20 years in this world. It is time to abandon my fantasies and embrace reality. Zhengyang had been in this world for more than 20 years. From the moment he learned of the possibility of cultivation, his initial lofty aspirations had given way to bitter disappointment, and now desolation. He understood that with his poor aptitude, he could not even break through the bottleneck of the third layer of qi refinement, let alone hope for the distant realms of foundation establishment, core formation, nascent soul, or spirit transformation. Rather than clinging to an ethereal dream and wasting his life in futile pursuits of impossible feats, it would be wiser to retreat, marry, and enjoy the bliss of family life. Upon entering the Yaheng, a woman of approximately 40, still exuding charm, approached him, having eagerly awaited the arrival of a potential customer. With a broad smile and an overwhelming fragrance, she inquired, Dear friend, you seem new here. This is your first visit to our Yaheng, I presume? I am Shen Qiuyue. May I ask if you seek a young boy to assist you or a concubine to attend to your needs? Although she was a servant of the Yaheng, Zhengyang could not discern her cultivation level. Internally, Zhengyang chuckled bitterly, realizing, it appears my talents are indeed lacking. Even the servant of the Yaheng possesses a higher cultivation than I. Thus, he did not conceal his intentions and replied directly, I seek a beautiful concubine. He emphasized the words beautiful concubine with intent. Shen Qiuyue smiled knowingly, retrieving a sketchbook from her storage pouch, proudly stating, The ladies of our Yaheng are all exceptionally beautiful. However, I wonder what type you prefer? Without waiting for Zhengyang's response, she presented the sketchbook to him, saying, Enchanting, cold and elegant, fiery, pure, whatever type you can imagine, I have it here. Please feel free to choose for yourself. Thank you, Qiuyue. Zhengyang bowed in gratitude before accepting the sketchbook and flipping through its pages. The artwork, created by an unknown artist, depicted each beauty with remarkable realism and vividness. Moreover, the beauties in the sketchbook displayed diverse charms, making it difficult for Zhengyang to reach a decision. After a stick of incense had burned, Zhengyang finally settled on a choice, pointing to a woman named Shen Qiuyue in the sketchbook and saying to Qiuyue, I choose her. Ah, Shen Qiuyue said as she approached and nodded upon seeing the woman in the sketchbook. You have a good eye, for she is a filial daughter. As she spoke, Qiuyue tore out Shen Qiuyue's image from the sketchbook and explained to Zhengyang. When Qiuyue's father brought her to Aoshan Market, he accidentally fell victim to snake venom and requires a Qingling Dan for detoxification. However, they arrived here destitute and could not afford the remedy, so Qiuyue resolved to sell herself in exchange for a Qingling Dan to save her father. Alas, fate is cruel. By the time Qiuyue obtained the Qingling Dan, her father's snake venom had already spread to his lungs, and even consuming the antidote merely extended his life for a few more days. She is indeed a girl of misfortune, Sai. Shen Qiuyue lamented, wiping away a tear from the corner of her eye before handing Shen Qiuyue's portrait to Zhengyang. Cheng Hui, 10 pieces of low-grade spirit stones. Could you possibly act any more fake? Zhengyang silently scoffed at the scene before him. This dental shop has a stellar reputation, and all their young maidens possess cultivation talent. Many of the apprentices and even elders from the Miaoying sect have their concubines sourced from this very establishment. Therefore, Zhengyang readily retrieved 10 low-grade spirit stones from his storage bag, arranging them neatly on the counter, and respectfully said to Shen Qiuyue, Then I will trouble you, Dao Yu. With the transaction completed, Shen Qiuyue's smile grew ever brighter, her eyes narrowing as she assured Zhengyang, Dao Yu has an excellent eye. May I inquire where you reside and how to address you? This evening, I shall choose an auspicious time to deliver Shen Qiuyue to your residence. As she spoke, Shen Qiuyue produced a transfer certificate from her storage bag, inscribing the necessary details and imprinting it with her magical seal before handing it to Zhengyang. Zhengyang accepted the certificate from Shen Qiuyue, verifying its accuracy before providing his address. I am Zhengyang from the Miaoing sect. My home is situated in the wooden house between the spiritual fields numbered 67 and 68 in the Miaoing sect. Rest assured, Su Daoyu, Shen Qiuyue patted her chest. Before the third quarter of the Yu hour tonight, I shall ensure that Qiuyue arrives at your residence, and you shall be able to enter the bridal chamber. With that, Shen Qiuyue winked at Zhengyang. Thank you, Daoyu. I must tend to my spiritual fields, so I will take my leave now. Zhengyang could hardly withstand the flirtatious gaze of Shen Qiuyue, weighing over 200 pounds. After a brief farewell, he hastily retreated. Su Daoyu, please take care. Forgive me for not being able to see you off further. Shen Qiuyue continued to escort Zhengyang to the entrance of the dental shop before returning with a light laugh. Upon returning home, Zhengyang utilized a cleansing talisman to tidy his room, then brought out the wedding items he had just purchased from the market, such as red candles, paper cuttings, and new bedding, to prepare the bridal chamber. Just as Zhengyang finished arranging the room, he heard someone knocking at the door. Is Su Daoyu at home? The overly sweet voice of Shen Qiuyue immediately revealed her identity to him. Realizing Shen Qiuyue was there to deliver the package, Zhengyang quickly straightened his attire before responding, Yes, I am here. Opening the door, Zhengyang promptly invited Shen Qiuyue inside. Please come in, Shen Daoyu. As soon as he welcomed the two into the room, Zhengyang's gaze was captivated by the young woman in a light green dress standing behind Shen Qiuyue. Shen Qiuyue appeared to be around 18 years old, even more charming than the portrait in the album. Though not an otherworldly beauty, she could be described as a lovely maiden, graceful and captivating. However, at this moment, she was unaware of her impending fate, her face etched with confusion, her hands clutched tightly at her skirt, displaying a demeanor of fear and anxiety as she hid behind Shen Qiuyue's ample form. After entering the room, Shen Qiuyue noticed that Zhengyang had gone to great lengths to prepare the new chamber, exclaiming in admiration, As cultivators, we are not bound by worldly conventions and do not concern ourselves with such trivialities. Yet, Su Daoyu has taken the trouble to decorate the new chamber for Qiuyue. This indeed reflects your thoughtfulness. While speaking, Shen Qiuyue took Shen Qiuyue's hand and presented it to Zhengyang. I have successfully delivered Qiuyue to your residence. I wonder if you're satisfied, Su Daoyu? Chapter 2, Experience Points. Ahem. Zhengyang grasped Shen Qiuyue's delicate hand, returning the previous day's certificate to Shen Qiuyue. I am very satisfied. Thank you for your efforts, Shen Daoyu. It is not arduous at all, as long as Daoyu is satisfied. Shen Qiuyue continued with a smile. Now that the hour is late, as the saying goes, a moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold. I shall not disturb you two any longer. Zhengyang exchanged a few courteous words with Shen Qiuyue before saying, Daoyu-chun, take care, forgive me for not being able to see you off. Shen Qiuyue displayed an expression of understanding, waving her hands repeatedly. No need to see me off, I know the way. After bidding farewell to Shen Qiuyue, Zhengyang secured the doors and windows, lighting the newly acquired red candles. The bashful appearance of Shen Qiuyue appeared even more alluring under the flickering light, stirring Zhengyang's heart. You are Shen Qiuyue? Zhengyang seated himself beside her, noticing the faint, elegant fragrance emanating from her. Unable to resist, he inhaled deeply, yearning to savor the scent more profoundly. Upon noticing Zhengyang's deep inhalation, Shen Qiuyue's fair face flushed crimson, turning a deep shade that reached her ears. She dared not respond to Zhengyang's inquiry, merely turning slightly to nod. I am Zhengyang, and from now on, I shall be your. Zhengyang awkwardly paused at this point before continuing, Husband. Husband, Shen Qiuyue replied in a voice as soft as a whisper. Her melodious tone was pleasing to the ear, and her acknowledgement of him as her husband solidified Zhengyang's fervent feelings, prompting him to embrace her tightly. Suddenly enveloped in Zhengyang's arms, Shen Qiuyue's delicate form instinctively stiffened. She initially intended to resist. However, inexplicably, once held by Zhengyang, a wave of security surged within her heart. Since her father had departed, Shen Qiuyue had not felt such a protective embrace for a long time. Thus, she relished the sensation of being held, even leaning her head against Su Zhengyang's chest. Observing Shen Qiuyue's obedient demeanor, Su Zhengyang spoke urgently into her ear. Then, "Shall we rest now?" Upon hearing his words, Shen Qiuyue felt as if struck by lightning, her mind blanking instantly. Ever since she sold herself to the tooth merchant to save her father, she had lived in constant fear of being sold to ruthless predators. Yet, fortune smiled upon her, for Su Zhengyang, who chose her, was not only a cultivator but also quite young, leaving Shen Qiuyue quite content with her husband. "Surely this is my father's blessing from the afterlife," Shen Qiuyue mused, turning to embrace Su Zhengyang. Burying her head in his clothing, she murmured, "I am inexperienced in matters of intimacy. I hope my husband will cherish me." Su Zhengyang gently embraced Shen Qiuyue, nodding, then with a wave of his hand, summoned a gust of wind to extinguish the candles in the room. Moments later, the well-worn wooden bed in Su Zhengyang's home involuntarily emitted a series of creaking sounds. Half an hour later, Su Zhengyang, who had just lost his young and entered a state of tranquility, tenderly stroked the slumbering beauty beside him. Gazing at the translucent window that appeared before him, visible only to him, he found himself at a loss for words. "You have engaged in dual cultivation with Shen Qiuyue once, experience points 10. Obtained Shen Qiuyue's additional reward, experience points 10. Dual cultivation partner's affection, 75, affection bonus, 0. Current available experience points, 20. With the sudden appearance of this translucent panel before him, Su Zhengyang paused briefly, then attempted to call out in his mind, "Open attribute panel. Name, Su Zhengyang. Lifespan, 2788. Cultivation level, refining Qi third layer, 99/100. Technique, Gongjianju, 94/100, first level. Spells, Xiaoyun Shu, 186/200, second level. Current available experience points, 20i. Observing the symbol next to Gongjianju and Xiaoyun Shu, Su Zhengyang pondered, "Does this indicate that I can allocate experience points to upgrade the techniques I have already mastered?" Without hesitation, understanding that cultivation is the foundation of a practitioner, Su Zhengyang prioritized allocating points to Gongjianju. Gongjianju experience points, 1. Gongjianju experience points, 1. After 6 consecutive allocations, Su Zhengyang suddenly experienced a moment of enlightenment. Gongjianju is divided into 3 realms, and only by reaching the second layer can he transform all the chaotic 5-element spiritual energy within him into pure metal attribute spiritual energy. Then, utilizing the metal attribute spiritual energy to break through the governor vessel, he would advance to the mid-stage of refining Qi. However, Su Zhengyang's aptitude was lacking. Thus, despite years of arduous cultivation, he found it exceedingly difficult to break through the invisible yet palpably existent bottleneck. Unable to cultivate Gongjianju to the second layer, he struggled to convert the mixed 5-element spiritual energy within him into pure metal attribute spiritual energy. However, when Su Zhengyang discovered his dual cultivation system, the bottleneck that had troubled him for years was effortlessly shattered. In the mere time it took to catch his breath, he comprehended its true significance with ease. Simultaneously, the line regarding Gongjianju on Su Zhengyang's attribute panel underwent a transformation. Gongjianju, 100/200, second level. Realizing he had finally overcome the bottleneck that had plagued him for years, Su Zhengyang's heart, once dormant, began to beat anew. Therefore, he refrained from disturbing Shen Qiuyue and carefully dressed before sitting cross-legged to cultivate. After one complete cycle, Su Zhengyang felt a distinct transformation. He had managed to convert a trace of sharp metal attribute spiritual energy from the chaotic 5-element spiritual energy in his dantian. "I truly have broken through," Su Zhengyang exclaimed, exhilarated by the changes within himself. In the next moment, filled with regret, he lamented, "I should have married long ago." Having traversed this realm of cultivation for many years, had Su Zhengyang known that his golden opportunity would only manifest through dual cultivation with another, he would have sought a wife long ago. How could he have endured years of ascetic training, waiting until the age of 27, only to discover, upon realizing his inferior aptitude and the bleak prospects of enlightenment, that he would choose to marry and have children. After a brief pause, Zhengyang, with a somber expression, retrieved a tome titled Jungjinju from his storage bag. This is the most cherished secret manual of Zhengyang, and it is entirely thanks to the guidance of this Jungjinju issued by the Miaoing sect that he has embarked upon the path of cultivation. However, at this moment, Zhengyang's intention in retrieving the Jungjinju is evidently not for the purpose of reading or comprehension, but rather to silently tear off the cover page of the manual. Glancing at the small characters inscribed in regular script on the cover page, stating the body of Yuan Yin and Yuan Yang aids in cultivation, Zhengyang is instantly filled with indignation. Gritting his teeth, he violently rends the page into shreds. Chapter 3. Breakthrough. Mid-stage refining qi in the vast expanse of the universe. Few entities exist beyond the 5 elements, and spiritual energy is no exception. Among the celestial realms, the 5 types of spiritual energy, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, intertwine intricately, making them inseparable unless intervened by human hands. Without such intervention, practitioners inevitably amalgamate these 5 energies into a chaotic blend within their dantian. Such a heterogeneous mix of spiritual energy proves to be of limited utility. Thus, if a practitioner seeks to advance further, they must refine the energies within their body. Upon achieving the 2nd level of the Jungjinju, Zhengyang successfully transformed the chaotic energies in his dantian into the desired metal attribute energy. Eagerly, he settled into a meditative posture and, after circulating the Jungjinju through 36 cycles, he adeptly converted all the heterogeneous 5-element energies in his dantian into sharp and resilient metal attribute energy. Although the quantity of metal energy had diminished by 1/3, its quality had significantly improved. Elated by the purity of the metal energy within him, Zhengyang felt ready to attempt to open the Renmai. Within the human body, there exist 8 extraordinary meridians, namely the Renmai, Dumai, Chongmai, Daimai, Yangwei-mai, Yinwei-mai, Yin-xiao-mai, and Yang-xiao-mai. The Renmai runs along the central line of the abdomen, frequently intersecting with the 3 Yin meridians of the hands and feet, thus earning the title of Sea of Yin meridians. For practitioners at the 3rd level of refining qi, opening the Renmai is essential for further advancement in their cultivation. Zhengyang had been trapped at the 3rd level for over a decade, and now he finally possessed the means to open the Renmai. He hastily retrieved a jade box adorned with a sealing talisman from his storage bag. After tearing off the talisman, he extracted a complete piece of Ning Shun Xiang and a Huanglong Dan that exuded a rich medicinal fragrance. The Ning Shun Xiang, when ignited, calms the practitioner's mind and reduces the risk of losing control. The Huanglong Dan is crafted primarily from 30-year-old Panlong Shun, a restorative herb. Panlong Shun is naturally invigorating, and after being refined by an alchemist with the addition of several auxiliary materials, the medicinal power within the Huanglong Dan becomes exceedingly pure. The Ningxin Xiang and Huanglong Dan were part of a breakthrough package Zhengyang had prepared for himself a decade ago to restore spiritual energy during a pivotal moment. However, due to his limited aptitude, he had been unable to cultivate the Jungjinju to the 2nd level to purify the energies in his dantian. Consequently, the breakthrough package remained and used in his storage bag for many years. Reflecting on the jade box, Zhengyang sighed, lamenting that he should have married earlier. As he uttered these words, he lit the incense burner with a Ning Shun Xiang and swallowed the Huanglong Dan in one gulp. Boom! Upon consuming the Huanglong Dan, an extraordinarily pure medicinal power erupted within Zhengyang's abdomen, radiating pure spiritual energy outward. He was determined not to waste this opportunity. Dividing his focus, he commanded the metal attribute energy within him to surge towards the Renmai's gate, while simultaneously refining the power of the Huanglong Dan to replenish his own metal energy. Previously, Zhengyang had attempted to breach the Renmai's gate with his chaotic 5-element energy, but the unrefined energy proved ineffective, and no matter how hard he tried, he could not make a dent in the gate. However, the situation was different now. With the metal attribute energy at his disposal, Zhengyang, following the breakthrough method detailed in the Jungjinju, condensed his metal energy into a sword and thrust it fiercely towards the Renmai's gate. Bang! At the moment the Gungjin energy pierced the Renmai's gate, Zhengyang felt as if a massive hammer had struck him on the head. The intense shock rendered him momentarily blind, nearly causing him to lose consciousness. Fortunately, having ignited the Ning Shan Xiang prior to the breakthrough, it safeguarded his mind, allowing him to maintain a flicker of clarity amidst the turmoil. Upon introspection, Zhengyang discovered that his condensed metal energy sword had not pierced through the Renmai's gate, but was instead lodged within, unable to advance or retreat. Faced with this predicament, the solution recorded in the Gongjin Ju was singular: grind. Fortunately, having consumed the Huang Long Dan beforehand, he need not worry about a depletion of spiritual energy until its medicinal effects waned. Thus, he bore the aching sensation from the impact on his body and controlled the small sword of metal attribute energy to spin wildly within the gate, drilling inward like a power drill, determined to break through the Renmai's gate. Half an hour passed, and the medicinal power of the Huang Long Dan began to fade. However, the Renmai's gate remained steadfast, akin to a towering mountain. Despite the relentless efforts of the metal energy sword within him, it remained impervious to penetration. As the medicinal effect waned, a flicker of despair ignited within Zhengyang's heart. Should this breakthrough fail, the meridians he had painstakingly opened would soon heal, forcing him to start anew in his next attempt. The Ning Shan Xiang and Huang Long Dan were not inexpensive, costing a total of 6 low-grade spirit stones. Recently married and financially strained, Zhengyang could not procure such an amount in a short span. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to give it his all. In that moment, Zhengyang transformed all the remaining medicinal power of the Huang Long Dan into metal attribute energy, and then condensed this energy into a new metal attribute energy sword. Charge! Zhengyang poured every ounce of his essence, spirit, and energy into this new metal energy sword, adopting a do-or-die mentality as he thrust it forcefully into the Renmai's gate. Within the Renmai's gate lay an existing energy sword. Upon the arrival of Zhengyang's new energy sword, given that both swords were of the same origin, instead of repelling each other, they merged rapidly, reconstituting into a colossal metal attribute energy sword. Sensing this transformation within himself, Zhengyang's confidence surged. He roared, urging the giant sword to strike fiercely at the Renmai's gate. Break for me! The giant metal attribute energy sword, propelled by Zhengyang's indomitable spirit, plunged into the Renmai's gate. Boom! The moment the sword penetrated, Zhengyang experienced a tremendous shock to his spirit, involuntarily letting out a groan as blood dribbled from the corner of his mouth. However, he felt no anguish from the injury. After 27 years in the cultivation world and over 2 decades of arduous training, he had finally broken through to the 4th level of refining qi, becoming a mid-stage refining qi practitioner. Chapter 4. Affection Level 100 Bonus. Zhengyang wiped the blood from his lips and thought, to hell with the concept that the Yuan Yin and Yuan Yang bodies assist in cultivation. I truly should have married earlier. He pondered for the umpteenth time today. As he finished his thoughts, he resumed his meditative practice. Having just broken through to the 4th level of refining qi, he needed to circulate his energy through 72 cycles to stabilize his newfound realm. Otherwise, a chaotic flow of energy could jeopardize his foundational progress. A night passed without incident. The following day dawned. In the early light of dawn, Shen Qiuyue, still inexperienced in the ways of the world, awoke from her slumber. As she opened her drowsy eyes, she realized the bed beside her was empty, and her heart skipped a beat, instantly banishing her lingering sleepiness. She hastily sat up and surveyed her surroundings, only to discover Zhengyang seated on a mat, deep in meditation. Upon seeing him, Shen Qiuyue felt a surge of reassurance, allowing herself a long sigh as she lightly patted her chest. However, she soon realized that her hasty rise had left her feeling chilly, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. She quickly gathered her scattered garments from the floor and slipped beneath the covers, rustling as she dressed. Once she had tidied her attire, she noticed that Zhengyang was still engrossed in his practice and chose not to disturb him. Instead, she made the bed, replacing the soiled sheets adorned with fallen petals with fresh ones. After a brief wash, she made her way to the kitchen to prepare breakfast for Zhengyang. The jar of rice contained Baiyu rice, which Zhengyang had cultivated himself. This rice was extraordinary, with plump grains as white as jade, exuding a delightful fragrance that was truly captivating. Although Shen Qiuyue had never seen such spiritual rice before, its remarkable appearance led her to surmise its exceptional quality. For a moment, she hesitated. She longed to taste the exquisite rice herself, but ultimately, she restrained her appetite. Such a precious commodity should be reserved entirely for her husband. With this thought, she scooped a single serving of the spiritual rice from the jar to prepare porridge for Su Zhengyang. At that moment, Su Zhengyang completed the 72 cycles of the Gongjinju, solidifying his cultivation. Feeling the abundant metallic spiritual energy within him, he was finally satisfied and opened his eyes, just in time to see Shen Qiuyue bustling in the kitchen. After more than 20 years in this world, he finally felt a touch of familial warmth. Gently rising, Su Zhengyang approached the kitchen and wrapped his arms around Shen Qiuyue from behind, warmly whispering, "Thank you for your hard work, you error." Startled by the sudden embrace, Shen Qiuyue gasped, but, upon recognizing Su Zhengyang, smiled brightly, saying, "It is no trouble at all. This is what you ought to do." Su Zhengyang, noticing the meager amount of spiritual rice she had added to the pot, furrowed his brow and asked, "Are you making porridge? Is this small quantity sufficient for both of us?" Shen Qiuyue trembled slightly at his inquiry and lowered her head, explaining, "This rice is evidently precious. Qiuyue, being a mere mortal, is unworthy of such a spiritual delicacy. It is best to reserve it all for my husband." Su Zhengyang, observing Shen Qiuyue's cautious demeanor, felt a pang of emotion. He released her and scooped a large bowl of the spiritual rice from the jar, decisively stating, "We are now husband and wife, united as one. From now on, whatever I eat, you shall partake as well. There is no need for such formality. I would never deprive my dear wife." His words were resolute. "Husband," Shen Qiuyue replied, her heart touched, "since you value Qiuyue so dearly, I shall strive to serve you well." Meanwhile, Su Zhengyang noticed a change in his attribute panel. Shen Qiuyue affection level, 85, dual cultivation bonus, 0. Seeing her affection increase by 10 points filled him with joy. He surmised that once her affection reached 100, their dual cultivation would grant him additional experience points. Thus, he continued, "You have journeyed to Ao Mountain Market, likely in search of a connection to the divine. The cultivation method I practice is the Gongjinju, which you may study alongside me." "Really?" Shen Qiuyue turned, her excitement palpable. "Yes," Su Zhengyang nodded, retrieving the manual for the Gongjinju from his storage pouch. As she realized he was earnest in his offer, she leaned against his chest, declaring, "The greatest fortune in my life is to have married you." Shen Qiuyue affection level, 90, dual cultivation bonus, 0. With only 10 more points needed for full affection, Su Zhengyang could not help but furrow his brow in contemplation. What was lacking? He gently caressed her hair, deep in thought. At that moment, inspiration struck him as he recalled Chen Xiaoyan's words about Shen Qiuyue. "She is a dutiful daughter." "Of course," he said, pushing Shen Qiuyue gently aside, and earnestly proposed, "Now that we are married, let us bring your father's spirit tablet home to honor him. Let me also express my filial piety." Shen Qiuyue was taken aback by his sincerity. Observing her tear-filled eyes, Su Zhengyang embraced her tightly, reassuring her, "I genuinely mean it. The porridge will take a while to finish cooking. Let us invite your father's spirit tablet into our home now." Unable to contain her emotions any longer, Shen Qiuyue clung to Su Zhengyang, her voice trembling as she said, "Such kindness from you, my husband. Even if it means giving my life, I would have no regrets." Shen Qiuyue affection level, 100, dual cultivation bonus, 1. Seeing her affection at its peak, Su Zhengyang wholeheartedly believed in the sincerity of her words. Yet as a man, how could he allow his beloved to sacrifice herself for him? With such a wife, what more could he desire? He lightly tapped her head, chiding, "What foolishness is this? How could I bear to be without you?" Taking action, he quickly set up an altar in the main room, placing the spirit tablet of her father, Shen Liangping, upon it. As the incense burned in the offering bowl, Shen Qiuyue felt a whirlwind of emotions, tears streaming down her face. Kneeling before the spirit tablet, she cried out in despair, "Thank you, dear father, for watching over me and allowing me to find such a wonderful home. You need no longer worry about me." Su Zhengyang, feeling helpless in the face of her grief, didn't he know how to comfort her? He was my father-in-law. Kneeling is only right, he thought, and he knelt beside her, offering her a shoulder to lean on. At that moment, Su Zhengyang received a sudden, cryptic system notification, lifespan 5, upon seeing the message. He was momentarily stunned, quickly opening his attribute panel for confirmation. Indeed, His previous lifespan of 2,788 had increased to 2,793. As he pondered the unexpected increase, a second notification appeared, revealing the reason. Shen Qiuyue affection level. Max, dual cultivation bonus. 2. You have maxed out one person's affection level, gaining a reward. Lifespan 5. Soon after, the spiritual porridge in the kitchen filled the air with an enticing aroma. "Qiuyue, let us eat," Zhengyang said, helping her to her feet. "Your father is here. You may speak to him whenever you wish." Yes. From last night until now, Shen Qiuyue has not consumed a single drop of water. Thus she willingly heeds her husband's guidance. The spiritual porridge made from lingmi contains a faint wood attribute spiritual energy, which cultivators can easily refine for their own use after consuming it. Therefore, before their meal, Zhengyang first instructed Shen Qiuyue on how to utilize the Zhengyang to refine the spiritual energy contained in the porridge. In the Yaxing of Aoshan Fengshi, they sell young boys and girls with cultivation potential, which is why the price reaches as high as 10 low-grade spiritual stones. It is important to realize that this sum, when converted into gold, is sufficient to acquire a substantial piece of land in the mortal realm that could be passed down through generations. However, having potential is one thing. Successfully sensing the spiritual energy and drawing it into one's body for refinement is another. Zhengyang himself spent an entire month just to barely sense the omnipresent spiritual energy of heaven and earth and successfully draw it into his body. Thus, he did not harbor high hopes for Shen Qiuyue. He only wanted her to familiarize herself with the process of drawing energy into the body, allowing her to cultivate slowly in the future. Yet, Zhengyang completely underestimated Shen Qiuyue's innate talent. His humble wife's aptitude was astonishingly high. The esoteric techniques within the Zhengyang seemed to be grasped effortlessly by her. Moreover, Shen Qiuyue could even extrapolate insights that Zhengyang had not comprehended. What a treasure he had found! Zhengyang was excited in his heart. He never expected that the wife he impulsively purchased would possess such remarkable potential. Even among the true disciples of sects, her aptitude could hardly be surpassed by that of Qiuyue. In the past, Zhengyang would have felt embarrassed, thinking himself unworthy of Shen Qiuyue. However, now he had the dual cultivation system, and as long as he engaged in dual cultivation, he would gain experience. Thus, he nodded confidently, evaluating Shen Qiuyue, stating that her aptitude was commendable, nearly on par with his own. As he spoke, Zhengyang handed the prepared spiritual porridge to Shen Qiuyue, advising her to attempt refinement immediately after finishing it. If fortune favored her, she might draw energy into her body today and become a cultivator like him. Yes, Qiuyue will certainly live up to her husband's expectations. Shen Qiuyue replied firmly as she accepted the porridge. Then, Zhengyang urged her to eat quickly, and they both enjoyed their meal together. After dining, Zhengyang operated the Zhengyang to transform all the wood spiritual energy in the porridge into gold attribute spiritual energy before finally opening his eyes. He noticed Shen Qiuyue was attempting to communicate with the omnipresent spiritual energy of heaven and earth, so he chose not to interrupt her. Instead, he left a note and gently exited the small room. Zhengyang was a spirit planter, and the 2 acres of spiritual fields he rented were adjacent to his small dwelling. This was one of the potential benefits of being a spirit planter, allowing one to reside near the spiritual fields and enjoy the relatively dense spiritual energy. The Xiaoyu technique was an essential skill for spirit planters like Zhengyang. The first layer of Xiaoyu technique could be mastered by cultivators who diligently studied for 3 to 5 days. However, advancing to the second layer would require 3 to 5 years of arduous practice. As for the third layer of Xiaoyu technique, if a cultivator lacked innate talent and guidance from master, they would likely struggle to comprehend it throughout their lifetime. Zhengyang had previously been among those cultivators with poor aptitude and no master to guide him. Thus, it took him nearly a decade to reach the second layer. Yet he could never grasp the mysteries of the third layer. But now, with the system at his disposal, Zhengyang merely needed to tap the number corresponding to the Xiaoyu technique 14 times, and the attributes panel would elevate it from the second to the third layer. Instantly, insights regarding the third layer of Xiaoyu technique appeared in his mind, along with techniques and experiences. Feeling the changes within himself, Zhengyang eagerly began to form seals and cast spells, wondering what enhancements would come from practicing the third layer of Xiaoyinyu technique. Su Zhengyang's dantian was now filled with pure gold attribute spiritual energy, since gold produces water. When he employed the gold attribute spiritual energy to invoke the water-based Xiaoyinyu technique, there was no hindrance. Rather, it even enhanced the spell. After completing the hand seals for Xiaoyinyu, a blue cloud materialized above his spiritual field. As the Xiaoyinyu technique took effect, spiritual rain fell, refreshing the air around the spiritual fields significantly. Just as Su Zhengyang was preparing to cast the Xiaoyinyu on his other plot of spiritual land, someone nearby exclaimed in astonishment, "Blue rain clouds? Could it be that you have cultivated the Xiaoyinyu to the third layer, Su Shidi?" The clouds summoned by the first layer of Xiaoyinyu were white. The second layer produced green clouds. Only by reaching the third layer could one summon blue clouds like Su Zhengyang. These blue clouds not only had a deeper color, but the rainwater they released also contained a greater concentration of water attribute spiritual energy. If a spirit planter irrigated their spiritual fields entirely with the third layer of Xiaoyinyu, they could expect an increase in yield by 20% by year-end. The man's name was Chui Li, 40 years old, Su Zhengyang's senior brother and neighbor, also a spirit planter. Like the former Su Zhengyang, he too was stuck at the third layer of qi refinement, unable to advance to the third layer of Xiaoyinyu technique. Due to their similar circumstances, they often drank together to alleviate their frustrations. "Thanks to Brother Chui's support, I fortuitously broke through last night," Su Zhengyang replied, while cupping his hands in respect. Chui Li's expression became exceedingly complex upon hearing this. He gazed at the rising Su Zhengyang, intending to say something, but suddenly realized he could no longer perceive Su Zhengyang's cultivation level. Thus, Chui Li exclaimed in shock, "Su Shidi, have you broken through to the mid-stage of qi refinement? Have you comprehended the second layer of Gongjinju?" Cheptersai, Kuili, being a long-time neighbor, was well aware of Su Zhengyang's circumstances. If Su Zhengyang were to lie or brush him off, Chui Li would discern it immediately. Hence, Su Zhengyang could only grit his teeth and continue. "Thanks to Brother Chui, I fortuitously broke through last night as well." The sudden overnight breakthrough and simultaneous comprehension of the third layer of Xiaoyinyu technique. What a fortuitous encounter. Chui Li immediately thought of this phrase. Although such occurrences are quite rare in the world of cultivation, they do happen from time to time. Su Si Siung. Chui Li hastily caught himself before finishing his sentence, quickly correcting it to Su Shi Xiang. He then knelt before Su Zhengyang, looking up with pleading eyes. "I implore you, as longtime neighbors, please lend me a hand. I yearn to cultivate." Tears glistened in the corners of Chui Li's eyes as he spoke. "Brother Chui, please rise." Su Zhengyang hurriedly stepped forward to assist Chui Li. Yet, Chui Li was resolute, kneeling on the ground with an air of determination, unwilling to rise unless Su Zhengyang agreed to help him. This was Su Zhengyang's first encounter with such a situation, and he found himself in a dilemma. His breakthroughs were due to the awakening of the system through dual cultivation, gaining experience points to level up overnight. How could he explain that? Moreover, Chui Li practiced the Hudu Ju, and even if Su Zhengyang wished to assist him, he had no means to do so. Su Zhengyang felt overwhelmed. At the moment when he was utterly at a loss, Su Zhengyang was suddenly struck by a flash of inspiration and cleverly inquired whether Brother Chui was still in the Yuanyang state. Chui Li was momentarily taken aback and candidly replied, "Yes." Su Zhengyang reminisced about the sensations he experienced during the sage's time and remarked to Chui Li, "My aptitude is rather mediocre. To have reached the third layer of qi refinement is already a great achievement for me. Hence, I decided to marry and enjoy familial bliss. However, after last night's wedding, my spiritual platform suddenly became clear and serene, leading me into a wondrous state. With nothing else to occupy my mind, I closed my eyes and practiced, and it was during this time that I achieved a breakthrough." Chui Li found it hard to believe and asked, "Are you saying that after losing your Yuan Yang, you entered a remarkable state and then broke through?" Su Zhengyang had no choice but to continue fabricating his story, saying, "Brother Chui has been close to me for nearly a decade. Surely you are well aware of my background. We often sat and discussed matters. If there is any difference between my current self and my past, it must be that I have taken a wife and started a family." Chui Li appeared skeptical as he retrieved his thick earth technique from his storage bag, flipping to the title page. But the sex-issued technique states that being in the Yuan Yin and Yuan Yang state aids in cultivation. Upon reading this line, Zhengyang felt a surge of anger. He then produced his own Gung Jin technique and displayed the torn title page to Cui Li, gritting his teeth as he exclaimed, "That is nonsense." Seeing this, Cui Li finally believed Zhengyang's words. He then took out a wine jar covered in red paper from his storage bag and presented it to Zhengyang, saying, "Hearing that brother Su married yesterday, I prepared this jar of spiritual wine to congratulate you on your joyous occasion. This wine, brewed from Bayou rice, required 50 pounds of the grain as its base, making its mere cost equivalent to half a low-grade spirit stone. Coupled with other materials and Cui Li's unique recipe, this jar of spiritual wine could easily fetch a low-grade spirit stone in A.O. Shan's market." Zhengyang was astonished at how generous Cui Li was this time. As he usually tended to be frugal, he quickly accepted the spiritual wine and helped Cui Li up, saying, "Brother Cui, you honor me too much. We have been friends for many years, and now you suddenly call me brother. How can I bear such a title?" Cui Li, however, was unfazed, stating, "In our realm, strength is paramount. Since you, Brother Su, have a higher cultivation level than I, it is only right that I address you as brother." Having spoken, Cui Li did not wait for Zhengyang's response and bid farewell, saying, "There is no need for you to see me off, as I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave now." Watching Cui Li, who had affixed a lightness talisman to himself, dash towards the A.O. Shan market, and glancing at the wedding gift Cui Li had prepared for him, Zhengyang suddenly felt a deep sense of guilt. However, possessing the system was his greatest secret, and he had no means to share this with Cui Li. With a sigh, Zhengyang resolved to prepare a substantial wedding gift for Brother Cui as compensation. In the meantime, Zhengyang performed a hand gesture to cast a spell on another plot of his spiritual field, employing the little cloud and rain technique. After a brief period, the Bayou rice in the 2 acres of his spiritual field flourished remarkably under the nourishment of the third layer of the little cloud and rain technique. Zhengyang nodded in satisfaction and returned to his humble abode. Upon entering, he was greeted by Shen Qiuyue, who joyfully approached him, exclaiming, "Husband, I successfully converted the spiritual energy contained in the spiritual porridge into my own." She continued, "As long as I diligently cultivate, I will soon become a practitioner like you." Zhengyang, although aware of Shen Qiuyue's high aptitude, was astonished by her remarkable potential. Nevertheless, as she was his wife, the higher her aptitude, the better. He thus reminded her, in cultivation, one must balance diligence with relaxation. You cannot solely immerse yourself in rigorous training. If you feel any soreness in your meridians while practicing, you must pause and rest. As the saying goes, pain indicates blockage. Forcing yourself to continue under such circumstances will inevitably harm your foundation. Understood. Shen Qiuyue nodded earnestly. "That's good," Zhengyang said, affectionately ruffling her hair. The experience points gained from their dual cultivation last night had added 20 points, with 6 allocated to the Gung Jin technique and 14 to the little cloud and rain technique. Zhengyang found himself devoid of experience points to allocate further. Having grown accustomed to the simplistic and direct manner of accumulating experience points, he no longer wished to endure the ascetic lifestyle he once led. He then retrieved the spiritual wine given by Cui Li, saying, "This is the wedding gift from Brother Cui. How about we share this jar of spiritual wine?" "Yes," Shen Qiuyue nodded. Although she did not drink, she did not want to dampen her husband's spirits. Seeing her agreement, Zhengyang fetched 2 new wine cups, filling one with spiritual wine, and suggested, "Let us make up for the hurried ceremony with a cup of wine together. This spiritual wine is beneficial for cultivation as well." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhengyang handed one of the cups to Shen Qiuyue. Upon hearing this and noticing the fervent look in Zhengyang's eyes, Shen Qiuyue finally understood the implication of his desire to drink together. She took the cup, lowering her gaze and responding, "I shall follow your lead, husband." The spiritual wine, brewed from Bayou rice, was not overly potent, roughly around 30 degrees. Nevertheless, after sharing the cup with Zhengyang, a delightful blush spread across Shen Qiuyue's cheeks. "I feel so dizzy after drinking this wine," she said, clutching her head and nearly stumbling. Zhengyang quickly rushed to support her, and gazing at her alluring appearance, his heart raced. He gently called out, "Your husband," Shen Qiuyue shyly replied. With her assent, moments later, the wooden bed in Zhengyang's home creaked under the weight of their intimacy. Half an hour later, As the clouds dispersed and the rain ceased, Su Zhengyang tenderly held the beauty beside him, glancing at the long-awaited system notifications. You have interacted with Shen Qiuyue once. Experience points 1. Shen Qiuyue's affection. Max affection bonus. 2. Current available experience points. 3. After reviewing the system notifications, Su Zhengyang looked at the section of his attributes panel concerning the Gung Gene technique. Gung Gene technique, 100 to 100, second layer. After a brief calculation, Su Zhengyang mused. So, I can gain 3 experience points from a single interaction. If I engage in affection with Qiuyue 34 more times, I can elevate the Gung Gene technique to the 3rd layer. He felt an overwhelming sense of disbelief. Having lived in this world for over 20 years, he had never imagined that cultivation could be so effortless. I should have married sooner. The more he thought about it, the more frustrated he became. Once my cultivation is complete, I must teach that scoundrel who inscribed the title page of the Gung Gene technique a lesson. With that thought, Su Zhengyang began to calculate his breakthrough timeline. 34 instances of affection at 1 per day would take just over a month. However, shaking his head, he recalibrated his expectations. As a newlywed, he was in a phase of great delight, especially with Shen Qiuyue being so compliant and eager to please, readily agreeing to any request with a blush. With such a virtuous wife, 1 time a day would hardly suffice. With a little effort, he could reach the 3rd layer of the Gung Gene technique in 10 days. With even more dedication, 5 days would not be out of reach. Su Zhengyang began to accumulate experience diligently. The following day, he awoke at noon. Upon rising, the first thing Su Zhengyang did was to apply the 15 points of experience he had worked hard for the previous night to the Gung Gene Ju. With the experience value of Gung Gene Ju now reaching 15,200, a plethora of insights and realizations about cultivation materialized in his mind. Observing Shen Qiuyue, who was still lost in slumber, Su Zhengyang could not help but exclaim, "Heaven rewards diligence. The ancients do not deceive me, darling." Su Zhengyang's movement startled the slumbering Shen Qiuyue. Upon noticing that he had risen before her, she quickly exclaimed, "It is all my fault. I should not have indulged in sleep. Please rest, and I shall prepare a meal for you." However, as Shen Qiuyue attempted to rise, a sharp pain caused her to wince, revealing her frail body could hardly endure Su Zhengyang's fervent affection from the previous night. Su Zhengyang immediately recognized that Shen Qiuyue's discomfort was a result of his actions, and the excitement of gaining experience swiftly transformed into self-reproach and guilt. He had been so focused on swiftly advancing the Gung Gene Ju to the 3rd layer that he had completely disregarded Shen Qiuyue's feelings. Moving forward, he resolved to exercise restraint and be more attentive to her sensations. Reflecting on this, he chastised himself. I have endured over 20 years of stagnation in cultivation. Why am I so anxious about these few days? Moreover, even if I were to break through to the 3rd layer of Gung Gene Ju, would I have sufficient spiritual energy in my dantian to open the remaining meridians and transcend my realm? Yet, Shen Qiuyue was unaware of Su Zhengyang's inner thoughts. She perceived his attempt to prevent her from rising as an inclination for further intimacy. Not wishing to deny Su Zhengyang, she implored with a hint of sorrow in her voice, "Darling." Su Zhengyang had merely intended for her to rest while he prepared the meal. However, upon hearing her heartfelt words and witnessing her pitiful demeanor, he felt a surge of warmth. With a bemused smile, he gently pinched Shen Qiuyue's nose and continued, "You should rest well. I shall cook for you, my dear." Shen Qiuyue attempted to rise again, but Su Zhengyang interrupted her, "Do not speak. Rest." As he spoke, Su Zhengyang donned his Dao robe and made his way to the kitchen. Observing Su Zhengyang busying himself in the kitchen, Shen Qiuyue's eyes brimmed with tears. Although she had a myriad of words to express, they ultimately condensed into a simple "darling." After a brief interval, a pot of spiritual porridge was ready. Su Zhengyang promptly filled a bowl and brought it to the bedside. He blew gently on a spoonful of porridge to cool it before saying to Shen Qiuyue, "Open your mouth." Shen Qiuyue had never encountered such a scenario before. Lowering her head, she blushed and stammered, "Darling, please let me do it myself." "What? Is the saying a wife must obey her husband no longer applicable to you?" Su Zhengyang feigned a stern expression. "And no." Shen Qiuyue quickly waved her hands. Yet, when she prepared to say more, Su Zhengyang cut her off. "If not, then open your mouth." With no choice, Shen Qiuyue complied, reluctantly closing her eyes and parting her lips. "Yes, Keep your mouth open, he encouraged. Since childhood, Shen Qiuyue had never experienced such a way of consuming porridge. Strangely, even though the taste of the spiritual porridge was quite bland, she discerned a hint of sweetness within it. Darling, Shen Qiuyue, though not eloquent, could only distill her countless sentiments into those 2 words. After finishing the bowl of porridge, despite feeling full, she still yearned for more, wishing to savor a couple more spoonfuls. However, she said, "Thank you, dear. You should eat as well. Otherwise, the porridge will cool." Indeed, Zhengyang nodded and then proceeded to the kitchen to serve himself a bowl. While eating, he mumbled, "After your meal, practice your cultivation. I shall visit Brother Qiuyue next door. We share a close bond, and he just married yesterday. It is only proper for me to congratulate him." After a brief moment, Shen Qiuyue, understanding the preciousness of spiritual rice, nodded gently. "Darling, go ahead. I will refine the spiritual energy in the porridge." As soon as she finished speaking, Shen Qiuyue sat cross-legged on the bed, closing her eyes to cultivate. Zhengyang smiled, swiftly finishing his porridge before also entering a meditative state, transforming the wood attribute spiritual energy from the white corn into metal attribute energy. Half an hour later, at Qiuyue Li's doorstep, Qiuyue Li, having grown up as a farmer, retained some of his earthly habits even after becoming a cultivator. For instance, he had enclosed a portion of land near his spiritual field to create a small courtyard filled with a vegetable garden and common farm animals like chickens, ducks, geese, and dogs. Previously, Zhengyang had focused solely on cultivation, opting for simplicity. However, with a promising future ahead, he contemplated infusing some vitality into his own home, planning to renovate it in accordance with Brother Qiuyue's charming abode. Meanwhile, Zhengyang retrieved 2 red burlap sacks from his storage bag, each adorned with a large character for joy. Each sack contained over 100 jin of white corn. Lacking any impressive gifts, he decided to offer his homegrown white corn as a congratulatory present. Without further delay, he approached the door and called, "Is Brother Qiuyue home?" After a prolonged silence, Zhengyang felt a pang of frustration. Did Brother Qiuyue not wish to see him? After all, he had carelessly suggested that mutual cultivation could aid in their practice, and he suspected Qiuyue Li might be resentful for not having broken through due to his lost yuanyang. Just as Zhengyang hesitated to knock again, the main door suddenly swung open, revealing Qiuyue Li beaming with joy. "Ah, it is Brother Su. Coming, qui liesse happiness seemed genuine," and he had even resumed referring to Zhengyang as his junior. Realizing this, Zhengyang quickly used his spiritual perception to sense Qiuyue Li's aura. Indeed, Qiuyue Li now exuded a robust energy, clearly having transformed the chaotic 5 elemental energies within him into earth energy. Having spent over 20 years in this world, Zhengyang considered Qiuyue Li his sole friend with whom he maintained regular contact. Thus, he was reluctant to sever ties. "Congratulations, Brother Qiuyue." Zhengyang sighed with relief and sincerely offered his congratulations. Then, he presented the 2 sacks of white corn, explaining, "Unlike you, brother, I lack the talents for brewing spiritual wine. Therefore, I brought these 2 sacks of corn as a simple gift. I hope you do not find them lacking." "Not at all." Qiuyue Li laughed, accepting the sacks into his storage bag and warmly ushering Zhengyang inside. As he walked, he spoke, "If it weren't for Su Shidi's generous guidance, how could I have broken through to the mid-stage of qi refinement overnight? Even if Su Shidi took nothing in return, my current cultivation is the greatest gift he has bestowed upon me. Let us go, let us go." Qiuyue Li urged Zhengyang toward the main house. "I have a jar of aged wine here that has been buried for over a decade. Without further ado, let us indulge ourselves in merriment today." "It would be my honor to comply," Zhengyang replied. An hour later, after 3 rounds of wine and a variety of dishes, the disciples of Miao Yin who break through to the mid-stage of qi refinement automatically upgrade from outer disciples to inner disciples. The primary benefit of becoming an inner disciple is the ability to select a qi refinement spell from the Zhengyang, and the rental fee for a spirit field is reduced from 400 jin per mu to 200 jin. As Zhengyang and Qiuyue Li savor the aged wine, they reminisced about past hardships while envisioning a bright future. At that moment, Qiuyue Li suddenly recalled something. He promptly retrieved the treasured Ho-Tu Ju from his storage bag and, akin to Zhengyang's previous action, tore out the page, inscribed with the small characters that mention the benefits of the Yuan Yin and Yuan Yang bodies for cultivation, shredding it to pieces. After throwing the scraps on the ground and stamping on them with fury, he spat, misleading the disciples. Zhengyang nodded in agreement. We should have married long ago. Otherwise, we wouldn't have wasted so many years at this juncture in qi refinement. However, Qiuyue chose not to delve deeper into that matter. Excitedly, he exclaimed to Zhengyang, "Let's report our breakthrough to the sect tomorrow, and then choose spells from the Zhengyang together." "Very well," Zhengyang responded. The last time Zhengyang visited the Zhengyang was when he first entered the sect to obtain the Gongjinju. The Zhengyang is the most revered forbidden ground of Miao Yin men, so he was eager to revisit it. "Have you decided which spell to select, Su Shidi?" Qiuyue inquired suddenly. Without hesitation, Zhengyang replied, "Naturally, it will be the Gongjinji. Pests frequently invade our spirit fields. But once I master the Gongjinji, any pest that approach will perish in droves." In Miao Yin men, disciples wishing to study the techniques from the Zhengyang have only two options. One can select a spell for free with each breakthrough in realm, or one can exchange contributions to the sect. The Gongjinji, by its very name, indicates it is a complementary spell to the Gongjinju. However, the version of Gongjinju in Miao Yin men only records the spell's power, devoid of any methods for practice. While it is indeed a practice of dividing a product to sell in halves, Miao Yin men justifies this with a grandiloquent rationale. Disciples in the early stage of qi refinement should focus on their cultivation, avoiding distractions from spell learning. Qiuyue wore a knowing expression and continued, "Once we become inner disciples, although we will enjoy the privileges of our sect, we must also shoulder greater responsibilities." The responsibilities Qiuyue referred to include the annual sect tasks that inner disciples must undertake. These tasks range from hunting and gathering medicinal herbs to pursuing demon cultivators, encompassing a myriad of perilous endeavors where a moment's lapse in caution could result in dire consequences. However, if inner disciples like Zhengyang and Qiuyue, who prefer a life free from conflict, must each contribute 10 low-grade spirit stones annually, it would also count as fulfilling the sect's task, earning them a measure of sect contributions. Qiuyue shared his thoughts with Zhengyang. "I plan to choose the Earth type, spell Yin Yundi Qi. The primary effect of this spell is to enhance the fertility of the spirit fields, increasing the yield of Baiyu rice by 30%. We can help each other. You will reign and eliminate pests in my fields, and I will enhance the fertility of yours." How does that sound? Chapter 9. Inner disciples and identity tokens. After Zhengyang as cultivation reached the mid-stage of qi refinement, converting all the chaotic spiritual energy within him into metal-type spiritual energy. Practicing the Xiaoyu technique several times a day became a mere trifle. Thus, when faced with Qiuyue's proposition, Zhengyang readily agreed. "Is certainly agreeable." With the desired answer in hand, Qiuyue, feeling more spirited from the wine, lifted his cup and said, "Come, let us drink a few more. Indeed, we shall not leave until we are thoroughly intoxicated." The two of them joyfully exchanged cups, reveling in each other's company. During this time, they also exchanged experiences and insights regarding their cultivation. Feeling a pang of guilt for having previously brushed Qiuyue aside, Zhengyang, in a moment of high spirits, shared some insights about the third layer of the Xiaoyu technique with him. However, without a systematic approach, Zhengyang was uncertain whether Qiuyue could elevate his practice of the Xiaoyu technique to the third layer using his few insights. Unbeknownst to Zhengyang, Qiuyue, seeing Zhengyang's unreserved sharing, gritted his teeth and, in return, took out an unnamed handwritten manual from his storage bag. This is a fortuitous find. An Earth-type qi refinement technique. Earth gives rise to metal. Since you practice the Gongjinju, if your partner can cultivate this Earth-type technique, it would undoubtedly benefit your exchanges. Zhengyang accepted the handwritten manual and flipped through a couple of pages. This was no ordinary technique obtained by chance. It was clearly Qiuyue's own Ho-Tu-Ju, though Miao Yin men had not explicitly prohibited such actions. Qiuyue's behavior was undoubtedly skirting the edges of sect regulations. If discovered, he would surely face consequences. Initially intending to return the copied Ho-Tu-Ju, Zhengyang reconsidered. If Shen Qiuyue were to practice the Ho-Tu-Ju, would it not enrich his own experience during their exchanges? Thus, he accepted the handwritten Ho Tu Ju and respectfully thanked Chui Li. Thank you, senior brother Chui, for this gift of knowledge. Once I have memorized this unnamed technique, I shall promptly destroy it and ensure it remains undisclosed. You are willing to share with me the secret methods of your breakthrough. My modest return is nothing in comparison. Chui Li waved his hand dismissively, filled his cup, and raised it. Come, let us continue. It would be my honor to comply. Zhengyang raised his cup in kind. As the sun set in the evening hours, after agreeing to meet with Chui Li at the Zhengyang the following day, he bid farewell and made his way home. Upon returning home, Zhengyang discovered that Shen Qiuyue had prepared dinner for him, filling the room with the fragrant aroma of Baiyu rice. Husband, you're back, Shen Qiuyue exclaimed brightly upon seeing Zhengyang, then hurriedly brought forth the spirit porridge she had warmed for him, saying, I've prepared some spirit porridge for you, husband. Please enjoy it while it's warm. Having indulged in ample food and drink at Chui Li's, Zhengyang was already satiated. Yet, not wanting to disappoint Shen Qiuyue's kind intentions, he still finished the spirit porridge in a few bites. After a contented burp, he retrieved the handwritten Ho Tu Ju from his storage bag. Today I fortuitously obtained an earth-type technique of the same quality as the Gongjin Ju, called Ho Tu Ju. Would it be suitable for you to cultivate this technique in the future? Shen Qiuyue, without a moment's hesitation, readily acquiesced, declaring her unwavering obedience to her husband. Whatever her husband instructed her to cultivate, she would dutifully pursue. The foundational principles of the Gongjin Ju and the Ho Tu Ju were strikingly similar, both involving the absorption of the omnipresent elemental spiritual energy and transforming it for personal use. Thus, having already mastered the Gongjin Ju, Shen Qiuyue quickly grasped the nuances and commenced her cultivation with ardor. The night passed in silence. On the following day, at the hour of the dragon, Zhengyang bid farewell to Shen Qiuyue and, punctual as ever, met with Chui Li outside the Zhengyang of the Miaoyin sect, subsequently entering to report. Although the Zhengyang bore an unremarkable name, it held a position of great significance within the Miaoyin sect. It was the hub for evaluating disciples, issuing sect tasks, redeeming contributions, and even leasing spiritual fields, the comprehensive administrative center of the sect. The assessment for inter-sect disciples was quite straightforward, requiring only the demonstration of refined spiritual energy. The disciple responsible for Zhengyang's evaluation was named Li Jingyang. Despite being in the late stages of qi refinement, he had attained the 9th level, merely a step away from breaking through to the foundation establishment stage and becoming an elder of the Miaoyin sect. This qualification allowed him to undertake the assessment task at the Zhengyang. Li Jingyang nodded as he observed the golden spiritual energy coalescing in Zhengyang's hands. Not bad. Your golden spiritual energy is quite pure, situated between the 2nd and 1st tiers. Yet, he was troubled by how to articulate this in his report, his expression reflecting deep internal conflict. If an intersect disciple received an A rating, they would be entitled to a free sect standard robe, albeit inscribed only with the warding formation for cleanliness. Nevertheless, a robe is still a robe, even if one did not wear it. It could fetch 2 low-grade spirit stones at the AO Shan market. Zhengyang discerned the implications behind Li Jingyang's words. While silently cursing the man's avarice, he retrieved a low-grade spirit stone from his storage bag, hoping for Li Xixiang's magnanimity. Upon seeing the spirit stone, Li Jingyang's furrowed brow relaxed. He discreetly accepted it into his storage bag, then nodded with an expression of newfound approval, swiftly inscribing a grade below A in the report. Following this, he produced a jade token from his bag, inscribing Zhengyang's name and likeness before handing it over. This is your identity token. From this moment forth, you are an intersect disciple of the Miaoyin sect. Your contributions to the sect will be recorded on this token. Should it be lost, promptly return to the Zhengyang for a replacement. Thank you, Li Xixiang. Zhengyang accepted the token, bowing slightly. The token was palm-sized, crafted from ordinary spirit jade. Although its value was modest, possessing it was the only way Zhengyang could truly be considered a disciple of the Miaoyin sect. With this identity token, he could accumulate contributions to exchange for techniques in the Scripture Pavilion, acquire magical artifacts in the Baiduan Hall, and procure elixirs and talismans in the Jubao Hall. Although Zhengyang had previously been an outer sect disciple, which sounded prestigious, in essence, he was merely a tenant of the Miaoyin sect. Upon exiting the assessment room, Su Zhengyang noticed that Cui Li had also received his identity token and was waiting for him with a cheerful demeanor. Chapter 10. Gung Jin Swordfinger. After the two retrieved their robes using their tokens and exited the zone, they made their way directly to the scripture pavilion. This was a tower-like structure comprising 5 stories. Despite its simple architecture, this place was considered a sacred ground of the Miao Yin sect. The pavilion was heavily guarded, with numerous patrols composed of 9th-level Qi refinement disciples and elders stationed within, creating a formidable defense, perhaps due to the presence of the elders. The guarding disciples did not dare to openly embezzle resources. Thus, after verifying Su Zhengyang and Cui Li's identity tokens, they were promptly allowed entry. The techniques and spells for the Qi refinement stage are on the first floor. You may stay inside for a maximum of 15 minutes, and be sure not to wander. Thank you, Xixiao. Su Zhengyang and Cui Li expressed their gratitude to the guarding disciple before eagerly entering the pavilion. The first floor of the scripture pavilion spanned approximately 300 to 400 square meters. Upon entering, they were met with rows of bookshelves, each painted in 5 distinct colors corresponding to the types of techniques housed within: white, green, black, red, and yellow. Given their limited time, the two exchanged glances before heading towards the white and yellow bookshelves. The white shelves represented techniques and spells of the metal element. Upon reaching this section, Su Zhengyang immediately located the Gung Jin sword finger he sought. Without hesitation, he presented his token at the shelf housing the Gung Jin sword finger, and a pristine little booklet appeared in his grasp. Elated, he placed the Gung Jin sword finger into his storage bag, and while time permitted, he roamed the pavilion to see what other spells were available. Flame Palm, Frost Technique, Quagmire Technique. Besides the elemental spells, there were also unique techniques such as Lightness Skill and Fire Control Technique that lacked elemental attributes. However, the spell that captivated Su Zhengyang's attention the most was the Buddhist technique, Xiao Huan, Shikantong, Fa. 5 points of sect contribution. Yet, upon inspecting the exchange conditions for this technique, he could not help but frown. Contribution points could also be obtained through the donation of spirit stones. However, acquiring a single point required 10 low-grade spirit stones, meaning that to redeem the Xiao Huan Shikantong Fa, Su Zhengyang would need to part with 50 low-grade spirit stones. Observing that other spells on the first floor were priced at a maximum of 2 contribution points, Su Zhengyang was left incredulous by the exorbitant 5-point price tag for the Xiao Huan Shikantong Fa. He reasonably suspected that the individual who set that price was undoubtedly a bachelor. At that moment, Cui Li, having obtained the ethereal earth energy he desired, approached Su Zhengyang and noticed the steep price of the Xiao Huan Shikantong Fa. How expensive! Recently, having just tasted the sweetness of dual cultivation, he too became intrigued by the Buddhist technique. Reflecting on the previous day, when Cui Li had generously gifted Su Zhengyang the Ho-Tu Ju, the two exchanged knowing smiles before departing the scripture pavilion together. Upon returning home, Su Zhengyang observed Shen Qiuyue engrossed in her cultivation and refrained from disturbing her. Instead, he focused on deciphering the Gung Jin swordfinger. With the second layer of the Gung Jin Ju at his disposal, mastering this technique was a natural progression. In merely half an hour, Su Zhengyang had successfully learned this skill, enabling him to unleash a sharp, colorless sword energy through his fingertips. Upon witnessing the sword energy effortlessly penetrate the wooden table, leaving a hole the size of a finger, Su Zhengyang felt an overwhelming sense of déjà vu. Is this akin to the Yang finger, the 6 Meridians divine sword? He felt like a child with a newfound toy. Eagerly, he retrieved various materials of differing hardness from his storage bag to test the limits of his Gung Jin swordfinger's power. After some time, he picked up the scattered stones and metal scraps with a hint of disappointment, realizing that while the Gung Jin swordfinger could create a small dent in stone, it merely left a white mark on iron. It seems my Gung Jin sword finger still has considerable room for enhancement. Su Zhengyang gazed at the newly added entry in his attributes, Gung Jin Jianji, 1100, first level, and then turned his attention to the lengthy experience bar of Gung Jin Ju and Xiao Yin Yushu, lamenting that the meager experience points exchanged with Yuerer were becoming increasingly insufficient. As he pondered whether to acquire a concubine for rotational cultivation after this year's bountiful harvest, a voice suddenly called out to him from above, "Su Zhengyang, come out." The speaker seemed to have employed some sort of spell, causing Su Zhengyang to feel a sense of unease and agitation. While Zhengyang managed to maintain his composure, the same could not be said for Shen Qiuyue, who was in the midst of her cultivation. Startled by the intruder, her concentration shattered, causing the 5 elements of spiritual energy she had just absorbed to surge uncontrollably within her body. The energy erupted through her meridians, resulting in a backlash that forced her to spit out a mouthful of blood. "Yuer." Zhengyang's eyes widened in distress as he rushed to support Shen Qiuyue. "I'm fine," she sighed, mustering the limited spiritual energy in her dantian to suppress her injuries. Striving to smile, she explained, "It's my own fault for being overly ambitious and absorbing too much spiritual energy at once. I couldn't control it and suffered from the backlash. Please, don't blame others." No sooner had Shen Qiuyue finished speaking than the arrogant voice echoed again. "Are you not coming out quickly? Do you expect me to come in and fetch you?" This time, the speaker's voice carried even more spiritual energy, which made Zhengyang feel not only frustrated but also nauseous. If this was the reaction of a 4th-level qi refining cultivator like him, one could only imagine Shen Qiuyue's plight as she grimaced in pain, her face paling. Zhengyang's heart ached at the sight of her distress. The Miaoying sect was renowned for its sound-related techniques and spells, and only the true disciples of the sect who had reached the later stages of qi refining could master such powerful arts. Although he did not know the identity of this true disciple, Zhengyang could not bear to let Shen Qiuyue suffer further harm, so he hurriedly opened the door. In the skies above, a young man in a brocade robe hovered in midair. Seeing that it took Zhengyang 2 calls to emerge, he snorted coldly before addressing him. "I've heard you've cultivated Xiao Yunyu Shu to the 3rd level. Show me what you can do." Zhengyang understood that he could not provoke this individual for now, so he maintained a blank expression, formed a hand seal, and summoned a blue rain cloud above his humble abode. The brocade-clad cultivator closed his eyes to sense the spiritual energy within the summoned rain cloud and nodded in approval. "Not bad, that will suffice." As he spoke, he flipped his hand and produced a palm-sized white jade talisman from his storage bag, tossing it before Zhengyang with a deft motion. "I am Tang Xen, a true disciple of Yin Hall. I will be away for a month on a sect mission. During this time, you must take this talisman every day and use the Xiao Yunyu Ju to tend to my medicinal field in the Jiaji 16 Mu area of the herb hall. Should I return in a month and find the growth of the spiritual herbs unsatisfactory, you may as well take your own life in atonement." Not once did Tang Xen mention any form of compensation for Zhengyang, nor did he wait for a response before turning and departing into the sky. "Tang Xen," Zhengyang muttered through gritted teeth, committing the name to memory. If he could cultivate the Gongjin Jianji to the 3rd level, how dare this scoundrel act so brazenly in his presence? According to the records, the 3rd level of Gongjin Jianji could unleash sword rays as tangible as reality, capable of slicing through gold and jade, difficult for even a cultivator with protective spells to fully defend against. But now is not the time for such thoughts. Once Tang Xen had left, Zhengyang hurried home to check on Shen Qiuyue's condition. Due to Tang Xen's ostentatious display, the residents of the nearby Dingxi district had gathered to witness the spectacle, with many outer disciples reveling in the misfortune. Only Cui Li expressed concern for Zhengyang's safety. Upon hearing Tang Xen call out Zhengyang's name with his sonic technique, he made his way to Zhengyang's home. Just as Tang Xen departed, Cui Li arrived. "Su Shitty, are you all right?" Cui Li asked anxiously as he approached the door. Zhengyang opened the door to welcome Cui Li inside, succinctly explaining, "I'm fine." But Yuer was cultivating when that scoundrel interrupted her, causing her energy to become chaotic and suffer some internal injuries. "This bastard is too much." Cui Li could not help but curse alongside him. As they spoke, Cui Li retrieved a small white jade vial from his storage bag, removed the cork, and took out a pill. With a pained expression, he handed it to Zhengyang. "This is a Pei Yuan Dan. Give it to your sister-in-law to prevent damage to her foundation." "Pei Yuan Dan? Brother, you possess such a treasure?" Zhengyang exclaimed in surprise. As the name suggests, the primary function of Pei Yuan Dan is to consolidate the foundation and replenish vitality. However, the herbs required for this pill are quite rare, and it also has the effect of healing internal injuries. Such a pill would cost at least 3 low-grade spirit stones in the AO Shanfang market. Typically, if a cultivator were to have a child it would be best to use their own spiritual energy to nourish the infant with Pei Yuan Dan at birth. If conditions permitted, the fact that Chui Li possessed this pill was undoubtedly for his unborn child, yet he unhesitatingly offered it to Su Zhengyang in a moment of urgency, indicating that he regarded him as a true friend. Yes, Chui Li nodded. You should take it to the inner chamber and give it to your sister-in-law quickly. Don't delay. Thank you, Brother Chui. In this urgent situation, Su Zhengyang did not engage in pleasantries. After expressing his gratitude, he took the pill and hurried to the inner room. Chui Li's timely assistance moved Su Zhengyang deeply, and he silently vowed to repay Brother Chui's kindness when he achieved success in the future. In the inner room, Su Zhengyang approached the bedside with the Pei Yuan Dan, urging Shen Qiuyue, quickly take this Pei Yuan Dan and refine it. The modest size of Su Zhengyang's dwelling meant that Shen Qiuyue had overheard his conversation with Chui Li, and despite her weakened state, she still refused. This Pei Yuan Dan is far too precious. You should return it to Brother Chui. You err, Su Zhengyang interrupted, opening her mouth to place the Pei Yuan Dan inside. We have plenty of time ahead. Having received Brother Chui's favor today, we will find a way to return it in the future. Now close your eyes and refine the medicinal properties of the Pei Yuan Dan. Although Shen Qiuyue was deeply touched, she did not wish to squander Su Zhengyang's goodwill or the precious potency of the pill. So, she merely nodded gently, began to circulate her energy, and commenced the refinement of the medicinal properties while treating her injuries. As she gradually regained color, Su Zhengyang finally breathed a sigh of relief. He then returned to the main room and retrieved the spirit wine that Chui Li had given him earlier, expressing his gratitude. As he spoke, Su Zhengyang also took out some dried meat to serve as a side dish, apologizing for any oversight in his earlier haste. I still have some matters I wish to consult you about, brother. Please do not hesitate to share your insights. A trivial matter, hardly worth mentioning. Chui Li remarked as he took a seat and inquired of Su Zhengyang, are you curious about the true heir of Yintang, Tang, Xan? Su Zhengyang filled Chui Li's cup with wine before responding with a bitter smile. Brother, your keen insight sees through everything. Su Zhengyang had previously been engrossed in his cultivation, thus paying little attention to the inner sect of Miao Yimin. After all, as an outer sect disciple, his status was rather humble, and such matters held little significance for him. I know a bit about Tang Xian. After draining his cup of spirit wine, Chui Li continued, he is the son of Elder Tang Fu from the herbal hall. An elder? Su Zhengyang exclaimed, feeling a wave of helplessness wash over him. In Miao Yimin, only those who reached the foundation establishment stage were qualified to hold the title of elder. If Tang Xian were merely at the late stage of qi refinement, he might still have a chance for revenge. But with an elder father backing him, when could he hope for retribution? Yet at that moment, Chui Li waved his hand dismissively. It's of no concern. His father passed away several years ago. Elder Tang Fu had his son late in life, cherishing him dearly, as if he were a fragile treasure. This overindulgence had rendered Tang Xian rather arrogant. His father is dead? Su Zhengyang felt a sense of relief. If that were the case, he was not particularly afraid of Tang Xian. Noticing Su Zhengyang's sigh of relief, Chui Li understood that he harbored intentions regarding Tang Xian. He intended to offer some advice, but ultimately refrained, instead cautioning, regardless of your thoughts, do not confront Tang Xian head-on until you break through to the late stage of qi refinement and become a true disciple. After all, he is a true disciple within the sect, and dealing with you will be effortless. As Chui Li finished speaking, he placed the token that Tang Xian had previously discarded in front of Su Zhengyang onto the table. The spiritual herbs in Tang Xian's medicinal field were of considerable quality. You should go there and cultivate your patience for a while. Did you not tell me a story about enduring hardship? Now is your time to endure. Chapter 12. The marvelous sensation of pain after Tang Xian flew away. Su Zhengyang was solely focused on Shen Qiuyue's safety, neglecting the token that Tang Xian had tossed him. Seeing Chui Li pick it up and bring it inside, Su Zhengyang expressed his gratitude once more. Thank you, Brother Chui. It's nothing. Chui Li waved his hand, recognizing Su Zhengyang's troubled mood. He took his leave, saying, I shall take my leave now. Safe travels, Brother Chui. Su Zhengyang escorted Chui Li to the door. About 2 hours later, Shen Qiuyue had finally refined the potency of the Pei Yuan Dan. She had already begun to sense the surrounding spiritual energy and convert it for her own use, thus taking a significant step into the realm of cultivation. With the presence of spiritual energy within her, as long as Shen Qiuyue diligently practiced to refine more spiritual energy and consolidate it in her dantian, forming her qi si, it was only a matter of time before she joined Su Zhengyang as a cultivator. However, today, after consuming the Peiyuan Dan gifted by Cui Li, Shen Qiuyue astonishingly opened her qi si, officially becoming a first-layer qi refinement cultivator. Husband, I have broken through. I'm also a cultivator now. Shen Qiuyue exclaimed excitedly to Su Zhengyang, who was by her side. I have heard that once one becomes a cultivator, they can prolong their lifespan. Now I can accompany you for many more days. Witnessing Shen Qiuyue's fortunate transformation into a cultivator, Su Zhengyang let out a sigh of relief and quickly grasped her delicate hand, saying, That's wonderful, truly wonderful. A flush of crimson rose to Shen Qiuyue's cheeks. She sensed her husband's enthusiasm for their shared intimacy, and in a voice as soft as a whisper, she said, Husband, after my breakthrough, the spiritual energy has healed all my injuries. Su Zhengyang understood Shen Qiuyue's implication, and moments later, the creaking of their wooden bed filled the air once more. The next day, Su Zhengyang focused all the experience he had accumulated the previous night into the Gongjinju, watching as its experience rose to 21 points. Reluctantly, he made his way toward the inner mountain of Miaoyimen. Upon learning the location of the 16-mu medicinal field marked with the character Jia, he did not dawdle, but headed directly in that direction. The spiritual energy in the 16-mu medicinal field was exceedingly dense. If white jade rice were planted there, even without using the Zhengyang technique to summon rain, the annual yield would still be at least 2,000 jin. Quite a formidable setup. Su Zhengyang observed as he gazed at the colorful barrier surrounding the 16-mu medicinal field. As he spoke, he produced the token and successfully passed through the barrier into the medicinal field. Once inside, Su Zhengyang was taken aback. It was said to be merely 1 mu of spiritual land, yet its area must be at least 7 or 8 mu. Although he did not recognize the various herbs present, he could tell from the rich spiritual energy that they were extraordinary. Initially, Su Zhengyang contemplated secretly harvesting a few to take back. However, upon noticing the barrier within the field, he finally understood why that scoundrel Tang Xin had entrusted him with the token to enter the medicinal field. Su Zhengyang had no desire to test the barrier's power, so he swiftly performed the Zhengyang technique. As the spiritual rain fell, he prepared to turn and summon rain on another mu of spiritual land, when suddenly a crisp voice rang out amidst the downpour. Who are you? You scoundrel? How dare you disturb my cultivation? As the voice faded, Su Zhengyang saw several vines, thick as his thumb, suddenly emerge from the ground, binding him. He surmised that this person must be affiliated with Tang Xin and was about to explain himself. However, she provided no opportunity for him to speak. Swiftly pulling a talisman from her storage bag and hurling it at him. Damn, a blinding talisman. Su Zhengyang had no combat experience, and it was only when the talisman erupted in a brilliant flash of light that he realized it was indeed a blinding talisman. The intense brightness caused his eyes to sting painfully, and in an instant he lost his sight. Moreover, he felt the vines constricting around his legs, lifting him up, as if intent on strangling him. Scoundrel! Su Zhengyang was already furious about being forced to water Tang Xin's medicinal field, and now being ambushed by Tang Xin's subordinate. He could no longer endure. He resolved to flee. With this thought, Su Zhengyang unleashed his Gongjin sword finger in a furious onslaught toward the source of the voice. You know the Gongjin sword finger? The person exclaimed in astonishment. However, she seemed to lack any substantial combat experience, her words inadvertently revealing her position to Su Zhengyang. Thus, he relentlessly targeted her with his Gongjin sword finger. After being struck by Su Zhengyang's attack, the girl, filled with indignation, cried, You scoundrel, you ambushed me. I am not wearing my protective attire and didn't have time to use a Jin Guang talisman. Stop and let me prepare before you continue. Su Zhengyang, now engulfed in rage, had no intention of heeding her plea to cease. He aimed with even greater precision, causing her to cry out in distress. Moments later, as Su Zhengyang's vision returned to normal, he finally saw a girl in a pink gown curled up, sobbing not far in front of him. Su Zhengyang's Gongjin sword finger had just been learned, and could only penetrate a wooden table at close range. The girl stood 2 to 3 zhang away from him. At this distance, Su Zhengyang's Gongjin sword finger would merely inflict pain, failing to cause any real harm. Having already offended her, he thought that if things escalated, he could simply flee with Shen Qiuyue tonight. Just as Su Zhengyang was preparing to take decisive action against the girl, she unexpectedly turned her head. Tears glimmering in her eyes, and excitedly exclaimed, "Could you please not stop? Hit me a few more times, just like you did before." Su Zhengyang was taken aback. The girl was strikingly beautiful, rivaling Shen Qiuyue, and although tears still trickled from the corners of her eyes, her expression was one of bizarre excitement. She looked at Su Zhengyang with a pleading gaze and implored, "I beg you, please hit me again. I've never been struck before, and the sensation of pain is so fascinating." Su Zhengyang was somewhat incredulous of her words, so he instinctively used his Gungjin sword finger to prick her chest lightly. The girl gasped in surprise, letting out a soft moan, and through her tears, she excitedly remarked, "Yes, yes, just like that. But you're only at the 4th level of qi refinement. Do you have enough spiritual energy in your dantian?" As she spoke, the girl flipped her hand and retrieved a jade vial from her storage bag, tossing it to Su Zhengyang. "Inside is a gathering spirit pill. Quickly consume it and strike me." Chapter 13. Fu Jianling, the gathering spirit pill, is a medicinal elixir that assists cultivators in their training during the qi refinement stage. When taken, it allows for a significantly enhanced cultivation experience. However, in emergencies, cultivators can also consume this pill to rapidly restore their spiritual energy. Given its extensive applicability, the price is naturally steep. In AO Mountain S Market, one pill costs a low-grade spirit stone. The jade vial that the girl tossed was heavy, and upon opening it, Su Zhengyang was shocked to find it filled to the brim with gathering spirit pills. He estimated that there were at least 10 pills inside, leaving him astonished by the girl's generosity. Observing her fear and anticipation, Su Zhengyang felt a strange expression cross his face. He had not expected to encounter someone with such a peculiar disposition in this world. However, he did not fully trust her words, fearing a trick, and thus inquired, "Why do you enjoy the sensation of pain?" The girl pouted, "Since I can remember, I have lived in this medicinal field, and my master forbids me from stepping outside, even a single step. The only people I can see are my master and his foolish son. After being confined here for so many years, I am nearly going mad. One day, I accidentally touched the field's forbidden area and was shocked. The pain I felt was oddly exhilarating. Since then, I have actively provoked the restrictions, insulted, and even physically challenged Tang Xian, hoping he would retaliate. But I suspect he might be ill, as the more I act this way, the more compliant he becomes." The girl rolled her eyes and looked at Su Zhengyang with a pitiful gaze. "Until today, when I met you, I beg you to keep hitting me like before." It seemed that this girl had been confined by Tang Fu and his son for far too long, leading to a psychological distortion. Su Zhengyang looked at her with some sympathy and asked, "What is your name?" "Fu Jianling," she replied, and then quickly added, "You can call me whatever you like. But please never call me Fu Mei. That fool is the only one who calls me that, and now hearing it makes me feel sick." "Then I shall call you Linger," Su Zhengyang said with a faint, enigmatic smile. "However, it would be rather dull if you remain curled up like that. Why not bind yourself with the vines you used earlier?" "All right." Fu Jianling's eyes lit up at Su Zhengyang's agreement, and she eagerly cast a spell to summon vines that tightly bound her. Seeing this, Su Zhengyang immediately took out a sealing talisman from his storage bag, stepped forward, and placed it on her dantian. Fu Jianling sensed the sealing of her dantian and her cultivation being restricted, and she exclaimed in alarm, "What are you doing? Don't you find this more thrilling?" "Of course, if you prefer otherwise, I can simply tear off the sealing talisman," Su Zhengyang responded, reaching out as if to remove it. In that moment, Fu Jianling felt an unprecedented sense of novelty and excitement, and she hurriedly stopped him. "No, let's stay for now." Testing her response, Su Zhengyang confirmed that Fu Jianling indeed exhibited such a personality. He continued, "Before we begin, let us establish a safe word." "A safe word?" Fu Jianling asked, perplexed. "What is that?" "When you can no longer bear it, just shout the safe word, and I will stop. Otherwise, no matter what you say, I will think you're merely playing with me," Su Zhengyang explained with a smile. How interesting. Fu Jianling had not expected Su Zhengyang to be so thoughtful, and she eagerly inquired, "So what should the safe word be? When you cannot endure it any longer, just shout daddy. It's simple and easy to remember. You won't mix it up." Su Zhengyang suggested. "All right." Fu Jianling agreed. In that case, Su Zhengyang cradled Fu Jianling in his arms and, with a fervent gaze, asked, Where do you live? Let us discuss at your place. For the first time, Fu Jianling was embraced by a mature man, and an unusual emotion stirred within her. Though her limbs were bound by vines, and she could not move, she still managed to lift her chin and point in a direction. It's that bamboo house. Hurry. You have gained experience points, 20 from Fu Jianling. You have obtained Fu Jianling's Yuan Yin, receiving additional rewards, 20 experience points. Fu Jianling S cultivation level. Qi refinement 7th layer, cultivation bonus, 2. Fu Jianling S affection level, 85, affection bonus, 0. Current available experience points, 42, after a temporary cessation of hostilities. Zhengyang was momentarily taken aback by the system prompt. He had only gained 20 experience points during his initial interaction with Shen Qiuyue. However, with Fu Jianling, the amount had doubled. He quickly checked the system log and discovered it was due to Fu Jianling's higher cultivation level. Because her cultivation surpassed his, he had even received an additional 2 points of cultivation bonus. Zhengyang poured all 43 experience points into the Gongjin Ju and, looking at the beauty beside him, asked, "So how about we continue?" Although Fu Jianling was inexperienced and Zhengyang had been quite rough earlier, she was not one to back down. Upon hearing his words, she merely squinted her eyes slightly and provocatively replied, "Bring it on. You have gained experience points, 1 from Fu Jianling. Fu Jianling S cultivation level. Qi refinement 7th layer, cultivation bonus, 2. Fu Jianling S affection level, 85, affection bonus, 0. Current available experience points, 45. You have gained experience points, 1 from Fu Jianling. Fu Jianling S cultivation level. Qi refinement 7th layer, cultivation bonus, 2. Fu Jianling S affection level, 90, affection bonus, 0. Current available experience points, 48, after a series of encounters. Until Fu Jianling cried out "Daddy" in surrender. Only then did Zhengyang relent. The clouds cleared and the rain ceased. Zhengyang was in urgent need of enhancing his combat prowess and allocated all his experience points to the Gongjin Swordfinger. He gently embraced Fu Jianling, suddenly recalling something. "By the way, do you have any pay yuan, Dan?" "Of course," Fu Jianling replied, flipping her hand to retrieve a heavy jade bottle from her storage bag and tossing it to Zhengyang. "After all, I am a Dan master. If you need any other elixirs, just let me know." "You are a Dan master?" Zhengyang exclaimed, surprised that Fu Jianling possessed such a rare talent. "Absolutely," Fu Jianling declared with pride, her demeanor shifting as she spoke of her expertise. "It's so dull here, one must find a hobby. I have even successfully refined a batch of foundation establishment pills." "You have refined foundation establishment pills?" Zhengyang looked utterly astonished. Chapter 14. The body of stone for cultivators in the Qi refining stage. The assistance of foundation establishment pills is indispensable, hence their prices have remained consistently high. Zhengyang had initially thought Fu Jianling could only concoct low-tier elixirs, but he never anticipated her prowess would extend to producing foundation establishment pills. Noticing Zhengyang's expression of disbelief, Fu Jianling smiled slightly and remarked, "But I still do not know your name." "Zhengyang," he replied. "Zhengyang, huh?" Fu Jianling chuckled lightly. Then suddenly, the sealing talisman on her dantian ignited into ashes with a flick of her wrist. Zhengyang was taken aback, not expecting Fu Jianling to break through the constraints of the sealing talisman with such ease. He was momentarily stunned. Before he could react, however, several vines appeared, binding him tightly. Zhengyang prepared to use his Gongjin sword to free himself, but as he began to channel his spiritual energy, Fu Jianling swiftly placed a sealing talisman on his dantian. Your shocked expression is quite delightful." Fu Jianling laughed lightly. Then, tilting his chin up, she leaned close to his ear and whispered, "I am the partner of that old rascal Tang, Fu's foolish son. You have made your move before him. Have you considered how that fool will react upon his return?" Zhengyang had initially believed Fu Jianling would be as easily subdued as Princess Jianning from the Star Masteress version of The Deer and the Cauldron. Even if he couldn't conquer her, he thought he could at least annoy Tang Xin and then escape with Shen Qiuyue. Yet, he could never have imagined Fu Jianling's depth of character. Indeed, the more beautiful a woman, the more deceitful she can be. Old Master Jin did not deceive me. Zhengyang suddenly recalled those words. However, despite being bound securely by Fu Jianling, he felt no worry, for her favorable impression of him remained steadfast at 90 points. Thus, Su Zhengyang calmly inquired. So, Ling, what do you wish for me to do? Eh? Fu Jianling was surprised that Su Zhengyang was not frightened by her. She then retrieved a slender dagger from her storage bag. She gently traced the blade across Su Zhengyang's body. You are rather bold. Fu Jianling gazed at him with deep affection, yet the dagger in her hand slithered like a venomous snake across his chest, until that icy blade traveled upward, pressing firmly against his neck. She whispered, How long can you remain so bold? Seeing Fu Jianling's favorable impression of him persist at 90 without faltering, Su Zhengyang felt assured. He did not respond to her question. Instead, he smiled and asked, Would you like to leave this place with me? Fu Jianling's smile vanished instantly. What good would it do to go out? She discarded the dagger and waved her hand, releasing Su Zhengyang from the vines. That old rascal Tang Fu has planted a goo worm in me called Heart Devourer. This goo has a twin nature. One resides in my heart, while the other is under Tang Xian's control. Thus, if I dare to leave this place. She paused, sighed, and continued, it would be certain death. Is there any way to resolve the Heart Devourer within you? Su Zhengyang inquired. I do not know, Fu Jianling replied, looking at him with the kind of expression one might use to regard a simpleton. Since I can remember, I have lived in this medicinal field. The information I can access has been filtered by the two of them. How would I know the solution for the Heart Devourer? I will take care of it. I will help you find a solution, Su Zhengyang declared. As soon as he spoke, he noticed Fu Jianling's favorable impression of him had risen to 95. Despite this, she maintained a proud demeanor. Your cultivation is still beneath mine. What can you possibly devise? I can first seek out an antidote. If I cannot find one, then eliminating Tang Xian would suffice, Su Zhengyang asserted. You? Eliminate Tang Xin? Fu Jianling seemed to find the notion laughable, her body trembling with incredulity. You are older than Tang Xian, yet are only at the 4th level of qi refining. What right do you have to kill someone at the 8th level of qi refining? With the support of his system, Su Zhengyang felt confident, I have my own strengths. Otherwise, why would I have dared to act against you just now? Do not underestimate the young. Fu Jianling, not easily fooled, became interested upon hearing this. She immediately clung to Su Zhengyang's arm, adopting a pitiful demeanor as she pleaded. Could you show Linger your trump card? That way, Linger can rest easy in this medicinal field, awaiting your good news. For now, that is not possible. The system was Su Zhengyang's greatest secret, and he naturally could not divulge it to anyone. Instead, he changed the subject, however, with the resources left to Tang Xian by that old rascal Tang Fu. It would not be difficult for him to find a suitable partner. But why did Tang Fu choose you? Fu Jianling revealed an expression that indicated he was no fool and casually replied, Because I am the body of stone. The body of stone? What is that? Su Zhengyang asked, puzzled. Since there was little else to do, Fu Jianling decided to lie in Su Zhengyang's arms and explained. That old rascal Tang Fu stumbled upon some extraordinary luck and obtained the true teachings of a golden core, true monarch, who was also a sword cultivator. Coincidentally, his foolish son has a bit of talent in sword cultivation. Thus, Tang Fu, wanting his foolish son to progress further, paid a hefty price to acquire me, a person of the body of stone. As long as a male cultivator practicing a metal attribute cultivation technique partners with a female cultivator of the body of stone, they can refine the spiritual energy within themselves, making their own spiritual energy more pure. Did you not notice any changes in your body after our many encounters? Upon hearing this, Su Zhengyang immediately turned his focus inward and discovered that the spiritual energy in his dantian had indeed become more solid compared to before. He finally understood why he had gained 40 experience points during his first encounter with Fu Jianling. Curiously, he continued, if that is the case, then why? Naturally, keeping my original yin is far more beneficial. Fu Jianling replied matter-of-factly. I see you're also practicing a metal attribute cultivation technique. If you reach the 9th level of qi refining and take my original yin before breaking through to foundation establishment, your chances of success will increase by 30%. As her words fell, Fu Jianling chuckled and gazed at Su Zhengyang with great interest. So, after hearing this news, do you feel even the slightest bit of regret? From the moment I first laid eyes on you, I wanted to possess you entirely. As for foundation establishment, that is merely a trivial matter, Su Zhengyang declared, lifting Fu Jianling into his arms. Chapter 15. A transaction having rested for quite some time, Su Zhengyang had fully recovered. As soon as he finished speaking, He once again requested Fu Jianling, the body of stone, to help him refine the metal attribute spiritual energy in his dantian. A day swiftly passed. After diligently accumulating 9 points of experience, Zhengyang finally went to the medicinal field to cast spells and water the plants. Having completed his duties, he bid farewell to Fu Jianling, saying, "I shall take my leave now and return tomorrow morning." Upon hearing this, Fu Jianling hurriedly grasped Zhengyang's hand. Her eyes filled with a pitiable longing. "But it's so dark here. I'm all alone and quite scared," she lamented. Zhengyang instinctively rubbed his slightly sore waist. Ever since marrying Shen Qiuyue, he had been engaged in relentless battles, and after a day of intense exertion with Fu Jianling, he felt a bit overwhelmed. Seeing Zhengyang's gesture, Fu Jianling smiled and suggested, "Brother, you could take a Peiyuan Dan that I gifted you. It also has the effect of strengthening your vitality." If Shen Qiuyue was like an orchid blooming quietly in a secluded valley, fragrant and enchanting, then Fu Jianling was akin to a fiery rose, passionate and vibrant. Each possessed their own merits. Yet, Zhengyang would not show favoritism. Thus, he fabricated an excuse, saying, "I will visit the Aoshang market tonight to buy you some delightful treats, and I will bring them to you tomorrow. After all, we have plenty of time ahead. We can spend this entire month together." Fu Jianling's eyes sparkled upon hearing this. She kissed Zhengyang's cheek and exclaimed, "You are so wonderful. Thank you, brother." As they spoke, Fu Jianling retrieved 6 bottles of elixirs from her storage bag and handed them to Zhengyang. "These are all pills I refined. Brother can sell them in the market and buy more delicious treats for us to enjoy together tomorrow." Upon examining the jade bottles, Zhengyang noted that 5 contained gathering spirit pills, while 1 was the Huanglong Dan he had consumed during a previous breakthrough. He estimated that these elixirs were worth at least 1 to 200 low-grade spirit stones. You could sell a single Huanglong Dan for a significant amount of spirit stones. "Why don't you keep some gathering spirit pills for your own cultivation?" Zhengyang remarked, preparing to return 2 bottles of gathering spirit pills to Fu Jianling. "Not all." Fu Jianling waved her hand dismissively. "I still have plenty. Brother, you need to defeat Tang Xian. So how can you cultivate effectively without consuming more pills? Besides, there are so many medicinal herbs in the field. If I run out, I can just refine more." Realizing that Fu Jianling's elixirs were made from the herbs cultivated by the Tang family, Zhengyang felt an immediate sense of relief. Consequently, he did not feign modesty, placing the elixirs into his storage bag and assuring Fu Jianling, "Rest assured, I will definitely buy you more delightful treats tomorrow." "Yes, yes." Fu Jianling nodded enthusiastically before bidding Zhengyang farewell. "Please come early tomorrow. Don't keep me waiting too long. I will arrive at dawn," Zhengyang promised. After exiting the restricted area, he did not linger in the medicinal field and headed straight home. Upon arrival, he first took one of the Peiyuan Dan gifted by Fu Jianling and returned it to Qiuyue. Then, he presented a bottle of gathering spirit pills to Shen Qiuyue. "You err, take a pill before you cultivate. I will visit the Aoshang market and return shortly." Although Shen Qiuyue was unaware of the effects of the gathering spirit pills, she could sense their rarity and thought it best to leave them for her husband. "I will cultivate slowly," she replied. Zhengyang then ruffled her hair and retrieved another bottle of gathering spirit pills from his storage bag. "I have plenty for both of us. If I return and find that you haven't taken a gathering spirit pill to cultivate, I will be quite displeased." Upon hearing this, Shen Qiuyue instinctively covered her backside, retreating 2 steps. "I will take the pills and cultivate right away. Hurry back. I will expect a check." Zhengyang playfully admonished her before disguising himself and stealthily heading towards the Aoshang market. Half an hour later, at the Aoshang market, within a merchant establishment named Xinda, the shopkeeper responsible for receiving goods meticulously examined the Huanglong Dan Zhengyang brought for sale. Once the inspection was complete, he returned the elixirs to their bottles, stating, "Indeed, all the Huanglong Dan brought by the young master are of superior quality. We at Xinda will take them all. May I ask for your name?" "Su Sandu," Zhengyang casually replied, not wishing to engage in lengthy conversation with the shopkeeper. "What price will you offer?" Without hesitation, the shopkeeper replied, "The market price for Huanglong Dan is 3 low-grade spirit stones each, and you have 10. I can offer you a total of 27 low-grade spirit stones. What do you think?" Zhengyang raised his eyebrows in surprise. In this world, power dictated respect. Businesses typically had foundation-level cultivators backing them, so they often offered meager prices. Zhengyang had prepared to negotiate, yet he was taken aback by the fair offer from the Xinda shopkeeper. Sensing Zhengyang's surprise, the shopkeeper quickly explained, "Young master, your alchemical skills are quite formidable. Should you require assistance in selling any future elixirs, Xinda is at your service. Similarly, if you need alchemical furnaces, medicinal herbs, or other essentials, I will ensure you receive a fair price." Realizing that the old man had mistaken him for an alchemist, Zhengyang felt a surge of satisfaction. It was indeed gratifying to be perceived as someone of importance. Thus, he decided to purchase the items he needed directly from the shop. He acquired 100 pounds of spirit beast meat, various seasonings, 2 baskets filled with novels, travelogues, and miscellaneous writings, 5 jars of spirit wine brewed from spirit fruits, and a magical garment styled like a long skirt featuring cleansing, temperature regulation, and color-changing properties. Zhengyang spent a total of 20 low-grade spirit stones at Xinda, with the most expensive item being the magical garment, which cost 10 low-grade spirit stones. While its practical utility in combat was limited, the garment was undeniably beautiful, especially the enchanting array patterns woven into the fabric, which would change colors based on the surrounding environment, ensuring that any female cultivator wearing it would always be the center of attention, enhancing her beauty effortlessly. Chapter 16. The Gungjin sword points to the 3rd layer. After spending a day with Fu Jianling, Zhengyang discovered that her greatest desire was to be a free spirit, living life on her own terms, to elevate her affection to the maximum level. Zhengyang realized he would need to wait until he reached the later stages of qi refinement to possess such capability. However, before that, he could certainly raise her affection level to 100, thereby gaining additional experience points. After all, one must make use of available resources to procure happiness for others, creating a perfect cycle. Leaving the Aoshang market, Zhengyang did not return home directly, but instead made his way to Cui Li's residence and knocked on the door. "Cui Xixiang, are you there? It's Zhengyang." After a moment, Cui Li opened the door, looking somewhat disheveled and irritated. "Su Shitty, is there something you need at this late hour?" Zhengyang retrieved a Peiyuan Dan from his storage bag and presented it to Cui Li. "Thank you, Cui Xixiao, for your generous gift of medicine yesterday. I have just returned from the Aoshang market and came to repay the favor." Cui Li's previous ill temper vanished, and with a smile, he stepped forward to take the lingyao from Zhengyang's hands. "We have known each other for many years, so there is no need for such formalities," he remarked. Although he said this, Cui Li still tucked the Peiyuan Dan into his storage bag. After all, for him, this small pill represented a month or 2 of diligent labor. Zhengyang teased Cui Li. "Then I shall not disturb your good fortune, brother Cui. Once this month passes, I shall certainly invite you to my home for a couple of drinks." Clearing his throat, Cui Li coughed twice to mask his embarrassment. Then, "Brother Su, you should return home. I cannot see you off any further." "Farewell," Zhengyang replied. The following day, after bidding farewell to Shen Qiuyue following a night of toil, Zhengyang returned to the 16th spiritual field of Miaoyimen. Upon entering the medicinal field with his command token, he found that Fu Jianling had been waiting for him. As soon as she saw him, she enveloped him in a warm embrace, exclaiming, "Brother, you have finally arrived. Linger has been waiting with bated breath. Since I promised you, I would surely come." Zhengyang relished Fu Jianling's enthusiasm before retrieving all the items he had purchased the previous day from his storage bag. "Brother has brought so much for Linger." Fu Jianling's eyes sparkled as she abandoned Zhengyang to sift through the pile of goods. She merely glanced at the food items before setting them aside, for her main interest lay in the 2 baskets of books Zhengyang had selected for her. Picking up a few at random, she flipped through a couple of pages and exclaimed excitedly, "Brother is so thoughtful. I absolutely adore these miscellaneous books." Having been confined here for many years, the only way she could learn about the outside world was through reading. However, the books she had previously encountered were carefully curated, mostly tedious feudal remnants like New Sun. The books Zhengyang brought, rich in travelogues, tales, and essays, offered her a completely new experience, and she instantly fell in love with them. "I'm glad you like them," Zhengyang said. He then took out the most precious long dress from his storage bag, unfolding it before Fu Jianling. "However, these items are not particularly valuable. This dress is the true gift that I have prepared for you at great expense." It was a magical garment inscribed with formations of cleanliness, constant temperature, and brilliance, which not only provided immense comfort, but could also change colors according to her wishes. The dress can't change colors according to my wishes. Fu Jinling's eyes sparkled with delight upon hearing this. Although Tang Xin had prepared numerous magical garments for her, they were all practical and adorned with formations for either focus or defense. While useful, they were exceedingly dull, and she had never worn such items. Despite having lived in the medicinal field since she could remember and having seen only 3 people, she had been influenced by Tang Fu, a foundation-building practitioner. Consequently, her taste was not low, but Su Zhengyang's long dress struck a chord deep within her heart. Having never received a gift tailored to her desires, Fu Jinling felt her eyes welling up with tears. Fu Jinling's favorability. 100. Favorability bonus. 1. Su Zhengyang noticed the increase in favorability and smiled at Fu Jinling, who was on the verge of tears. Don't just stand there. Come and try on the dress. Fu Jinling nodded, accepting the long dress from Su Zhengyang with a sweet smile. Thank you, brother. For the next half-month, Su Zhengyang's life followed a strict routine. During the day, he labored in Tang Xion's medicinal field alongside Fu Jinling, and at night, he returned home to train with Shen Qiuyue. The toil was intense, but thanks to the special pills Fu Jinling concocted to invigorate him, he managed to persevere. Despite the hardships, Su Zhengyang's gains were substantial. His Gungjin sword finger reached the 3rd level due to his relentless efforts. The 3rd level of the Gungjin sword finger boasted an impressive range of 9 zhang. In addition to significant enhancements in range, the power of the 3rd level was formidable as well. A stone the size of a grinding disc could now be effortlessly pierced with just a gesture from Su Zhengyang, leaving a hole the width of a thumb. He and Fu Jinling had even conducted practical tests of the Gungjin sword finger in the medicinal field, and even the most commonly used defensive measure among qi refinement practitioners. The Zhengyang talisman would shatter after just 5 or 6 strikes from Su Zhengyang's relentless attacks. Fu Jinling approached Su Zhengyang, presenting him with a destroyed Zhengyang talisman. Brother, you are amazing. You can already pierce through a Zhengyang talisman. Su Zhengyang felt a swell of pride at this. However, his mood quickly dampened as Fu Jinling had mentioned that Tang Xin possessed a magical artifact known as the Tianguang Shield. When Tang Xin summoned the Tianguang Shield, it would revolve around him, automatically blocking various attacks. Based on Fu Jinling's description, it was clear that the shield's defensive power far exceeded that of the Zhengyang talisman, making it nearly impossible for Su Zhengyang to contend with Tang Xin. After all, he was not foolish enough to simply stand by and take hits. Moreover, the Gungjin sword finger had reached its peak at the 3rd level, leaving no room for further advancement. Thus, if Su Zhengyang wished to defeat Tang Xin, he would need to discover something capable of countering the Tianguang shield. Sensing Su Zhengyang's concerns, Fu Jinling gazed at him with heartfelt determination and reassured him, Brother, you have already mastered the Gungjin sword finger in just half a month. I have no doubts about your talent. That fool Tang Xin is only at the 8th level of qi refinement. He still has about 5 years before reaching foundation building. With your aptitude, 5 years will be more than enough. Chapter 17. Purchasing secret manuals before Su Zhengyang could respond. Fu Jinling swiftly produced 2 bright red pills from her storage bag and continued, Recently, brother has brought me a considerable amount of medicinal materials. I have refined them into Qijudan. If, after 5 years, you are still not a match for Tang Xin, I will devise a way to trick that fool into consuming one of these Qijudan. If he sees through my plans, I will consume the other myself, refusing to allow him to tarnish my body. Fu Jinling's words were resolute. Fu Jinling, Su Zhengyang began, but she interrupted him. Brother, you needn't persuade me. I have long made this decision. I sent you to find the golden mink fur so that I could take this opportunity to end my life, leaving him with eternal regret. But then I encountered you. I had intended to indulge myself before taking that step, yet your talent has ignited a glimmer of hope within me. So, brother, you must strive to ensure that my hopes do not go to waste. Su Zhengyang felt deeply moved by Fu Jinling's words and solemnly promised her, Rest assured, Linger, I will assuredly rescue you. Fu Jinling nodded in agreement. That evening, Su Zhengyang took the Huanglong Dan, refined by Fu Jinling, to the Ao Mountain Market to sell medicine. After concluding the transaction for Huanglong Dan, Zhengyang, as usual, engaged in casual conversation with Manager 1 of Shinda Trading Company. During their dialogue, he casually inquired, Manager 1, are you familiar with the Zhengyang? Of course, Manager 1 replied, pinching his goat-like beard and narrowing his eyes in recollection. Zhengyang is quite a renowned type of goo worm, for it can wield control over the life and death of even Foundation establishment cultivators. Due to this, Zhengyang is exceedingly precious. If you do not possess at least 10 mid-grade spirit stones, do not even entertain the thought of acquiring it. After all, if used effectively, this goo worm can indeed dictate the fate of a Foundation establishment cultivator. 100 low-grade spirit stones can be exchanged for a single mid-grade spirit stone. So 10 mid-grade spirit stones equate to a staggering 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Zhengyang was taken aback that old scoundrel Tang Fu would actually invest such a significant sum, while silently cursing Tang Fu's shamelessness. He maintained a facade of interest and continued to inquire, oh, is there any remedy for the Zhengyang? Surely those Foundation establishment cultivators would not wish to be controlled for life? Indeed, Manager 1 nodded in agreement. However, the Zhengyang is exceedingly venomous. The only way to resolve its grip is to utilize its twin goo worm to draw it out. To my knowledge, only the Huagu Dan can resolve it. Huagu Dan? Zhengyang asked, puzzled. Is it true that this elixir can eliminate all goo worms? Yes and no. Manager 1 nodded, then shook his head. It does not apply to all, but most low-grade goo worms cannot withstand the potency of Huagu Dan, and Zhengyang is among them. However, this elixir is quite rare. I only know of its existence in this world. After all, Qingzhou is merely a small locale. If you wish to purchase such high-grade elixirs, you need to venture to larger, more prosperous states. Your knowledge is profound, Manager 1, and I am truly impressed. Zhengyang said, clasping his hands in respect. This information is merely hearsay, and its authenticity cannot be guaranteed. I hardly deserve the term profound, Manager 1 said modestly, though his unabashed smile revealed his fondness for the compliment. Zhengyang chose not to puncture this moment, instead smiling and saying, do you have any manuals on the Yufeng? I wish to purchase a copy. Indeed, Manager 1's spirits lifted at the prospect of business. Yufeng is one of the most practical spells for qi refining cultivators, and thus its price is quite transparent, 15 low-grade spirit stones. However, for you, Su Xiaoga, I shall charge only 12 low-grade spirit stones. Thank you, Manager 1, Zhengyang replied, retrieving 12 low-grade spirit stones from his storage pouch. In truth, this Yufeng could also be exchanged for a small contribution at the Sect Scripture Pavilion, costing merely a token contribution of 10 low-grade spirit stones. However, the spirit stones Zhengyang possessed were earned from selling the Fu Jianling elixirs and were hardly sufficient for scrutiny. Therefore, for the sake of safety, it was indeed better to purchase it in the market, even if the price was slightly higher. Very well. Manager 1 accepted the spirit stones and produced an old manual with a somewhat yellowed cover. With an air of mystery, he said, I too practice Yufeng. This manual is one I acquired long ago, containing some of my insights and annotations. If you do not mind, you may take this one. Though Zhengyang was aware that Manager 1's actions were intended to foster goodwill with him as an alchemist, he felt a twinge of gratitude. Thus, he reciprocated, saying, Thank you, Manager 1. I vow that henceforth, regardless of the trade, I will always come to Shinda Trading Company first. This was precisely the affirmation Manager 1 had been waiting for, yet he feigned a nonchalant demeanor, waving his hand dismissively. It is but a trivial matter. Should you encounter any difficulties in your cultivation, feel free to consult me at Shinda. After purchasing the Yufeng Zhengyang still possessed a considerable number of spirit stones. Thus, with a faint blush, he asked, might there be any manuals on the Shuangji FA here? Progressing through cultivation step by step feels rather slow. Shuangji FA, you say? Manager 1 teased, casting a knowing glance at Zhengyang. Are you seeking the kind of rapid method that gathers yin to supplement yang, or a more balanced approach that benefits both parties, albeit with slower advancement? The proper method that benefits both parties, Zhengyang replied without hesitation. I could never consider such things with Shen Qiuyue and Fu Jianling, for they are both dear to me. Ah, a gentleman who cherishes the fairer sex, Manager 1 remarked with admiration. He then rummaged through his storage pouch for some time before finally retrieving a manual. Here it is, the Xianpin Shuangxiu Fa. This is an orthodox Taoist dual cultivation method. While it may not progress as swiftly as those rapid methods, it benefits both parties. At this juncture, Manager 1 expressed a hint of nostalgia, saying, though the yin-yang supplement method may disrupt the natural order, the temptation of rapidly increasing one's cultivation is not something everyone can resist. While we righteous cultivators may not indulge in the same excesses as those of the demonic path, even a purchased consort, should she be utilized to death, would elicit no inquiries. Su Xiaoga, your steadfastness as an alchemist truly marks you as a rare individual of compassion and loyalty. Humans are not mere grass and trees. Who could be devoid of feelings? My bond with my wife is profound. How could I bear to sacrifice her life for my own advancement? Su Zhengyang responded, smiling as he inquired, Manager 1, how much for the Xianpin Shuang Fa? This is not expensive. Much like the Yu Feng Shu, you need only provide me with 12 low-grade spirit stones. Manager 1 explained, noting Su Zhengyang's puzzled expression. Few are willing to cultivate the orthodox dual methods, so their price remains low. However, should you wish to purchase the rapid yin-yang supplement methods, the price would multiply several times, as those are highly sought after. Ah, I see. Su Zhengyang note that, placing 12 low-grade spirit stones on the counter. Thank you, Manager 1, for the clarification. I shall take my leave now. Manager 1 accepted the spirit stones and cheerfully bid farewell. Safe travels, Su Xiaoga. Forgive this old man for not accompanying you further. Half an hour later, Su Zhengyang returned home and eagerly retrieved the 2 manuals he had just purchased from the market. The Yu Feng Shu was a crucial spell for qi refining cultivators. For once mastered to the 2nd level, it would enable the practitioner to soar through the skies. Previously, Tang Xin had been airborne due to his practice of Yu Feng Shu, who does not have dreams of flying freely. Thus, upon returning home, Su Zhengyang did not immediately examine the Xianpin Shuang Fa. Instead, he impatiently opened the Yu Feng Shu, annotated by Manager 1, and began to delve into its study. Shen Qiuyue, upon witnessing Su Zhengyang's earnest dedication, refrained from disturbing him. Instead, she quietly prepared a pot of spiritual tea and immersed herself in her cultivation. With the assistance of a gathering spirit pill, Shen Qiuyue's recent progress was indeed remarkable. The affinity of metal-type spiritual energy with the wind control technique posed no conflict, yet it did not enhance the technique either. However, with the insights and experiences shared by Manager 1, Su Zhengyang invested considerable effort and ultimately mastered the spell. Seeing a new spell appear on his attribute panel, Su Zhengyang felt a mix of joy and discomfort in his waist, realizing that he needed to exert himself to gain experience once more. One of the primary advantages of his system was its ability to quantify his strength. Typically, when a cultivator first learns a spell, they inevitably encounter failures and challenges in casting it. Yet, with the system at his disposal, as long as a spell was registered on his attribute panel, he could successfully cast even the most difficult of spells. Eager to test the wind control technique, he announced, I shall step outside to try this spell, and I will return swiftly. He exited the room. Upon casting the wind control technique, Su Zhengyang felt a gentle breeze swirling around him, lifting him slightly off the ground. However, the force of this breeze was limited. It merely alleviated his weight and did not allow him to hover as Tang Xin had done days prior. Nevertheless, Su Zhengyang remained undeterred. With the system's support, surpassing Tang Xin was merely a matter of time. He immediately attempted a powerful leap and, aided by the wind control technique, he astonishingly soared to 3 zhang high. Startled, Su Zhengyang was relieved that the wind control technique also mitigated some of the impact from landing, preventing any injury. Once assured of his safety, he felt a surge of playful excitement and began to run back and forth, testing the effects of the wind control technique. After a quarter of an hour, having consumed half of the spiritual energy in his dantian, he returned home to reflect on his experience. Having learned the wind control technique, his mobility speed had significantly improved. Previously, it took at least half an hour to travel from home to Ashan's market, but now, after mastering the technique, he could make the journey in just 15 minutes, an increase of over 50% in speed. However, the downside was apparent. Su Zhengyang sensed that this spell consumed too much spiritual energy. With his current cultivation level, he could only sustain the wind control technique for a mere quarter of an hour. After concluding his test, of the wind control technique. Zhengyang wasted no time and returned home. As he entered, he retrieved the Shao Xian Pin Shuang Fa from his storage bag and said to Shen Qiuyue, "Come, let's study this technique together." Just as Shen Qiuyue finished her cultivation session, she curiously approached, inquiring about the technique Zhengyang had acquired. However, upon seeing the title on the cover of Shao Xian Pin Shuang Fa, her complexion turned pale. She had heard from others in the dental office that women with cultivation potential, like herself, were often taken by cultivators to be trained as disciples before being exploited as furnace cauldrons. Shen Qiuyue had initially believed she had found a good family, but to her dismay, she discovered that her beloved husband had just purchased a dual cultivation technique when she had only recently begun her journey in qi refinement. With a furrowed brow, Shen Qiuyue managed a bitter smile and said to Zhengyang, "Everything I have now is given by my husband. Even if my husband desires me to become a furnace cauldron, I would not resent him." Zhengyang was momentarily taken aback by her words, then chuckled helplessly, saying, "Silly girl, what are you thinking?" Before he finished speaking, Zhengyang pulled Shen Qiuyue into his embrace, inviting her to sit on his lap as they explored the secrets of the text together. This is a legitimate Taoist dual cultivation technique, not one of those yin-yang complementing arts. It will benefit us both. Furthermore, unable to resist, Zhengyang leaned in and kissed Shen Qiuyue, adding, "My wearer is so obedient, so understanding. How could I bear to harm my dear wife?" Shen Qiuyue was momentarily stunned, but before she could respond, Zhengyang opened the Shao Xian Pin Shuang Fa and said, "We shall discern the truth together through this text, shall we? Let me be clear. If your focus wavers and you do not master this dual cultivation technique tonight, you shall gain no benefits from me during our intimate moments." With a face full of embarrassment, Shen Qiuyue buried her head against Zhengyang's chest and murmured, "It is all my fault. I wronged my husband." As she spoke, she bit her lip and continued, "Thus, whatever my husband desires, I shall fulfill tonight." Chapter 19. Cultivation Advancement. While Shen Qiuyue was very compliant with Zhengyang, she was, after all, a good girl. One cannot force sweetness from sour fruit. Additionally, with the later addition of the sword spirit to fill the void in Zhengyang's approach, he never pressured Shen Qiuyue and always respected her wishes. Yet now, Shen Qiuyue, having misinterpreted her husband's intentions, proactively declared her willingness to comply with all his desires, igniting Zhengyang's excitement. Zhengyang's breathing grew rapid. He closed the Shao Xian Pin Shuang Fa and said to the Shen Qiuyue in his arms, "Then let us explore this text together later." No sooner had he spoken than he eagerly began to loosen her garments. Shen Qiuyue sensed that the situation was taking an unexpected turn and hurriedly suggested, "Husband, let us go to the bedroom instead." Zhengyang, however, was unwilling to relent. After all, Shen Qiuyue had finally changed her tune, and if he did not seize the opportunity to tease her, her change of heart would be in vain. "What is this? You just said you would obey me entirely, and now you wish to go back on your word?" Zhengyang Feigen and Nevertheless, his hands did not cease their movements. As Shen Qiuyue attempted to resist, she insisted, "I meant I would listen to my husband, but..." "No buts." Zhengyang spoke sternly. "I command you to remain still." Startled by his severity, Shen Qiuyue's body trembled, and she gradually surrendered her resistance. She swore that she had never experienced such a mortifying moment in her life. Yet, having spoken her words, she could only resign herself to nodding in acceptance. "Oh, now you are being obedient," Zhengyang remarked with satisfaction. At that moment, not only did Shen Qiuyue's face flush, but even her ears turned crimson, enveloped in a rosy hue. Zhengyang then embraced her anew, reopening the Shao Xian Pin Shuang Fa for them to comprehend together. "Husband, may I first put on my clothes before we study this technique?" Shen Qiuyue softly requested. Zhengyang did not acquiesce to her modest plea, instead urging her, "Quickly learn it. Once you understand, teach me." Reluctantly, Shen Qiuyue began to study the text, regretting having agreed to follow Zhengyang's every whim. More so, she regretted not having enough faith in her husband. Thus, she could only press her lips together and submit, saying, "Oh." Uncertain whether the Shao Xian Pin Shuang Fa was too simplistic or if Shen Qiuyue was particularly gifted, she absorbed the dual cultivation technique entirely within the time it took to burn a stick of incense and began to explain its true essence to Zhengyang. Half an hour later, as Su Zhengyang gazed at his attribute panel displaying Xiao Xian Pin Shuang Fa 1100, first level, he inquired, Have you mastered it? Shall we begin now? Yes. Shen Qiuyue nodded and then promptly added that our cooperation is essential when we practice this technique together. As this is our first time utilizing the Xiao Xianpin Shuangfa, it would be prudent to return to the bedroom to begin anew. Since the opportunity has already presented itself today, future endeavors with Shen Qiuyue will become increasingly simpler. Thus, Su Zhengyang agreed, saying, all right, you and Shen Qiuyue practice together once. Experience points 1. Shen Qiuyue's favorability. Max, favorability bonus. 2. You have practiced Xiao Xianpin Shuangfa. Cultivation level 1. Current available experience points. 3. Su Zhengyang was astonished to see the significantly different system notification. He had always believed that his cultivation level could only increase through diligent practice, and experience points could not contribute to that area. However, he did not anticipate that after learning the Xiao Xianpin Shuangfa and practicing with Shen Qiuyue, his cultivation level would also increase slightly. Could this be attributed to the Xiao Xianpin Shuangfa? Su Zhengyang speculated. To immediately validate his assumption, he extravagantly chose to consume a Peiyuan Dan to restore his energy. Half an hour later, Su Zhengyang indeed received the same system notification as before. You and Shen Qiuyue practiced together once. Experience points 1. Shen Qiuyue's favorability. Max, favorability bonus. 2. You have practiced Xiao Xianpin Shuangfa. Cultivation level 1. Current available experience points. 6. Upon reading the newly appeared system notification, Su Zhengyang lamented. Having practiced with Shen Qiuyue and Fu Jianling so many times over the past half-month, I should have purchased the dual cultivation technique long ago. How much cultivation level have I missed out on? However, since there are no remedies for regret, Su Zhengyang could only focus on the present and continue exploring the path of enlightenment with Shen Qiuyue. The next day, Su Zhengyang, unusually, did not rush to the medicinal field number 16 to meet Fu Jianling. This was because the 2 acres of Baiyu rice he had planted had matured and were ready for harvest. A gentle breeze swept through, causing the Baiyu rice to rustle and releasing a unique fragrance that wafted into Su Zhengyang's nostrils. Although he and Fu Jianling had collaborated to sell many elixirs in exchange for numerous spirit stones, those gains felt ephemeral. However, the Baiyu rice, which Su Zhengyang had personally nurtured, held a different significance. Previously, harvesting Baiyu rice required him to prepare a sharpening stone. As the rice was a spiritual plant and often nourished by the Shaoyan rain technique, rendering it far more resilient than ordinary rice. Even a sickle forged from fine steel would quickly dull, and without a sharpening stone, it would be nearly impossible to cut through the stalks of Baiyu rice. Nevertheless, during the past 2 days, Su Zhengyang had to toil from dawn until dusk to complete the harvest. Now, however, things had changed. Su Zhengyang had advanced his Gung Jin Jianji technique to the 3rd level, allowing him to easily control his technique and sever large swathes of Baiyu rice with a mere gesture. Compared to before, harvesting Baiyu rice had become significantly easier and more efficient. Magic techniques are indeed a form of advanced productivity, Su Zhengyang mused, his heart brimming with the joy of harvest. Chapter 20. The approach of a storm after a flurry of activity. Su Zhengyang finally completed the harvest of his 2 acres of spiritual fields. Having cultivated Baiyu rice for over a decade, he could easily estimate that this year's yield was comparable to previous years, around 2,000 jin. A satisfactory harvest indeed. Su Zhengyang nodded in approval. Now that he had received the inner disciple token from Yaoyin sect, he only needed to submit 400 jin of Baiyu rice as tribute, allowing him to keep the remainder for himself. In the past, Su Zhengyang would have kept only a small portion for himself and exchanged the rest at Aoshang Fangshi for spirit stones. However, he no longer lacked spirit stones. Thus, he simply prepared 4 bags containing 400 jin for the sect and took the rest home. With his improved circumstances, he could now treat spiritual rice as a staple food to enhance his physical strength and accelerate his cultivation speed. Just as Su Zhengyang finished his tasks, Chui arrived at his doorstep. Junior brother Su, would you like to join me in renting next year's spiritual fields? Certainly, senior brother Chui. Let us go together. Su Zhengyang, Zipli. For cultivators like Su Zhengyang and Chui Li, renting spiritual fields typically involved signing a yearly contract. The annual rental payment coincided with their agreement with the sect for the following year's field positions. noticing the radiant expression on Cui Li's face. Su Zhengyang inferred that his harvest over the past few years had also been commendable. He inquired, "How has your practice of the Yunyu and Dicky technique you exchanged for at the Zhengyang pavilion been?" "Of course," Cui Li replied, his smile widening with pride. The two of them chatted merrily as they made their way back to the Miaoying sect's miscellaneous hall. Coincidentally, the disciple responsible for collecting rent this time was none other than Li Zhengyang, the true disciple who had issued Su Zhengyang's inner disciple token previously. After Su Zhengyang and Cui Li submitted their annual fees, they handed over a bag containing approximately 50 jin of Baiyu rice to Li Zhengyang. This was customary, so Li Zhengyang accepted the rice without hesitation, nodding in satisfaction before marking 2 checks on the assessment form. "Both of you have had a good harvest this year. I hope you can continue to strive for excellence next year." As soon as Li Zhengyang finished speaking, Cui Li eagerly interjected, "Senior Brother Li, we plan to rent several more acres of spiritual fields next year." Before Cui Li could finish, Li Zhengyang interrupted him, stating that is not possible for the time being. "Why is that?" Cui Li asked, perplexed. Li Zhengyang produced an elder's order and recited, "In recent years, there have been frequent disturbances caused by demonic cultivators within the Great Jin dynasty, resulting in chaos. Therefore, starting this year, all inner disciples must complete a sect mission annually before enjoying other benefits within the sect." Cui Li's brow furrowed at this news, but the elder's order was clear. Reluctantly, he produced 2 low-grade spirit stones and handed them to Li Zhengyang, pleading, "I hope Senior Brother Li can show mercy. I recently broke through to the mid-stage of qi refining and selected a technique to assist in farming at the Zhengyang pavilion. Surely, I cannot use Yunyu and Dicky to battle against demonic cultivators. That would be absurd." Li Zhengyang looked at the 2 low-grade spirit stones with some desire. But this directive came from the miscellaneous hall's elder, Zhengyang. Even as a true disciple, he dared not intervene. Thus, Li Zhengyang suppressed his urge to glance at the spirit stones in Cui Li's hands and explained, "The Great Jin dynasty is currently in turmoil, with even our sect elders stationed at their palace. Are you inner disciples more precious than the elders? We dare not claim such a thing." Both Su Zhengyang and Cui Li replied in unison. Indeed, Li Zhengyang nodded and tossed a sweet date to the 2 of them. However, Elder Chen also mentioned that disciples like you, who have just broken through and are in a special situation, may advance their sect contributions to select a protective spell from the scripture pavilion. Is this akin to a loan? The thought suddenly arose in Su Zhengyang's mind upon hearing this. Yet immediately after, an inexplicable sense of crisis surged within him. The sect's sudden restructuring mandated that he and Cui Li, recent breakthroughs into the mid-stage of qi refinement, must descend the mountain to undertake sect tasks. Coupled with the presence of the elder at the Grand Jin Imperial Palace and this new system of advancing sect contributions, it appeared that the Miaoying sect was indeed facing some unforeseen turmoil. Cui Li did not ponder as deeply as Su Zhengyang. Upon learning that they could advance their sect contributions, he sighed in relief and forcefully pressed 2 low-grade spirit stones into Li Zhengyang's hands. Though Li Zhengyang was greedy, he felt as if he were handling a hot potato and hurriedly pushed the spirit stones away, resolutely stating that it was not that he did not wish to help. At this point, he cast a reluctant glance at the 2 spirit stones before closing his eyes and saying firmly that it was primarily because this matter was decreed by Elder Chen, and he truly could not make the decision. Upon hearing this, Cui Li continued, "We naturally would not want to put you in a difficult position, Brother Li. We simply wish to ask you to select a relatively simple sect task for us. After all, we have just broken through, and our foundations are unstable. If the task is too challenging, we might not return." "Oh!" Li Zhengyang's eyes lit up with excitement as he smiled broadly and accepted the 2 spirit stones from Cui Li's hand, declaring, "Your request is something I can indeed decide on." In the midst of speaking, Li Zhengyang took out a jade slip from his storage bag, stating, "This is a sect task I picked out in advance, which involves dealing with a white-haired zombie. This white-haired zombie has been active around Meixian and Qingzhou and has already exterminated the entire Li family of 27 members upon its emergence. Given the number of lives it has taken and the blood it has consumed, it will most likely transform into a green-haired zombie after digestion. The local county official felt that the local militia could not handle this beast and reported the matter to our Miaoying sect. Although the green-haired zombie possesses tough skin and bones, if the 2 of you can collaborate sincerely, you will surely capture it successfully Chui Li was momentarily stunned upon hearing this, then felt elated, realizing that the 2 spirit stones he had just offered were not wasted. "Thank you, Brother Li," he exclaimed. It would take only 2 or 3 days to travel from the Miaoying sect to Meixian, and if they could procure a horse cart, they could arrive in just a day and a half, compared to tasks that required departing the sect for thousands of miles. This task was not only nearby, but also straightforward. No wonder Li Jingyang had kept this task hidden, having secured a favorable bargain. Zhengyang and Chui Li did not linger in the miscellaneous hall, but headed directly to the scripture pavilion. Chapter 21. Ice Mirror Technique. After the 2 of them accepted the task to eliminate the zombie, they each immediately received a small amount of sect contribution points. This sect task had a time limit of 1 month. Thus, after exchanging for the spells they needed, they would have about half a month left for practice. On their way to the scripture pavilion, Zhengyang took out a low-grade spirit stone from his storage bag and handed it to Chui Li, saying, "Thank you, Brother Chui, for your assistance earlier. Since I am benefiting from your support in undertaking this sect task together, I must also contribute half of what you presented to Brother Li." Chui Li hesitated, feeling somewhat reluctant to accept the spirit stone as he bore the burden of being a senior brother. Understanding how arduous Chui Li's earnings as a spiritual planter were over the year, Zhengyang pressed the stone into Chui Li's hand, insisting, "Brother Chui, please accept it. Otherwise, my conscience will not rest easy." Very well then, Chui Li accepted the spirit stone and suddenly asked, "By the way, Brother Su, how is your Gongjin sword finger progressing?" With a swift gesture, Zhengyang pierced a nearby stone, demonstrating the advancement of his technique. "Indeed, Brother Su, your talents are remarkable." Chui Li's eyes brightened upon witnessing this, bolstering his confidence for the upcoming task. After a moment of thought, he added, "Surely that zombie's head cannot be harder than this stone. Since you possess methods to subdue it, I will choose the earth technique, mud trap. This technique allows me to create a mud pit in a designated area. If the zombie lacks countermeasures, it will be ensnared, and together we can easily dispatch it." "Your suggestion is wise." Zhengyang nodded in agreement. It must be said that Chui Li had a clear mind and a strong sense of teamwork. He did not opt for an aggressive attack spell like Earth Spike, but instead chose a control-type spell like Mud Trap. By controlling the enemy, while Zhengyang dealt damage, their chances of success would naturally increase. After a brief interval, they arrived at the Miaoying sect's scripture pavilion. Without hesitation, Chui Li rushed to the area designated for earth spells and selected Mud Trap. Zhengyang, meanwhile, already had the Gongjin sword finger for offense and the wind control technique for mobility, leaving him uncertain about which spell to choose next. Regretting having spent those spirit stones on the wind control technique, he thought to himself, as he wandered among the shelves, contemplating what spell to select. A particular technique caught his eye, Ice Mirror Technique. The names of techniques at the Qi refinement stage were quite vivid, devoid of ambiguity. As the name suggests, the Ice Mirror Technique summons an ice mirror to deflect enemy attacks. Given that Zhengyang already had the Gongjin sword finger for offense and the wind control technique for escape, the Ice Mirror Technique would perfectly fill his defensive gap. Moreover, being a variant of the water technique, it could be easily executed with his gold attribute spiritual energy. Once Zhengyang and Chui Li had chosen their spells, they departed the scripture pavilion together. Upon exiting, Zhengyang remarked to Chui Li, "Brother Chui, for the next half-month, let us each practice our spells. I must wait for Tang Xin's return in half a month before we can jointly head to Meixian to deal with that green-haired zombie." Zombies are quite common in the mortal realm. If a deceased individual harbored unfulfilled grievances during their lifetime and is buried in a place heavy with energy, there's a high likelihood of a corpse transformation. Such zombies arise from resentment, and their first action is often to seek vengeance. According to what Li Jingyang had said earlier, the zombie in Meixian exterminated the entire Li family of 27 upon its emergence. This was likely due to the wealthy Li family's cruelty, which led to the deceased transforming into a zombie and bringing about their own demise. "Very well. I shall follow your suggestion, Brother Su." Chui Li nodded. "Then I shall return first, while I head to the medicinal field number 16 to water the plants." Zhengyang clasped his hands in farewell to Chui Li. "Farewell," Chui Li said sympathetically. "Farewell." Zhengyang strode purposefully toward the medicinal field number 16. After a short while, he arrived at the medicinal field. Fu Jinling gazed at Zhengyang, who had arrived so late, and remarked with a teasing tone, "Oh, brother has finally come." I thought you had forgotten about me. Having spent considerable time with her, Zhengyang was well acquainted with her personality. Thus, he chose not to elaborate and greeted her with a polite triple salute. After half an hour, observing that his experience had increased by 3 points, he said to the blushing Vujianling, "The Bayou rice I planted has matured. I harvested it this morning. After finishing my chores in the fields and paying my dues at the Zhengyang, the senior brother there informed me that inner disciples are now required to undertake a sect mission once every year." He continued, "I went with senior brother Cui to the Zhengyang pavilion in exchange for a defensive spell." "An intersect mission?" Vujianling paused, then asked anxiously, "What task did you draw? Is it difficult? Is it far to the mission site?" She recalled that Tang Xin would often be away from Yaoing sect for 1 to 2 months for such missions, which made her apprehensive about Zhengyang's assignment. Fortunately, Zhengyang smiled and replied, "Senior brother Cui gave 2 lower-grade spirit stones to brother Li from Zhang, and he arranged for us to deal with a green-haired zombie. That zombie is located in Meixian, just a 2 or 3 days journey from Yaoing sect. If luck is on our side, we could return in 7 days." "That's good," Vujianling sighed in relief, then patted her chest and said, "However, zombies usually carry corpse poison. I'll write a list of medicinal herbs now. Remember to buy them in the market tonight. Once you bring the herbs tomorrow, I will refine a batch of Qingling pills for you." As she finished speaking, she took out paper and pen from her storage bag to compose the list. Zhengyang, having more pressing matters at hand, interrupted, "You can write the list later. Come learn the spell with me first." He then presented the Ziox Wanpin dual cultivation technique he had just acquired. However, recalling the misunderstanding with Shen Qiuyue, he quickly clarified, "Do not misunderstand. This is an orthodox Taoist dual cultivation technique, not the kind for yin-yang supplementation. Mastering it will benefit both of us." Upon hearing this, Vujianling flashed a captivating smile and replied, "If it's from brother, even if it were a method for yin-yang supplementation, I would gladly accept it." Chapter 22, Breakthrough. Refining Qi to 5th layer. "Even if you wish to, I could never bear to let you," Zhengyang teased as he gently tapped Vujianling's nose, then lifted her up, and together they contemplated the Ziox Wanpin dual cultivation technique. "Come, let me teach you." Upon hearing Zhengyang express reluctance, Vujianling's eyes sparkled with delight. "I will listen to brother." The Ziox Wanpin dual cultivation technique was not overly complex. Thus, within just a short incense stick-s duration, Vujianling had grasped it quite well. Suddenly, she furrowed her brow and questioned Zhengyang, "Brother, you seem very familiar with the Ziox Wanpin dual cultivation technique. Have you practiced it with someone else?" Zhengyang fell silent for a moment before acknowledging, "Yes, I have a Tao partner." "Oh." Vujianling's expression remained stoic. "What kind of girl is your Tao partner?" Noticing that her fondness for him had not diminished, Zhengyang realized she was not genuinely upset. Thus, he revealed everything about Shen Qiuyue without reservation. As expected, upon hearing it, Vujianling traced circles on his chest with her right index finger and asked, "Does brother have any other Tao partners? Please tell me everything this time." "I only have you and Yuer as my Tao partners," Zhengyang swore. "You are honest." Vujianling rolled her eyes at him and took out a crystal-clear bead. "This is the Wuxin pearl. After infusing it with spiritual energy, it will turn black if anyone nearby tells a lie within the duration of an incense stick. This pearl is a consumable, and there is still some time left before it runs out. Do you have any questions for me?" Zhengyang, with a Gungjin sword finger, shattered the Wuxin pearl and smiled faintly. "No matter what you say, I will believe you." Upon hearing this, Vujianling trembled with emotion, then nestled into Zhengyang's embrace and tightly held him. "Meeting brother is the greatest blessing of my life. So, brother, you must strive hard. If you cannot rescue me before Tang Xin reaches the peak of refining Qi, it may be very difficult for me to meet you again in this lifetime. Do not worry. I will not keep you waiting," Zhengyang said confidently. With the Ziox Wanpin dual cultivation technique, he could now enhance his cultivation through dual practice. Armed with such a formidable advantage, he felt sufficiently assured that he could handle Tang Xin with ease. "Then I shall await your good news," Vujianling said, her eyes glimmering as she added, "I have already learned the Ziox Wanpin dual cultivation technique. Aren't you going to give it a try?" Upon hearing this, Zhengyang could no longer restrain himself and immediately commenced his training for the day. Half a month later, through Zhengyang's relentless efforts, his wind control technique reached the 3rd level, enabling him to soar through the air effortlessly. Furthermore, his ice mirror technique also advanced to the third level, allowing him to summon 3 basin-sized ice mirrors that danced around him, shielding him from harm. However, the most crucial aspect was Zhengyang's cultivation level. With the assistance of the Zhuangpin dual cultivation technique, his cultivation had surged to refining Qi level 4, nearing the threshold. Yet, the cultivation gained through dual practice could not facilitate a breakthrough. Once his cultivation value reached 99, regardless of how hard he and Shen Qiuyue or Vujianling exerted themselves, his cultivation seemed to be stuck, unable to progress. Thus, if Zhengyang wished to advance to refining Qi level 5, he would need to clear the meridian gates of the governor vessel himself. With Tang Xin returning to the sect soon, Zhengyang resolved to seize this opportunity and break through in the Jiaji number 16 medicinal field. The spiritual energy here was significantly denser than outside, and with protective restrictions in place, it served as an ideal retreat for him. With Vujianling's support, Zhengyang's resources were abundant. Therefore, this time, in addition to the Ningxin incense to stabilize his mind and the Huanglong pill to replenish spiritual energy, there were also heart protection pills specifically refined for him by Vujianling. Cultivators do not always achieve successful breakthroughs. Thus, in case of failure, taking a heart protection pill can safeguard one's heart meridian, preventing severe damage that might jeopardize their foundational cultivation. Vujianling, I am about to begin. Please protect me, Zhengyang said, holding a Huanglong pill in his hand. Vujianling nodded obediently, though her face displayed evident concern. Do not worry. I will be fine, Zhengyang replied confidently, swallowing the Huanglong pill whole. The governor vessel traverses the center of the back, where it intersects with the 3 yang meridians and the yang wave vessel multiple times, governing all the yang channels in the body, hence its title as the Sea of Yang Meridians. Only by unblocking both the Ren and governor vessels could Zhengyang enter the innate realm, qualifying him to cultivate the 3rd layer of the Gengjin technique. The reason Zhengyang had previously refrained from enhancing the Gengjin technique was precisely for this reason. Due to the fact that the meridian route of the 3rd layer of Geng, Jinju, must traverse the Ren and Du meridians. Even if he has reached the 3rd layer, he would be unable to cultivate without breaking through the gate of the Du meridian. It would be wiser to apply his efforts elsewhere, enhancing his strength before pursuing this path. Having previously experienced the opening of the meridian gates, Zhengyang adeptly gathered a small sword of spiritual energy within him. In mere moments, a golden drill began to navigate through his meridians. The last time Zhengyang broke through the Ren meridian, he had incessantly rotated his long sword within the gate, barely managing to penetrate it. He pondered whether directly condensing the spiritual energy into the shape of a drill might facilitate an easier breakthrough. With the heart-protecting pill in hand, Zhengyang felt emboldened to experiment. Thus, he divided his focus, refining the essence of the Huanglong Dan while directing his newly formed drill towards the gate of the Du meridian. As the drill composed of spiritual energy commenced its task of boring through the Du meridian gate, Zhengyang felt an overwhelming sensation akin to countless ants crawling over his body, an unbearable itchiness. However, when he realized that his sudden inspiration was not only effective but also progressing remarkably smoothly, an immense joy surged from within, dissipating any discomfort. Observing the spiritual energy taking the form of a drill gradually opening the Du meridian gate, the energy within him joyfully traversed an entirely new cycle. The Du meridian resides within the spine, ascending into the brain and branching out to the kidneys, establishing a close connection with the brain, spinal cord, and kidneys. Thus, upon successfully penetrating the Du meridian gate, not only did Zhengyang's cultivation smoothly elevate to the 5th layer of Qi refinement, but even the depleted essence of his kidneys began to gradually recover. Chapter 23. Return. Ever since Zhengyang resolved to break through, the heart of the sword spirit had been suspended in anxiety, especially upon witnessing Zhengyang trembling due to the itching sensation accompanying his breakthrough. Her heart raced her throat. You stubborn fool, having barely reached the 4th layer of Qi refinement for less than 2 months, you are attempting to forcibly break through to the 5th layer. No matter how I advise you, you refuse to listen. Sigh, I shouldn't have placed such pressure on you. But rest assured, dear brother, the books on female conduct, internal training, and the intellects of women that the Tang family has provided me over the years were not studied in vain. Since I have entrusted my body to you, I shall remain steadfast." Before the sword spirit could finish her thoughts, Zhengyang suddenly convulsed and expelled a mouthful of dark, foul blood. "Brother Zhengyang," she exclaimed in alarm, fearing he had failed in his breakthrough, and hastily attempted to place the heart-protecting pill into his mouth. Zhengyang snatched the pill from her hand and stored it in a jade vial, exclaiming, "What are you doing? Do you wish for me to fail? What I expelled was merely the toxic blood accumulated within me." The sword spirit paused, then used her spiritual sense to assess Zhengyang's cultivation, her delicate face registering shock. The realization that Zhengyang had managed to advance to the mid-stage of qi refinement in such a short span filled her with a sense of distaste. She retrieved a heart-mind pearl and infused her spiritual energy into it, addressing Zhengyang coldly. "Did you use the spirit stones I provided to acquire concubine, treating them as a furnace, and thereby enhance your cultivation through the yin-yang method?" Zhengyang was momentarily taken aback. However, noticing the slight flush in the sword spirit's eyes, he understood the importance of this matter to her. He replied earnestly, "I have only you and Qiuyue as my partners, and I assure you, I have not engaged in any such practices with either of you." The sword spirit had been observing the heart-mind pearl intently. After Zhengyang's response, the pearl remained as sparkling and translucent as ever, allowing her to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Curiously, she inquired, "Then how did your cultivation increase so rapidly?" Zhengyang hesitated, weighing his words carefully. "I have my cards hidden, but I cannot disclose them to you for now. Otherwise, how could I have rescued you from Tang Xian?" After Zhengyang spoke, the sword spirit examined the heart-mind pearl, still crystal clear, and her worries dissipated. She promptly threw herself into Zhengyang's embrace, her face radiating eagerness. "Brother, do not be angry. Today, whatever you desire, I shall comply." Zhengyang, with a playful demeanor, grasped the still effective heart-mind pearl and said, "As long as you agree to one condition now, I shall not hold a grudge against you." Upon hearing this, the sword spirit obediently knelt before Zhengyang, saying, "Please, brother, make your request. I shall agree to anything." She playfully winked at him. With a chuckle, Zhengyang stated, "After I rescue you, you must agree to share a bed with Qiuyue and me." "Share a bed?" The sword spirit paused, her face flushing a rare shade of red that extended to her neck. Though she was open-minded, it was solely in regard to Zhengyang. The mere thought of having to serve him alongside another woman filled her with indignation. "Brother, aside from this request, I will agree to anything else. Please, make another request," she implored, shaking his arm and pouting. At this moment, Zhengyang remained resolute, unaffected by her charms. "I have but this one request. If you do not agree, I shall not forgive you." What Zhengyang did not anticipate was that as soon as he uttered these words, the heart-mind pearl in his hand turned pitch black. "I should have shattered it long ago," Zhengyang exclaimed in frustration, unleashing a series of Gongjin sword fingers to obliterate the pearl. Unable to contain herself, the sword spirit burst into laughter. Her eyes transformed into crescent shapes, and she nestled into Zhengyang's embrace. "Since I cannot agree to your request, you shall forgive me, right?" Then, she lowered her head and spoke in a voice barely above a whisper, "I shall agree to your request." "Excuse me?" Zhengyang thought he had misheard. "Did you just say you agreed to my request?" "Do not ask." The sword spirit playfully punched Zhengyang's chest in mock anger, but she nodded softly, affirming yes. "I agree." Zhengyang's spirits soared at her response. "Now that I have just broken through, let us engage in dual cultivation twice to solidify my cultivation. You should clean yourself first. You are covered in the odor of sweat from your breakthrough," the sword spirit remarked with a frown. "Simple." Zhengyang produced a cleansing talisman and enveloped both himself and the sword spirit within its effects. "Is this better?" "Humph." The sword spirit huffed softly, preparing to make additional requests, but Zhengyang swiftly silenced her. 3 days later, as Zhengyang was casting spells to summon rain upon the medicinal fields, the protective barrier of the 16th medicinal field suddenly opened, and Tang Xian descended from the sky after more than a month away from the sect. Upon witnessing the scene, Zhengyang felt as though his heart might leap from his throat. Fortunately, Ling'er had stayed up late concocting elixirs the previous night and was quite fatigued. suggesting that he first tend to the medicinal field by irrigating it, and that they would converse later upon her awakening. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly be caught in a compromising situation. However, Zhengyang dared not voice this thought and focused solely on watering the Ling Tian. When Tang Xian returned, he first surveyed his surroundings. Noticing the thriving herbs in his medicinal field, he nodded in satisfaction and remarked to Zhengyang, "Well done." Just as Zhengyang prepared to take his leave, Tang Xian continued, "In that case, you may keep the token. From now on, you shall be responsible for the irrigation of this medicinal field." Zhengyang's heart leapt with joy upon hearing this. He had been troubled about how to meet with Fu Jianling after Tang Xian's return, but unexpectedly, Tang Xian had proactively resolved this issue for him. However, all inner sect disciples were required to undertake sect missions this year. Tang Xian explained, "I have already accepted this year's sect mission, and there is less than half a month remaining. I must set out to fulfill it." Although Zhengyang felt elated internally, he maintained an expression of difficulty and replied, "I have my own Ling Tian to manage. I fear I may be overwhelmed." Chapter 24, Descent from the Mountain. Sect mission. Most importantly, Zhengyang feigned hesitation before adding, "The spirit in this medicinal field has quite a volatile temperament. There's a genuine risk to my life while irrigating here." Tang Xian's expression conveyed understanding. When Tang Fu was still alive, he had lived in the medicinal field, for the spiritual energy here was indeed abundant and a treasure. Otherwise, Tang Fu would not have gone to such lengths to lease these several acres for 100 years. However, after Tang Fu's demise, no one restrained Fu Jianling, leading her to frequently strike and scold Tang Xian. Fu Jianling possessed a body of tempered stone and could only be utilized by Tang Xian during his foundation establishment. Thus, even though he harbored much dissatisfaction, he had to endure until his foundation was established. Yet, Tang Xian's forbearance only emboldened Fu Jianling further. On one occasion, she nearly took his life. That time, Tang Xian was genuinely furious and was about to employ the heart-eating insect to teach Fu Jianling a lesson when she preemptively produced the 7 absolute pill, intending to end her own life. Tang Xian was horrified and could only lower his head in apology to temporarily placate her. Shortly after this incident, Tang Xian sought peace to cultivate to the great perfection of qi refinement and vacated the 16th medicinal field, establishing a cave dwelling within the sect. He would only enter the medicinal field briefly to perform irrigation spells. "It is settled then," Tang Xian declared, casting a sympathetic glance at Zhengyang. Without allowing Zhengyang a chance to respond, he continued, "7 days hence, you shall return to my medicinal field to continue irrigation. However, as this field is rich in spiritual energy, I shall grant you permission to cultivate therein." As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Xian waved his hand, bestowing upon Zhengyang a stack of talismans. "Take these. They should suffice for your sect mission. If you do not return in 7 days to perform irrigation spells for my medicinal field." Though Tang Xian did not finish his sentence, his stern expression conveyed his meaning clearly. He would certainly not tolerate any delays in their meetings with Linger. Although Zhengyang was filled with uncontainable joy, he feigned difficulty. But he began, only to be interrupted by Tang Xian, who was indifferent to Zhengyang's fate. Even if Zhengyang were to be slain by Fu Jianling, it would not affect him in the least. Thus, Tang Xian stated in an unequivocal tone, "In 7 days, I shall inspect the growth of the spiritual herbs every 3 days. If any herbs suffer from lack of water and do not thrive, do not blame me for being ruthless." Once Tang Xian had spoken, he impatiently waved Zhengyang away, urging him to attend to his sect mission promptly. After departing from the 16th medicinal field, Zhengyang felt his steps lighten at the prospect of continuing to meet Fu Jianling. Upon returning home, he briefed Shen Qiuyue before making his way to Cui Li's doorstep. "Is senior brother Cui at home?" Upon hearing Zhengyang's voice, Cui Li immediately emerged. "How did it go? Did that scoundrel Tang Xian give you a hard time?" Zhengyang, with a wry smile, produced the stack of talismans that Tang Xian had gifted him, explaining, "He gave me these talismans and instructed me to continue irrigating the medicinal field for him." It must be noted that as a late-stage qi refinement practitioner, Tang Xian possessed several valuable items. Among the talismans he provided Zhengyang were 5 each of the Flame Talisman, Frost Talisman, and Immobilization Talisman. Most notably, the most precious was the Golden Light Talisman. a defensive talisman that, when used, would create a golden shell-shaped shield around the practitioner, capable of withstanding damage for the duration of an incense stick. After examining the talismans, Qiuyue sighed, better than nothing. In the Miao Yin sect, true disciples are qualified to compete for the position of sect leader. So even though Tang Xin acted tyrannically towards disciples like Su Zhengyang, who lacked backing, no one would dare speak against him. Indeed, Su Zhengyang nodded in agreement before inquiring. How has your mud swamp technique progressed, Senior Brother Qiuyue? Shall we head to Mei County to carry out the sect mission? Upon mentioning the mud swamp technique, Qiuyue's face lit up with pride. With a flourish of his hand, he unleashed a wave of earth-attribute spiritual energy, conjuring a mud swamp with a diameter of 10 feet. This swamp is at least 3 to 4 feet deep. I have tested it. Even a robust wild bull cannot escape once trapped, succumbing to the swamp's grasp and slowly perishing within. Su Zhengyang nodded in acknowledgement, praising, I never expected this seemingly ordinary mud swamp technique to possess such formidable power. With you, Senior Brother Qiuyue, by my side, dealing with that zombie will be effortless. Qiuyue, pleased by Su Zhengyang's praise, nodded appreciatively. After returning home to relay some instructions, he and Su Zhengyang set off together towards the AO Mountain Market. A day and a half later, in Mei County, the county office, Su Zhengyang and Qiuyue disembarked from a carriage and headed straight for the inner hall of the county office. To minimize complications, they wore robes inscribed with cleansing formations throughout their journey. Although these garments were not useful in battle, they were highly recognizable. Upon seeing Su Zhengyang and Qiuyue's attire, the county guards, who were preparing to overturn their carriage, quickly changed their demeanor, exclaiming, the immortal masters of Miao Yin's sect have arrived. What are you waiting for? Quickly go inform the county magistrate. Master, the immortal masters of Miao Yin's sect are here. Finally, a master has come to punish the zombie. Cultivation, silencing the commotion and stated expressionlessly, do not make a racket. Simply take us to see the county magistrate. Yes, they replied promptly. A constable, dressed as a bailiff, hastily approached and greeted, esteemed immortal masters, after your long journey, please follow me to the guest hall for a cup of tea. Someone has already informed magistrate of the county, and he will arrive shortly. Upon hearing this, Qiuyue nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, Su Zhengyang and Qiuyue, surrounded by a throng of bailiffs, made their way to the guest hall of the county office to rest. The magistrate of Mei County held great regard for both Qiuyue and Su Zhengyang. Thus, no sooner had they settled into the guest hall, barely finishing a cup of tea, than Magistrate Lu Guodong of Mei County had already arrived, apologizing for not welcoming them properly. I humbly beg your pardon, esteemed immortal masters, for my failure to greet you at the door. Chapter 25. The Charity Hall Magistrate Lu Guodong appeared to be in his 40s. Despite his name sounding respectable, he was rather rotund, with a round face and a belly like that of a woman several months pregnant, clearly indicating his indulgence in the wealth of the people. As the highest official in this region, he now stood before Su Zhengyang and Qiuyue, trembling with trepidation, fearful of provoking these seemingly youthful individuals. Qiuyue had no intention of engaging in idle chatter. He simply stated, let us dispense with pleasantries. Please detail the circumstances surrounding the zombie to us. His urgency was not unfounded, as the time for the Bayou Dao spring plowing was fast approaching. If he did not hasten to complete his sect's mission and return to rent spiritual fields, he feared his income for the year would be negligible. Magistrate Lu Guodong, sensing the gravity of the situation, quickly produced a prepared dossier from his sleeve and handed it to Qiuyue. He explained, the zombie in question was a tenant from Li family village named Zhao San. However, Mr. Li, a wealthy but unkind man, bullied Zhao San, who was elderly and childless, forcibly seizing his land and ordering his henchmen to beat him to death, discarding his body in the mountains. 1.5 months later, on a full moon night, Mr. Li's entire household of 27 members was annihilated by Zhao San. Qiuyue noted that the contents of the dossier corroborated Lu Guodong's account and passed it to Su Zhengyang for his perusal. He then inquired of Lu Guodong, how can you be certain that the zombie is Zhao San? Lu Guodong confidently explained, Zhao San bore a birthmark the size of a bowl on his face, just like his father. This prevented him from finding a wife and led to his solitary life. Although the zombie's appearance has drastically changed, the birthmark remains unmistakable. Furthermore, after the massacre of Mr. Li's family, The zombie has not harmed anyone else, leading us to speculate that it is indeed Zhao San. Lu Guodong intended to assert this as a certainty, but ultimately softened his words to leave himself some leeway. However, Cui Li was not concerned with such nuances. He pressed on. Do you know where the zombie was last seen? Lu Guodong exchanged glances with the constable, ultimately mustering the courage to reply, I do not know. As soon as he spoke, Lu Guodong hastily added, not a single one of Mr. Li's 27 family members escaped the estate that night. We mere mortals feared we could not contend with that creature, so no one dared to investigate further, lest we provoke Zhao San and become his next victims. Cui Li frowned at this. Just as he pondered how to locate the zombie, Zhengyang suddenly recalled some knowledge from his past life and interjected. What became of the bodies of Mr. Li's family? Lu Guodong replied, the bloodline of the Li family has been severed, and the bodies remain unburied, temporarily placed in the charity hall. Zhengyang's heart tightened at this revelation, and he promptly instructed Lu Guodong, Magistrate Lu, please arrange for your men to gather a substantial amount of firewood and take us to the charity hall to incinerate those bodies immediately. At this time of year, firewood was a scarce resource, and even Lu Guodong, in his official capacity, had only enough for his family to survive the winter. The amount needed to burn 27 corpses was considerable. Thus, Lu Guodong hesitated, cautiously asking, why must we burn these bodies? Zhengyang, aware of the magistrate's underlying concerns, coldly replied, zombies carry corpse poison. If a person is bitten and their body is not promptly cremated, it will gradually transform into a zombie. Lu Guodong's complexion turned pale with fear, and he stumbled backward, falling to the ground. If one Zhao San could silently slay Mr. Li's entire household, what chaos would ensue if all 27 of them became zombies? Consequently, Lu Guodong disregarded his dignity, sitting on the ground and issuing orders. Constable Sheng, take everyone from the office to collect firewood from every household and bring it all to the charity hall. Yes. Constable Sheng acknowledged the command, recognizing the severity of the situation from Zhengyang's words, and hurriedly led the bailiffs out of the county office. Seeing that preparations for firewood were underway, Zhengyang continued, Magistrate Lu, we kindly ask you to escort us to the charity hall for inspection. Lu Guodong, feeling weak and at ease, was reluctant to go, searching for an excuse to evade the task. However, Zhengyang confronted him. What? Does the magistrate not wish to accompany us? Lu Guodong, drenched in cold sweat, hastily replied, No, I shall lead the way. The county town of Mei was not large, lacking even city walls. It was merely a 4 or 5 li walk from the east to the west, easily traversable in half an hour at a brisk pace. The charity hall was constructed on a vacant lot to the west of the town. Although it was called a charity hall, it was simply a small courtyard encircled by a few dilapidated thatched cottages, with a signboard marking its purpose. The buildings were in a state of disrepair, appearing precarious and about to collapse. Upon arriving, Lu Guodong's face turned ashen, and he broke into a sweat, nearly collapsing without the assistance of his advisor. Nevertheless, Lu Guodong stepped forward and addressed Zhengyang and Cui Li, esteemed immortal masters. This is the charity hall. Zhengyang nodded in acknowledgement. With a wave of his hand, he invoked the ice mirror technique, summoning 3 ice mirrors to swirl around him. Is this truly immortal magic? Lu Guodong exclaimed in excitement upon witnessing the manifestation of the ice mirrors. Indeed, with immortal masters here, what threat could a few zombies possibly pose? Where could be safer than in the presence of an immortal? With this realization, Lu Guodong's previous fears dissipated, and he grew eager to witness how the immortal would confront the zombies. 3 ice mirrors? Not only was Lu Guodong astonished, but even Cui Li wore a look of surprise. After practicing the mud trap technique for half a month, he believed himself to be quite talented. Yet he had never anticipated that Zhengyang had already mastered the ice mirror technique to the 3rd level. Cui Li's expression turned complex. Just as he prepared to follow Zhengyang into the charity hall, Zhengyang turned to him and advised, Cui Xixiang, since you have not learned any defensive spells, please remain outside to assist me. Should any transformed corpses emerge from within, remember to use your spells to contain them. Reflections upon publication before delving into the main topic. The author feels compelled to clarify a certain matter. Many of you may be perplexed as to why this diligent author possesses such an unwavering work ethic, crafts words with remarkable speed, adheres to commitments, and exhibits commendable integrity. What could possibly be the reason for this? Allow me to elucidate. Recently, I encountered a series of distressing issues. The pivotal trigger was my father's persistent belief that my child bears no resemblance to me. How does that strike you? Is your anticipation piqued? Please remain calm as I recount the events. Since the birth of my son, my father has harbored this nagging concern. At every opportunity, he would cradle my son and draw comparisons, lamenting about the dissimilarities, questioning how such a thing could be. This incessant scrutiny became a source of daily annoyance for me. I have repeatedly assured my father that there is indeed a resemblance, asserting that every individual is unique, including myself and him. A child's features have yet to fully develop, and so on. I have said much, yet my father remained unconvinced. One fateful day, he could no longer contain his doubts and secretly took my son for a paternity test. He was convinced that if the child were indeed my biological son, then as my father and the child's grandfather, there would undoubtedly be a blood connection. A few days later, the DNA results arrived and chaos erupted within the family. The hospital certificate revealed that my son and my father share no biological relationship at all. The atmosphere at home became tumultuous. My wife, in a fit of frustration, broke everything she could find. Ultimately, she was in such despair that she brandished a kitchen knife, demanding to prove her innocence through the ultimate sacrifice. In a moment of desperation, I hurriedly took my son to the hospital for another paternity test. The results confirmed that I indeed share a father-son bond with my son. This revelation left my father astounded. Without hesitation, he dragged me back to the hospital, insisting on another paternity test between us. The outcome was staggering. The report indicated that there is no biological connection between my father and me either. You cannot imagine the shock that engulfed us. My parents' home was thrown into disarray, with my mother wreaking havoc in her distress. My wife, who had been in tears, rushed to intervene. The situation had spiraled to a point where my mother, in her turmoil, threatened her own life to affirm her innocence. Consequently, the hapless author was coerced once again by my mother into undergoing yet another paternity test. It was agonizing. My arms bore the marks of countless needle pricks. The entire family anxiously awaited the results in the hospital, a heavy silence enveloping us. The atmosphere was so charged that it felt stifling. Just as the hospital was about to close, my parents adamantly blocked the doctor, demanding answers. Finally, the results revealed that I had no biological relationship with my mother either. I was utterly bewildered. Who am I? My parents were equally perplexed. After much contemplation, the only plausible explanation surfaced. I must have been mistakenly switched at birth. Thus, our family collectively took leave from work to visit the maternal and child health hospital where I was born. In that era, there were no computers, only paper records. The hospital staff, taken aback by our predicament, promptly assembled a team of nurses to scour the archives. Eventually, they identified the records from the day of my birth, revealing that only 2 boys were born that day. One was me, and the other was a child named Shen Qiuyue. Upon hearing this name, my wife and I were struck with disbelief. We recognized it instantly. It belonged to my brother-in-law, my wife's biological sibling. Initially, we were skeptical, but after cross-referencing various documents, we confirmed that Shen Qiuyue, born on the same day as I, is indeed my wife's brother. My wife was momentarily thrown off balance. What implications does this hold? We dared not contemplate it fully. We were overwhelmed by the gravity of the situation. A call was made to her parents, who rushed to the hospital, equally startled by the revelations. They immediately contacted my brother-in-law, insisting he come to the hospital. Despite his insistence that he was too busy, his parents were relentless, threatening to fetch him by force if necessary. Eventually, he capitulated and arrived. Once again, I found myself subjected to yet another blood draw. The results were as we had predicted. The report confirmed that I was biologically related to my in-laws as their son, while my brother-in-law was biologically related to my parents as their son. In an instant, my wife collapsed to the floor in tears, utterly devastated. I, too, was in a state of disbelief. This meant that my wife is my biological sister, and I am her brother. The entire family was left speechless, grappling with this shocking revelation. For several minutes, no one uttered a word, unsure of how to proceed. Ultimately, given the circumstances, we could only express goodwill, reassuring one another that we are still family. The child's well-being was paramount, and we resolved to move forward, embracing our newfound familial ties. Though my in-laws seemed to find solace in the situation, my wife and I were deeply unsettled. The ethical implications weighed heavily on our hearts, especially concerning our child. The notion of consanguinity raised fears of potential health issues for our offspring, and the thought was unbearable. However, upon further reflection, we sensed that something was amiss. One salient point remained. My wife and I bore no resemblance to one another whatsoever. There were no discernible similarities. Is it possible for siblings to be so utterly different? Moreover, I distinctly recall that when my wife was in labor, the doctor had tested my blood type to prevent complications, stating that I could not donate blood to her. As doubt gnawed at us, we decided to undergo yet another DNA test to ascertain whether there's indeed any familial connection between us. My arms were already marked by so many needle pricks, and the doctors were puzzled as to where to draw blood next. Nevertheless, I set aside my concerns and continued. The results ultimately confirmed our suspicions. The report indicated that my wife and I share no blood relationship whatsoever, dispelling any notions of us being siblings. Thank goodness for that. My wife is not my biological sister, nor am I her biological brother. Our children will not inherit any bizarre genetic diseases. However, a new issue has arisen. Who exactly is my wife? This is why the author is updating so diligently, due to financial constraints. The cost of a paternity test is exorbitantly high, something you cannot possibly comprehend. The author has finally managed to save a little money, which has all been given to the hospital. Moreover, the ancestral questions regarding my brother-in-law have been resolved, yet my wife's identity still requires countless DNA tests, all of which consume vast amounts of money. Thus, the author writes fervently day and night, hoping to publish soon and earn some subscription fees. Therefore, I implore everyone to subscribe. If only automatic subscriptions were available. That would be even better. Chapter 26. The Fire at the Ancestral Hall. Qiuyue breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this and nodded. Although he was unaware of where his junior brother had acquired the notion that being bitten by a zombie would lead to becoming one, caution is never a fault. Should this theory prove true, they must be prepared. The Liu family has searched for Zhao San for an entire day in Fanyang, utilizing their family's influence, including the government and wealthy gentry, but to no avail. Their search radius has now expanded to the surrounding areas of Fanyang. If Dongfang Yuping breaks the seal of this world, he will undoubtedly seize the opportunity to rise and challenge the great demon of Wanshan once again. Should Dongfang Yuping defeat the great demon, the power dynamics among the forces of the upper realm will inevitably undergo significant changes. Can Shen Qiuyue not take action? Certainly not. Although Feng Xiu is formidable, particularly in astrological arts, which resemble the Western beliefs that derive divine powers from the celestial realms, this is indeed rare. Subsequently, the energy within him surged, and boundless spiritual energy flowed through his meridians like a torrential river. The three-eyed demon child, Yu Ying, and the demon mirror all exerted their demonic power to withstand this overwhelming pressure, their expressions fraught with anxiety, tension, and fear. With a swift motion, the scalpel pierced the heart of the sorcerer, claiming the life of the man before him in an instant. At that moment, the entire space was engulfed in swirling dust and flying debris, filled with an endless array of electric shards, rendering He Huan and Du Yuefan unable to discern the situation of the battle. Do you harbor any willingness in your heart? Sun Shining understood that since she had spoken, she was likely still wavering. After observing that there was nothing amiss, Zhao Zilong slowed his pace and circled his home. Peering over the low courtyard wall, he finally spotted the anxious Shen Qiuyue at the kitchen door. Upon yun awes arrival, duan chao, on lao, king tiu, xuan jumenes duong. And Qinghua Zongs by Li Qinghua all greeted him with smiles. Qi Lianli Chung smiled when Qingyi called him, though he no longer possessed the same air of triumph he had upon entering the mansion. Qi Lianshan was correct, despite his outward indifference towards Qin Yayun. He had never truly let her go in his heart. Do I dare not repay with my life? Chun Dao knelt 3 times and then strode out of the palace. Liu Bei glanced at Huang Hao beside him, drenched in sweat and trembling. He intended to scold him, but found himself equally unsettled. So he could only smile faintly and say, "Why are you so fearful?" Little did he know that Huang Hao's fears were entirely different from his own. The people from Nanhai sect and Ziyan Mountain naturally halted at a relatively safe distance from the alliance forces. Yin Mengshi felt wronged. He had yet to agree to marry her, yet he was constantly bullying her. What a scoundrel. He did not have the luxury of time to wait. He must find her within the next month and a half. Were it not for her ability to sense that Qiuyue was not in life-threatening danger, she would have long since ventured into that secret realm to find her. Enduring for 10 days was already beyond Feng Wu's limits. Only then did Yi Ning feel relieved. This box was akin to a modern security door, with a single lock making a substantial difference from multiple locks. However, the people here would surely be incapable of unlocking it. They merely needed to present wealth to gain access. Mu Yun's strange condition was just witnessed by Shuang. Due to her severe injuries, could not rush over immediately and could only call out to him loudly. Xiao Yumia finally believed that she and Nangong Fengyi were utterly incompatible and seriously suspected that in a past life, she might have desecrated his family grave and seduced his wife. In other words, the esteemed master of the Luing family would never stoop to lying or deceive them. They were so frail, their once mighty forms now aged and worn, with mottled colors adorning their once pure bellies, fading from pristine white to dull yellow and deep black. Chapter 27. A minor trial of skills. Su Zhengyang frowned. The vision of a cultivator is several times sharper than that of a mortal. So he recognized that this was not a case of corpse transformation, but rather the result of the thatched hut's decay due to years of exposure to the elements. Nearby, a great fire had caused it to collapse under its own weight. Unable to fight back and unwilling to die, he was fortunate that His Majesty was wise and compassionate. Naturally, I chose to submit. The old ghost stated nonchalantly, showing no sign of evasion. Indeed, he was a man of iron, completely oblivious to the fragility of life. Zhengyang murmured. As for the most powerful elder, the turtle elder, he sustained only minor injuries from the sudden attack and still possessed 8 or 9/10 of his combat strength. As my grip tightened, Wei Shahuan mournfully uttered a statement. I once contemplated saving her. I have tried countless times to rescue her. Yet reason tells me I cannot save her. I am utterly at a loss. As they approached Gue Rue, as a longtime close friend, she felt compelled to cheer for her dear sister. Before Liu Biao became the governor of Jingzhou, he was a quintessential gentleman with many common topics to discuss with them. During the party and Gu incident, Liu Biao was convicted due to his overly talkative nature and fled. Those who perished in the water would directly have their souls enter the domain of the Lord of Mount Tai. Upon contemplating this, Gu Fan vanished without a trace. From previous satellite imagery and analyses from the military strategists, it appeared that the beast population in the southern celestial domain had reached an extreme saturation point, even beginning to turn against the Yao Ling clan. The Yuan family of Yinmin not only took over 100 of Yuanzhu's direct relatives, but also slaughtered over 1,000 Yuan surnamed civilians within the city of Shanjuan. Zhang Shiding shook her hair, but her eyes had shifted, as if something within her was igniting. In these times, good people are destined for a life of peace, yet solitary existence. Only those who are slightly more assertive can reap their own rewards. Yifan spoke with unwavering determination. Although he did not wish to harm the pitiful Lu Miaoling, it did not mean he would show her kindness. With just 3 steps, Lu Fei felt he had already reached his limit. Yet, should he stop now? Yanwan found herself caught between laughter and tears, patting her overly full belly. She could only shake her head and sigh. He could not disregard the opinions of the ministers. In recent days, his plans had already faced scrutiny from Wang Li and Wang Chong. It was precisely because they sold their house that his mother had to take them to seek refuge with relatives, and everything began from there. Looking up at the clear sky, it was a fine day, though a dark shadow swiftly crossed the horizon, rapidly enlarging, as the sun gradually dipped in the west. The spring banquet concluded splendidly. Yi Mingjing had not spoken a word to the 2 young gentlemen playing chess. They had not approached her either. Little did the boss know that after furrowing his brow for a while, he eventually nodded, promptly taking a paper bag and handing her the aquamarine stone she had set her eyes on, while Yin Isin took care of the payment in local currency. Following the designated pathway, several individuals arrived at a first-class private room. The room was an expansive, open tent delineated by pristine white satin. It occupied a prominent position on the 3rd tier of the circular grandstand, directly facing the center of the arena, providing an unobstructed view that was perfectly level with the knights atop their steeds, a prime location for observing the competition. The responsibility of selecting talent through the grand tournament and testing them via Qingyun Lu to supply Yundian with capable individuals fell upon Shi Jingtian. It was akin to a carp leaping over the dragon gate, where a humble individual suddenly finds themselves supported by a towering tree. Upon hearing Shen Qiuyue's words, both Shirto and Li Daniel looked at her with expressions of envy. Chapter 28. The Rift. Let us not rush into this. As soon as Liu Guodong finished speaking, Zhengyang interrupted him, stating that 2 corpses of zombies from the ancestral hall were unaccounted for. Moreover, Zhao San had not been dealt with either. It was premature to hold a banquet at this juncture. After Zhengyang finished, he added that the name of the Western fantasy continent had lent some credence to Nilu's speculations. Nilu always felt as if he were currently immersed in a game. This battle had dragged on for quite some time, as the outcome determined the ultimate champion, and both were eager for the title. Zhu and Lingtian returned from the Sacred War bearing numerous resources, among which were fragments of the Thunder Dragon's essence, an exceedingly rare treasure for cultivation. Whether his intentions were to assist or to specifically help Huangfu in Xiaolong, everything was under control. Did he discover my presence? How could that be? A gaunt old man emerged from behind a distant pillar, his face a mask of astonishment. He found victory in this battle somewhat challenging, having clashed with a lean youth for hundreds of rounds before finally overcoming him. Do you know why I asked him for help? I shook my head, truly oblivious to the reason. In 2 weeks, it would be her birthday. This marked her 18th birthday, the occasion of her coming of age. At this moment, she yearned to see Ai Ersasi and share this momentous day with him. A flicker of delight surged within him, as he believed that Taylan still cared for him. Yet, thoughts of Wasaki soon clouded his mind, leaving him troubled. He decided to set these thoughts aside, intending to ask Ai Ersasi about similar experiences once the war had concluded. Guomingxia fell silent, her gaze fixated on the diamond-encrusted adornments on her nails, exuding an air of indifference. Bai Zhuan paused, seemingly taken aback, before he grasped Tong Xing's chin and lifted her slightly. I seized the head of the zombie whose arms I had severed and thrust it directly before Zhang Ximiao, less than 5 centimeters away. At this moment, Idiwa and his companions were not aboard Luke's vessel. Instead, they were alongside several other admirals on the deck of the Lykeksington ship. They were astounded to learn that the Onsite family's Lykeksington possessed an oceanic form. An ominous premonition surged within me, prompting me to shout for everyone to retreat immediately. The super soldier had dispersed all remnants, his eyes fixated on Liu Ming's true form as he abruptly charged toward him. I could not shake the feeling that my second uncle's words were laden with meaning. Was he hinting at something? A vixen? Or perhaps something else? I think that should suffice. It's already quite a bit, Jean Shuij murmured, noting the considerable stakes involved. However, at that moment, the only thing that still piqued my interest was fishing, yet now the entire port had been claimed by the deep sea, reeling in creatures that merely opened their mouths in a playful manner. In an instant, the price surged to 100 million medium-grade spirit stones, nearly reaching the final price of a low-grade treasure. Ma Beixiong extended both hands, deftly deflecting the strikes of 2 long swords, which shattered into 4 pieces upon impact. He then pressed forward, targeting the Xindao points of both adversaries. Before applying any force, they collapsed onto the ground. After Yin, she left Yu Huang's room. She did not return her own quarters, but instead turned toward Menger's room. Upon reaching the door, she hesitated, as Menger did not invite her in as before. Ultimately, she chose not to knock, silently turning away. Chapter 29. The green-haired zombie Shu Shidi is indeed exceptionally gifted, Sui Li praised sincerely. He then looked toward the dense mist in the valley and asked Xu Jingyang, but this valley is shrouded in thick fog. What if malevolent spirits lurk within to ambush you? Rely on this. Xu Jingyang replied, I cannot explain it to you clearly. You should go apologize to my grandfather, Liu Hongling tentatively suggested. As he passed the bodies of 2 patrolling officers, Wu Zijian instinctively relieved them of their handguns, tucking them into his waistband. Jia narrowed his murky eyes, regarding the distant figure of Wu Zijian with a nonchalant demeanor. Pepixia, upon hearing this, turned sharply as if shot from a bow, and sped back toward Dongzhou. This brought a sigh of relief to the medical staff waiting in the infirmary, including Babawiki and GDP. Did everyone see that? This is efficiency. This is the operational efficiency of the most effective institution in the world during the early 7th century. After reflecting on this, I felt a headache coming on. Even a figure like Chu Sandao, ranked on the Northern Academy's Qianlong list, would find it challenging to gain an advantage, even if he unleashed his ultimate technique. The Thunder Eye. spending 100,000 spirit stones to acquire Wuda Benshi for the Lingchu Academy. Was it merely to have him continuously cause trouble and slap my nephew's face? Only then did Suming cast a glance at Songjia, noticing something was amiss with him. It was difficult to describe. Suming felt that Songjia appeared more cunning than before. Chutzi raised an eyebrow at him with a hint of pride, noting that despite her mother's gentle demeanor and soft-spoken nature, it was hard to discern whether she was angry or not. In truth, Liu Yunj was quite the foodie. Being with her allowed Xiao Ji to enjoy numerous delicacies he had never tasted before, all of which he found to be exquisite. Jiang Ziyuan called to say he would not be opening the shop for the next few days, as he planned to go on a short trip to the surrounding city for a couple of days to unwind, asking Jiang Yuan if she wanted to join him. If she was busy, he could take Jiang Mingyue with him. After investing in 2 projects, she was not flustered, as she had already participated in the script writing for 2 major projects, which would premiere by September at the latest, one of which she was credited as the primary screenwriter. Before Liu Yunj could react, he pressed his lips against hers, though it was a fleeting kiss. Subsequently, he did not dare to underestimate the situation. He shattered a 5-fold defense card and utilized the Emperor's overbearing body technique along with the Beast Emperor bloodline, deploying all defensive measures. They donned armor adorned with their respective team insignias, each face reflecting a serious and solemn demeanor, fully prepared. Mu Yue's voice pulled Xingye back from his reverie as he noticed her holding flowers aloft, calling for him. The deputy general, likely intimidated by his threats, spilled every piece of information he possessed. She did not intend to reside at the school. She had initially contemplated purchasing a home in Luoqing, but it seemed that would no longer be necessary. What lay ahead were the brutal elimination rounds, whether through competitive practice, task acceptance, or survival in the wilderness. Those who failed to meet the standards would be replaced by students from the preparatory class. The sudden assault caused She to widen her eyes in shock, as she beheld the Emperor Huang's cold lips capturing her delicate red ones. His dominant tongue began to conquer every inch of her mouth, savoring her sweetness. Han Mingxiu understood her thoughts, since she had already inquired. It would be akin to deliberately obstructing her from seeking assistance from Hua Jianfeng if she did not divulge the information. Thus, she provided Hua Jianfeng's phone number without hesitation. Chapter 30. Comprehension. Gung Jin, Sword Qi. Cui Shi Xiang, you should take this first. Su Zhengyang handed the golden talisman back to Cui Li, as it seemed that this green-haired zombie could not be defeated with just one explosion. Cui Li accepted the golden talisman from Su Zhengyang without pretense and promptly moved to a secure location. Even in the main hall, being part of the Qi Fu Peak, there remained an outlet for the earth fire. Li Shan carefully positioned the Dan furnace at the earth fire exit, took up the medicinal materials, and furrowed his brow as he personally processed some of the ingredients before commencing the alchemical refinement. Within the UNG sect, resources for cultivation were abundant. As long as one possessed the capability, they could acquire them. It was likely that most disciples of the Luoxiao Valley were diligently gathering heavenly treasures to prepare for future dam formation, at least to avoid the pitfalls of failure. The atmosphere was electric, with no suspense left. At this moment, with only 11 minutes into the competition, the gap had widened beyond measure. Any team that coordinated with awareness, even if at a mere gold standard, would find it exceedingly difficult to lose. The awareness of this team at the outset surpassed that of professional squads. In truth, with such immense energy supporting them and the remarkable efficacy of the transformation technique combined with the supercomputational abilities of the Mingxin, Mei Shiwelian's fusion proceeded exceptionally smoothly. Fengshi's slender figure moved with grace and precision, as if she had merely taken a few steps through a misty landscape. As long as there was a legitimate crown prince, the ministers supporting the second and third princes, due to Bai Xiao Zi's blood-drinking life extension, would surely weigh their actions carefully. A colossal tail encircled the waist of the opponent. This posture and image were reminiscent of the protagonist Qi Tian, Desheng from a certain fantasy blockbuster viewed by Yi Fantian in a previous life. A song such as this, rather than merely narrating a story, could better evoke an atmosphere and present a scene. The finest performance is when the singer conveys a state of being to the audience during their rendition, seamlessly interwoven with the visual imagery to create an enchanting tableau. Just moments ago, Zhou Hongjin had distinctly noticed the surrounding red maples. Were it not for this, he would have preferred to remain indoors. Within the palace of the Duan Blade Kingdom, Ying Meng, the head of the Ying family, wore a fawning expression as he accompanied a strikingly handsome young man. Moreover, Lin Dong audaciously claimed that once he resolved his current matters, he would personally slay the strongest figure of the Zhongxing Empire, the emperor. Wang Hao's heart sank. He discerned that Yurulong was referring to him and Shen Qiuyue. Could it be that their secret had been discovered? Yet, he maintained a stoic demeanor, feigning ignorance. Especially since Chen Ping, who had replaced Xiang Yu in commanding the battle, had already surrendered to the Yan army, leading to a disastrous defeat. Then I shall await. Lin Xian chuckled heartily, just as he turned to depart. However, at the very moment he moved, a divine thunder resonated through the heavens and earth. Li Anlin noticed Lin Dong's gaze upon her, causing her cheeks to flush, yet inwardly she felt a twinge of delight. Dong Yong wasted no words. Effortlessly wielding 2 axes that shattered 2 towering stone lions into a pile of rubble. After a hearty meal, Meng Xing and his group set off, with Billy wrapping the leftover meat in star power, delightfully trailing beside Meng Xing. However, the entrances from the 7th to the 10th floors were concealed. To unlock the next level, one must gather the necessary keys. With bodyguards watching closely, Li Chaoyang wobbled his plump figure and humorously called out. Just then, feeling embarrassed, he spotted a shop ahead, Lu's apothecary. After delivering Li Jie to the treatment area, where she quietly accepted care, Jing Chuan realized he could not assist further and would only disturb her recovery, so he departed alongside Qingzhu. Chapter 31. The Power of Glutinous Rice. Yet even so, the might of the Gongjin sword Qi could only wound the green-haired zombie before them, not vanquish it. Thus, once Su Zhengyang regained his mobility, he immediately urged Cui Li, Cui Shixiao, let us go and lead this beast down the mountain. Cui Li's cultivation was merely. Wu Hanyang had long anticipated Wu Hua's disgrace, and so early on the 3rd day, she arranged to visit Wu Hua's residence with Wu Hongxia. Zhou Qifa directly addressed Li Kai's doubts. Li Kai understood that Zhou Qifa was a man of his word, never speaking falsely in his area of expertise. If he asserted that the pearls were genuine, they must indeed be so. Chief Sin had once thought without malice. Could it be that the murderous poison doctor came solely for this monk? What excellent methods could be devised to deliberate upon? The girl looked at me and finally broke into a smile. Upon seeing this, I could only offer a comforting word. Previously, he had employed these few improvised sword techniques to exhaust the inner strength of the undefeated Dongfang Bubi after a fierce battle. Seeing the old general and Luo Qingxue, the grandfather and granddaughter, in such bliss, Mayor Luo and Yi Zifeng both smiled. In the misty clouds of Penglai, spring has graced this land many times over the millennia. The migratory geese from the west now rest, as flowers bloom and wither anew today. This gentleman softly recited. As the light shimmered, a gentle breeze caressed the scene, now rippling under the spiritual waves conjured by Zhang Sanfeng. The air currents coalesced quietly around him, accompanied by a faint blue glow, sweeping across the grassland in an instant. Yet, despite the humble demeanor of the crowd, Su Yang could not neglect to detoxify the poisoned wine they had ingested. Let's not discuss it further. He seemed to recall something and abruptly ceased his inquiries. The remaining 2, witnessing Su Hao's inaction, dared not make a move, quickly assisting the fallen trio and departing together, not daring to utter a harsh word. The audience below, who had just been discussing the imminent victory of their disciple, were taken aback as the plot twisted dramatically. In a single move, he was defeated. At that moment, the elders of the Wang family realized that if Su Hao wished, Wang Jiaying might not withstand even a single strike. Young master, do not overthink it. Your ailment can surely be cured by Li Shangqian. Lan Qi felt a pang in her heart. Nothing was more unbearable than watching the young master rapidly wither away. I had just seated myself before his desk when, to my surprise, Jieqi and the office staff at the door were all bustling with excitement. This is not unfeasible. However, it is not suitable at the CRS location. And if you would change your mind once there. The captain frowned. After the incident with Beichen Hong, he had grown wary of his mother and younger brother. He continued to express his gratitude repeatedly. I could only escort him out of the office, and upon our exit, Zhao Wei and Mei immediately stood up from their chairs to look at us. At that moment, Mrs. Wang, who had been quietly listening from the side, spoke up. Jing Qi, lady whose words ring true. Perhaps we should consider changing to a new batch of doctors. They have been toiling for so many days. Yet Ji still shows no signs of recovery. Upon this, Old Madame Wang's eyes brimmed with tears once more. Wang even allocated a room specifically for these already consecrated items. It is quite endearing. She brought in a cat to keep watch. The cat, named Yang Yuhuan, is indeed a creature of elegance. Before her words could fully settle, Xiahou Lai unexpectedly rose unsteadily once more. 2 quivering feathered arrows lodged in his back. Yet he continued to hasten towards the southern military encampment. The revised rules of addition indicated that he initially intended to return to Anhai Yu once his strength was restored, to personally eliminate the Huang. However, the prospect of returning to the Wang Ba family, where she would continue to be harassed by Wang Ao Tian, was utterly unacceptable to her. Thus, she preferred to remain in the company of her adoptive father's adversaries rather than endure further torment. Yang Yifan stepped forward, delicately placing 2 fingers on Bing Tao's wrist, allowing a gentle stream of true energy to flow through his meridians and into his body. Simultaneously, Yang Yifan activated his vision to meticulously observe Bing Tao's internal condition. Yin Wuzun's expression was fraught with discomfort, yet he remained silent, swiftly departing to prepare for entry into Wan Du Mo Yuan. Chunan had been gone for quite some time. She stood silently, watching the silhouette of Chu Nan's departing vehicle, lost in thought. Feng Chunyi, disheveled and covered in dirt, leaped down from Mu Yi Dai's carriage and re-entered the carriage occupied by Jingyi. With a home of their own, the Wang family could cultivate talents like Wang Yangming and Wang Mo, enabling Mo Yang Chung to thrive in prosperity and stability. The 5 elements array possessed formidable power. The 5 kings of hell had once engaged in combat with a half-step Zhongxing Weida Zun using this array and emerged unscathed. Lin Kuan could not help but curse vehemently, awkwardly evading a spear while swiftly turning, sword in hand, compelled to prepare for a counterattack. The hanged ghost, consumed by the Wan Gui fan, had not yet fully merged with it. Should it exceed the Wan Gui fan's capacity, the consequences would be dire. From a national master to a mere temple abbot, such a fall from grace was indeed staggering. The disgraced master, reflecting deeply on his circumstances, suddenly clarified the origins of the entire affair. At that moment, a white screen slowly descended from the front of the room, intended for projection. Heart surgery costs hundreds of thousands. How could I possibly afford that? Lin Ran exclaimed tearfully. Meanwhile, Jiang Wei gazed at Tang Chong, her pupils trembling with disbelief. She had not anticipated that this man would act in such a manner. The dwarfs, realizing that only the emperor could save them, believed wholeheartedly in stationed individuals along the route the emperor took when leaving the palace. A life of luxury? Li Guopu felt that fortune was inscrutable, wearing a bewildered expression, silently reflecting that peace and safety were indeed auspicious, dismissing any notion of wealth. Upon reflection, it became evident that matters involving public security were notoriously complex and mentally taxing. Luo Ji landed on the ground, casting a cold gaze that swept over the gathered crowd, which caused several mid-tier elites to retreat in surprise before his focus settled on the Tian Yunjin Longbei nearby. Shen Qiuyue stared blankly at his father's retreating figure for a moment, feeling a twinge of melancholy. Yet he soon immersed himself back into the myriad of official duties. After meticulous planning, the outcome was utterly disappointing. How could Tian Sha Qiuxia accept this fate? Yet, regardless of her resentment, she could only endure. For with the Tian Hualing in her possession, Tian Hua heir was no longer something she could casually manipulate. Unwaveringly interrupting him, Tian Huiling maintained an icy tone. After her words were interrupted, there was a long pause before she resumed speaking, though her tone had grown even more sorrowful. If Qiao Qing had not misjudged, the 2 kneeling on the ground were her biological mother and sister, who had not shown their faces in 2 days, now pleading with her father for forgiveness regarding her mistakes. Why did Qiao Qing suddenly find this situation somewhat ironic? As Fu Xianxian passed by Tang Ding, she held her head high, exuding an air of regal pride without glancing aside. Indeed, sister-in-law, both the palm and the back of the hand are flesh. Why speak of voluntarily stepping down? Are you not compelling our mother? Hu Shi remarked, supporting the other side of Hu Lao Fu Rin. Yin Yang felt a flush of embarrassment from her own absurd thoughts, lowering her head in shame, and when she noticed Yu Xiao Tian looking curiously at her, she hastily picked up the teacup to pour tea as a distraction. The old man in black wore a grim expression, his demeanor stern, his 9 heads occasionally transformed. unleashing numerous streams of vital energy. The bullet penetrated the forehead of Lan Yinzhu, blood splattering forth, and soon after, his body convulsed against the ground before falling completely still. Just as Mu Qingyang was about to depart, Mu Lao Taiyi, leaning on his cane, stormed in, his face a mask of fury. I believe Hong Yu's argument holds merit. Though Tang Ding is young, he remains elusive and difficult to grasp. Perhaps we truly missed the opportunity to eliminate him. Dong Fangqiu concurred with Jiao Hong Yu's assertion. Very well, you know my cousin too well. I was indeed about to call Lu Yin, but not to summon him back, merely to express my gratitude for his assistance on the plane. Since he is departing now, I ought to treat him to a meal, AI me stated earnestly. However, in the eyes of Cato AI, who had undergone the influence of socialism, Zhao Meiming was at the perfect age for love, her body just having matured. Even if she remarry in a few years, it would be entirely appropriate. Prior to this, apart from Yang Yun, that wretched person, no one dared to touch a hair on Long Lin Fei's body. Even when Yang Yun occasionally jested with him, he had endured considerable hardship. When the envoy for the secret code arrived, upon seeing Ji Ziming, he was taken aback. After all, Ji Ziming was not only a member of the royal lineage, but also the sole master of the Yuqi realm within the imperial bloodline, serving as a pillar for the remnants of the Ling dynasty. Who would have thought that the team, once crushing their opponents, would now find themselves facing relegation? While the mid laner, with a grim expression, appeared to be utterly obliterated, representing a formidable Scottish powerhouse. Chapter 32. The zombie's demise. Su Zhengyang could not perform the earth escape technique, and wondered if the green-haired zombie's stomping would harm Cui Li. Regardless, he could not simply stand by idly. Thus, Su Zhengyang activated the wind control technique, descending rapidly, and then joined his hands together, once more invoking his abilities. The two stood shoulder to shoulder, their eyes merely a meter apart, both perceiving the excitement and fervor reflected in each other's gaze. Just as Shen Qiuyue had surmised days prior, the secret arts and martial arts were akin to the profound powers of the Tao. Much like martial techniques were to physical strength and true energy. The contribution points at the Yin Wu Tang were immensely valuable, yet difficult to earn. Submitting a mysterious level manual would yield around 100 points, while an earth level manual would only garner a few hundred. The sudden turn of events caused Captain Chun to worry that due to Li Yinlong's stubborn nature, he might still be hung up on the previous demotion and thus resist orders. He hesitated, unable to voice his thoughts fully, aware that even if he understood, Kalu would not comprehend. The protective demonic energy and mental force were most vulnerable to large-scale, high-intensity attacks, coupled with the insect's large size. It absorbed vast amounts of energy from the explosions, leading to a rapid depletion of its protective mental force. Realizing the potency of the demonic energy, he immediately strained to channel his true energy, gradually retreating back within the protective bounds of the formation. Exiting the elevator, Ji Feng's consciousness swept the area, and his eyes narrowed. He discovered numerous individuals concealed in the private rooms surrounding the hall, as well as above and behind curtains and screens, some armed with knives and others with guns. His current strength was sufficient for self-defense, and he was no longer afraid of facing the likes of Shuang Sha and the Four Elders. Based on Ruan Ruo Chu's experience, if the production of Boss Shun Li's script could be filmed according to the description, it would undoubtedly yield a steady return on the investment, and the box office performance should be commendable. At the same time, the 119th Brigade commanded to disengage from the entanglement with the Japanese 17th Regiment, hastened northward under the cover of night, aiming to encircle Moki in the eastern part of Chifeng City. Gazing at Tubishuxing's plush bedding, a gentle nod of approval was given as fingers brushed over it, revealing a look of satisfaction. Meanwhile, Ji Qinglian and another companion were situated not far from there, where the atmosphere was equally tumultuous. I did not perceive this as a declaration of affection. However, the warm breath against her ear was distinctly ambiguous. I shivered, an unfamiliar sensation enveloping her, and surprisingly, she did not withdraw. Mu Qinya was brimming with words she wished to share with Mu Qinshuan, yet the latter's heart had already drifted elsewhere. After a moment, Mu Yunfan observed the scene before the hall, his expression dark enough to draw water, his eyes wild with fury as he endeavored to suppress the impending eruption of his rage. From the memories of the two serpent heads, it was understood that there existed a being of significantly higher status beyond the seven serpent heads, one so elevated that even the elders had to bow in deference. Mu Yuchen's body stiffened, his heart racing, and in an instant his arm throbbed with increased pain, beads of sweat forming. The young Chinese lad, following orders, stripped off his upper garments and lay on the dissection table, unaware of the impending fate that awaited him. He was merely 12 or 13 years of age. At this moment, the dragon soldier had once again arrived at General Zhao's office, and the three men entered the basement once more, but this time, they did not convene in the conference room. Instead, they found themselves in a chamber equipped with surveillance devices. However, the situation was more serious than a mere joke at Lin Yue's place. In her eyes, I had become a villain, a hypocrite, a great evildoer. What right did I have to yearn for her? Thus, in a critical moment, the already turned wolf demon emperor suddenly swayed, narrowly evading the attack. Chapter 33. A Bountiful Harvest, the Yin Vein. The senses of cultivators are inherently more acute than those of mortals, rendering Su Zhengyang and Chui Li in a state of unyielding torment. Yet, when they considered the treasures that might lie at the bottom of the chasm, the foul stench became somewhat bearable. Su Zhengyang covered his nose with his hand as he proceeded forward. Within the Liuhe formation, a tremendous energy was about to crash down upon Meng Bai, who, of course, was prepared for a heroic sacrifice, having executed every task to perfection. Any shortcomings were now irrelevant to him. Result: Xinj fell silently beside Zhou Zhe, observing the massacre before them. Song Wei harbored concerns, for from his demeanor, one might assume he was an exemplary father. Early the next day, he Xiu awoke to find all his clothing missing, leaving him with only a pair of shorts in the biting cold, which could easily lead to frostbite. Once arrangements were made, the 5 men marched forward in formation, traversing every 50 meters, the narrow path permitting only single-file passage, thus reverting to their previous order. Old Lu observed the situation with clarity, and Lu Ning nodded in agreement. But as the vehicle approached the North Country building, the two refrained from further discussions, setting the matter aside. These skills were swept away by the great eagle's wings. Not even a single feather harmed. Fang Zhu bit his own lip, drawing blood, his eyes bloodshot and nearly frenzied. Previously, Chang Sheng had never contemplated that the sword path could be cultivated to such an extent. The thought that one day he too might control a flying sword to take an enemy's head from 1,000 miles away ignited a fervor within him. Broly's doppelganger watched the cheerful original, though unaware of the reason for the laughter, found himself laughing along. Yesterday, having indulged excessively in play, Ron, feeling weary, wished to cease. Yet Saitama, invigorated, insisted on winning at least once, resulting in a reckless wager where he staked his house and subsequently lost a Ron. General, I acknowledge my error. I implore you, grant me leniency and allow me to continue serving under your command. Xie Jin was anxious, although he feared the punishment of 50 military strikes. It was the potential of losing his position that truly troubled him, as he wished to remain in the military to achieve merit. As Qin Feng walked towards his rented room, he retrieved a large elixir, consuming it like candy. Ron watched as Sinestro donned a yellow lantern ring, engrossed in his own amusement, oblivious to the absurdity of his actions. Moreover, due to his unmarried status, Emperor Yongchang permitted him unrestricted access to the palace, even reluctant to assign him a fief. In a bedroom adjacent to the staircase on the 2nd floor, an elderly man with slightly graying hair lay with his back to the door, remaining motionless upon hearing the arrival of others. Though their acquaintance had been brief, the bonds among all had unexpectedly drawn closer. At this moment, perhaps the family of Sun Wukong was experiencing their happiest and most tranquil days. In the eastern part of the Miani Mountain, the demon army led by Wang Yi was assaulting the mountain gate, marking one of the most challenging battles in history. Even the likes of Mu Luo and Mu Meng, prominent figures of the Tree Clan, merely observed as the coalition encountered significant difficulties. After departing, 2 bodyguards drove, heading towards the hotel where Lin Yu was staying. Li Hao was determined to slap the faces of the 4 prominent families and see if they dared to trouble him again. He found himself in a predicament. On one hand, he feared that refusing Di An's proposition might lead to the immediate demise of his wife and mother, while on the other, he worried that releasing Di An could plunge the entire Ling Huang continent into peril. Chapter 34. Chui Li bestows a technique. As Chui Li finished speaking, beads of sweat involuntarily formed on his forehead. He warily watched Su Zhengyang, knowing that as long as Su Zhengyang did not vow alongside him, Cui Li would instantly flee underground. What could be more important than one's life? After swearing, Su Zhengyang interjected, "This is a hostage. It cannot be released." Just as Gongzi had just approached Qin Batian, he was suddenly pounced upon by the white tiger. This fellow certainly had much to say. Could his servant be considered a hostage? What a joke. The vehicle arrived at the villa's entrance, where Sangye hesitated to leave, prompting Ma Xian to invite him inside for a while. Sangye was overjoyed, expressing his infatuation with her through fervent words. Yet Ma Xian skillfully diverted the conversation each time. "Then let us depart," Wei Feng declared as he suddenly grasped Chun Mei's arm, pulling her toward the bar's exit, with onlookers parting to clear a path. "This is hazardous. Under no circumstances should you touch it. I have stored it in the supply room, and remember to avoid fire." Mao Lian cautioned meticulously. As Wei Feng, empowered by his 6th-tier enhancement, charged toward her with a punch, she astonishingly did not retreat. Her body swayed slightly, evading effortlessly, while she shouted, her hand flashing with cold light, unexpectedly slicing toward Wei Feng's side with the force of her 6th-tier enhancement. In the distance, the calls of wild beasts echoed, as Daitu surveyed his surroundings with a scythe in hand, carrying provisions, but due to excessive perspiration, no one had the appetite to consume them, yearning instead for refreshing fruits. Should the cold gate truly attempt an invasion, they would undoubtedly be detected in advance, and the outcome would be perilous, with their survival uncertain. He lingered in the hall for quite a while, the enigmas in his heart remaining unsolved, preparing to depart. Upon turning around, he was momentarily taken aback. Shun Fu was late. A man who regarded punctuality as paramount had arrived tardily, yet everyone understood. The reason? Just look at his swollen eyes. Duo Luo instructed these demons to excavate a vast pit, not for the purpose of water storage, but rather to construct a combat arena, which stands as the final type of special room he can build at this moment. The daily concerns of most individuals revolve around housing, sustenance, healthcare, and education. The Glory Battle Team, along with the Sea God and Silver Radiance, simultaneously spoke as they witnessed their opponents disappear from the online battlefield. Luan, unable to remain indoors for long, dashed outside, craning his neck to peer beneath the trees, only to be pulled back by Qian Er. The trails of the dense forest proved challenging to navigate, with Sun Hai leading the way, Lin Zeng in the middle, and Wang Ai Chang bringing up the rear. They traversed the damp, lush undergrowth at the mountain's base before finally reaching the summit, where Lin Zeng surveyed the surroundings with satisfaction. Should Feng Jialin acquire this residence, he could effortlessly sell it for 200,000, yielding a profit exceeding 1 million. Others would be unable to trace this transaction. Zhao Zong's skill in delivering money is indeed unparalleled. Without needing to observe the source of a certain voice, Lin Fan could ascertain that the individual was undeniably shameless. Once located, the decision rests with you. If you deem it satisfactory, purchase it and sign your name on the paperwork without needing to report back to me. Summer halted Nicole's words, eliciting a mildly astonished expression from her. Song Baojun understood that an acute myocardial infarction often manifests suddenly, accompanied by severe angina, nausea, vomiting, numbness in the limbs, and convulsions, which is why, despite the old lady reaching into her pocket, she could not produce even the lightest of medicine bottles. As for Mei Lin, she had various mounts to choose from, but the bone dragon was out of the question. It was far too terrifying and would jeopardize her friendships if revealed. Instead, she brought forth a skeletal horse, which still prompted hushed gasps from the onlooking wizards. Chapter 35. Acquisition of Magical Artifacts. Su Zhengyang momentarily froze at the sight. The value of the Earth Escape technique was at least 30 low-grade spirit stones, and he and T expected Cui Li to be so generous toward him. "Thank you, Senior Brother Cui." Nevertheless, Su Zhengyang accepted the handwritten manuscript of the Earth Escape technique. "What is the matter? Is there a problem?" The reactions of the generals did not escape Li Zhen's notice, despite feeling a pang of sympathy. Li Zhen maintained a composed demeanor and inquired. It was indeed a somewhat rare occurrence to schedule on a Tuesday. Briefly summarizing the situation, Tao Karen added a remark. "The battlefield of bloodshed is perpetually in flux. The smooth road of today may transform into a treacherous mire by tomorrow, and the towering mountains may overnight become vast snowfields. The saying the sea changes to mulberry fields here no longer describes the passage of time, but merely the commonplace nature of such events. You possess the potential to be a better emperor than I. I believe the Yunyan Empire will flourish under your governance, Shen Qiuyue said, patting Shen Qiuyue's shoulder with a gentle smile. The murderous aura enveloped all surrounding Howling Moon Wolves, causing them to tremble, with only the Howling Moon Wolf King remaining unperturbed. Mother, why hasn't Princess Feng visited to pay her respects these past few days? Qiuyue, donned in a dress of pale yellow, sat gracefully in the leftmost seat, her voice as melodious as a golden aureole emerging from the valley. Feng Ziqing felt a twinge of embarrassment, yet had no choice but to endure, as he himself was dissatisfied with the current price. The foreigners, each towering and robust, with yellow hair and blue eyes, were unmistakably European. Among the five, one was clad in the typical garb of a Western missionary, while three others wore casual attire, a long-sleeved autumn shirt paired with jeans. Yuan Zili scrutinized the office, noting the prominently displayed bulletin board showcasing the photographs of all law enforcement officers, complete with their titles, alongside a directional board indicating their whereabouts. A paper bearing the names of all law enforcement officers caught Yuan Zili's attention, adorned with the symbols of the red and black flags. Fate Air. After hearing Chun Xiang's words, Shangwan Honglai felt a rush of tenderness mingled with sweetness, realizing he held a place in her heart. To be candid, by this point in the auction, everyone was indeed exhausted. Although there had been breaks and meals, the substantial sums involved weighed heavily on even the most seasoned moguls, creating an atmosphere of palpable tension that could lead to mental fatigue. If Tang Fian truly intended to kill Qi Fei, she would not have offered him any opportunity to buy time. Boss, 2 bowls, no for bowls of sauce noodles. Before Shen Qiuyue could steady his footing, the order had already reached the boss's ears. Occasionally, Ting Shu would reflect on his arduous journey through time, feeling a pang of sorrow, yet he remained optimistic, believing that everything would turn out well. He was not one to lament fate. All things must be fought for and earned through effort. Qi Fei thought that explaining everything would take a considerable amount of time, especially given the inconvenient secrets involved, such as being incapacitated by Tang Fian, the master of Baiwa Valley, or the ambiguous relationship between Tang Fian and Jiang Feng of Shanghai Palace. Upon entering this door, they were met with blinding white light. The extreme brightness rendered everything invisible, much like the abyssal blackness. She remained silent, yet dared not share a carriage with me again. I, too, lacked the inclination to inquire further, and they escorted me out, returning me to the depths of Yunmeng 13 Gorges. Chapter 36. Qing Xin Ling, all right. Su Zhengyang replied with a smile. As soon as Su Zhengyang consented, Cui Li eagerly exited the quiet room, exclaiming, "Junior brother Su, please keep an eye on things. I'm off to find manager, want to purchase Qianjun stone." MHM. Su Zhengyang nodded, perusing the manuscript. At precisely 6 o'clock, Pei Xian's phone rang again, this time with a ringtone. He answered, intending to step towards the door. The caller was Lin Danny, indicating she was already waiting at the entrance. Zhou Tong and Hu Lu were seasoned veterans, both suspecting the other had a backup plan. Thus they ceased their pursuit, standing side by side in vigilant readiness. Lin Chun sensed a powerful divine consciousness encroaching, probing the situation. What? Deng Xuanqu failed? How could this be? Wang Tingyan shook his head, retreating several steps. However, they were reluctant to concede advantage to the green python, lingering nearby in defiance. Regardless of circumstances, Li Wei felt a sense of security in having a place to call home, relieved to no longer face the old lady's countenance daily. No doubt about it. The moment this emperor appeared, I understood. The host had staged a melodramatic and fantastical performance in the live stream the previous night, followed by the coincidental emergence of a seemingly authentic video on Douyin, which subsequently went viral. Such coincidences are clearly orchestrated by a team behind the scenes. He intended to gift this pair of earrings to Xiaoya and Qianyu on a significant holiday, one for each. Park Su-young was left stunned. She never anticipated that Jun Ji-hyun would invite her for coffee, and so unexpectedly. Especially among the core disciples, they typically resided in their suites, summoning chefs to cook, thereby showcasing their status. Indeed, I was originally from Radio Factory No. 2, as was my father. However, when the state-owned enterprises collapsed, we were both laid off and left unemployed. Fortunately, I still receive a modest pension each month, just enough for both of us to get by. Li Lin spoke calmly, aware that the Yin dynasty likely still had a formidable expert in the shadows. However, once he resolved the matters at hand, He could return with tens of thousands of elite troops from the Li dynasty and swiftly annihilate the Yin dynasty. As for that expert, they were merely an experimental subject among his undead army. The visage of Nguyen Jin gradually revealed itself, still bearing the visage that lingered in one's thoughts day and night, appearing even more tender and delicate due to a hint of weariness. The resentment felt by Zizai Xiao Yao towards Su Qian is entirely understandable. After all, he had once competed fiercely with this newcomer, only to suffer defeat, which he regarded as a profound humiliation. Even now, he harbors the same sentiments. In the eyes of the servant, while the legitimate princess indeed erred, it was the purveyors of rumors who truly harbored ulterior motives. This matter entangles the secrets of the palace, and regardless of its veracity, it inevitably implicates the emperor and empress. Should it reach the emperor's ears, it would surely incite a wrath of monumental proportions. Fu Wei was not pierced through the brow by a hidden weapon, but rather through the chest, miraculously sustaining no injury to his vital organs. I understand now, Sun Huan. I've been swayed by your words. I too have begun to reflect on my past and ponder how I have lived. Luo Mu extended his hand to gently stroke the ashen head of a creature, soothing its anxious demeanor before casting a nonchalant glance toward Gu Er Sitong. Subsequently, Luo Mu remained still, sitting on the ground to assess his own condition. Do you think that the Tao family, upon sensing this aroma, will come knocking for a share? Lu Rujun chuckled with delight. However, Meng Ku exhibited no impatience. He meticulously scrutinized each word multiple times. Ultimately, he kicked open the bedroom door and buried his head in the pillow. Chapter 37. Divergent Paths. The life of a Ling Ji Fu is exceedingly monotonous. Thus, during his earlier days as a novice in Qi refinement, Chueli would attend the annual Inter-Sect Disciples competition as an observer. The Inter-Sect Disciples, possessing mid-level Qi refinement skills, could only perform a limited array of spells, leading to their skirmishes resembling mere childish play. Ignoring him, Di Shuyi stood at the edge of a deep pit, gazing at the enormous corpse within, suddenly feeling a tremor within his Dan fire. Zhao Pu nodded in acknowledgement. Although Li Gang's words were somewhat exaggerated and bore traces of boastfulness, he nonetheless possessed a solid foundation, demonstrating an impressive command of knowledge. It was no small feat to pinpoint the 5 major flaws of naval assaults with such precision. In the land of Qiuyue, where the child flourishes while the mother declines, an excess of gold exhausts its vitality, while an abundance of wood subdues the pure and virtuous. Fire, heavy and unyielding, brings forth misfortune, while water, flowing and unremarkable, heralds no auspiciousness. When one gains a partner, they can lend strength, but as frost descends, it becomes irrelevant. Qin Yuan, having already savored the meat, was unwilling to encounter any unforeseen circumstances. The tail of the witchcraft arrows was, as always, equipped with an infinite retractable cord, allowing him to secure the other end to stones or large trees on the opposite side. Are you showing off? Yurong lamented her earlier decision not to attend, for upon Min Air's return, they had heard tales of the delightful experiences and delectable fare there. Thus, John aimed directly at the doorway, discharging a dozen shots towards the opposing side. He swiftly maneuvered, carefully emerging, each step accompanied by another shot towards the entrance. Fearful of encountering Wang Yun and falling victim to his extraordinary marksmanship. At that moment, Tang Yuling's face flushed red and pale in rapid succession as she instinctively checked beneath her, and upon finding nothing amiss, she breathed a sigh of relief. Wan Yanchong appeared dazed and somewhat confused, struggling to comprehend the situation, continuously replaying that horrifying scene in his mind. The significance of the battle, whether it lasted 300 or 3,600 rounds, was inconsequential. What truly mattered was to engage in the first confrontation. After attentively absorbing Spreed's analysis, Zhou Xin contemplated for a moment before nodding in agreement. With such a labor force, why has their government not organized and allocated them for work? Dart questioned in perplexity. Young Master Zheng, this is some food I bought, give it a try. With these words, Mu Xiao departed. At that moment, Ling Wu Hen approached from the opposite end of the corridor, noticing Xian Luo Li's gaze fixed upon the chessboard, a wicked smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. If anyone had yet to reach the monarch level of cultivation, they would surely feel embarrassed to greet others. As for the pretense of a marriage turning into reality, a year later, not only would divorce be out of the question, but even leaving the bed would be impossible. If I cannot provoke, I shall escape, Ji mused, rubbing her sore back as she climbed out of the window to flee. Thus, the entire truth lay before everyone, and Zhou Xin and his companions could finally conclude their investigation of the planet. What remained was merely the repair of the warp drive engine. Nonetheless, to be fair, who possesses her level of capability, surviving solely on a fragment of soul, and not only surviving, but thriving? This alone foretells an extraordinary destiny, perhaps even a potential candidate for the future Empress. Just as he was donning his attire, Dart burst into the room next door. Simultaneously, Zhou Xin heard the chaotic sounds from outside the room. Within mere minutes, everyone who had arrived converged within Zhou Xin's chamber. The sudden blaring of alarms instilled an unsettling sense of unease among them. However, as a mother and consort, Su Guifei, even if she believed her rival deserved their fate, felt compelled to impart wisdom for their missteps. Thus, unlike the Empress, who relentlessly demanded severe punishment for Li Hongyuan, she reprimanded him while simultaneously pleading with the Emperor Liu Cheng on his behalf. Chapter 38. Another function of the Spirit Beast Bag. Upon acquiring the Qianjun stone, Chuili discarded his previous lewd demeanor, now brimming with vigor, embodying a spirit of ambition. Consequently, upon witnessing Su Zhengyang's lackadaisical attitude, he could not contain his ire. Words that do not resonate are mere drivel. Among the elements that piqued Qingyue's curiosity was Bai Mu. After observing his competition, she discerned that he was concealing his true strength. Dressed in black, a man directed a series of spirit stones skyward, swiftly establishing a grand formation that enveloped all present. After Ma Tian spoke, he summoned a jade tablet from his storage bag, raising it high, all the while avoiding eye contact with Su Mu. The shadows in Luo Wusheng's heart deepened, yet his vigilance waned slightly. He felt an unsettling familiarity with Che Fushun, particularly his recent sigh, which evoked a strong sense of recognition, though she could not pinpoint why. Even while confined to the confinement room, he could not escape the tainted incense ash. Had he not possessed some knowledge of medical practices, he likely would not have survived the day. Should the day come when others discover these unsavory thoughts, he would lose what he never wished to part with. Su Ruoyao found herself unable to refute. Everything he says is correct. He is truly commendable. Last night, I nearly debased myself to the point of shame, yet he did not come to uncover my blankets or approach the unlatched door. Sheng Yinzhong, you are a gentleman. I know you harbor feelings for me, yet you are so forthright. Regardless of how much time has passed, upon returning, the place remains as lively as ever. Each shop is adorned festively, exuding an atmosphere reminiscent of the New Year celebrations of ordinary merchants. For him, this was an inexcusable blunder, particularly being directly intercepted in a face-to-face encounter. His ball protection was sound. It was merely due to his struggle to acclimatize to the intensity of the match that led to a misjudgment of the opponent's defense, resulting in a turnover. In the blink of an eye, the crystal, measuring over 2 meters, was completely disintegrated under the golden glow. Now was the time for the major guilds to hasten their pace. Each day brought new developments, and with the upcoming professional league, morale needed to be invigorated. Unexpectedly, such an incident occurred. Among the 40,000 individuals, 12,000 were residents of Huaxia, while the rest were fortunate foreigners who had successfully queued from around the globe. As the words fell, he struck with a swift motion, unleashing a powerful force. Dark currents surged, and ghastly energy flowed like a tide, coalescing into a formidable seal that advanced towards Zhongli men with an aura of decay and death. Everyone, please remain calm. The sage gently patted Li Bai's head 3 times and remarked, "Foolish child, the reason I speak these words is to assist you. For the help of heaven pales in comparison to that of man. Ultimately, all depends on oneself." After finishing his gesture, the old man placed a hand on Li Bai's shoulder, causing a mist of white vapor to envelop him, which coalesced into a piece of auspicious cloud. The Underworld King, Lei Li, proved to be a most competent instructor, having taught Luffy to wield the Conqueror's Haki, Observation Haki, and Armament Haki over the span of 2 years. As a master of Conqueror's Haki himself, his comprehension of it is undoubtedly profound, and consulting him would save Sabo a considerable amount of time. Upon hearing the news of Nan Minglang being awarded the Cannes Best Actor title, the entire class fell into a stunned silence for several seconds before regaining their composure. Zhongli murmured softly, offering no further explanation to Nie Hailong as he stepped towards the Qilin underground palace. At the same time, a group arrived at the scene, comprising Shen Qiuyue and the Li family. The golden core adorned with 9 thunder patterns shone brightly, exuding an intense radiance, while dark clouds above flickered with lightning, as if a dragon were stirring the tempest within. Su Yun felt a tightening in his heart. This creature was overwhelmingly powerful, far beyond his current capacity to confront. In Chapter 39, The Death of Li Zhengyang, Part 1, the shopkeeper, with a peculiar expression, glanced at Su Zhengyang and remarked, "Last time, when you purchased the Xiaoxuanpin dual techniques from me, I sensed you were a person who cherished beauty. However, I never expected." Su, with a touch of resentment, exclaimed, "Look at their audacity. Can they not see our 100,000-strong army at their gates?" The old chieftain clapped in agreement, gazing at Qiuyue as though he were witnessing his younger self. It seemed as if his own dreams were being realized through him. "Linger, you must understand that your choices directly determine the fate of our kin," the figure commanded. "Sleep can make one forget the passage of time." When she awoke, it was already daytime, and she found herself not in the carriage, but rather in what appeared to be a laboratory. Not good. In the next moment, the Lord of the Azure Dragon transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing before the middle-aged man. Although it felt odd to strike against oneself, Shuifeng had no choice but to act, as the opponent's moves were evidently lethal. The bone dragon belonged to the realm of dark creatures and did not exist on the first layer of the abyss. The connection between this bone dragon and Mr. Kong remains uncertain. Huang Wanfeng met an untimely death, her fragrance extinguished, and all who heard mourned deeply. Her parents were inconsolable, weeping uncontrollably, with her mother nearly collapsing from grief, gazing at the fleeting Linhai below and then turning to see the Linhai that seemed to vanish beyond the horizon. Long Xinglin was taken aback, having spent 3 months in this very place. Upon hearing the remark, Long Xinglin was momentarily startled, then activated his soul power to scan the surroundings, indeed sensing a suspicious figure. He followed closely, mirroring the stranger's movements, who was glancing around nervously. Zhu Ling remained silent, not uttering a word for a long time. "I am not in a hurry. After all, Li Shu is guarding outside, and the 3 leaders should have emerged by now." A series of clear barks erupted. Gu Anqing seemed to sense something, turning his head to look. Those acquainted with Yichun felt a potent intuition that he was destined to undertake a monumental endeavor. However, just as they prepared to engage Xia Chuanzi, she effortlessly twisted her hand, dislocating the opponent's arm. Just as Su Jinxin and the others were about to retreat from the imperial capital, Qin Tian and Lin Feng, accompanied by their entourage, suddenly appeared beside Yu Yao. After arriving, he felt an overwhelming sense of oppression. This place was far from the ease of the outside world. While pondering this, a colossal beast from another dimension emerged, measuring over 100 meters in length and towering several stories high, capable of devouring an entire building in one gulp. The monstrous entity opened its terrifying maw, spewing forth nauseating saliva akin to sulfuric acid. Amidst the thunderous roars, a bolt of lightning struck, illuminating the room. Xi's gaze was fixed on me, her warm smile drawing nearer, as Lu Li's dreamlike whisper drifted softly, and Xi pressed her lips against mine. Even if he had the time, there would be no way to explain such bizarre occurrences. The outcome was utterly beyond the expectations of Yuan Shao and Xiao Chao, leaving them dumbfounded. No one could have anticipated that a formidable general from Hebei would be unseated in a single exchange. The prowess of Xiafeng was indeed astonishing. Each stone fragment bore an inscribed void spirit seal, and should a fragment fortuitously collide with the correct pathway amidst the endless shards, it would enable a transference through the void. He dared not treat Yin Yun's words as threats, his hand moving to grasp an inexplicably materialized button. Pressing it would summon the powerful beings resting on the second floor of the organization. In Chapter 40, The Death of Li Zhengyang, Part 2, Li Zhengyang remained blissfully unaware of the encroaching danger, lost in song, chuckling intermittently, appearing quite joyful that day. After arriving in the living room, Du Jingshan promptly turned on the television and prepared a cup of Taiping Hokue for his godmother. Meanwhile, Sai Dongji sat on the sofa, casually observing the grandeur of the Du family residence, nodding in approval. Sin Song offered a non-committal smile, swiftly clearing the tableware and placing it before Qi Xiu. refraining from commenting on Zheng Qiuyue's words. In urgent situations, or when deemed necessary, the chief physician could bypass the censorate in the court of judicial review, directly detaining and interrogating nobles and ministers, needing only to answer to the emperor himself. Shen Qiuyue immediately transported the ancient beast away, leaving only the law-spirit emperor on the first level of the Zhengyang Qingtian Tower. In the bun shop, the owner nervously hid in a corner, anxiously observing a table by the door, feeling somewhat helpless. Due to the strict regulations of the Han court, no trees could be felled, vegetation destroyed, or land burned for cultivation within a 100-mile radius of Wulei City, making the construction of buildings in Wulei City exceedingly costly. Even if clay could be utilized, vast amounts of timber would need to be transported from afar, and the transportation costs alone were considerable. Yi Jiangchuan and the Ji family sisters boarded the flying vessel, which, under Ji Mingyue's guidance, soared into the distance. The former Buddha's sun had fully matured, radiating an expansive and boundless presence. He had never before encountered such profound Buddhist essence. Thus, Zhuang Songqi, having just reached adulthood, was appointed as the deputy of Wufang County, receiving a stipend of 300 stones. Qingqing, such a fine Qingqing, how could you not be worthy? Jiang Wan whispered to her, fully aware that she could not hear. Yet she continued to speak incessantly. Upon seeing Li Yi suddenly appear before her, she had not noticed his approach. The crown prince of Daliang clearly did not wish to compete with her. Should she force a contest, she would likely be branded as a reckless warrior. Scanning the surroundings, she found no suitable locations to evade, merely a vast expanse of flat ground that could be utilized for maneuvering. Before Wang Fu could react, a shell detonated just a short distance from his feet, sending up clouds of black smoke. A vortex resembling a distortion of time and space materialized in the sky, followed by the emergence of a colossal machine, akin to a massive transport vessel. Its mechanical exterior opened wide, releasing a multitude of robots that descended from the heavens. Vice Commander, according to reports from scouts within the capital city, several cavalry units, each comprising 300 to 400 men, have recklessly surged forth, some heading east, others west, akin to headless flies. Should we pursue them? The wolf shall first report the military situation. The sea serpent has also been active, swiftly incapacitating the remaining officials regardless of where Sun Pengfei fled, while several brothers seized Lin Qingshan to rendezvous towards Linzanjian. Qin Tian, Qin Shui, and Song Pa Jia disembarked from their vehicle, entering an arched city gate, followed by a path of bluestone slabs. Xiao Siye, with her unwavering sense of justice, seamlessly integrated the essence of the Canglongju into her cultivation journey, rendering it both steady and potent. An increasing number of venomous snakes gathered around him, and he himself had already been bitten several times. Observing the child's performance, Milasai felt a sense of accomplishment, believing it to be a testament to her educational prowess. Chapter 41. The emergence of the Demon King, the warning fireworks of the Miaoing sect, not only emitted a flower resembling a musical note, but also released a wave of low-frequency sound. This sound wave possessed formidable penetration and rapid speed. However, only those with exceptionally sensitive hearing or the cultivators of the Tianyin Ju from the Miaoing sect could perceive it. Although the Baihu society may not be particularly strong in the realm of Yin province, they have undoubtedly played a significant role in restraining several top-tier forces attracted by the Zhanhuan society. In a short while, Song Qian emerged, her smile restored. Yet upon closer inspection, a trace of subtle unease lingered in her eyes. This was the first request from my sister, and perhaps the last. For her, who had never experienced the bliss of love, how could I refuse her sole wish in life? Suzuki choked back her emotions. Aside from her somewhat pale complexion, it was otherwise difficult to discern any lingering illness. Concealment had become the most adept skill she acquired after her rebirth. A princess of an empire, venturing thousands of miles to Mingzhu in search of herself without a clear purpose. How could such sentiments be repaid? At that moment, I lacked the strength to speak. Emoli relayed the events verbatim to everyone. Simply tell him the truth, and he would understand. Iwan recalled that the Lingxi sword was the protective sword of the left wing and one of the ancient artifacts of Shai City. Dong Yinghua had previously experienced the might of the Lingxi sword during a bloody battle. At this moment, Qin Wufeng and others stood aloft, gazing at the coffin with astonished expressions. Upon hearing Su Fan's words, Tao chuckled innocently, refraining from further speech. Typically, he would follow the directives of Scent or others. But when it came to independent action, Tao found himself utterly at a loss. He was no fool, and he firmly believed that Qin Zhongzhe was no fool either. How could such a formidable individual, capable of forcing Qin Zhongzhe to spit blood merely through momentum, be someone the Long family could provoke? Oh yes, let us refer to this powerful ninjutsu as the whack-a-mole technique, a Fei declared with pride. His intuition was indeed correct. His throat was indeed constricted. After Liu Fei dispatched his two companions, he swiftly grasped his neck, rendering him immobile. With both mother-in-law and child present in this household, Xiao Qiuyue was particularly mindful of decorum, tidying up the shared restroom while her short hair dripped with water. The all-copper equipment he sold, known as Taihan, represented their first unique crafting method. The quality of such equipment was never less than 3 stars. Bai Ruozhu had never interacted with Xing's wife. But if it were merely a matter of makeup, Xing's wife was hardly deserving of condemnation. Li Bin, having stolen a brief moment of leisure, reclined on a rocking chair behind the arena's curtain, savoring tea while contemplating the future development of the Fuqiluo sect and the major events that had transpired in the capital. Although the cat clan's innate abilities were often dismissed as inferior, their practicality in the dark could not be overlooked. With night vision activated, the old cat allowed Zhang Cheng to observe the situation across the Nide River in the pitch-black night. Omar spoke loudly, clearly suffering from temporary deafness due to the intense explosions. Noticing Ling Zhuang entering the room, Su Jinhong sat up abruptly, tidying his robe with a hint of discomfort before assuming a formal posture. Thus, at this moment, she could not voice that matter and had no choice but to wait until the opportune moment arose. Li Xiao and the others escorted them far, watching as Liu Xiangxing and his companions vanished across the Yellow River before returning. Chapter 42. Counting gains and new neighbors. Half an hour later, Su Zhengyang finally released his beleaguered bathtub, returning to bed with the flushed Shen Qiuyue in his arms. Su Zhengyang's cultivation significantly surpassed that of Shen Qiuyue. Thus, the benefits she reaped alongside him were not trivial. It was only when Wu Wei's ship arrived that they sensed the urgency and hurriedly gathered their forces to prepare for battle. Yet, upon witnessing the opposing array, their spirits dampened considerably. This call had greatly benefited Yiyun, although there were no discernible enhancements in combat power or cultivation. A trace of the great Dao's will had fused into his consciousness, ensuring future cultivation would yield far greater results from less effort. However, upon seeing the 2 items Zhao Lin had placed in the trading bar, Meng Jingtian realized he had overestimated his own expectations this time. Wang Ernyang, do refrain from speaking carelessly. What did I mock you? I merely inquired why your foolish brother did not come. Is such a reaction warranted? Li Sanyang's face bore a smile of schadenfreude, clearly indicating her intent to ridicule. You've worked so hard today, you should rest early. Xiang Yixing advised before turning towards the restroom. Aren't I the main character here? I couldn't help but clench my fists. Perhaps Terajima Ichiro was merely teasing me. Following the opening of the heavenly calamity, a long period of desolation ensued. With no living beings present in the world, only clusters of primordial energy. Shortly thereafter, a pangolin returned, cradling a jar of wine. Upon seeing the wine jar, Yu Mu recognized it as the same wine he had consumed previously. Xiang Yixing, fully prepared, stuck out his tongue and raised his claws high, adopting a posture as if to pounce. Oh, I do not know. When did our big fool become a love saint? Charming countless women? Xiao Lingxue remarked sarcastically. In fact, in the game of werewolf, the hunter is the least afraid of werewolves. If you harm me, I can retaliate, confirming my identity with a single shot. Upon hearing Song Liran's words of praise, Qin Minji glanced at her, a mysterious smile gracing her face. What do you mean by that? Do you think I am intentionally speaking ill of him? Gong Lingyuan's attitude was somewhat unfriendly. In just a month's time, she had developed feelings for men other than Gong Lingyuan, which was, upon reflection, quite unbelievable for Gu Qiongyi. What are you all doing? As the leader, Xiao Lingxue, the first seat of the main hall, was the first to inquire. You are the renowned divine physician recently celebrated in Zhengyang City, are you not, Zhang Lao? Yu Feifei approached, her demeanor gentle. Jiang Yan had heard some details from Zhang Peng regarding the abduction of Xiaoyu by Li Tianxi. Originally, Shen Yin intended to pursue matters with the Zheng family, but aside from Xiaoyu's testimony, he found no evidence, and thus the matter was left unresolved. There are no secrets. We are merely discussing official business. Once the contract is finalized, I will invite you all to join for a drink. Or perhaps I should book a private room for you to sing next door. Shen Qiuyue spoke while already retrieving his phone, preparing to call the front desk. Zhu battled the Iron Claw Skeleton General for an extended period without success, until a sudden flash of inspiration birthed a clever strategy to defeat the enemy. At the moment when Li Mei turned to face Cao Shimeng, a flicker of complex emotion glimmered in her eyes. Was Cao Qiuyue actually poisoned? This news, while not entirely favorable, was not wholly detrimental either. It all depended on how it could be exploited. The witnesses had clearly been waiting for summons at some location. And within a minute, the tavern owner and several patrons present during the incident were brought forth. Contrary to expectations of sleeplessness, a deep slumber enveloped him, buoyed by a steadfast belief that lent him a sense of direction. Chapter 43. Transforming the Cursed Pill Formula. Naturally, I shall not take advantage of you without due recompense. Zhengyang chuckled and continued, my wife has mastered a method to enhance the Earth's energy, which can also empower your spiritual fields. That would be splendid. Gu Yulan replied with a slight smile, her eagerness palpable. In Sichuan nearly let slip a word, overwhelmed by the shock of the moment, though the shadows appeared indistinct. Their imposing aura was unmistakable. It was hard to believe that even the arrogant and cunning Su Huanzhan would find it unbearable. This sensation of pain was intolerable, even for ancient demons with millennia of experience, and they could hardly alleviate such torment. The warriors hailed from humble beginnings, oblivious to the significance of the Vice Minister of Logistics, finding the entire matter rather uninteresting. Outside, the azure waves surged, the sea appearing darker than before, with towering waves several meters high crashing relentlessly. However, the keen-eyed observers quickly noticed that amidst the tumultuous waters, strange beasts emerged, while their vessel, a puppet-like creature, remained unnaturally still. Send someone to locate Tesla Anderson and the others, bringing them to the open area in front of the palace, and ensure all workers are evacuated from the factory. Additionally, assemble all troops at the training ground. The factory workers, though primarily logistical, possess commendable combat capabilities, commanded Song Qinglai. His feigned submission was undeniable. The real challenge lay in convincing his E-army to follow suit, as Qinga noted. Lying on the ground as if in slumber, Fei Duan wore a slight smirk, giving a thumbs up. The tank brigade appeared formidable, showcasing impressive combat prowess, charging forth with fervor. Yet, such effectiveness relied entirely on robust logistical support. Without it, these armored units would merely be heaps of scrap metal, arguably less useful than firewood. Everyone marveled at the evident suppression of cultivation levels between the mid-stage and early-stage Dao Foundation. A single oversight could lead to a swift defeat, illustrating how an early-stage practitioner could challenge and triumph over a mid-stage counterpart. Truly a remarkable feat despite years of camaraderie. Concealing such significant matters from Changfeng did seem rather inconsiderate. It was preferable to subjecting his heart to a torment akin to frying in hot oil. By the way, Hanche Ge, I brought fever-reducing medicine. Let me fetch you a glass of water, said Sun Yinyan, darting outside to retrieve the medicine from her backpack and pour hot water from the kitchen before returning to Hanche's room. Even though various indications suggested that employing the elemental heart would yield better results, such outcomes remained uncertain, lacking guarantees. Fearful of impulsively uttering irretrievable words, she turned and departed. What brings you two here? Skipping class? Your audacity grows, questioned Tang Zishuan, twisting their ears in a light reprimand without exerting too much force. He sat on the edge of the bed, Yi Fenghui standing beside him, gently stroking his hair, her lips pressed together in silence. At that moment, she learned that her marriage to Chao Jin had not received approval from his family, and Zheng Linglong's persistent emphasis on Chao's opposition caused her to overlook the original intent behind his forceful marriage proposal. In an instant, a terrifying surge of demonic energy erupted from the immortal sword, opening a spatial gateway right within Lu Fengxian. Aunt Mo, you know that knowing everything often leads to excessive speculation. Qin Ruishi chuckled. Chapter 44, The Flamingo. After securing the essence blood of the fire elemental beasts, Zhengyang felt a measure of reassurance and inquired of Manager Wan about the whereabouts of fire attribute spirits. Wan Shouling. Manager Wan replied without hesitation. Zhengyang was well aware of this. No worries. Si Qichuan coughed lightly, his complexion pale, appearing quite frail. He shook his head and then raised his gaze towards the individuals lurking to ambush Guling. She recalled the last words of Akuman. The demons shall return. It seemed Akuman referred to the present situation. Several Buddhas snorted derisively, clearly unimpressed with the outsider, Chutian. Li Longhai had long intended for Li Xiuyun to assist him in managing a hotel in Dongzhou City, but she stubbornly clung to the hotel in Yangguan County, refusing to leave. After several drinks, he broached the subject once more. Had today's events not unfolded, he would not have revisited such old matters. Reporting to your highness. This was all orchestrated by the royal concubine. How could Wang Tai dare conceal anything? He quickly divulged. Understanding this, Chu Tian lifted his head to find hundreds of divine generals gazing at him with eager expressions, igniting a surge of bravado within him. Impossible. How could our fairy empress be associated with the white ghost demon? Caitlin retorted, visibly irritated. Despite being her elder brother and the only person she could rely on aside from Qi Yiding, she found herself increasingly perplexed by Sidu Xian. Meanwhile, Gu Ling observed Gun Wan's peculiar expression from the side, resting her hand on the window, stretching her neck, and curving her lips, her eyes sparkling with interest. Xia Lan'er had never before witnessed him in such a disheveled state, unable to contain herself as she erupted in laughter. However, Fang Wenxin and Zhou Zichen reveled in the ambience, their delicate brows enhancing their allure. The backstage private messages overflowed with inquiries about her streaming schedule and requests for personal contact details. Consequently, she began seeking medical assistance for Lu Minlu, postponing all her other engagements. Her words flowed like a gentle spring breeze, eliciting immediate responses from the crowd. They surrounded Qin Hao and Yu at the vanity, helping them with their grooming. Given his current cultivation level, he held no comparative significance against the collective might of such a grand alliance. Lin Xiangdong's expression turned icy, his anger surging as he struck several slaps before delivering a forceful kick that sent the person sprawling. Zhang Long nodded slightly in acknowledgement, expressing his gratitude before devouring his meal ravenously. As he spoke, he cast a disdainful glance at Lin Xiang and Lu Yao, seemingly having witnessed the outcome he anticipated. Mr. Su, this is our company's finest sound engineer, teacher Ma Yimo, who enjoys a stellar reputation in the industry. Her skills are absolutely top-notch. Excellent. Having a Hollywood mogul like you, Caitlin, as the quality inspector is simply the best, Xiang Huaqiang exclaimed with delight. Aunt, how could you say such a thing? Cheng Yer Saw smiled, knowing they had traveled a great distance and would not relent without achieving their goal. There was no alternative. This time, it was a clandestine venture. It was imperative that it not take place within the confines of the company's laboratory, lest everything be laid bare. While the outcome might not necessarily be adverse, it was prudent to exercise caution. After all, the higher-ups were pressing for urgency, with several villages still untouched. If they did not proceed to the next village soon, the sun outside would soon set. Soon Yangzi meticulously prepared the meat her mother had cleaned, arranging it with care, while her voice radiated joy as she readied the seasonings. Chapter 45. The acquisition with a lack of patience. The elder brother playfully tapped his younger sibling's head. The expanse surrounding Wanshouling was vast, teeming with spirits. Apart from the flamingos here, which other locations could guarantee the presence of fire elemental beings? The notion of venturing alone was rather naive. Come, share your thoughts with me. Beyond this point lay the inner city, where the population was relatively sparse. Yet the residences and estates occupied significantly more land than those in the outer regions. The wealthiest clans of the nation, along with various court officials of the second rank and above, resided within the inner city. Unable to suppress his curiosity, Tu Bai leaned in closer, only to be halted by Qing Man, who seized the nape of his neck with one hand while covering his eyes with the other. Robin's voice emerged, deep and chilling, as he recited his poetry. The syllables danced between his lips, causing time itself to slow. Outside, the faint sound of a gentle rain provided a soothing backdrop, and in that moment, it felt as if the world had pressed the pause button, rendering the beautiful moments of youth eternal. Regarding the two great races, the Ziyin family had always allowed for their natural development. When assistance was required, they would lend a hand, forging a bond that surpassed mere alliance. However, it was not to imply that the two races were beholden to the Ziyin family. Thus, It was entirely normal to occasionally remind them of their place. Lu Jingjing's husky exhibited great excitement upon encountering a poodle, bounding forward and playfully biting down on the poodle's head. 200 meters away, a red lantern flickered in the night sky, as if a white figure lingered amidst the sand dunes. Qiuyue, having indulged in a few extra drinks, was eventually persuaded by Mu Chun to retire for the night, with Zhou Shi assisting Qi Xian in escorting her to her room, where she drifted into a drowsy slumber. The two sat together for a while, with Huang Wan closing her eyes, seemingly lost in reminiscence. With one foot on the sofa, she slammed her palm against the table, causing Yin Qiao to retreat into the cushions in fright. Nina and Kong Jimir cast anxious glances toward Sita, their unease dissipating as they regained their composure. However, the emotional turbulence that Hoden had painstakingly stirred was swiftly quelled. "Ah, I see now. The boss is indeed considerate." Yang Shi chuckled in agreement, offering flattering words. Hong Ji approached me, visibly relieved upon confirming my safety, gently patting her chest as she expressed her gratitude for arriving just in time, adding that had she been a moment later, I might have been beyond awakening. The following morning, Shen Muqing packed his belongings and departed with Lin Chanjian. Before he left, he glanced back at his surroundings, his eyes filled with reluctance, before turning away with a stoic expression. Xia Yi reluctantly answered the phone, wondering if Guopeng had indeed become this impatient. A magnificent crystal bridge extended from the cave entrance to the central platform, surrounded by a bottomless abyss. Jiang Hao stole a glance beneath the crystal bridge, but the depths remained elusive, prompting a deep breath. It was understandable that he harbored such thoughts, given that the Spirit Beast sect had established itself at the dawn of the unification of the 9 provinces, yet nearly 10 millennia later. It still remained merely a super sect, not yet crossing into the realm of foundational powers. The sky was a clear azure, unmarred by clouds, as luxury vehicles arrived in succession at the entrance. Those deemed successful by the common folk stepped onto the red carpet, ascending the steps into the grand gates that separated them from the outside world. This tranquil bar boasted an elegant ambience, with a pleasant atmosphere and soothing light music that contrasted starkly with the bustling bar street nearby, rendering its patrons a touch more subdued. Chapter 46. The transformation Pill the Ice House was an enigma, its magic impervious to the flames spewed forth by the surrounding flamingos, which did not melt it entirely. Instead, the clash of water and fire produced a scalding steam that cloaked the ice house from view. Su Zhengyang did not linger here for long. A thunderous roar erupted from the depths of the abyss, which trembled violently once more, causing large clumps of earth and stone to crumble and descend alongside the massive ice structure. "Absolutely," Bai Jun declared resolutely, drawing forth his black blade and leaping into the sky, locking onto his target, Qian Jun, as he swung his weapon downward. Yi Fenghen's eyes widened in disbelief. Why, despite being in the same realm, did the power of Xie Kong surpass his own? Every tactic he employed was effortlessly countered. Indeed, I may not be inferior to them. The girl smiled like a spring breeze, shedding her doubts and embracing hope. She recalled that stormy afternoon when the man had shared words of encouragement with her. Who dares to act furtively? Today is a solemn day of tribute to the former king. You audaciously desecrate the spirit tablet. Seize them, came a sharp reprimand. As the name suggests, the waterfall cascaded from the sandstone peak into the unfathomable depths of the Shennon Pond, reminiscent of the Milky Way suspended in the heavens. Those who accompanied him were all formidable beings of the 30-tier celestial master realm, unperturbed by the clash of the two combatants. Over 200 arrows, suspended between heaven and earth, descended like a meteor shower. "You cur, do you dare to provoke me? I shall not let you off lightly." Long Qiuyue gritted her teeth, pointing her jade finger. "Very well, I trust you will not make any rash decisions," Fu Qin replied, discarding the command medallion she held. However, as time passed, Du Yingying grew increasingly resembling Du Tang, and in her demeanor, she bore a striking resemblance to Su Jin, the man who had betrayed her. In a moment of panic, ere Mao forgot that a living being was beside him, caught off guard, he was tackled and found himself sprawled on the ground. Shen Qiuyue laughed heartily, exclaiming that there could be no shortage of wine in the Chung residence. With a cheerful nod, he instructed for the dishes to be prepared. During this time, no one dared to bring up the earlier topic, and although the two gentlemen attempted to steer the conversation, They quickly noticed the shift and began discussing more light-hearted matters. I need to rest for a while. By chance, stay outside, and do not allow anyone to disturb my peace, Shen Qiuyue instructed. Having lamented the missed opportunity to inquire about a name just yesterday, she now found herself presented with the chance, leading her to act recklessly. Stop. This matter is for you to deliberate. Tiger brother, please cooperate with Brother Hui. Lin Dong dismissed the trivial details. Like a cloud of cotton, she enveloped him. Even as his blade inadvertently caused her discomfort, she remained soft and accepting. Yi Tsongwei, in a gentle sway, truly fell asleep, only awakening by evening as they prepared to find lodging. One day of play has been sufficient. Yi Tsongwei shook her head, not particularly fond of sightseeing. She observed her brother, who had suffered at the hands of Lu Xie, enduring physical harm in his pursuit of justice, becoming increasingly haggard. Those two words seemed to strike a tender chord within her, causing her to momentarily stiffen. After a brief hesitation, she lay down beside him. An older woman remarked, observing the girl's plain appearance. Yet it was clear she possessed a pure and kind heart. Her eyes radiated innocence and sincerity. Since Yi Xing had manifested this peculiar incarnation of his divine soul, he has been incessantly exploring its capabilities. His diligent efforts bore fruit, as he ultimately uncovered an astonishing ability inherent to this divine embodiment. Chapter 47, An Introduction to Formation. Due to the fact that the Fusion spirit successfully concocted the transformation potion in less than an hour during the day, Zhengyang presumed that this elixir was of the same caliber as the gathering spirit pill and the purifying spirit pill. Thus, when Wan Zhonggui heard Zhengyang's perplexity, his expression shifted. Although Zhengyang may not possess extraordinary beauty, her captivating aura exudes a certain elegance. Even though her initial intention in being close to the charming elder was merely for shelter, after over a decade of daily interactions and gentle exchanges, affection naturally blossomed. At that moment, two more vehicles sped towards them. The first was a Mercedes-Benz, closely followed by camouflage Hummer H1, both halting behind Zhang Ilu's car. What is your name? Yu Yin smiled, straightening his back to look at Su Xiao, treating Su Huan beside her as if she were invisible. It shouldn't be so. In truth, the greatest impediment between them now was Wenyin. He found it difficult to let go of her, which has rendered their relationship challenging to sever. After embarking on the journey, Wu Wei maintained contact with Robert via his phone. 10 minutes after he and Tian Jiao entered the Valley of Death, Yang Yin arrived at the canyon's entrance, driving a Toyota SUV. The true anguish lay ahead. Even a hardened man like Bolin was rendered speechless upon hearing those words. Lung Jing Tian spoke coldly, yet from another perspective, the friction between him and Xia Xinyu began to gradually ease. Perhaps sensing the oppressive atmosphere, Zhang Fei suddenly burst into laughter. Among the strategists, Zhang Fei held a particular fondness for Zhang Banxian, who not only lacked pretentiousness but also possessed a certain charm that resonated with Zhang Fei's spirit. As they parted, Zhang Fei teased Zhang Banxian. During their jovial exchange, the gamblers gradually vacated the VIP room. Wu Wei suddenly noticed that the Desert Eagle, who had suffered significant losses, had vanished without a trace. And he did not even realize how that had occurred. Her uncle had sacrificed so much for them, an amount so vast that she would never be able to repay it in her lifetime. Suddenly, Jiang Wu found herself at a loss for expression to meet his gaze. She submerged her body slightly into the water, revealing only her face, her eyes gazing at the starry sky. Behind the beautiful ancestor, the space unexpectedly rippled with layers resembling waves. In the morning, Su Tang was in her bedroom writing, encountering a challenging problem, and she rushed to Su Chen's room to ask for help. The child was feverish and uncomfortable, reluctant to sleep, but he was quite tired, so he allowed the child to rest on his arm while he continued to nap. Although it appeared that the Zhang and Wei families were merely forming an alliance, it was in essence a mutual fulfillment of each other's needs. Most importantly, Lin Shun had already discovered that among these individuals, only the Feng family was suitable for De Zhuang. The others had been thwarted, leaving De Zhuang with no other options. Are you insane? Su Chun looked at the Taisher in his arms, momentarily unsure whether to feel anger or offer comfort. Su Lang did not turn to look at Yuan Yuan, but she had already turned away in embarrassment, thinking to herself how this child could speak so truthfully, making her mother feel awkward. It was quite simple. One merely needed to boil fresh milk and black tea together, adding some red dates and rock sugar, and once heated, it would be ready to drink. Xiao Wenyu explained. Su Miao paused, observing that Song Jiao maintained a calm demeanor, before continuing. As long as you are immersed in their potion pool, the pool will consume you and acquire the ability to purify automatically, allowing humanity to completely end the apocalypse. The rice fields at home were in disarray, with gaps everywhere. Unable to hold water, leaking profusely, a strong wind had flattened a large patch of seedlings, leaving them lying in the dried mud. Fankmu, drist fashionably, exuded an air of a wealthy lady, appearing somewhat difficult to approach, her gaze condescending. However, she was quite warm toward Shen Qiuyue. Chapter 48. Breaking the Reverse 5 Elements Formation. The formation in the Jiazi 16 herbal field was a combined array, and with only the rudimentary book and introduction to formation, Zhengyang was utterly unable to ascertain what type of formation dominated the Jiazi 16 herbal field. Just as Zhengyang was deep in thought, Shen Qiuyue understood by Qingqing's feelings. They were both first-time parents, many aspects of which were still uncharted territory. He feared that speaking too much might make the child uncomfortable, yet refraining from speaking would only lead to concerns about their future well-being. We have come to seek the princess's assistance. The three of them rose, and Li Mingjia's wife, Jiang Shi, hesitated before speaking up. It was likely that Zhao Xiaoyuan had not had a comfortable life in the orphanage, as it surely could not compare to those of us with parents. Zheng Gaofei furrowed her brows, looking at Wei Tang. Didn't you go to the restroom? How come you encountered someone you know? As she spoke, her gaze fell upon Ipuxin. In the distance, something moved atop the high mountain, and the horses sensed danger first. Agile steeds like Tai Yin and Yu Ying began to grow restless, and soon everyone felt the tremors emanating from the direction of Pingxing. The masked man suddenly threw back his head and laughed heartily, exerting more force, causing Luo Shiyu to cry out in pain. He was eager to know what they looked like, curious about their purpose and why they had abandoned him. From a moment, they stepped into this palace. Their footsteps were light. Clad in the glorious armor of a century past, they seemed to dim in shame, fearing to awaken the slumbering old Lion King. What nonsense are you spouting? The master was weak and pale, yet Huasi defended himself loudly, only to be silenced by Karun's fierce gaze. Let us gather at the border. I must find Howard first. If I delay, I fear there will be changes at the border. The Rue Wang hesitated before responding. Gu Qi remained silent, allowing him to berate her. Let him scold, for this way, she felt a little better inside. When the elder raised his head again, his expression had shifted, no longer playful or cute, which relieved Lin Yu considerably. Yi Chun initially intended to challenge the reigning champion, but inadvertently glanced at the audience below, discovering Sima Yin entangled with a young man, being pulled outward. Sima Yin wore an angry expression, arguing about something. Yi Chan's contenance darkened instantly. He disregarded the continuation of his challenge and hurriedly made his way to the stage. In Bohai County, Nanpai City had been besieged by the Chu army for 2 days. Sun Ce had attempted to break through 3 times, only to be repelled each time. The only regret was that, due to the excessive population, it was impossible for everyone to bathe, and they could only make do with washing themselves in the river. However, as the river widened, with the current flow, it should not pose an issue for 10,000 people to bathe. Dihao cast a deep glance at Su Yun, discerning some of her thoughts, yet he bore no resentment. After all, Su Yun had been transparent about this matter from the beginning. Once more arranging the Rubik's Cube, he powered on his phone, eagerly clicking on the save video. The image was clear, and the sound was distinct. A reasonably handsome, long-haired man appeared on the screen, with angels seemingly flying in the background. Her expression changed. Tao Yao Yao, one foot bare and the other in a slipper, hurried into the living room. It was indeed after that night that the aging teacher, unable to resolve the dark energy, was forced to choose temporary sealing, subsequently departing to seek a solution, and has yet to return after 5 years. Oh dear, take a closer look. Just now I asked you about that skirt, and you said it was beautiful. And about that hat, you said the exact same thing. Qiuyue exclaimed, exasperated. Chapter 49. The Shiny Pearl in a Fleeting Moment. Manager Wan retrieved a jade disc the size of a human head from his storage bag. This was the formation plate for the reverse 5 elements breaking army formation. This formation plate was crafted from a single piece of white jade, adorned with countless flickering symbols of uncertain fate. Manager 1 activated the formation, reassuring everyone, rest assured, Qi will not make a move in the short term, and his body is far from complete, rendering him incapable of executing your desires. Xiaoheng discerned Qin Lie's thoughts and spoke slowly. Had we acted sooner, we might have avoided this predicament. Even with the appearance of the middle-aged man, others would not be in danger or unable to escape. Duan Muming gazed at the silhouette ahead, his eyes gleaming with intensity. His daughter, Shi had revealed a terrifying potential. Regrettably, he lacked a fan at that moment. Had he possessed one, a gentle flick would have exuded an indescribable elegance. The Blade of the Dead could undoubtedly select 10 contestants without issue. While a professional team would have more than 10 players, the quality among these 10 would vary significantly. Daoist Wang, a specialist, fixated on the dark mist before him, certainly perceiving some underlying principles. In contrast, we were mere outsiders, helplessly watching the spectacle unfold. Observing the disfigured wounds on the Yuyan black bear, I silently lamented the mercenary's tenacity. To inflict such damage on a metal element Yuyan black bear was beyond the capability of the three of us. Indeed, Zhongwu Dao. And then the image before them vanished as Ren Kong grasped the swirling spiritual energy, scrutinizing it intently. For love, even knowing she was unworthy of Cui Bin, she resolved to pursue him and start anew. Upon entering the mountain gate, they clearly saw the remnants of the earlier duel. A glance revealed not a single intact house. The ground was pitted, and the air was thick with the scent of burning. At that moment, upon seeing Fang Chengliang, the heavenly forces directly assisted him inside. In the industrial zone, workers confront problems with a wrench and strike hard. Wang Qian remarked from the vehicle, "You are still too weak to seek retribution for the Yan family. I advise you to reconsider in your next life." Bai Pu smiled gently as she strolled towards Zhan Xi's direction. Lin Jia had often contemplated this matter recently and could gauge Pan Jia's thoughts. Having experienced the benefits of cultivation, she recognized that winning them over was the best way to secure sufficient financial support. Therefore, when dealing with these elder nobles, extreme measures should not be employed unless absolutely necessary. Such matters are unfathomable. Do you think anyone would believe them? Moreover, do you think the emperor does not wish to kill me? It is merely a lack of excuse. However, does this excuse need to resonate with the world? Ku Xiangbao sat in the car, staring at the Zhu family residence for quite some time before alighting and walking to the entrance. After returning home from school at noon, I, along with Bei Rui and Kai Xian, had dinner before retreating to the room to dance to the youth training manual and discuss singing in the name of faith. Pinching a corner of the newspaper, Ku Xiangbao casually scanned the content, his sharp gaze lingering before retracting, still feeling the chill lingering at the corner of his eyes. Hua Xiling was instantly engulfed in frustration. His disdain for Yu had reached an unspeakable extent, and now, due to her identity, his aversion intensified. Yet he could not take action against her. Ziming inadvertently raised her eyes. The previously gentle and considerate man suddenly changed demeanor. At that moment, Yi Wei-chun radiated a chilling aura, signaling danger to all who beheld him. Chapter 50, Breaking the Formation. In the 16th medicinal field of the Jia character, Su Zhengyang showcased the items he had acquired from Ao Mountains Market, stating, "It is time to take you away from here." Fu Jianling nodded vigorously. Her small fists raised in excitement. This entire situation stemmed from Wang Bufan having surpassed that age, or rather, his past experiences instinctively made him reject such an unreal atmosphere. As Lin Wanwan prepared the soup, she went to the living room to check on Yi Zhe, just as she draped a blanket over him. He suddenly grasped her hand, pulling her forcefully into his embrace. Reflecting on this, Su Wan and I noted to herself that she must prepare more cotton clothing next time. As for the stuffing, she would no longer use heavy cotton, but rather explore the possibility of making down jackets. Upon being mentioned, Han Demon's emotions were complex. He was certainly pleased to be a substitute, but he did not wish for it to occur in this manner. As soon as he finished speaking, a creature resembling a fish with a human body emerged from the river, appearing to be a wild carp spirit rather than a member of any official organization. The remaining members of the Yin-Yang sect formed a circle, consisting of both Yin-Yang deacons and numerous ordinary followers, including Aizen Joro Xianjun and Ling Long, with their numbers exceeding 10,000. Subsequently, the two ceased their discussions. Zhuge waved his fan to withdraw the troops, while Jian also refrained from launching an attack, similarly leading his forces back to camp. The sudden turn of events caught all the ministers off guard. Some agreed, while others opposed. Yet Jishi's stance was particularly resolute, her words firm and unwavering. This inn, preparing to receive a shipment of boxes, naturally would no longer accept guests. Collecting boxes while refusing patrons was a normal occurrence. Fear not, Qiuyue declared, though her eyes involuntarily darted toward the door. Yin Shi could no longer contain her laughter, knowing she was already covered in goosebumps. Ai Mu paused, realizing the implication of the person's words. If she did not transfer the money within 10 minutes, he would be the first to kill Si Junhao as a warning to the others. Moreover, during this period, Bo-in had frequently taken liberties during my slumber, igniting flames between both parties, heedless of his own injuries. Yet even with the Yin family's alliance with the Bo family, and despite the sisterly connection, Bo-in remained indifferent toward them, considering only strength during collaborative projects. After changing outfits numerous times, I was utterly exhausted, opting to take wedding photos directly on the steps, ultimately collapsing into Bo-in's embrace. In truth, apart from that one occasion 3 months ago when I was intoxicated and Yin could seize the opportunity, he had not approached me again in the past 6 months. The towering figure of a man obstructed her view entirely, preventing her from discerning who had rung the doorbell. As she bit into her food, the kitchen door swung open, and Bo-in's gaze fell upon her, then flickered to her hand. However, contemplating a reversal at this moment was too late. The arrow was already on the bowstring, and it must be released. Otherwise, she would face even greater exclusion in the future. Had it not been for his calm command and judgment, the previous skirmish would likely not have yielded such favorable results. She loved Yifeng and was willing to give herself to him, but now, with the sky still light and amidst the woods, she found herself unable to accept it in such a short span of time. Thus, she instinctively stepped back 2 paces from Yifeng. I tossed the imperial decree directly to Yun Shi and dashed toward the palace. When I finally reached Yuxian, I was informed that Wan Fei had already been promoted to imperial noble consort and had moved to Foamy Palace. Chapter 51, A Tense Standoff. Zhao Yang and Cui Li appeared quite familiar with one another, suggesting they had forged a good rapport within the secret realm. As the saying goes, wealth and nobility do not return home, akin to donning fine garments under the cover of night. Cui Li currently harbors a pressing desire to demonstrate his prowess before Su Zhengyang, a longtime neighbor. Jiang Yuyan, feeling relieved, retracted his spiritual fire, recognizing it as his trump card, revealing it might incite unforeseen consequences. Helplessly, over the years, Lu Si has been in pursuit of the Lanling bird, a beast imbued with the bloodline of divine creatures, hoping to remedy the deficiencies of divine power afflicting his wayward son. This is a natural inclination. In this era, anyone encountering such epic-defining weaponry would likely meet a tragic demise. The dilemma lies in the fact that those who have pledged allegiance to the JD sect, fluent in English and embodying the essence of free-spirited individuals, evidently possess a greater advantage in political matters, or rather, are more esteemed by the original sovereign nation. However, before he could finish speaking, a fist, accompanied by a piercing sound of slicing air, struck towards his face. The most significant tin-producing region lies in the western state of Pahang, specifically in the vicinity of Selangor, where Kuala Lumpur is situated. With a light laugh, Tang Xan prepared to recline onto his bed, contemplating the necessity of eliminating the assassin. As Shen Qiuyue entered the alley, he appeared indifferent, head bowed, exuding a sense of melancholy and lethargy. Suddenly sensing something amiss, he noticed paper money scattered on the ground, increasing in number as he proceeded, hinting at a recent funeral nearby. After a moment of hesitation, weighing the pros and cons, he conceded that Ma Yuntian's words held truth. Thus, he reluctantly replied, "Very well. Today you have the advantage in numbers. I shall visit you at Shaoshan another day," before leaping away. This revelation startled Qin Chuan, recalling his journey to the most formidable trial battlefield when he seemed to transcend the confines of time and space. Though at that moment his cultivation level was too low to perceive it. Zhengyang and his companions unleashed overwhelming waves of energy towards Qin Chuan, intent on suppressing him, refusing to allow him to publicly sever Yunming, treating it as prey to be taken away. Confronted with such a formidable aura, even me, Yetuwa, hoped that the Heavenly Palace could withstand the onslaught. Throughout the years, the Heavenly Palace had attempted numerous strategies, yet none yielded the desired results. Nevertheless, her sister, He Tong, declined, unwilling to betray the empire despite understanding that her actions resembled those of an executioner. With the inclusion of disciples from Xianbing Valley, the battle became significantly easier. However, the two beasts of dusk, after a day of conflict, grew increasingly ferocious. A nation, blessed with generations of wise rulers, is an astonishing reality. Foreign archaeologists, having studied the history of Longhua, transitioned from disbelief to reverence, viewing such occurrences as miraculous. Upon witnessing this, Qiu Long was taken aback. Disregarding further contemplation, he swiftly grasped a fruit knife and lunged towards me, having suffered considerable losses at my hands in recent days and not wishing to falter again. "What are your names?" "I shall register you," the official remarked with an air of skepticism. It is common knowledge that Princess Yunjing shares an exceptionally close bond with Zhou and transcending mere master-servant relations. The weapon in question was a double-handed greatsword, approximately a palm's width, not overly heavy, featuring a black center engraved with blood grooves, while the edges shimmered silver, appearing as though forged from two distinct materials. Chapter 52. The Defeat of Qiuyue. Having cultivated his spiritual field for over 20 years, Qiuyue immediately recognized the freshly disturbed soil beneath his feet. Consequently, he was consumed by regret. Why did I not emerge from seclusion 2 days earlier? Why did Tang Xian not delay his arrival to harvest the herbs? Unable to bear the situation with Su Zhengyang, he observed the subtle signs of autumn in the falling leaves, employing strategic means to eliminate obstacles, allowing the Xiang family conglomerate to navigate through challenges under the guidance of the Xiang siblings. "What? Our class is no longer being held." Li Xiao approached the classroom door, prompting everyone to instinctively retreat a few steps. Feng Ji had come to accompany her that day, primarily assisting her in carrying items downstairs, while Yang Mu provided support, ensuring she walked steadily. The rain fell like fine strands of hair, imbued with a chilling essence. The mountain breeze rustled the multitude of towering trees surrounding them. How many are aware that within this largely uncharted realm, the guardians of the Republic are bidding farewell to their heroes? "My brother might be with Shiru. I must follow her," he declared before hastily departing. The joint forces, having concealed themselves in the primal jungle for 7 days, commenced their march at dawn, employing the most discreet methods to reach the vicinity of Zhengyang Mountain. Ling Dongwu, upon witnessing his fear, erupted into laughter, beginning to share jokes with Zhou Zhe. After several humorous anecdotes, Ling Dongwu grew weary and requested Zhou Zhe to narrate tales of the customs of Beima. Having consumed alcohol, she drifted into slumber while listening. Li Tian'er, awakening from her daze, hurriedly applied saline solution to Yang Kaisen's neck. Yet, if it necessitated sacrificing her only true friend, the one who treated her sincerely, devoid of blood ties yet closer than kin, for such enlightenment, Xiao Yunjie would prefer to remain forever oblivious. "I solemnly advise you to steer clear of Nichen. He is perilous. Do you understand?" I grasped Xiao Rant's arm, delivering a serious and earnest warning. "Wait, I must first rub my eyes. I cannot believe I am witnessing Su Jingru and an Ichin at the supermarket at this hour, digging a hole in the ground and concealing himself within." He felt a momentary lightness in the realm of thunder, affording him a brief respite. The affairs concerning the Huang family have been unraveled. There was never any betrothal, merely a fabrication orchestrated by the Jin family. Enough with the shivering. Your presence here is welcomed. The Spirit King waved his hand dismissively. According to Li He's perspective, Lin Sanshu's family would promptly terminate any engagement discussions with others, complying with their son's wishes. Although Lu Ye's actions may appear astonishing, it is only natural for him to seek greater strength. Perhaps, tonight, no one would realize that the enigmatic assassin on the killer list had silently met his demise. Upon seeing the letter slipped beneath the door, I knew Xue Qi must have returned in my absence. However, the letter bore no address, and the paper was of a common variety easily obtainable anywhere, making it impossible for me to trace Xue Qi's whereabouts. Yet from that letter, I at least gleaned that Xue Qi remained safe. Do not mistake me for a fool. You just knocked out 2 of my teeth, crushed my nose. And now you come seeking money? I have decided to report this. The man in the suit smacked his head, striving for clarity. Over the years, the Snow Domain has undoubtedly been swindled out of fortune. Countless individuals have come here to establish factories, invest, and deceive under various pretenses, seeking support and subsidies, even attempting to exploit resources. In truth, it appeared that nothing around had been disturbed, save for the initial trail of footsteps leading away, likely belonging to the executor born here. Chapter 53. The Death of Tang Xian. Upon hearing this, Tang Xian remarked ominously, "So, according to you, I am to blame for the troubles in the medicinal field?" "I did not say that," Zhengyang vehemently denied, "but Brother Tang cannot place all the blame on me. This vast medicinal field, even if I were cultivated for a lifetime, would not yield such results." Feng Tian and Lu Yingying engaged in a heartfelt conversation through the night, and Feng Tian suddenly felt that she bore a striking resemblance to his master, rekindling the long-lost bond between mentor and disciple. In the realm of antiquity and modernity, he meticulously gathered the remnants into a storage ring, intending to cast them into the depths of the sea at a later opportunity. Although Gao Mingyuan had once saved Liang Qiqi's life, she still harbored reservations about him. "Your performance is simply exceptional." This moment was interrupted by a cool voice resonating from the audience. Subsequently, Su Xiaoyu made a regrettable decision by directly unleashing the Tianqin hook, ensnaring a nearby structure. Upon this realization, Shen Qiuyue acknowledged her own impatience. However, Shi Sanfeng was indeed intriguing. Her casual remarks had unexpectedly foreseen her desire to change faces. He was certainly not a straightforward adversary. "Now, let us ponder how we might overcome him," Ngangjin inquired. From this, I could only discern who was more agreeable and who was less so, and aside from that, I gleaned no useful information. Upon returning to report to Lu Quan, he became optimistic about the prospects of immortality. Encouraged by Lu Zhan, he dispatched Lu Ting to the western regions in search of it. Ji Wushuang finally exhaled in relief, believing his appearance as a musician suited him perfectly, and it was rather unfortunate that he had been reduced to masquerading as a dancer. Had it not been for Ying Wuhuan's temptation, he would not have fallen into his trap. 120,000 Xianjing stones. Before the young master could finish his words, the other party interjected once more. Yin Tianlong was momentarily at a loss for words. The rules of their sparring had been previously established by him, and to renege now would be exceedingly audacious. Many raw materials appeared rather unremarkable at first glance, yet after being revealed, demonstrated significantly improved qualities. Upon inspection, not a single piece of raw material was found to be counterfeit, indicating that the master who marked these was undoubtedly an exceptional talent. "You? How dare you slay my son? I shall avenge him." The robust man did not pause to contemplate. At this moment, Jeking ensnared Huan's neck with a rope imbued with magical properties, sending a jolt of electricity through him, causing him to convulse and collapse to the ground, reverting to his true form. The wealthy eunuch friend Ruan de Sheng had not only lost his vast fortune, but had also perished during the emperor's purge of the eunuchs 2 years prior. The shaven-headed man, witnessing his unhesitating confession, was engulfed by a surge of anger, raising his pistol to aim at his head. "I have witnessed a glimpse of what is recorded here." Jiang Feng spoke slowly. "Moreover, upon advancing to a higher level, puppetry will undergo a qualitative transformation, with capabilities extending beyond mere control." However, as the individual in question, Wang Zhen had no time to regard the thoughts of others. Upon realizing the surrounding silence stemmed from him, he disregarded the astonished gazes and turned his attention to the exhausted wandering mage, Ruiz. After deliberation, Lang Tian ultimately resolved to execute the plan, a decision he was compelled to make. Continuing to remain stagnant would prove detrimental to them. This was indeed a conundrum. Following Qin Feng's remarks, Political Commissar Lu Jiayu, Chief of Staff Lu Zhangwo, alongside several commanders including Wei Chong, Li Chongfu, and Lu Yuding fell into silence, frowning as they pondered how to resolve this dilemma. Chapter 54. The Hall of Soul Guidance. Cui Li and Zhao Yang exchanged glances, both contemplating the time when they would seek out Tang Xian to reclaim today's honor after achieving their own cultivation. However, before their daydreams could commence, Tang Xian had been slain by Zhengyang. Nonetheless, martial techniques of the sound wave category require one's spiritual power to determine if they can be cultivated. Generally, reaching the level of a spiritual master suffices for training, as exemplified by Song Tianyi. Notify the Didan family? Upon hearing this, Anarongbo was thoroughly perplexed. Logically, that treasure was too formidable, The Anner family should strive to monopolize it, so why inform outsiders consecutively? After all, the human brain is not a computer that can instantly design a complete blueprint and memorize it clearly. At this juncture, there was little more to say. Jiang Lin grasped Yi Maching's hand and headed towards the city gate, intending to boldly enter with her. This imprudence was certainly anticipated by Lady Zhou. Had the ancestor foreseen it, such hasty arrangements would not have been made. Observing Fu Qinglong's demeanor elicited smiles from the crowd, while Shuiyu, startled by their laughter, turned in bed and resumed her deep slumber. After breakfast, the family tidied up and departed through the second gate, setting off towards the Runan Wangfu. Though Zheng Yi spoke sincerely, Zhu Zhimiao perceived it as sarcasm, leading to his immediate discomfort. "Is there barbecue here too?" Song Xiaodian inquired. Though he found it peculiar that while they were indeed consuming barbecue, he saw no stalls outside. Witnessing the crown prince of a nation being deposed before his eyes, he dared not utter a word, leaving in humiliation. How would others perceive him and the Zhou kingdom? Even aware of his own absurdity, he felt compelled to accept the situation. Nevertheless, Lu Fan remained cognizant that Liangzhou was his territory and that he must ultimately depart from Luoyang. Thus, he submitted a petition to Emperor Ling of Han, stating that having completed his impeachment, he was due to return to Liangzhou. Upon receiving Lu Fan's petition, Lu Hong was at a loss for how to respond. "Boss, truly, our school has instilled fear in others. This year marks our 5th consecutive championship in the high school boys basketball competition," he exclaimed, executing a flawless layup with flair. Hearing Sima Xian's words, Heikong Bo Ren felt it inappropriate to comment further and sighed with regret. Observing Zhang Zhiping engrossed in gaming, Lin Peng recalled an incident before their departure from school and could not help but inquire. These celestial soldiers had followed the great Emperor Xuanwu for thousands of years, well acquainted with his every action. Upon witnessing the dragon beast demon being repelled, they began to patrol with reckless abandon, sometimes even finding the North Sky Gate completely deserted, standing empty in the celestial realm. The venue was ablaze with song and dance, brightly illuminated. The sound of high heels clacking against the ground masked some undisclosed matters. Zhuang Jian was somewhat astonished by Qin Luo's reaction, and in his words, it seemed his practice techniques bore a significant connection to the Arhut Hall. Now, who knows what training awaits us next? We should seize this opportunity for a good rest. Kaishan remarked. Xiao Wei found wisdom in Kaishan's words and chose to remain silent. Dugu Shuqin's heels sparked with electricity, and with a resounding clap of thunder, she vanished from her position once more. At this moment, Gu Luo was evidently unaware that his grandfather had already bestowed upon him the couplet of the Mandarin Ducks, playfully engaging with Qing Xing as he leaped onto the prize platform. Chapter 55, The Acceptance of Disciples. Shun Danian was taken aback upon hearing this. The receipt of a communication talisman indicated that the slain direct disciple had left a soul guide within the Hall of Soul Guidance. Thus, he quickly inquired of Feng Zishuan. Who is it? Tang Exine. He was even killed near the Jiai medicinal field within the inner sanctum. Jiang then coldly replied. The departure of Alisai left him with a bittersweet feeling, yet the events had transpired, and excessive sorrow was futile. Jiang Feng felt a profound melancholy. Had those spiritual entities been entrusted to him for cultivation, he would undoubtedly have achieved the grand path and ascended to the celestial realm within a century. A hot air balloon crafted by an engineering academy suddenly attained the status of a significant military asset of the Ming dynasty, inspired by a statement from Emperor Chongzhen. You have visited Lingxiao Mountain, the site of the otherworldly emergence, and you should comprehend my words. It is a fusion of illusion and reality, indistinguishable from one another. And Xing spoke with utmost sincerity and seriousness. The master of the Haha Manor smiled faintly, acknowledging that at our level, we do not take the conflicts here too seriously. What some deem profound struggles are, to us, mere child's play. Occasional screams of agony pierce the air, quickly subdued to avoid attracting the attention of the lurking monsters outside. At that moment, Sun Yu's expression shifted dramatically as a slender dagger was thrust directly at the head of Xuan Mu Tianzun. Jiang Nan sat between the two, his arms draped over their shoulders, resembling close brothers. After processing Zhuolong's words, Enku observed the green-haired swordsman, who was beginning to sweat profusely, with a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. What audacity! She was young and did not mind age, but to claim she was short? As she muttered some nonsensical remarks, Zhou Sun opened the food box, releasing an aromatic scent that filled the room. In the context of the Qin family's circumstances back then, Grandma Qin employed some strategies to arrange a marriage with the Tang family. Moreover, father had instructed not to let Qin Lan reveal her fortune. Since he cautioned her so, she would naturally adhere to his wishes. There was no mistake. It was indeed the black flame phoenix, which had endured eons, battling with death itself, and had only just been born, slowly beginning to recover, explained Nangong Xian. Xiao was not one to engage in charity. If someone willingly chose to gamble and jump into the fire, he was already showing mercy by not giving them a nudge. Expecting him to aid every unfortunate soul and gather them under his banner was utterly unrealistic. At that moment, Shen Qiuyue was not only invaded by Su Chu's blade aura, but was also reeling from the injury inflicted by Wei Yixiao's powerful strike. Thus, as soon as she returned to the Qin family, before she could even settle in, a decree arrived from the palace. "Come, drink." Qi Fei feigned intoxication, ignoring the other inquiry, and after a few hearty laughs, deftly changed the subject. The jade terrace stood 9 steps high, which was not particularly tall, allowing Zhengyang to clearly see the features and attire of the man before her. It was not concern for Yi Nanshan's adventures that troubled her. As a cultivator, Wudong was not overly sentimental about risks. Hadn't Yi Nanshan once desired to go to battle? Wudong had not stopped him then. Her unusual behavior only indicated that the Zhou family village and the back mountain of the medical clinic were related to what they sought from her. The witness, Jiang Ming, a barbecue shop owner and a descendant of the Ming clan, was known to the world as a false deity. Birds? What was wrong with those birds? The chubby man stared at them for quite a while, finding nothing particularly special. In another room, they were crafting white pill-like substances, evidently poisonous. Chapter 56. Harmonious coexistence. As soon as the words fell, Chun Danian produced a palm-sized blue jade tablet, inscribing Su Zhengyang's information before tossing it to him. This was the waste token of a true disciple. Yes, Su Zhengyang hastily accepted the token. He quietly approached her, gently enveloping her in his embrace. Using the warmth of his body to dispel her sorrow, the man's deep voice whispered in her ear, accepting the audience's enthusiasm with grace. Yi Ling raised her right hand, conjuring a dancing flame before the gazes of the crowd. Suddenly, a few panicked cries echoed from the edge, and following the sound, they discovered a heap of dismembered corpses in a rocky corner. Bai Li and the others now possessed the ability to engage in battles beyond their level. If they utilized combined techniques along with the enhancement of such weaponry, their power was beyond imagination. Chun Sinan recounted to Jiang Qingqiu the incident of Su Zichen causing trouble in the Ming sect and then fleeing. He subsequently narrated numerous past events, starting from when Su Yinma first entered the sect, detailing how he had looked after him and how the latter had relied on him. Throughout, Mu Hansha remained silent, allowing his tone to fluctuate between joy and sorrow, never interrupting him once. "Ha ha ha. All is well. You can stay here for now. This private room offers a clear view of the outside situation. Have you found Huan San?" Ziyun inquired. Since that day, no one dared to set their sights on Yi Ling. However, this did not mean that no one mocked her as a mere pretty vase with no substance. "I am curious to see what it is that you wish to rescue." Saying this, Chun Sinan directly overturned the table, revealing a hidden door to the cellar. The weather remained cold, though it had not snowed recently. Spring was approaching, yet the rise in temperature was still far off. It was her first encounter with such matters, and the more she observed, the more she felt moved, beginning to understand how these things had emerged. In no time, everyone returned to their courtyards to add layers of clothing. Yi Daling brought Tang Ling to Furong Courtyard, offering her a shawl. Yet today was exceptionally peculiar. Her friend stood in the courtyard, calling twice, but there was no response from upstairs. Zhao Yunlei bent down to untie Qiwei's hands and feet, then brought a basin of water for her to rinse her mouth. There was no room for negotiation. It was settled. "I will go to the palace." Inzi glanced around, noting that nearly all of Qiu Kuei's subordinates had been eliminated, with a few preparing to surrender. Yi Qianling pondered silently. It was indeed so. She had always felt that identity was paramount. Yes, Fu Ping respectfully bowed and stepped forward to support Hisuoi, quietly gazing at her profile as they awaited her return home. The two reverently served tea and bowed to all the elders, greeting their siblings with gifts. Zhang Bojun smiled throughout, his affectionate gaze lingering on Yi Qiuyue as she orchestrated the proceedings. Memories of Lu Wanqing's kindness to her father surfaced in her mind. In truth, she had fallen for this man long ago. Her anger and arguments with him stemmed from her resentment over his choice of Su Jie over her. When he first arrived in the United States, he struggled with language and could barely afford food, living in dire straits. In such circumstances, he learned the language while working, undertaking various jobs, and began his journey from scratch. Since the Zhengyang lock held no utility for him, his innate heart returned to its original state, feigning the appearance of being sealed off from true energy, lying still and waiting for Jin Fu and the others to take their next action. Chapter 57. Acquisition of the sword. Su Zhengyang remained in place, stunned for a moment before shrugging with a smile, declaring that this was acceptable. That evening, the Su family's banquet was particularly lavish. Su Zhengyang also opened the 2 bottles of spirit wine previously gifted by Gu Yulan, and the 3 of them raised their glasses in celebration. Thor and Titan exchanged words, and at last they reached a truce. However, their combined strength was insufficient to halt the ongoing conflict between their clans, and the depleting natural energy continued to threaten the survival of the dwarves. The expression on Wang Dong's face fluctuated between dark and light as he cast a cold glance at Lin Feng, who also ignored the boisterous youth. Ma Xianglan was deeply worried. After completing her in-laws' funeral rites, she brought her young child to the capital in search of her husband. Upon arriving in the capital, she discovered that her husband had mysteriously vanished. The residence he had mentioned in his letter had fallen into the possession of Chao Delu, and the timing of his move coincided ominously with her husband's disappearance. A spoonful of dark medicinal soup was forced into the mouth of the elderly Lady Helian. Helian Howren observed his wife's every action, and an unsettling thought flickered through his mind. The source of the unease lay in the coffin resting atop the treasures. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that the coffin was indeed grounded. This implied that the heap of treasures was meticulously arranged beside it. After receiving a covert letter from the Crown Princess Zhang, she recognized that her opportunity had arrived. She promptly summoned individuals to discreetly contact the servants who harbored grievances against Shangwan Wanin, offering them generous rewards. Employing both coercion and temptation to ensure their allegiance against Shangwan Wanin, Lin Feng shot an intense glare at Li Mengting, unable to comprehend her words, and hastily secured her seatbelt before draping her skirt over her lower body. Without hesitation, Wang Zue leapt down, but he was no fool. He did not jump to his demise. Instead, a rope appeared, allowing him to descend effortlessly into the depths below. Upon entering the hall, Jiao Xiang observed that it was already crowded with concubines, all bearing expressions of sorrow. However, the true emotions within remained inscrutable. They sought out the prison warden, who had finally managed to extricate himself from his busy schedule. Ouyang Sweki briefly explained their purpose, expressing a desire to meet the assailant who had attacked Zhang, only to be met with refusal. Bai Li relied on his laser assassination skills to swiftly neutralize one foe, and shortly thereafter, he dealt with a second. Chang Feng and Shi Ge collaborated with Li Yunjin and Lan Xin within the palace to execute a clever exchange, swapping her with Lu Zhu before discreetly leading her out of the palace. She now found herself in the borderlands. No student had ever dared to speak to him in such a manner. Which student would not tremble in fear at his stern visage and amplified voice? Yet, Shan, who remained oblivious, for this time, she had truly encountered a formidable opponent, and in a contest of drinking, she was no match for Lord Chu. In the blink of an eye, the Snow Kingdom had entered October, and the leaves began to fall. The old palace maids departed, and new ones arrived. She had long struggled to comprehend her position compared to Ji Weiwei. Now, she finally understood. In many respects, she had surpassed Ji Weiwei. Yet there remained one crucial aspect in which she could never compete. Lu Zerhua's face was etched with astonishment, clearly not grasping the meaning of Su Qiuyue's words. At that moment, Su Qiuyue had no intention of offering an explanation. With a burst of laughter, she elegantly turned and strode toward the door. "All right, wait for me." Fan Yinyan nodded and immediately dashed out of the school gate. Chapter 58, Golden Light Sword. The information contained in the jade slip was sparse, detailing over 20 magical swords. The lowest grade being a medium-grade artifact. Artifacts are classified into various ranks. The only item of medium grade in Su Zhengyang's possession was the Shenying Pearl. The rest were all lower-grade artifacts. Furthermore, he had virtually no one capable of obstructing his murderous intentions. He was akin to an existence endowed with an invincible advantage, rendering figures like Spider-Man and Iron Man utterly trivial. Yes, Deputy Leader. A shadowy figure responded respectfully before retreating from Lu Xiong's courtyard. A man donned in a majestic dragon crown and wearing a 9-color dragon robe exuded an aura that commanded chaos, enveloping the grand hall and stirring fervor among every divine general present, their eyes ablaze with fervent zeal. The utterance of this voice signified the summoning of companions by the night demon, given that the call originated from a night demon of innate realm. Those who answered would certainly be of the same caliber. Di Xiaoyun, what are you doing? How audacious! An angry voice resounded from Qingyun Peak, as someone rushed to intercept Di Xiaoyun and his companions. At that moment, it became evident to them that Di Xiaoyun's group was targeting the disciple from Qingyun Peak, and as fellow students, they instinctively united against a common enemy. Upon exiting the clothing store, Yi Mo handed over his bank card to him. A man should always pay with his own card to maintain an image. Initially, her relationship with Yi Jingxian was so harmonious. How had it deteriorated to this point? It was not enough that they could not accept her, but why did they also disdain her child? Yang Hong shook his head with a bitter smile and entered his private room. After a brief wait on the sofa, someone gently knocked on the door. Upon receiving a text message, I immediately called back, only to be met with the frustrating sound of the line being disconnected. As for the old man's earlier half-hearted attack on Di Xiaoyun, it was effortlessly dismantled by Di Xiaotian's blade. The bowstring emitted a soft twang as a jade-like magical arrow was released, darting towards the blue dragon, whose eyes were filled with terror. Although there were 20 martial platforms, nearly 1,000 disciples participated in the competition, which was a complex endeavor. Fortunately, the Six Paths sect was no stranger to such events, and everything proceeded in an orderly fashion. Compete? The bloodthirsty gazes swept over the Empire's players, a flicker of hesitation crossing their eyes. To turn against them now would mean losing face, yet to refrain would necessitate surrendering all resources of the Holy City to the Empire, a profoundly challenging dilemma. I have some as well, but they are primarily casual players, many just having surpassed level 70. Mo Feng similarly reported to Lin Fan. Upon closer inspection, Lin Fei noted that the appearances of the 5 elders were almost indistinguishable from that of humans, showing no discernible differences. Once the golden spider settled, Ewing opened a similar burrow beside them, placing dozens of golden-eating ant eggs into the formation to begin hatching. After arranging everything, she proceeded to her usual meditation chamber to commence drawing the array. As the sound echoed, the Holy Shield Guardian transformed into what seemed like raindrops, cascading gracefully from the air below. Meanwhile, Hikaijia and the bald man were engaged in conversation with Kong Rusheng, among the 9 individuals accompanying them back to headquarters. Only Hikaijia and the bald man remained, while Kong Rusheng, serving as the external elder, was tasked with guarding Taohua City and therefore did not return with them. With a punch from the left and a sword from the right, coupled with an elusive footwork, after a few exchanges, the combined efforts of the tiger and the others were forced to retreat repeatedly under Lin Fei's pressure. Chapter 59, Team Formation. After a moment, Su Zhengyang regained his composure, gazing at the resplendent blade of the golden light sword. However, it was a minor drawback that the sword's brilliance made it an obvious target during chaotic battles. Magical swords possessed sentience. Thus, as soon as Su Zhengyang's words fell, the golden light sword responded. To be honest, the Ming dynasty has provided me with nothing. I have reached this point out of sheer necessity. Isima replied helplessly in response to Morgan's inquiry. Luo Feng took a deep breath, deciding to fortify his cultivation before delving into the 5th transformation of the Divine Dragon 9 changes in due time. Suddenly, voices erupted like a rising tide. Gasps, astonishment, and sighs echoed incessantly, revealing the overwhelming power of heaven itself. Just as the monsters roared, an eerie scene unfolded once more around Zhang Feng, as a dark mist began to envelop him, coalescing into his likeness as it had at Lu Fu. Is that so? The tall monk turned to see a monk sitting serenely on a wooden tub, hands clasped, utterly still, his expression remarkably focused. Even if you present an item at an auction, the outcome can vary significantly across different times, venues, and auction houses, each catering to distinct collectors. Hence, Even if an item fetched 1 million yesterday, one cannot assert that it is inherently worth that sum. Before Chang Muhua could complete her statement, the bloodening Shishinu interrupted her with a sharp tone. The guards and overseers of the mine, being subordinates of the general, upon learning the situation, behaved courteously and made arrangements for clean accommodations for everyone to rest. Upon hearing Long Wei's words, Wang Jinting's smile grew broader, as he increasingly sensed a kindred spirit in this young man. This thought brought to mind a vivid image for Jiasadeo, picturing the expressions of numerous enthusiasts of jade when confronted with exquisite purple jade, their surprise and exaggeration palpable. Little did she know how to extricate mandala. It seemed utterly futile. Fei Ji gazed at the corpses for a long time, sighing deeply before settling down, legs crossed, hands clasped, beginning to chant. Originally sound asleep in bed, Qin Che suddenly awoke, eyes snapping open. The winter winds in Beijing were fierce. Despite the sun shining brightly, the chill remained bone-numbing. At the entrance of the Nine Evil Valley, a maze was set, guarded by snake demons and ferocious beasts, resulting in the demise of any who dared to enter. Following the first bold inquiry into Lu Jinyin's romantic history, others eagerly pressed him for more details. If Zheng Fian had been present, she would have rolled her eyes in exasperation, lamenting the lack of basic arithmetic skills that led to a consistent score of 59. Realizing the fear now, was it not a tad late? Perhaps this was the nature of a guilty conscience. The counterfeit cannot disguise itself forever, nor can the authentic be forged. The demon leopard exchanged glances with his brother, demon tiger, and then with his elder brother, demon dragon, having long wished to pose a question to the former, only to be surprised that the elder brother broached it first. Yet, despite A.O. Zhan's wavering resolve, could Lu Qiuyue allow him to depart so easily? In less than 2 days, A.O. Zhan would fully reclaim his demonic form, his powers heightened beyond their previous state. For the sake of innocent civilians and Lu Qiuyue understood the necessity of eliminating A.O. Zhan at this juncture. Additionally, the Scion bloodline was quantified according to the Psi levels: Scion 1 at 100,000, Scion 2 at 500,000, Scion 3 at 1 million, Scion 4 at 2 million, and Scion Blue Super Scion priced at 10 million points. Chapter 60. Ziyin Fei Zhou after bidding farewell to Cui Li and Zhao Yang. Su Zhengyang first visited the miscellaneous hall to collect his boat ticket for the journey to Bailong Tan. The purple jade token, adorned on one side with a carving of a flying boat and inscribed on the other with the character Ziyun, was his, although Bailong Tan remained sealed. Causing a sluggish recovery of energy, the prior indifference was now starkly evident as his sword essence surged and depleted. Moreover, the formidable master served as a strategic self-propelled nuclear weapon, expending considerable energy fortifying the magical city. Bai Jie expressed her satisfaction with Zhang Yaoyang's efficiency and was about to invite him for dinner when she noticed him dialing another number. Reaching out to 2 elderly gentlemen, one a former Dutch football star of Chinese descent, Lin Xiuli, and the other the renowned Dutch veteran, Ari Han, who had once coached the Chinese national team. Regarding the miracle of surviving these past 2 months, Ling Qi did not attribute it to the room, but believed instead that it was the system within him maintaining his bodily functions. As for the Hulu Hua, were they not mere characters from an animated series? When did they ascend to divinity? Demonic cultivators, due to their singular and overpowering nature, could only possess one attribute, disqualifying them from becoming alchemists. Lu Shizhou had only a few attendants around him, unprepared for the sudden turn of events, and before they could react, they were besieged by a multitude from Qisong Hall. The elder exuded a profound and rich aura, and Yi Yao could not discern his true strength. When he extended his consciousness, it felt as though he faced an unfathomable expanse. 21 days later, platforms were constructed at the city gates. Xiao Yu shook his head. He had initially intended to participate in the sword contest, but now he opted for the more prudent path of trials. Were it any other demon speaking to her, Qing Mu Ling would have dismissed them with disdain, swiftly silencing them. Although the crowd felt discontent with the situation, they refrained from causing trouble, understanding that they could not proactively invite conflict. Reluctantly, they chose to ignore the disturbance, achieving a state of out of sight, out of mind. What? Have the scars on my feet healed completely? Yin Fei Fei, upon hearing Chan Feng's words, gradually snapped out of her emotional reverie, bending down instinctively to inspect her knee. Without any surprises, we directly removed the Baroness buff. Upon receiving this news, the opposing party would likely feel despair. Should the unreturning pavilion refuse this business deal, it would merely confirm its reputation as a hollow facade, rendering previous rumors false. He and she traversed the long, celebratory street, he gazing at her with unabashed affection, silently proclaiming, "This is the queen of the great merchant." The golden light in his eyes gradually dissipated as Qiuyue released a mighty roar, shaking the mountains and rivers with his resolve, then extended his body, bones cracking audibly. Who would have thought that Lu Ziki would fall into slumber once more? Unresponsive to calls? The only option was to call the butler for transportation. Rong Wanchi smiled, saying nothing, allowing him to bask in the courtyard and retreated indoors. The house contained ice blocks, yet he preferred to sunbathe outside. In August, the afternoon sun was abundant, and he seemed impervious to the heat. Indeed, he was too cold to ever feel warm. Chun Ming observed the fierce soldiers before him, his face alight with joy, as the guard unit emphasized not only presence but also demeanor. Moreover, the presence of a commander revealed Zhao Yi's significance placed upon this escort mission. Chapter 61. Restoring the Five Elements Golden Lock Formation, seeing those who once looked down upon him, now circling around, showering him with flattery. Ma Lu could not help but smirk subtly. He was acutely aware of the motives of these errant disciples, merely seeking to align themselves with Zhengyang to gain favor. Xiaoyu's wheelchair halted at the entrance of the concert hall, watching Banjin yet apart, then turning her gaze to the piano within, lost in thought. The youngest displayed a fearless expression, cloaking himself with destructive energy, bracing for the impending onslaught from his brothers. The oppressive atmosphere drove the soldiers to madness as they buried their heads in the trenches, terrified that the eerie bullets might strike their heads. After Long Yujun's departure, Gu Jieli resumed her seat, cradling a teacup, her attention drifting to a solitary tea leaf floating within. She had been abandoned in the crowd during the day, only to be mocked and retrieved at night. A pale blue glow emanated from the sword, followed by sparkling points of light spiraling around the blade, ultimately merging into one. Upon her arrival, she disrupted the delicate ecological balance among the trio, causing ripples that affected not only Lu Fui, but also a once undistracted Black Lotus. Yao Yuqing looked up, about to inquire what method he had in mind, only to find her once again tugging at his hand, guiding it downward. Eat, eat, eat. Despite not passionately kissing her, his playful tickling was indeed her Achilles heel, causing Bei Rue to inevitably capitulate. They were engaged in light-hearted banter, while on the other side, Irua Han found herself engulfed by the scrutinizing gazes of countless onlookers, plunging her into a state of crisis, wishing fervently for a hole to hide in. I did not articulate such sentiments. I merely instructed someone to follow her. If she truly was abandoned, we would come to her aid. Once she entered the palace, there would be no reason for further trouble. My concern lay in her being left outside, which would spell disaster, Jing Mo remarked coldly. Kuxiang Bao furrowed her brow slightly, casting a glance at Lu Jiaqi's somewhat peculiar reaction. Yet her gaze remained fixed on Su Yunxi, her body instinctively straightening as she shifted a tad to the side. Little did she anticipate that her actions inadvertently assisted Wei Huaqing in eliminating the unloyal Feng Wangfu. Observing Sun Ji's hurried departure, Qing Lian's face betrayed a barely perceptible smirk. They were about to make their entrance. Very well, I shall await you, eager to witness how my mother and I will outsmart the princess's residence. Even if you all come at once, I shall not be intimidated. Recalling her time at the general headquarters, she often cursed him in her heart as a cold-blooded creature. Although unspoken, her expressions made her disdain evident. If the emperor indeed favored Li Guirun, he ought to recognize that such bestowments would render her a target of public scorn. Yet, the emperor seemed indifferent, indicating that he was merely concerned with quelling the rumors. But what of you, Empress Dowager? You care solely for the matters concerning the Suhi clan, for their honor and disgrace. Gazing at the blood-stained parchment in her hand, Rongxi deduced that it likely contained state secrets. Ilu abruptly opened his eyes, instinctively sitting up in bed, his breath quickening uncontrollably. After a moment, he reached up with a trembling hand to touch his damp cheek. Was he crying? Following a cacophony, the ice crystal square stood deserted, save for the softly glowing portal at its center. Do you wish to acquire the first volume? Ilu inquired with a smile, observing Luan nodding earnestly. In an instant, he retracted his smile, his face contorting with malice as he stated, "The door hasn't even been mentioned. disregarding Luan's frozen expression, turning away to depart. Yang Hao, what are you doing? Xiao Xian exclaimed. Is this how your brave fruit, right army entertains guests? Hu Si Liang retorted with a fierce yet feeble demeanor. Chapter 62. White Dragon Pool. Tang Xian's relics were not something the current Su Zhengyang could lay claim to. All he could do was silently pray that no one noticed the bare flag of the formation. He obtained what he desired. Thus, Su Zhengyang bowed his hands in gratitude towards Manager Wan, expressing his thanks before taking his leave. Consequently, they transformed from influential figures of the outside world into ordinary individuals, perpetually at risk of being bullied by stronger adversaries. How could such a feeling be bearable? Upon hearing the splash of someone falling into the water, Chang Chun Zhe finally smiled. The heavy stone that had long burdened his heart lifted at last. He observed the river's surface for about a quarter of an hour, noting that nothing had surfaced amidst the shimmering waters, allowing him to calmly step down from the arch bridge and head home. Zhang Qiuyue returned without acknowledging him. After a brief stroll, she discovered her son still seated there. The great sage Fei Hong did not feign indifference this time. She fixated on Li Yi, her eyes sparkling with wisdom, as if attempting to see right through him. Lin Fei Yu and Bai Cheng stealthily boarded the vehicle prepared by Gue Shou and sped away. Although he yearned to linger and take the opportunity to forge a closer bond with this young master song, thereby strengthening the relationship between Shen Qiuyue and the Song family. Yiling she never anticipated that the seemingly devoted Tao Hua would, in a bid for survival, forsake her own child, discarding the innocent into a cesspool, where they tragically suffocated in filth. During her stay in the Eastern Dynasty's imperial capital, she had been exceedingly busy, only able to carve out moments to practice. Upon reaching Shichun Mountain, Su Yunran felt that the air here was considerably fresher than that outside. In mere instants, the vast flock of black crows vanished from Luo Qinglan and her companion's sight. Sister Ling Shi, is there any other way apart from this? In Lu Qingfeng's understanding, being shot meant only one solution, forcibly extracting the arrow. What remained certain was that neither Ruanda Zhuang nor Li Lu Fei could accept or even acknowledge this reality, persistently attempting to rescue her in a frenzied and futile manner. Li Jing Air's smile widened, yet a glimmer of cunning sparkled in her eyes. This man indeed stirred a peculiar irritation within her. I refuse injections. Where is Chun? I must see Chun. Shen Qiuyue struggled, forbidding the doctors in the ward from approaching her, her sweat-soaked hospital gown clinging to her, her mind in disarray. As a longtime confidant, Feng Ma understood that Nye Kuan was sulking over the divorce issue, yet offering counsel would only exacerbate the sorrow. It had become apparent to even Feng Ma that the marriage between Li Lu Fei and Nye Kuan had reached its conclusion, and parting ways was merely a matter of time. Such a display of defiance and a feeling of possession rendered Lu Guang's experience unexpectedly delightful, her face blooming like a radiant flower. Lu Qiuyue dared not linger. She understood that there was but one opportunity, and failure would lead to a dead end. Sha Du Tian pulled Zhao Rua Ji in another direction. In the pitch-black night, who could discern what had transpired here? No one understood better than Huang Yin Rong the preciousness of the opportunity before her. Although compensation was still calculated based on a minor role, she no longer cared. Even if the fee was a mere $60 for a cabbage, she would not mind even incurring a loss. Her distracted demeanor truly worried him. Earlier at the restaurant, she had nearly collided with the waiter and several times bumped into diners' tables. In her current state, she was a moment away from a potential accident. Chapter 63. Hidden Mysteries. Zhao Yang was equally unwilling to concede defeat. Upon witnessing Cui Li stow away the Qianjun stone, he promptly declared, I am Zhao Yang, skilled in the wind manipulation technique and thorn technique. Zhao Yang paused momentarily, retrieving a green orb from his storage bag, stating, through this artifact, I can. This band of horse thieves, disguised as 100 officers of the Imperial Tomb Guard, officially rooted themselves in the village of Shichu from that day forth. Aside from the villagers, the nearby thieves remained unaware of the existence of such a formidable band, and none dared to target Shichu village. Even if Yang Yufeng were genuinely willing to offer the Changfeng group to Chun Hao, he lacked the qualification to do so. Moreover, how could Yang Yufeng possibly make such a considerable sacrifice for a woman? Master Amang, I'm unfamiliar with this place and have no friends here. I wish to return and pay my respects to my master, Wang Cheng stated calmly. Just as I was taken aback, Laxus noticed me and smiled, saying, Leeser, You are here. Aslan glanced at me and greeted Laxus before departing. Seeing Aslan leave, I approached and sat beside Laxus, grasping her hand. At that moment, I was solely focused on examining his face closely. However, after scrutinizing for a while, I could vaguely discern his features. Yet I was still unable to clearly see his true visage. Gradually, our surroundings fell silent. The chilling air began to solidify, and darkness enveloped the sky. Under the dim light of the roadside lamps, Wang Long and I fixed our gazes on one another, poised for action. At this moment, Hua Lang lay unconscious, entirely oblivious to their words. Had he been aware, he would have been deeply concerned for Wenming. However, the mere prospect of extending one's lifespan by 100,000 years presents an immense possibility for practitioners to enhance their strength, prolong their existence, and ascend to greater heights. Now, I have 2 more matters to discuss, so pay close attention. Suddenly, Xian Lao's countenance, once filled with kindness, transformed into a grave expression. Yang Wang recalled that his acquaintance with Lu Qing and Long Dicheng was merely due to a transaction that brought him to the vast expanse of Donghai. Lu Qing had fulfilled her promise, and Yang Wang's current achievements were largely aided by her, especially regarding the coveted spot in the Lian Xin Huanjing. Qiuyue did not respond immediately. Instead, she glanced at Jing Long and gently stroked her head. Although Jing Long tried her utmost to suppress her emotions, tears continued to flow from her remaining eye. Yin Tianxiu was acutely aware of Jian Nu's strength. He had ascended to the rank of a Tian Jia assassin shortly after joining Tian Wang, and the souls that had perished under his blade were undoubtedly countless. Not daring to be negligent, Yin Tianxiu swiftly drew his broken blade to defend himself. The tale of Jiang Zia freezing Qishan spread like wildfire, igniting fervor in Xiaoge. 100,000 troops had perished without even encountering the enemy, a reality that was truly hard to accept. Brother Taoist, I lost my way ahead. The big brother brought me here, and he is a kind man, said Tushan Su Su, her face lighting up with a joyful smile. All right, Erlang acquiesced, reaching out to grab the puppy, while the mother wolf showed no intention of obstructing him, merely gazing at Erlang with an expression that seemed to convey a desire to entrust her offspring to him. However, following the previous calamity involving the alliance of raiders and the Beast King, the Jinglan Empire had suffered severe losses, and they were undoubtedly harboring resentment towards us. Now that the Fire Phoenix Empire is in trouble, will they truly come to our aid? The Baiyan Hong Ying raised an eyebrow and inquired. Chapter 64, The Army Ants. Su Zhengyang had just drawn a circle on the ground when a stone suddenly fell into the cavern with a loud thud. Indeed, there was a hollow space here. The spiritual sense of a qi refining practitioner could only extend a couple of zhang outside their body. Yet the depth of this cave far exceeded that, making it impossible for Su Zhengyang to explore with his senses. My father insists on donning a black outfit, brandishing a bottle of potent white liquor, standing guard at my door, with a wind chime hanging above. As soon as the chime rings, you must take a sip and spray the liquor on the threshold. Once the Tian Sha step is unleashed, it cannot be forcibly halted. Only upon completing all 7 steps will it cease. Upon witnessing Yu Fei's unwavering resolve, Xiang de Biao realized that as long as it was the instructor's command, the rest would unconditionally comply, a task beyond Xiang de Biao's ability to hinder. Why does this porridge taste like plain water this morning? It's just like drinking cold water. Yu Fei yelled angrily, perhaps due to having missed breakfast. His voice lacked strength. In truth, your absence is fortuitous. I place great importance on this victory or defeat. Yet it is of little consequence to me, Du Xiaoyu remarked. However, when he realized the situation, it was already somewhat late, seeing no chance of escape. Lu Tao decisively equipped the Jin Hui shield and activated the defensive skill. This is war, a truly devastating conflict aimed at the annihilation of a nation and its people. It must be resolved in one fell swoop. To Li Zi Ming's astonishment, it was the golden giant who spoke, gazing into the distance at the faintly approaching shadows, intermittently uttering words. However, Jiang Depeng knew when to retreat. A cornered rabbit may bite, and considering the opponent had artillery, Jiang Depeng was reluctant to incur further casualties among his troops, as the Black Hawk Legion could not afford to suffer unnecessary losses. Entering will reveal all. Mai Qianqin spoke coldly, resembling a powder keg ready to explode. Those present had witnessed him deliver a single punch that sent the Master Zhang Quaning crashing into the wall, leaving them deeply shaken. The wound of the Jiao Long was seared shut by the power of lightning in an instant, not a drop of blood spilling forth. And the faint aroma of barbecued snake meat wafted through the air. Sunlight streamed through the pink curtains, illuminating the lavish mansion of 17,000 square feet, casting a gentle glow upon Lu Tianxian's face. Chunze expressed his admiration, remarking that Benzi was truly a master in the art of courting, managing to win over even a recluse afflicted with social anxiety. Who could rival such prowess? The ugly creature swiftly approached Jia Zhengjin, warily sniffing the air before turning its gaze toward the direction of the sleeping quarters. Naturally, Qiuyue and Shirley could not be separated, for Qiuyue's strength rendered the situation perilous. As Zhu Sha witnessed him stride forward, he immediately projected his spiritual skills outward, activating the spying technique. Previously, he had heard Xiao speak of his father, the San Mu Zhu Yuan, who was born from a rich and pure essence of fate. But it was unexpected that all of this was a consequence of the divine tree's influence. "You are courting death." Wu Murong's face turned crimson, and he shouted through gritted teeth. Could he comprehend? Or should he inform him that he was not the true Lan Lianxia, but merely a wisp of soul from the 21st century? What a masterful concealment technique. It seems Yu Tang truly did not lie. You danced around me, and I remained oblivious. Lu Yin spoke to the air. Yi Qianhong, dare you speak loudly to your master again? Do you believe I won't send you to warm the bed immediately? Yi Yun Qian Glia coldly a Yi Qianhong. Chapter 65, Super Fire Control Technique. The strength of these soldier ants is rather unimpressive, Su Zhengyang remarked with a disdainful curl of his lip. Indeed, Ma Elu nodded, continuing to explain. Among the entire ant colony, the most powerful is the ant queen. If we can capture the queen and contract her as a spirit beast. He directed the flashlight at the lock, feeling a surge of joy as he realized it was an old-fashioned spring lock, easily opened due to its long disuse. The circular copper ring was covered in thick verdigrease. Li tried several keys and finally found one that could fit, but it would not turn. Wu Ying stared in disbelief as his rightful prey slipped away from under his nose. He felt a pang of bitterness yet dared not act recklessly, as he had not forgotten Wei Feng's warning and fully believed in its validity. The Neo-Yugurgung Ward Stadium erupted once more, the crowd vociferously chanting Zhang Xiang's name in unison. Zhang Xiang now deeply understood the bliss of being a star under the watchful eyes of thousands. In truth, it was merely a distance of 2 or 3 miles. Even in the jungle, it was just a moment to catch one's breath. Yet in that brief span, blood had already stained the ground. The two young men, upon hearing Wu Kai's call, felt a surge of joy, though they feigned an exaggerated expression of terror and darted into a side alley. As the dance reached its peak intensity, the lead dancer, Nana and I, suddenly unleashed a piercing scream that resonated like thunder. With a wave of his hand, Duo Luo directed the surrendered evil drow and slave warriors to join Dina's ranks. It was precisely due to these considerations that Kuwait, after seizing a point through an all-out assault, adopted a strategy of withdrawal to successfully achieve the pre-match objectives. In contrast, the Chinese team, overly fixated on securing a draw or victory in a single match, ultimately failed to realize their goal. Logically, the soundproofing at the room's entrance should have been impeccable, preventing sounds from escaping. However, thanks to Wei Feng's advanced perception abilities, he still managed to pick up on the commotion and noises within. Regret fills the heart upon the realization that when the three perished, I was not by their side. Yet, this is the overwhelming force of nature. Even if Wang Ping, Duan Tianxing, and Tai Sui had been present, what could have been done? Even if Duan Tianxing could withstand several tons of ice, I fear that with his physique and agility diminished, evading such peril would be beyond his capabilities. The additional presence is none other than our dear Sandai Durun, currently a retired elder and the peeping enthusiast Sarutobi Hizashi. Holding the jade tablet, Xin Yangzi duplicated a copy and then departed from the tomb with both the bamboo scroll and the jade tablet. Huan Zhonghu inwardly mocked himself, reflecting on how he, who had been clever throughout his life, could be so foolish in this moment. However, after only 7 days of regency, the news of Ganzhou's fall reached Zhaoqing. Although the distance was considerable, the atmosphere within the court had turned tense, and a decision was made to flee to Guangxi. This upheaval was so abrupt that even Shui men had not anticipated it, He merely resorted to the flying thunder god technique to appear behind the beast road. It is difficult for ordinary people to comprehend why, after acquiring ample avenues for enhancement, they would still seek the embrace of the infamous evil god. Lin Yu pondered for a long while, and, aside from Hua Yao, he could not recall any adversarial figures. To train her effectively, one must tailor the approach to her unique characteristics. By contrasting and dissecting the differences between ancient and contemporary arcane knowledge, one can guide her step by step. Most arrows were deflected by the great shield, yet the shield formation was not entirely impenetrable. It had its gaps, and the cavalry behind employed a projectile strategy, making the rain of arrows from above quite challenging to evade. Chapter 66. The Ant Queen. Ma Lu's fire control technique was exceptionally splendid, swiftly annihilating all the flying ants. However, this technique also exacted a significant toll on Ma Lu's consciousness. Upon completion, he appeared utterly drained, his complexion pallid, and his steps unsteady. In the realm of officialdom, there is nothing more detestable than those who kick someone when they are down. Yao Bin's was thoroughly disillusioned with Zhang Quan, and his feelings were tinged with a hint of animosity. What I said was true. It turns out I really did use their blueprints. Xiao Han chuckled himself. Even though this holy war resulted in the successful unification of the human alliance, it cannot be denied that the efforts of Emperor Constantine V played a role. At the very least, this adept pretender to be harmless allowed other vigilant nations to dispatch their forces as well. Don't tell me that Yamaguchi Momo participated too, the leader exclaimed, scratching his head in bewilderment before suddenly asking in surprise. Shisa was unaware of this detail, speculating that the blood demon only revealed itself in the northern regions and western Shu, feigning ignorance. Kong Xian had initially intended to curse the old lord, but, recalling that Li Song willingly sacrificed himself to save Yun Xiao, he fell silent, left in a state of shock. It is evident that even within a disaster zone, the chance of obtaining a primordial spiritual treasure is but 1 in 100,000. Would you not agree, Zhuangyu? Zhuanghuo raised an eyebrow, looking towards the elegant youth seated atop the mountain. These mysterious experts in green, whose origins are unknown, intended to abduct Wang of Nanwu, and when they realized defeat was imminent, they chose to perish together with him. Shifei smiled silently, neither agreeing nor opposing Shisa's idea, which only served to enhance his delight. Jiang Defeng stealthily maneuvered near Shen Qiuyue and her companions, observing through the gaps of 2 bronze mirrors a Taoist priest surveying the area, seemingly unaware of his presence. Jiang Defeng suddenly appeared before the priest, extending his right palm to strike at the man's chest. Princess Xian Ling had witnessed far too many corpses that day. The path was littered with the slain, soldiers cut down by the 5-element assassins, and blood ran freely. Her complexion paled instantaneously, transforming her once handsome visage into one of sickly beauty. Forgive me, esteemed elder. I have 20 snow ginseng pills here, which can provide immense life essence. They are miraculous healing elixirs with slight longevity effects. Please accept them. Yang Tian produced a jade vial and offered it forth. Under the impetus of emotional strength, the true energy generated by the Supreme Bliss 6 divine techniques was undergoing continual transformation. 36 lotus flowers ascended gradually, devoid of roots or leaves, floating in the air, most in bud, with only a few in full bloom. This is the final cup. Henceforth, there shall be no more Yu Dao tea in this world. Suing poured out the last cup of clear tea, a hint of sorrow flickering across her face as she sighed softly, tears glistening in her eyes. It was said that the Ming bandits traversed the oceans with their grand ships, even outsmarting the foreigners. I never expected it to be like this. Lu Yun remained relatively composed, though somewhat dazed, able to forcibly turn his head, while Li Chong lost all self-control, becoming utterly stunned, drooling in astonishment. Suddenly, Yang Tian's brow furrowed as a wave of weakness surged from the depths of his mind, threatening to envelop him in slumber, a sign of overexertion of his consciousness. Yang Tian hastily withdrew his consciousness and promptly consumed a spirit pill to recuperate. Lu Yu, by fortunate coincidence, had a remarkable encounter, consuming the inner core of a golden core demon beast and a mysterious celestial liquid, experiencing rapid advancements in strength within just a few years. Su Du Et Lai. Chapter 67. Fierce Battle. Fierce Battle. Su Zhengyang and Ma Lu stood frozen, exchanging glances. given that the queen ant could articulate human speech. It indicated that it had refined the horizontal bone and had now entered the realm of demons. A flicker of hesitation arose within Ma Lu, and he murmured, "No wonder." Ma Chen had not yet completed her sentence when her voice choked with emotion, overwhelmed by tears. "Fear not, dear deskmate. Soon you shall see what I am capable of." Si Yin patted Yu Jing'er on the shoulder. "This shepherd's purse is a seasonal herb. Soon it will be unavailable," prompting Yin Su to request a larger quantity. At that moment, Lu Feng was outside her home, grappling with the zombie I had incapacitated, evidently. She too was at a loss, perplexed as to why this seemingly benign zombie could not be controlled. Upon seeing Cheng Yuan, Song Xiaolin was taken aback. She had always known her to be beautiful, but rarely had she seen her dressed so exquisitely. He was acutely aware that he had indeed visited Wu Zhou Mountain, and everything that transpired was undeniably real, not a mere illusion. Lung Dong directly escorted them to the leader of the station troops. After explaining their intentions, the general, Lung Yin, bore an expression befitting his name, regarding them with skepticism, clearly unconvinced that these two young individuals possessed the ability to assist in their current predicament. Wu Lu provided cover from the rear, quickly detecting something amiss, and immediately called out to Cheng Kai and Su Sanduo. Meng Qi sent him flying with a single palm strike, not exerting much force, merely pushing him aside without injury. Then, a jade platform slowly ascended from the roof, and Mei Yang was observing when she suddenly felt a pulling sensation drawing her onto the platform. "Could you assist me in procuring some Su Shandan, or perhaps the materials for it?" Ding inquired. "Afeng, what are you pondering?" Rui Zi, having remained close to Mu Feng, could not help but ask as she gazed at his grave expression. At that moment, Wu Xiu Luo disregarded everything else, delivering palm strikes upon the old ancestor of Tianji in an attempt to compel him to relinquish his grip. Despite the excruciating pain, the old ancestor of Tianji did not loosen his hold on Wu Xiu Luo in the slightest. The crimson light shield appeared substantial. However, it remained an illusory entity. Yet, this ethereal shield effectively obstructed the flames produced by spiritual energy, for it resembled a shield, though it was, in truth, an intricately complex barrier of restrictions. A fusion of spiritual power and divine thought. Indeed, it is summoning. Ever since I elevated the dimensional summoning technique to level 2, it has undergone significant transformations. Not only does it no longer require a sacrificial offering for summoning, but the cooldown period has also been reduced from half a month in level 1 to merely 1 week. "Where are the disciples of Ji Xiandao?" Mu Feng inquired of the disciples of the Qingshi gang guarding the gate. Consequently, the human race reached out to the merchant Hong Yuan, and after locating Hong Yuan naturally entrusted this matter to Yang Lei. There are indeed perspectives on this. Firstly, I am unaware of the profound significance contained within these seemingly simple two characters. And secondly, I am uncertain of the destination of this carrier pigeon. As I understand it, communication in Bai Hua Gu does not employ carrier pigeons, but rather utilizes a type of sound-carrying insect. "Do you not possess this sound-carrying insect?" Xiao inquired. At this moment, Mu Feng fell into deep contemplation. If indeed all individuals in the 4 regions became privy to the secret of the Great Ascension, it would undoubtedly lead to a massacre among practitioners, turning the entire 4 regions into a slaughterhouse. There could be no further delay. This Tieshir Jinwu is exceedingly formidable, and the longer we wait, the more disadvantageous it becomes for us. Ji Hongxia communicated to Hua Nongyu. Chapter 68. The Final Battle. Before them stood a legion of black soldier ants, each measuring a full foot in size. Aside from their classification as arthropods, this group of soldier ants exhibited no other characteristics of typical ants. Their bodies resembled scorpions, with 2 black pincers at the forefront and a tail that hung down. Therefore, does drifting count as a combat skill? However, if the opponent can also fly, one would find oneself powerless. Even if the opponent cannot fly, ascending into the air would render one helpless against the enemies on the ground, merely constituting an escape tactic. Nanhua Dao Zuan furrowed his brow, appalled by Bai Chi's audacity. Despite possessing military strength superior to Linla, he still summoned numerous celestial cultivators, leaving one to wonder why Nansu Xianzuan had not arrived. Witnessing Pongla's mockery, Li Lao was enraged, raising his head to let out a long howl. His figure accelerated once more, and in the blink of an eye, he closed the distance to within 1,000 meters of Pongla. Yet, just as he prepared to attack, Pongla's feet glimmered with yellow light, and in a flash he had retreated 2,000 meters, increasing the distance between them. Heichong knew that this time he was doomed. If Ling Yu had reported him, he would not only lose his position, but also the stable job he currently held. In order to leave more discreetly, Ma Qingqing chose a mountain peak of merely 100 meters, which was significantly inconspicuous. That wooden box appeared to have been specially designed for the purpose. The black stone and scroll fit perfectly within, occupying the entirety of the box's space. After securing the black stone, I resolved to return and relay the entire sequence of events to Wujuan and Bai Yin above. If she were not the party involved, she would undoubtedly be very curious about the protagonist of this incident, likely coming to observe quietly. The battlefield below grew increasingly chaotic, with the rebels near the palace wall retreating step by step, suffering heavy casualties, while on the other side, the divine palace guards were pressed against the temple platform, a mere 20 steps away from breaching the grand hall. The masked man's voice abruptly ceased as a water arrow effortlessly pierced through his protective talisman, followed by 4 additional water arrows that surged forth in succession. Liehua, hearing a voice reminiscent of Ji Dage, remarked, "Tan Dage, it seems our group has encountered trouble. I must go check it out." He turned towards the northern gate, and Tan Nao Tong and the others followed suit to ascertain the situation. Han Qian quietly retrieved the Yoming Dawn, hesitating for a moment before finally placing it in her mouth and swallowing. "Master Brother, how are you?" Liehua could not discern the state of their battle, and upon witnessing Master Brother being knocked back and falling, he hurried over to assist him. In the brief span of half a day, the remaining 20,000 individuals appeared as if they had survived a catastrophe, being herded onto warships by soldiers. As they conversed while walking, the two turned a corner and could see the main gate of the inner city. "Since the Zhu Qiuyue has ceased to inquire about the Heizhu Hui, why do you wish to meet me today?" Shen Fengming suddenly asked. For Elder Bei to directly dismantle the magic energy plundering formation would pose too great a challenge for him. However, he could still manage to lift the restrictions, allowing the magic energy plundering formation to operate at its utmost efficacy. Regrettably, research on the magic energy plundering formation had not progressed smoothly. The technical complexity of this formation is exceedingly high, even categorized as advanced magic among demonic spells. Moreover, its study is fraught with difficulties, as its powerful energy absorption capability leaves no one willing to remain in a state of being drained. Hong Ba Ji Li Tong, Shi Huan Juguan, Tiandi Jie Shengong, Xiao Zai Dao, Fa Kong break. With a resounding crash, the ground before Ni Zhaorong erupted, and from the fissure emerged 9 zombies, each exhaling white smoke from their nostrils. Chapter 69, Capturing the Ant Queen. Simultaneously, Ma Lu discreetly restored his magical powers. He rose to stand beside Zhengyang, chuckling softly as he retrieved a stack of flame talismans, indicating that the final battle was imminent. In the midst of conversation, Ma Lu directly hurled the stack of 12 flame talismans, and a 5-color divine light surged forth, channeling Hong Jun's entire cultivation into Li Jinglong's body. Following this, Qiu Yongxi, Mo Rijin, and Atai each infused their powers into Li Jinglong. Zhao Yin furrowed her brow. She had held back during that punch, otherwise, given her strength, the young man's ribs would have surely broken in several places. Yet the opponent remained unyielding. Did he not realize she had shown mercy? Lao Wang, too, tracing the lines on the treasure map with his fingers, moved slowly while murmuring incantations. Ever since the ancient hero Ying was vanquished by Xu Yang, Wei Qijing had become the most favored contender among all, given that Shaolin and Wudong have long been the pinnacles of the martial world. Possessing a lofty status within the Jianghu, why have they remained aloof from the conflicts of recent years? Why rely on the Wu Yue Jinpai, which is a second-tier sect within the righteous martial arts, to confront the encroachment of the demonic sect? Suddenly, amidst the clutter in the innermost part of the room, a long black cloth bundle, approximately 1.5 to 6 meters in length, caught her attention. What kind of feng shui arrangement did HSBC design to counter this Qian Dao feng shui setup? Ye Zifeng did not respond directly to Chaoren, but instead posed a question to Cha Si. Bai Shijing lunged forward, seizing Duan Jingchuan's wrists. With a crack, he broke his wrist bones. Duan Jingchuan was utterly powerless to resist. and the true energy that Qiuyue had infused into him could only sustain him for a fleeting moment, as Qiuyue would not continue to supply it, leaving him rendered powerless once more. What is it? Have you forgotten that yesterday was Friday? You promised to come back and cook for me. Xia Qingqing expressed her dissatisfaction. Before the Qiuyue could react and grab their weapons, Kaisa hastily closed the portal, a blue laser narrowly missing his ear and severing a few strands of hair. When Kaisa relayed this outcome to Nike Furue, the latter said nothing but merely advised Kaisa to visit the S.H.L.D. agency when possible, as Coulson wished to meet him. Jiang Yinxing collapsed to the ground, rolling about with a large dent in his chest, blood spewing from his mouth, and his fingers lacked the strength to lift. However, Wei Shi and Mi Jin's interaction was perceived differently by others, as they did not share the same indifference. Ika squatted atop the table, observing the awkward expression of Zhengyang and the foolish grin of Ka Pu, wishing to give both old men a good slap to prompt some self-reflection. It was only the fourth day, yet there were nearly 500 first-level evolvers among the students in the Nanhua region. That old classmate had not been in contact for quite some time, so it was indeed strange to receive a sudden message. Upon discerning the malicious intent of Kai Lizhang, Kai Guang, and others, Wei Shi harbored no desire to align himself with the Kai clan. Given the necessity for Huang Yuan to personally oversee the handover, it was imperative to avoid direct anchorage by the seashore. Under the guidance of Bolu Salinu, they navigated through winding paths, ultimately arriving at a concealed base nestled within the mountainous terrain. Your Majesty, your subjects shall never let you down. Yu Qingqian declared to the citizens of Yuehua City, who had reignited their fighting spirit, addressing Qin Mo. With that, she raised her right hand and, without hesitation, drew it across her neck. The glass sliced through her skin, and the sharp sensation of the blade penetrating her flesh was familiar to her, reminiscent of past hatred. Yet now it lingered as the final vestige of memory. Her actions were not driven by desire for Mei Lan, for these were lives at stake. Being one who valued life, Yu Qingqian naturally extended that sentiment to others as well. Chapter 70. The Scorpion Spirit. The process of refining the transverse bone was a significant hurdle. Any interruption during this period would result in a backlash, severely injuring one's vitality. While attempting to refine the transverse bone, the Scorpion Spirit, Su Zhengyang murmured with intrigue, and then further inquired, typically, how long does it take for you to refine the transverse bone? After a month. Jia Xuanhu found the monotony of life unbearable and could no longer endure such a lackluster existence. Previously, he felt disappointment, but now he was touched and reassured. At that moment, Song Mei finally comprehended He Yuju's intentions. In truth, He Yuju was fully aware of everything. Yet he wished to provide the best for himself and protect himself diligently. However, Song Mei refrained from frivolous spending, saving all her funds for their future wedding. While witnessing He Yuju's extravagant expenditures and contemplating why he didn't purchase other items, when the Fenglai sect suffered losses and their vitality severely diminished, what value would their achievements hold? He Yuju clearly found the price unacceptable, seizing the index and middle fingers of the opposing party with a firm grip. Subsequently, he pressed his thumb against the palm of his adversary. Inquiring about Zhou Kai and Lu Jiuqing's whereabouts, he brought in Shi Jinglei, who scratched his head in bewilderment. As the restaurant door slowly opened, He Yuju, covered in wounds, emerged slowly. In truth, He Yuju was not entirely feigning, having endured so much punishment. Every part of him ached. At that moment, a reliable late-game player like Jie La was particularly needed to stabilize the situation and shoulder the damage in the later stages. Before even touching the edge of the bed, the man felt a chill run down his spine, and shortly thereafter, a dagger was drawn, blood gushing forth. Just as he uttered this phrase, Li Yi, who had sensed something amiss, suddenly felt a spark of clarity. The two men carried Gao Yang to a nearby open space, and one of the man's companions stepped forward, probing the ground before striking it forcefully several times. The man glanced back at Zhang Tianlei and then turned to Mo Feng, only to shift his gaze towards the zombies below. The other members of the Hengshan sect also paused, particularly Liao Yu, who displayed unusual concern for Qi Yang's condition. He sensed the lake was teeming with energy, gentle in nature, and likely beneficial for healing. The absence of any successful dark weapons nearby already indicated the speed of this fierce beast. Aolai scoffed inwardly. extending his foreleg to deliver a solid kick to the chest of Prince Moong, who was caught off guard and staggered back several steps, clutching his chest in pain. After the discomfort subsided, Qiuyue felt a sense of relief, with all fatigue and pain dissipating. Had it not been for the formidable adversary at hand, he would have wished to remain in this state of relaxation indefinitely. Adorned with exquisitely embroidered shoes threaded with pearls and clad in a gown of brocade adorned with butterflies, complemented by a satin vest, and wearing a jade bracelet on each wrist, she also sported a necklace of gemstones and agate. With your meager skills, do you think you can stop me? Wang Lingwan scoffed. As soon as he finished speaking, he swayed his body, employing some unknown technique, and in an instant, struck each ghost soldier's wrist, causing their weapons to clatter to the ground. Justice, lend me a hand. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yi struggled to rise but faltered midway, his hands giving way, and he could only bitterly smile and shake his head. In the past, he had commanded great authority on the battlefield, but now, in illness, he was no different from an ordinary person. Thus, he had to call upon Dian Wei for assistance, unable to remain in the carriage with both parents present. This rare equilateral formation left Lin Yifeng momentarily stunned. When did gang confrontations become so professional? Chapter 71. The Unmasking of Ma Lu. While the Ant Queen assisted the Scorpion Spirit in constructing the rock wall, she did not incorporate the precious ant gold, allowing Su Zhengyang to cut through it with remarkable ease. In the span of mere moments, he carved out a large hole 3 feet wide and over 10 feet deep. As Su Zhengyang worked, Yanju's brows furrowed, and she flipped aside her oversized nightgown, revealing inflamed wounds on her back, still seeping blood. Upon touching her forehead, he found it exceedingly hot. Lin Jinhong was momentarily stunned before erupting in ecstatic joy, grasping her shoulder and stammering. You mean you're pregnant? Is that true? You're not deceiving me. His exuberance was uncontrollable, laughter spilling forth in delight. Of course I want to learn. Hee. Lin Jinhong chuckled sheepishly. Zhou Xiaoman accepted the sports jacket handed to her by Zhou Sini and donned it as the three descended from Feixiong Mountain. Brother Long, once we leave, the station troops in Henan will surely come to search for us. This stronghold must be fortified, as it will prove invaluable in the future. Yu Songyuan emphasized. Tai Sun Ge need not worry too much. In the future, Yun Ah and the others will require your assistance as well, Lu Yihan said with a smile. Hee. What did you see? What thoughts crossed your mind? An elderly voice resonated beside Tang Feng. After all, the purple-winged spider was renowned as the supreme of the spider clan. Naturally, the battle continued. The purple-winged spider, unable to withstand the onslaught from the rotund assailant, finally began to unleash its fury. Suddenly, a cacophony akin to the cries of a slaughtered pig echoed. Guofei, instead of receiving a slap, heard the pitiful wails of Mu Ziqing's cousin. Fuck! An American soldier bellowed, unleashing a torrent of fire from his automatic rifle at the remaining Japanese soldiers. His marksmanship was impeccable, and the power of the rifle was immense, causing a dozen Japanese soldiers to scatter in avoidance. Do you want to eat? Zhou Sini chuckled, presuming Lin Jinhong was complimenting the aroma of the noodles in the pot. And she asked again. Zhang Tiankai sat on the stone platform at the doorway, lighting a cigarette and smoking intermittently, while Yi Liping stood beside him, scanning the surroundings in search of Zhang Pani. The sheer number of monsters was overwhelming, and he deemed it too troublesome to continue fighting in this manner. Therefore, he resolved to capture the leader first. It turned out the wall had seemingly been excavated previously, with the bricks above feigning normalcy. The items in the hands of the attendants stood out as meticulously chosen, appearing far more appealing than those worn by Yi Zhixing. Achieving a consecutive 14 victories and a record of 24 wins to 2 losses positioned Scott far ahead in the league's best coach rankings, well above Eric Spoelstra of the Heat, marking yet another bountiful year in his view. The skin of the creature resembled that of a withered tree, yet bore a slight sheen, devoid of any hair. A pair of eyes filled with disdain reflected Hiruaji's significantly lacking stamina, leaving a profoundly negative impression on Tao guests. On this day, Li Dong summoned all those who had once fought alongside him at Yaoko Bao, including the unengaged Li Shuangcheng. Suddenly, amidst the trajectory of a basketball, a large hand appeared before him. Following that hand, he discovered it belonged to Zhao Zanming from Taiyuan University of Technology. She had never prepared for this situation, especially since her exam paper contained matters she would rather keep hidden. No, even if it were fine, it had to remain here. Ciyu resolutely decided that she could not forfeit such a splendid opportunity. Upon hearing this, the expression on Hula Ba's face darkened completely, a flicker of despair flashing in her eyes as she realized she had been played by Lin Jie. Chapter 72. The Ling Flame of Stalactites. Su Zhengyang's countenance stiffened at these words. He turned to look back, only to find Ma Lu clutching another of those black spheres, ready to toss it at any moment. With an awkward laugh, Su Zhengyang dispelled the projection of the shining pearl and approached Ma Lu to nonchalantly retrieve Sun Xiaoming and place him beside Yin Yin. Just as Shui Tongzi hesitated, a sudden trumpet sounded, akin to the deep, penetrating call of a conch shell. Kong Rong began. Esteemed mentors, honored guests, beloved classmates. Good afternoon. This greeting from a future era felt both familiar and novel to the people of the Han dynasty, earning a round of applause. In an instant, the clarity returned to Shang Wanjing's gaze, and with a swift motion, she struck Lin Qingxian in the chest. Hongji, no. It truly feels as if some voice is screaming and weeping in my ear, I exclaimed, crouching down in pain and desperately tugging at my ears. Oh, is that not the famous star Yu Shuang? Come home to visit, I see. Yi Xiaoyan remarked with a teasing tone, seeing how matters had escalated. Wang Dejin fully shifted the blame onto Chen Yuqian. With her arms positioned like a blade, Changwei effortlessly repelled the attack, taking 5 steps back while pouting. Not far away, a great tree toppled, its spiritual light dissipating, revealing a colossal hidden leaf mantis, its body riddled with wounds, blood flowing profusely. Huh! Because the Bien dog knows no limits, and those living now cherish their lives dearly. A smirk of derision accompanied a hint of disdain. Zhubaye. I have never understood why the moon goddess Chang'e would favor a pig like you. Bugong excellemment. However, contemplating the vibrant lives of Tiger Gu and Rain Hijie, Su Yin felt liberated, deciding to embrace spontaneity. Suddenly, in the eastern sky above the palace, a cloud of auspicious vapor drifted in, upon which perched an exceptionally majestic and ethereal green bird. It is the mountain crossing rat. Do not panic. Noticing the strange patterns in the sand, Ting Shu immediately spoke. Though young and inexperienced, she possessed a keen intellect, gradually understanding the underlying significance with Lu Qing's guidance. Who says I intend to spar with him over alchemy? If you wish to go, go swiftly. Life has become unbearable, and I cannot face others again. Suyan Said Hebidi. Afterward, she made sure to inform Bai Ling Jing of her office's location, as this was a new employee whom General Liu had specifically mentioned. She felt it necessary to treat her with special consideration. More vigorous and forceful bubbles erupted, instantly soaring towards the aerial green cotton bird at a remarkably precise angle. This bubble light, or rather the culmination of adept bubble techniques, was skillfully unleashed by the lotus leaf youth at this opportune moment. Her hair was elegantly styled, adorned with a golden foil ornament in place of a gold distraction, and various flowers and pearls woven into a headpiece, swaying gracefully on her fair forehead, creating a soft, rustling sound. The pair of jade and gold ornaments behind her hair danced with each step, their tassels cascading and swaying, embodying unparalleled beauty. Especially regarding her children, she had two, both beautiful and healthy. Ho Xiaohong remarked that they were also quite intelligent. The sound of gunfire erupted as everyone began to shoot. The bandits ahead fell to the ground, while those behind swiftly scattered to seek cover and retaliate. The gunfire crackled like popping beans. Consequently, the village chief resolutely rejected their demands, urging them to abandon all hope. Upon hearing that items could be exchanged, several girls hurriedly instructed Kai Yuan Yao to wait there while they returned to retrieve their belongings. Chapter 73. The Inheritance of the Golden Core, True Monarch Simultaneously. The spiritual energy contained within the 5 high-grade spirit stones on the altar diminished at a remarkably exaggerated pace, visibly reducing. Observing this, Ma Lu dared not waste a moment. He immediately immersed his mind in the altar, personally manipulating the light at its base. Wow, Mo Jiuxiao casually mentioned, stepping out to call Lu Bu Fan. Exchanging a few nonchalant words, his brother opened his mouth but ultimately said nothing, sulking as he donned his headphones, ignoring everyone around him. Bai Zheji and Ding Chong Wei stifled their laughter, making an effort not to glance in his direction. One could say this was an extremely ideal state, albeit one typically observed only during the early stages of a collective's development. As he pondered this, a horde of dark-robed disciples of the Qiuyue emerged from nowhere, ruthlessly slaughtering the already injured disciples of the Yuzi men. Approaching 8 o'clock, the banquet was nearing its conclusion, and people began to emerge from the elevator. As if by telepathy, Ding Chongwei abruptly stood and exited the coffee bar, coincidentally as the elevator doors chimed open, revealing Gu Yurin stepping out. He noticed Liu Yifan slumped over in his seat like a dead pig. Initially, she intended to open the car door and exit directly, but then reconsidered, choosing instead to tear away the layers of tape binding Liu Yifan's hands. Lanli herself was unsure of her feelings towards her, although they shared a blood relationship. It did not necessitate that she must acknowledge her. Do you not know that in Japan, one must be completely unclothed to enjoy a hot spring? Hua Feng inquired with great interest. Ning Jin, under the piercing gaze of Hua Xiao, instinctively lowered her head, her fingers fidgeting uncontrollably. All of this had little to do with whether I was his mother or if he crawled out from my womb, lamented Mei Yang. At this juncture, Si Huijin and Shen Muning remained oblivious to why Yi Xingchen treated them in such a manner. Shen Muning was particularly unaware that her actions had thoroughly provoked Yi Xingchen. A mere fleeting glance was enough to capture his heart. Was the target the Zhu family or him, Zhu Sun? The vast Zhu family was not a monolith. Could there be someone who wished to disrupt his engagement with Shi Lushan Zhuang? After all, at this moment, aside from magic and battle songs, all skills within Chenglong village had been meticulously cultivated to a perfect score of 100. This Bai Ling did not appear nearly as willful and capricious as the legend suggested. Her tone remained quite amiable. Shen Muning shrugged and returned to her seat. The moniker of Bai Hu Wang Yin Fei bore the character tiger due to his fierce temperament. Among the 4 great law kings, he was the most impulsive. Thus, upon witnessing Wang Zhong bully the 5 Elements banner, he was the first to lose his composure and intervene. After a thorough cleansing and shedding the scent of alcohol from his attire, Mutong appeared at the door of the prince's residence, Zhengxian. This conclusion was derived from the injuries sustained by the 3 holy beings. Once announced, the allied forces fell silent, compelled to leave a garrison outside Lingguang City as a lookout, while others retreated to report to the royal city. Unable to resolve this matter on their own, they had no choice but to seek assistance from the court, requesting the court to appeal to those large sects for aid. Kong Lingxin found himself with no alternative but to continue his exploration, fearing the loss of any potential treasures left behind, which would be quite a loss indeed. Although the Qin Clan Commerce Association could be deemed a sizable organization, it paled in comparison to the 10 great families. Akin to the contrast between a mountain and a mere egg, Ning sat beside Hua Feng, believing he had made a proper greeting after their brief exchange, and turned to call Zhang Saizi to join them for a meal. Chapter 74. The death of Ma Lu. With a resounding explosion, 3 fired thunderbolts detonated simultaneously, their force multiplying exponentially, revealing an intensely blazing fireball erupting within the 5 elements golden lock array. Fortunately, the array was a significant investment by Tang Fuhua to safeguard his medicinal fields, and it was currently overseen by Su Zhengyang. Ahem, President, I was merely speaking casually. Please do not take it to heart. If you dislike it, we could discuss your mother instead. That should suffice. I still wish to persist in the conversation, so I hastily shifted the topic, hoping to uncover something of value. Jiang Zhuiying was aware that the purpose of the man in black establishing the divine C was to collect mutated crystal nuclei, yet the sheer volume of these nuclei still caught her by surprise. Yang Bo suddenly heard a voice beside him, momentarily taken aback as he had no idea who was speaking. He turned to see the individual moving with agility, their movements a harmonious blend of strength and grace, mimicking the actions before him. Legend has it that a snow Jinji flower once thrived upon the cliffs of the snow peak, isolated with no other beings for company, and thus felt an overwhelming solitude, an endless cycle of loneliness day after day. Tian Buji, of course, had not been touched by the assassin in the slightest. However, the time travelers deliberately concealed the fact that he had remained unharmed to further sway public opinion against Masterman. After all, the rumors outside claimed that Tian Buji had been injured, so the time travelers merely seized the opportunity. Upon arriving at their destination, Yang Yun cradled Diaoer in his arms while leaving the mischievous monkey locked inside the vehicle. Matsushima, now, are you all right? My apologies, it was unintentional. After studying Matsushima now, he immediately released her to avoid misunderstandings and hastily apologized, fearing she might draw her weapon in anger. The following day, Nie Fenghua did not venture anywhere, but waited within the Zhenyuan Wangfu until the afternoon, when he finally saw the Hua siblings returning alongside Sidu Qianji. Observing their calm demeanor, it seemed all was well. Bai Taizong indeed awaited her outside, and Nie Fenghua shared a carriage with him, heading to a dilapidated alley in the eastern part of the city. Here, the elixir. Suddenly, a resounding voice echoed above them, followed by a flash of celestial light, manifesting a Chinquan bag. Zeus, unaware of the events unfolding, departed from Mount Olympus as all gathered to prepare for the ultimate battle of the universe, descending into the depths of Tartarus, closer to chaos than the underworld. Shao Chung, as a top deity, had information available online. Peng Yu felt a strong urge to look it up immediately, but restrained herself, preparing to continue her performance when she heard a deep male voice resonate. Once she adapted to the intense brightness of her surroundings, she finally gazed upward, realizing why a chill had crept down her neck. The vast space before her had a ceiling towering 5 stories high, adorned with numerous kilowatt lights. Bai Shu was the first to approach, and Zhengyang crumpled into his embrace, her dazed gaze sweeping over his face, then glancing at Shang Lu's before finally resting on the white safety helmet, her eyes lighting up slightly. The fundamental principle of alchemy is to master the identification of various spiritual herbsages. Only then can one determine the appropriate degree of heat for refining these herbs and extracting their medicinal potency, without allowing Dan Wanwan and the others a moment to react. She articulated her intentions and promptly descended the high platform with her vice captain. I think viewing the photos is acceptable, she mused, not overthinking it and preparing to agree. I also wish to join the ride. After all, it's a family affair, and it's only reasonable for everyone to voice their opinions. Chapter 75. Refining the stalactite spirit flame. The touch of the stalactite spirit flame was indeed unique. Perhaps it was due to its dual attributes of fire and earth that the Fujuan spirit felt not only the searing heat upon plunging his hands into the flame, but also an additional weightiness from within. Although flames are formless and intangible, I was just lamenting how to contact you when you sought me out. Mo Shaosheng tossed the newspaper onto the table, his mood exceedingly elevated. Xiang Nan, accompanied by 3 warriors, cleverly set up pine-scented traps, snare traps, and deceptive traps in the woods to catch up with the team. Zhu Gatong remarked, I distinctly remember that when I exited the meeting room, I closed the door but did not lock it, allowing me to check on the situation inside whenever I wished. In the void, wisps of earth-fire spiritual energy coalesced into fire dragons, burrowing into Su Wen's body and instantly transforming into destructive primordial energy. The outcome was clear. Moments later, Peng Zhongguang awakened, unable to speak due to excruciating pain in his lower back. Furthermore, after a severe blow to the back of his head, he might have suffered a concussion, rendering his mental state quite poor. Chai Hua felt relieved, finally free from his father's incessant nagging. He sighed deeply and lay down on his bed. The only discomfort stemmed from the clean bottle. Had he done something wrong? It seemed not. Yet why did he sense a decline in others' impressions of him? Uncertain if he was merely being sensitive, he could not shake the feeling that his peers no longer looked at him with the fervor they once had. She understood that Li Er had long ceased to harbor any affection and was well acquainted with his nature, never wishing to owe anyone anything. After Qingwu's death, he bore all the blame himself, even going so far as to ruthlessly pluck out Gong Qianz's eyes. It was precisely because of this that he felt indebted to her and sought to make amends with all his might. Chang Yuan, could you wait for me a moment? She implored, afraid that if she turned away, he might leave. Li Hongling's lips curled into a smile as her fingers delicately brushed, causing a single crystalline droplet to slide down the red thread and seep into Elder Dong's neck wound. Still unaware of your name? Allow me to introduce myself first. I am Zi Feng, the enforcement captain of the Tianhai City Abilities Association, Zi Feng stated with a smile. Following Tsunade's words, an awkward silence enveloped the entire venue, with everyone's gaze involuntarily drifting towards the severed arm of the 4th Reikage. Examining the scar, it was undoubtedly a sword wound. Yet, Xian Tingyun was certain that during the encounter, Wuji's Demon Cry twin swords had no opportunity to strike him. Moreover, Xian Tingyun bore wounds from the Demon Cry twin swords. the scars wider than those on his shoulder, surrounded by a distinctive corrosive black mist from the sword's aftermath. More critically, while the film had recruited talent from New Art City, it had no connection to the bald-headed Maijia, but was instead a work involving Huang Beiming. Not only them, but the divine beings engaged in combat below also experienced a sudden drop in their powers. Furthermore, the fact that the other party had inadvertently involved Zishuan was something she could not tolerate. "Wait for me. I will arrive shortly," Shen Qiuyue stated before immediately hanging up the phone and stepping out. In contrast, individuals in the early 1990s within the film industry remained relatively sincere, believing that creating quality works was paramount, rather than prioritizing traffic, status, or monetary gain. Zhengyang continued to exist in a lukewarm state. Yet everyone felt the palpable tension in the air. "All right, let's proceed. Who is afraid of whom?" Bai Qi and Li Bin engaged in a game of chess. Although he lost every time, he remained joyful, for it was not the outcome that mattered, but the journey itself. Chapter 76, The Return. Shen Qiuyue exclaimed, quickly reaching for her navel. Su Zhengyang was taken aback that the Ling Yan would attack Shen Qiuyue, hastily bringing the Fu Jian Ling to her side. "Where are you all right?" Shen Qiuyue was understandably startled. At this juncture, the members of the Tianlang sect had no choice but to concede their total defeat. Subsequently, the news of the Tianlang Xinjuan's dismal defeat only intensified their despair, extinguishing any hopes they had of pursuing Xiao Yinjian and his companions. The director of the Xinjiang City Public Security Bureau was named Li Zongshu. Zhou Ming had dined with him on several occasions while accompanying Tan Tian, and they had crossed paths in various settings. Later, Li Zongshu frequently contacted Zhou Ming for gatherings, but Zhou Ming, always wary of such cunning officials, graciously declined with various excuses. "Get in the car," Yi Ping and Lu Qing shouted in unison. Yi Ping kicked Yi Fan into the vehicle, while Lu Qing pulled Yi inside. The other players erupted in laughter, cursing that grandson from Daki village. The messenger, helpless, realized they were unwilling to listen and could only return to report. Yi Fan's aura was palpable even to ordinary individuals. Yet this person resembled a mere stone by the roadside, devoid of vitality, almost imperceptible upon closer inspection. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yinjian was elated at the prospect of such fortune befalling him, suggesting that perhaps his good luck was a result of virtuous deeds accumulated over several lifetimes, bestowing upon him a life of happiness in this one. Mimon nodded. "Indeed, my grandmother toiled relentlessly until her demise. Even Su Feiqing was aware of her dedication." Not only did Xiao Yinjian disregard Lin Tian, but Lin Shi, who usually maintained a semblance of cordiality towards Lin Tian, also remained silent. It was not out of indifference, but rather a mark of disrespect towards Xiao Yinjian's brutish demeanor, leaving Lin Shi in a foul mood. As the two exited the main door, the shop assistant had already prepared a donkey cart waiting outside. During the Song dynasty, horses were scarce, primarily reserved for military and governmental purposes, while the common folk typically used ox or donkey carts, with the affluent often employing sedans. Most of the time, Yuan Fudong secluded himself in his cave dwelling, seeking breakthroughs in his cultivation. The remainder of his time was spent attending gatherings held by the Fengyan sect, where he exchanged insights on cultivation with fellow practitioners. Before long, Heiwa approached, dragging a clamorous guide officer behind him, followed by a disdainful Qin Huaidao. This remark instantly incited chaos among the Qi Tian practitioners. Years prior, when Xionghu and others were slain at the Zhengtian Gate, the enraged Xiyangzhen laid waste to a certain continent of the Tianfang star, ultimately sustaining severe injuries. The Snow Mountain, revered by locals as the Divine Mountain, evokes notions of mystery and wonder. What lies within its depths? Perhaps the outside world envisions a realm of harshness or terror. Utilizing only 2 fingers, he captured the Yin Feng and Mang Li, extending one finger over an immense distance to firmly restrain the fleeing Qiu Xiaobai. Cheng Xiaozu and Du Guangting reminisced about their previous collaboration with Sun Baodong to hunt down Lian Haiping and Feng Rou. The deep enmity they harbored could not be resolved with mere gifts. Sheathing the Hongyuan spear, he felt a sense of relief. If that individual intended to act, they would not inquire first. Unbeknownst to him, he had arrived at the 12-Sword Palace solely due to the scroll, yet he had gained nothing. Chapter 77, The Refusal of Apprenticeship. Husband. Shen Qiuyue's eyes sparkled upon seeing Su Zhengyang, and she eagerly thrust her wine bottle towards him, urging him to drink. Su Zhengyang accepted the bottle of exquisite Baiyu rice wine, taking a sip before casting a quizzical glance at the Fujian Ling. The sword tips of Zheng Tiandu and Tao Tianche almost simultaneously struck. Seeing the dire situation, Shang Guanyin sidestepped without drawing his sword. Evading Zheng Tiandu's long blade and disregarding the subsequent attack aimed at his neck, instead, he raised his palm to strike at Tao Tianche's head. As I stood in a daze, I found myself at the display window, where the cafeteria attendant was curiously observing me with a spoon in hand. Long Jianfei, despite his battle-hardened experience, held high regard for such stature. Although the bloodstains on the arena floor had been wiped away, a faint scent of blood lingered. My cheeks flushed. Feeling as if they might bleed, I struggled helplessly, succumbing to his effortless control over my body. It's nothing, continue sleeping. The pocket watch on the table stirred slightly, and the nonchalant tone stirred a murderous impulse. This man from Huaxia appeared to be carelessly scoring a few cuts on the crocodile's body. Yet to the middle-aged chef, it was a vastly different matter. Hua Xiangrong imprisoned Shang Guanyin within a cage, yet he remained oblivious to the reasons behind his confinement. Confused and anxious about possible trouble befalling Xiao Yingying, he could do nothing but shout in despair. What if she gets agitated and harms the child in her womb? I understood that his actions were not entirely unjustified, since he could not claim them for himself and was destined to be adversaries. It was better to eradicate the threat altogether. Yet Lin Feng's statement, one that surprised no one, only confirmed the unspoken bond between him and Lin Feng. As they set down the ceramic bowls from the wooden trays, each bowl brimmed with abundant food and rice, accompanied by soup. Soudainly, que l'innocence aura érupté, startling the guardians who had pursued from the ice pillar formation, causing them to halt in their tracks as they sensed the overwhelming energy. The approach to educational development in country are closely mirrors that of enterprises. Schools with low enrollment or graduation rates are easily subject to mergers or closures. He initially believed that with his formidable presence, the Si Yin Hao would never dare to deceive him. Just under 100 meters from the laboratory, Yiling Xin and the others were ambushed by a colossal serpent, which struck silently without warning, disrupting their formation. Due to the terrain, they were compelled to split up and engage in independent battles. In celebration of Christmas, the scene was adorned with joyful decorations, including a Christmas tree and an array of gift boxes. Unconsciously, she manipulated her character to dance and punch in delight. A glance revealed numerous similar houses, but the closer one drew to the base's center, the more opulent the residences became, culminating in a castle-like structure at the heart, serving as the abode of the elite. An infinite primordial stone could elevate beings of father level or higher to nearly cosmic tier capabilities, rendering Dormammu helpless. Even as tears welled in his eyes, he glared fiercely at the kneeling youth. Thus, Xia Ming and Zhuang Xia's group had evidently targeted him and Tang Yuan long ago. Concurrently, a transformation occurred within Ling Yu's mind, for he could now perceive the system's presence, a shift from merely sensing its existence. Chapter 78. A different path of sword cultivation. Chun Danian's typically stoic face rarely displayed surprise. Why? He pondered. I have a Dao partner, and not just one. Su Zhengyang spoke, and in his mind, the gentle figure of Shen Qiuyue and the whimsical presence of Fu Jianling emerged. He smiled and said, "Very well, please wait a moment, ladies." The waiter collected the menu, bowed respectfully, and withdrew slowly. Dao Shui responded with a sound, lingeringly taking a few exterior shots before finally putting away her phone. The smile at the corner of his lips revealed a disbelief. And Yinshu loathed Xiao Chu's smile so intensely that she wished to tear his lips apart to prevent him from smiling ever again. Suddenly, Yinshu laughed, glancing at Qin Mukin, finding him exceedingly adorable at that moment, and unexpectedly, the phrase love fool flashed in her mind. But was he truly a love fool? The power contained within surged forth violently, sweeping across the surroundings. Even those far away were flung aside by its might. The steed, gifted by the prince of the Kalchin tribe, Su Saik, had arrived. Yuzhu, take your men and go greet them, Yao Jing'er commanded without further pleasantries. The azure lion descended onto the mountaintop, its adorned jewels reflecting sunlight in a gentle golden hue, gazing down upon its defeated subordinates with an expression devoid of sorrow or joy. Lin Xiaojie was oblivious to these happenings. The arrogant white soldiers shrank back upon Zhang Chen's arrival, their eyes filled with a hint of evasion even when meeting his gaze. This back-and-forth conversation stretched on for an indeterminate time, and Ninshu, growing weary, chose not to open her eyes to glare at Shen Qiuyue, instead closing them and resting her face against his shoulder, feigning unconsciousness. At this thought, I turned to find a suitable tool for a sudden ambush. Oh, how did I forget about this marvelous item? Hello, Mr. Zhou. I am Luo Beishi, representing my father Luo Yonghao to discuss your company's cooperation plan with the Luo Corporation for the coming year. Luo Beishi extended a hand. He observed a certain floor's lights flickering in the darkness, persisting undeterred. Among the myriad lights surrounding him, none seemed appealing. Gongwu nodded with a smile. He had made a special effort to dress up for this occasion, as one could not appear too shabby in such a place. How about it, big brother? Are you all right? Jiang Chun and other Yin Luo arrived, utterly perplexed by the unfolding events. He also considered that a shred of spiritual awareness could only contain so much. Thus, he left 2 traces of spiritual awareness within the entire relic, one solely for guidance, as seen earlier, while the other was placed behind the Tian Pass, possessing a greater share of spiritual awareness. At this moment, it could be deemed the most glorious pinnacle of Xiao Feng's life, compelling an emperor, a sovereign of myriad chariots, to bow and surrender and solemnly vow never to invade other nations in his lifetime. No hero in the world surpassed this. Mulin, there are some matters I ought to inform you about. This William is a bloodline from England. Ah, you should be familiar with the term vampire, Jiangchen explained. Gazing at the smoke-enshrouded cave ahead, I found it hard to believe such a spectacle existed here. Where did this smoke come from, and how could there be smoke underground? Was it perhaps a remnant from previous lava flows? Lanning seemed to have lightened considerably. Gong Wu recalled her appearance at the beginning of the school year. Dark as night, yet now, whether due to good care or personal attention, she appeared more beautiful and spirited, walking with an air of grace. It seemed these Russians were indifferent to the lives of their soldiers, employing a Q execution tactic for the infantry. General Gao Qidong hailed from Hunan, and his speech carried a hint of that region's flavor. Chapter 79, Secret Techniques, a shared essence Fu Jianling quickly remarked, then Linger should refine more elixirs this month. Brother can sell them and later acquire 1 or 2 magic artifacts for herself. No need, Su Zhengyang waved his hand. After I submitted that beast-level marching ant queen, the sect rewarded me. Suddenly, her eyes widened in horror as she gazed ahead. The shifting scenes around her frightened her to the core, nearly causing her to lose her senses. The piercing screams almost shattered her eardrums, prompting her to tightly shut her eyes and withdraw her spiritual energy. Suyi remained indifferent throughout the journey, as she was just as unfamiliar with these matters as Emo Sharon, driven by curiosity, naturally pulled along Mignon. Zhou felt a sweet sensation from Lu Yiheng's affectionate gestures, prompting her to smile radiantly. Originally, Zhou believed that people in this era were not as calculating as those from the 21st century. However, she was mistaken. In every era, there exist those who would stab you in the back. Oh dear, I feel like I'm merely a surplus beside you, Lu Jiejie remarked, enviously observing Zhou and Lu Yiheng's tender interactions. Gu Sheng, the son of the Gu family, grew up in the countryside, having never enjoyed wealth and luxury. It could be said that their fates were remarkably similar and well-matched. Xiaoru had met her brother before. If she were to become his sister-in-law, it would be nothing short of wonderful. Good night, Su Yin whispered softly in his ear, turning off the room's table lamp. Otherwise, who do you expect to accompany you back? Su Monin replied with an expression of nonchalance, his tone incredulous. Yichun was unaware of how many layers the divine refinement technique possessed. He only knew that the first layer, as he expected, divided 3 times, merely a preliminary test. Yet, upon reaching the second layer, it directly divided into 10 parts. If successful, it would enhance his spiritual essence to 30 times its original strength. Qiuyue listened, skeptical of this claim, recalling how during the Jin dynasty, it was said that the people of the Qi united resolutely against external threats. The demon clans, having suffered severe losses from numerous battles, saw 2 demon kings leading their remaining soldiers in a desperate attempt to preserve a flicker of hope for their kin. A thunderclap erupted at an Honhua's feet, creating a crater in the nearby bluestone slab. In truth, Shi Yang's words were a subtle hint. Yet unfortunately, Luo Ji was too slow, to comprehend. However, upon witnessing his father's cold, resolute visage, the words nearly escaped his lips before he swallowed them back. In this chaotic era, it was naturally impossible for anyone to easily reveal their true identities, thus diminishing the credibility of this ranking. Struggling with insomnia, he rose and, for reasons unknown, found himself outside Mu Onqing's room, as if guided by an unseen force. This thought crossed his mind, and Dr. Yu acted accordingly, striving to minimize any blow to Ruo Shi, allowing her time to process the murky truths. Little did he know, countless emperors throughout history sought the path of immortality, probing the mysteries of eternal life. The masculine aura and faint fragrance enveloping him sent Gu Engi's already muddled mind spiraling further into confusion. You only bought for Chunyan and not for me? Yinuanyang hu fit, feignin displeasure. Since Yi Xiao had encountered Li Mengchan, he naturally approached her to exchange greetings, as they were good classmates and food buddies, seizing the opportunity to share delicacies. Yin'er, go rest in the lounge, in order to protect Yusilon. Chen Qiuyue had to suppress his anger, urging Yusilon to yield. As for the lanterns, they came in two varieties, one fixed, typically adorning the buildings lining the streets, with some structures merely propping up the facades, while others boasted elaborate roofs and thematic lanterns, as beautiful as one could imagine. Chapter 80. The Golden Dragon Cauldron, Fu Jianling. Noticing Su Zhengyang's immediate response, voiced her skepticism. Is that true? Su Zhengyang smiled and said, Linger, if you do not believe, once we both master this secret technique, at any time you desire, we can connect our magical powers. Upon hearing this, Fu Jianling blinked. Regardless of their arrogance, they would not be reprimanded, for until now, they had never tasted defeat. Before the competition, he believed his mindset had been adjusted remarkably well, yet when truly facing Li Wei, especially when witnessing the assistance of a kill credited to him, he still felt a twinge of apprehension. A brilliant aura began to swirl around him, and upon taking the first step into the vortex, he immediately sensed a peculiar pressure enveloping him. Lu Yuan pursed his lips and then stepped in. A leisurely stroll through the bottom lane to appreciate the scenic beauty of the canyon, while casually securing 300 coins from an AD engaged in the same sightseeing, epitomized the correct approach to exploring the canyon. This familiar yet unfamiliar name miraculously echoed in his ears. Lu Yuan could scarcely believe his good fortune in encountering a disciple from Shrek Academy. However, a month later, Lu Yuan had transformed into a snow-capped mountain, enveloped in a thick layer of ice and snow, surrounded by numerous disciples in meditation. Ultimately, this holy son from Huayuan Zone became an indirect mascot of the icy expanse. Li Song rarely referred to Ning Weiyin as father-in-law, but today, he willingly uttered this term. Bai Qi, draped in a cotton coat, sat by the fire, poking at the smoldering charcoal with a stick, lost in thought. Li Shimin's eyes brightened as he examined the black cannon, which featured a simple design with a grip at the bottom. The cannon's rear was not sealed, allowing access, yet no clarity could be gleaned from its appearance. Even for a skilled player, if their opponent was well acquainted with the hero captain, the lane could prove rather challenging. Throughout the past month, Han Feng devoted considerable time to concocting numerous suitable elixirs for Han Yuan. At this moment, he suddenly saw a figure materialize before him. Without a doubt, the commotion moments ago was caused by this very apparition. The sharp, slender limbs of the Dao ancestor puppet resembled keen swords, and 4 beams of light shot forth, piercing towards Xing Tian Shen Jining. The words of the Bullhead City Lord immediately captured the attention of the divine envoys, who ceased their hurried departure. Such a massive troop mobilization could hardly escape the intelligence network of the 3 allied clans. After all, this was their home turf. Even if their intelligence network could not cover the space beyond a river system, all signs indicated that they had deduced Han Tai Fong's next move, to unite and prepare for a grand battle. Without the mental connection from the mutated giant scorpion, the 3 major sects could not sense his position at all times. After an indeterminate period, Han Feng's previously tightly shut eyes slowly opened, distinctly different from before. The 2 individuals had also been slain by the senior sister. The talismans should rightfully belong to her. How about we split them evenly? Ji Ning suggested. A total of 15 cursed ghost corpses were arranged in a specific formation, creating a dense grayish smoke within 100 yards, effectively sealing off a spatial region with powerful ghostly energy. That source of origin was astonishing, giving rise to chaotic source beasts, source travelers, and many other life forms. Wei Feng might still be unaware that the death of Colonel Field and those 5 from the domain had long spread throughout the organization. And everyone knew that Colonel Field had attempted something untoward against Duke Landau before his demise. Consequently, various speculations began to circulate within the organization. Chapter 81. The Contract of Manager Wan. Upon hearing Manager Wan's words, Su Zhengyang immediately thought of the Fire Thunder ZZ previously used by Ma Lu. He had witnessed the power of the Fire Thunder ZZ firsthand at Ma Lu's side. With just 3, it could directly blast open the 5 elements Golden Lock formation. Hence, Su Zhengyang boldly declared, "Fire Thunder." I reluctantly took the high heels to Fuxing Pavilion, asking Lu Fei to call Zhu Zhongqi. I wished to invite him out for a discussion. Sun Wukong, utterly drained, appeared pale, swaying in the sky as if he might collapse at any moment. An hour later, a cultivator flew past overhead, abruptly halting and hovering midair. Wang Cheng was about to bid farewell to the 2 officers when Lu Xiaoyou called him back. "It's nothing. I didn't know how to explain to Xingchen what had just happened," he said, lowering his head in sadness. However, if this fellow were to resist, even in his injured state, many would likely accompany him to the grave, including himself. Xingyun had become good friends with me, Pai Pai Bao, and Pai Pai Gu. But surprisingly, Xingyun's most desired friend was Kaka. He envied the affectionate bond between Kaka and me. Yet when I encouraged him to approach Kaka, he hesitated, unable to resist admiringly following me as I trained Kaka. "You two go ahead and chat. I'll take my leave and see what Pai Pai Bao has gifted me." I attempted to slip away, only to be caught by Ku Wei-yen. Before long, a child entered, stepping forward to offer greetings, hands clasping a crystal bracelet. Trembling as he knelt to the ground, Wang Kua held his ground, creating an opportunity to wound the opponent despite the danger of facing severe injury himself, ultimately disarming his adversary. "I heard from Lily that you had rejected her pursuit. For several nights after your rejection, she frequented nightclubs. However, rest assured, she turned down any advances from the boys who approached her. She was quite heartbroken over you." Tang Wei, resembling a green tea girl, muttered to herself. Besides his insincere smile, his voice fluctuated oddly, sounding peculiar. Such piercing and profound gaze lingered upon He Shuiro. Not only did she sense unease, but even Fu Yifeng felt a tinge of trepidation. Noticing Fu Dingshan's face turning ashen, the assistant realized that Fu Yifeng had undoubtedly crossed Fu Dingshan's bottom line this time. The recently escaped populace glanced toward Zhao Yang, who returned their gaze with a slight nod. Shortly after, Ling Zhe entered and observed Qin Wanwan's beaming smile, causing him to smile in return. Upon hearing this, the great immortal Yang Mei's expression shifted, and she attempted to flee the cave, only to discover a barrier at the entrance, making it difficult to break through. Prince Zhao Lu was not allowed to leave his territory. But the Huai King was an exception. The late emperor, aware of his love for crickets, had specifically issued a decree permitting him to visit Ningyang once a year. Upon hearing this, He Shuiro, who had been so arrogant moments before, suddenly seemed wilted, staring blankly at He Qing Huan, momentarily speechless. Previously, she had worried incessantly, and now, with Chu Ying leading troops in a battle, she was even more anxious, fearing any unforeseen events. If Heir Fu were indeed a person of deep scheming, he would strongly advocate for the establishment of Ulanala's legitimate heir, Hong Hui, as the heir apparent rather than being forthright. Others might not know, but Han Jiang sought to project an image of a man utterly devoid of desires, deeply enamored with fishing. On their journey westward, the 5 companions encountered numerous trials, including bandits and various creatures such as demon monkeys, pig spirits, fish spirits, and unicorns, each displaying their unique abilities to avert danger. When faced with insurmountable difficulties, they would pray to the Holy Mother, who would then manifest, sending angels to assist them. This, astonishingly, is merely a form of competition within the world of wizards. Today marks the day of yet another meeting with Wu Xizhe, and Lu Xiaohang is determined not to be late. He and Lan Fengyi hastily hired a vehicle back to Jiantong Town. Shi Yufei and Wu Xizhe have already been waiting at the tea house for quite some time. Just as Zhemu was feeling distressed, an individual, observing from a distance, gently waved and approached. Lin Wei set aside the vial containing the bloodline purification potion and sat upon the stone bed, attuning himself to the changes within his body. Enough, Luaka abruptly interrupted. Having gleaned from the information in his consciousness that this flame demon possessed a clever disposition. Although not as cunning as Fatty, it at least rivaled George. While the straightforward Atlas was comparable to Caesar. The three ice-carved reliefs faced the enormous doors of the Crystal Palace, nearly touching the ground at their base and supporting the palace's apex at their summit. These three ice carvings occupied an entire wall within the Crystal Palace. Everyone, adhering to the principle of avoiding unnecessary trouble, shrank back, which only served to embolden the surrounding bandits. The black-faced cultivator, having restrained his retreat, promptly unleashed all his defensive treasures. Instantly, a three-legged round cauldron, about a foot high, soared into the air, its legs pointing skyward. The mouth of the cauldron faced downward, and a magnificent azure light enveloped him, providing an incredibly tight defense. Based on his analysis, Qiuyue surmised that this was likely a limitation of the external incarnation. However, with an array of innate talents and the assistance of divine weapon characteristics, Zhuge Wulong could unleash terrifying power. Had Zhuge Liang been present, his surrounding attributes would undoubtedly have exceeded 1,000. Deep down, Nanjinian was reluctant to believe that Xia Anan could commit such acts. Yet, confronted with Xia Anan's past deeds, he had no choice but to accept that such behavior was indeed within her capacity. Sima Dingqin felt a genuine unease. Xia Xinghan's prowess was already frighteningly evident, manipulating so many as if they were mere pawns. If he were to ascend to the position of star god in the future, the entire star spirit realm would likely fall under his control. Mei Long was convinced that it was undoubtedly Kavana's voice, indicating he had sustained significant injuries, as speaking seemed to aggravate his wounds. After dining in the cafeteria, Yi Tian sat on his bed, reflecting on Fan Tianlei's words from earlier, realizing that he needed to assist Li Erniu in significantly enhancing his strength. Yi Qian, feeling somewhat weary, pressed her forehead, her thoughts still lingering on fleeting ideas that had eluded capture. Luda Yi was indeed not a paragon of virtue. His life story could fill a thick ledger when compared to others. However, those individuals were beneath him and had no means to overturn Luda Yi. Upon the arrival of Bai Fu and his companions, Songman suddenly realized that Chu Dongtian had not truly subdued him first. While internally mocking Chu Dongtian's foolishness, she felt a renewed sense of confidence. The elderly man before her employed torturous methods that were simply perverse. She feared his punishment, despite her fearlessness towards death. Zhang Beiqian was there for his own interests and those of Shen Qiuyue, bringing Zhang's family into the fray. Reflecting on her situation, apart from the custody of Shen Qiuyue, she found little to bargain with. The Western region's ninjutsu for death was a taboo technique circulating among the four great secret offices and even the Ming Dynasty's secret guards. Rarely would anyone employ it, except for the secret guards tasked with relaying crucial information. The Western region's ninjutsu for death was neither overly difficult nor easy. It fundamentally depended on the practitioner's willingness to be ruthless. The aura emanating from the Yun family's ancestor was indeed unsettling, especially as a divine-level poison master. Attempting to feign a genial demeanor was utterly intolerable. Very well, you should first report to His Majesty, Ren Fei advised the reporting officer after some contemplation. In the blink of an eye, the 20,000 members of the Black Witch tribe seemingly evaporated, vanishing before Bazaar's eyes. When the heat dissipated and he regained his composure, the Black Witch was left standing alone. Now, Yu Ziqian paused, realizing it was nighttime, and the sunrise would not occur until tomorrow. Would staying atop the mountain for a night ensure she could witness the dawn? Who says I cannot lift it? I shall demonstrate, he proclaimed, releasing an aura of authority that sent a rumble through the sky. Of course, the reality was not as exaggerated. However, with a new ruler comes new subjects. If he did not approach proactively, would he truly wait for the emperor to come to him? Xia Bangu and Gao Fatsi awaited the opportune moment. Deducing from the forceful energy struck by Tai Hu that his power was undoubtedly superior to theirs. To subdue Tai Hu, they would certainly pay a heavy price. Upon witnessing that the opponent's initial attack had been thwarted, he soared upwards, swinging his sword towards the giant crocodile. The fiery brilliance of the blade illuminating the faces of those nearby with a crimson glow. The weather today was pleasant, with a gentle breeze and sunshine obscured by fluffy clouds, creating a refreshingly cool atmosphere. Servant Jing Dan hesitated, hesitantly mumbling, clearly with something to express. Yet wary, due to her short acquaintance with Umama, she noticed that shortly after her entrance, the previously empty tables were immediately occupied. Fifth sister, I apologize, but De cannot allow you to go out and risk your life, seventh sister said slowly, sitting beside her as large tears streamed down her face. Upon hearing the words that she no longer loved him, he felt an icy chill envelop his entire being. Thus, whenever Qiuyue approached the main hall, she could never get close and could only observe from a distance. Even so, her heart brimmed with joy, relishing the experience. With each breath, Shen Haoshuan's aura surged rapidly, soon reaching the pinnacle of the Emperor's realm. Black Bear, upon your return, have Qiao Ji send someone to investigate the origins of this inn, he instructed, having noticed the innkeeper's peculiar actions, which clearly indicated he was not merely keeping accounts, but engaged in other forms of record-keeping. Chapter 82. Ling, Shen Medicine Field. The Golden Dragon Cauldron bore several holes of varying sizes, the smallest about the size of a fist, while the largest resembled a watermelon. Zhengyang was quite curious about how such a sturdy vessel, forged from Golden Dragon sand, could have been destroyed. According to Ming Jingnan's previous assertions, she had already participated in the auditions of various idol groups across RB and had arrived in Osaka as her final choice. Mao Lauda resembled a leading sheep. As there was no need to deliberately herd the other cats, they naturally followed Mu Luo, a procession of over a dozen cats strolling leisurely toward Mu Luo's newly rented residence. Chao Chang smiled slightly, suddenly producing an object that shot into the sky, exploding in a shower of sparks. Yet all of this stemmed from Chao Chongyuan's desire to take him as a disciple, hoping to cultivate someone as exceptionally talented as Yi Wuzong, usually referred to as a human with fish lips. This time, the dog's mouth suddenly became sweet, indicating that something was amiss. Wu Shun did not relent. He suddenly leaped, soaring into the air and trailing dark shadows, resembling a raven. Ultimately, the leader of the enforcement team, Yi Yanshi, along with the strongest combatant, Zhong Lao Yi Haoshan, arrived at the scene, apprehending all those involved in this bloody massacre and bringing them to the tribunal of the clan. However, upon lifting her gaze, she encountered Wei Juanfu's imposing demeanor, causing her to lower her eyes and contemplate for a moment. Her heart ached intensely, as though her soul were being wrenched from her body, causing her entire heart to tremble. Zhou Kaiyuan has been diligently cultivating in the field of education over the years, remaining somewhat oblivious to the intricacies of the online realm. Recently, under the sharp guidance of Cheng Dexiao, Lonli has developed a certain immunity to such piercing gazes. Thus, when confronted with Mo Yunxian's heart-stopping stare, she felt no pressure whatsoever. She was curious to see how long Mo Yunxian could maintain his facade, for she did not believe a single word he uttered. Consequently, she first sought out her father's loyal subordinate, Tong Fu, to probe into Yin Nua's background. Unexpectedly, complications arose with the interference from the people of Jinglai continent. However, this was inconsequential, as opportunities would abound in the future. Sierra will not harbor affections for you. It would be wise to refrain from approaching her, lest you invoke her displeasure. Qiuyue stated bluntly. The animosity harbored by Mo Qingqing was palpable, drawing the attention of many. Their actions coupled with their shouts, eliciting reactions from the onlookers, some even instinctively blocking their ears. A torrential downpour had persisted for several days, ceaseless and unyielding, inundating numerous areas and causing continuous aftershocks. Only Qianxin gazed at the trio, by Li San, with pity, for they believed Lin Yun was courting disaster, oblivious to the fact that it was their own actions that would lead to their demise. Yifeng had yet to survey his surroundings when a booming voice echoed within the vast cavern. Arise, I merely wish to inquire about certain matters. There is no need for trepidation, for you are royalty. Such timidity is indeed unbecoming. The Emperor's tone was languid, a fleeting disdain flickering in his eyes. Subsequently, Su Ruashi produced a medicinal pill for Bai Jingyan to consume, followed by silver needles that she deftly inserted into his body. Yifeng's lips twitched. If Tang Xueqing were a man, he would not hesitate to step forward and deliver a few punches. Upon returning to the hotel room, Qiuyue powered on Elamu's computer, navigated to the application store, and downloaded a social networking software known as CQ, which was quite popular in the Xinhui Federation. Ugh, this stench. It must have fermented for several days. Qiuyue grimaced as he approached a bucket brimming with filth, certain that its contents had lingered far beyond a day or two. Chapter 83. The secret competition, is that a bit excessive? Susan Liang Guidit Pu Dao. What is the precise amount you refer to? Zhao Yang, realizing he could not deceive Su Zhengyang, steeled himself to respond. At least nearly 100. Nearly 100 mouse spirits? Su Zhengyang scoffed, while Zhao Wulong and the other brothers mirrored expressions of astonishment, as happiness arrived too suddenly for them to fully comprehend. It is not a matter of formations. Our formations are merely a formality, a token gesture, Dogzi remarked. She may insult me, and I will not retort. Perhaps only engage in a brief quarrel. However, if she insults my father, I cannot abide that. Even if my father is flawed, he has not dined at her table, and she has no right to cast judgment. My ire flared instantly. At that moment, I too felt a surge of trepidation, yet with no path of retreat available. I had no choice but to confront two ferocious dogs head-on. Chu Sang remained clad in a half-length, deep floral dress, her upper body adorned with a short, waist-cinching garment typical of the minority, exposing several inches of her midriff. I did not concern myself with these matters. Rather, I was preoccupied with my inability to articulate my thoughts, with whether his feelings for me were genuine. Witnessing my friend being ruthlessly harmed, helpless to assist, a sense of despair enveloped me like a suffocating shroud. Should Ning fan clash with the Yi family, with his cultivation level, it was likely he would not escape Yanjing today. A surge of ominous energy erupted from a crevice, and he let out a cold laugh. Retrieving a Sanmei Zhenhua talisman, reciting the incantation thrice before casting the spontaneously ignited paper down the fissure. Regardless of whether it was due to Lu Rufing's arrogance or the prestige of the Lu family, how could Lu Rufing ever kneel before another? At that moment, Director Yang, cradling Su Wanjia, had already completed 10 tasks, yet his expression was somewhat exaggerated as he gasped for breath, utterly fatigued. Zhao Zhibao fell silent, resolutely bearing the burden of Qiu Lianhua on his back. This path is impassable. Witnessing Qian Duo's dire state, Lin Yin and Yuan Hao's eyes blazed with fury. From a moment they first encountered the youth, his exuberance left a profound impression on all. As Dr. Ali prepared to return to his work upon finding the doorway empty, the doorbell rang once more. Luo Xueqing frowned, abruptly interrupting Shen Weihong's words, to which he could only respond with an awkward smile. This project had been underway for 2 years, and the Heitai Prince Group had not intended to invest such substantial resources. The sudden change in the general's demeanor puzzled Zheng Xiong, who did not dwell on the unexpected shift and simply provided a brief explanation. Shun Lian wore a bitter expression as the head of the household guards. He was not the steward and could not possibly know every detail. Such matters should be directed to the steward, should they not? Han Jiangxue had not even cooked rice for lunch, thinking that a simple soup and some radish would suffice for Shenhua. The youth, who was referred to as Big Brother by Wang Han, nodded in agreement, a smile gracing his lips. A tightness gripped my heart, and the incantations echoing in my ears grew increasingly discordant, seemingly siphoning away my strength. While my family shared laughter, Gu Moching suddenly stood, exchanging a smile with Yue before turning his gaze toward Elder Ji. Qin Chaofan remained unfazed, merely feeling a twinge of disappointment as he exchanged pleasantries with Wang Han's Han before departing. A stream of white light enveloped Li Qian's body. I watched him with his eyes tightly shut, his wounds refusing to heal, intensifying my anxiety. I naturally took Li Qian's advice to heart, promptly retrieving the prepared talismans and affixing them to my legs, instantly enabling my movements to be swift as the wind. Chapter 84. The commencement of action. Su Zhengyang and Zhao Yang hovered in the air for quite some time before Cui Li finally caught up, gasping, "You two slow down." Hastily swallowing a gathering spirit pill, he recognized that employing the wind control technique was a significant drain on his energy. The Centaur Archer's arrows once again rained down. Yet the Viscount remained indifferent, as the previous arrows had failed to inflict any meaningful harm, sealing his fate with this complacency. Su Qianqian understood the intentions of the Princess Rui. Lu Lan was her confidant, and the more upright she appeared, the greater the likelihood that Lu Lan would be entrusted to her. Indeed, the number of pandas in Huaxia is limited, and not every zoo houses the national treasure. Her throat felt parched, and she struggled to articulate her thoughts, as if her words were lodged in her throat, unable to emerge. Han Yuyun had also been puzzled earlier. She believed that Yi Xian's decision to abandon the inheritance of the Yi family business had been influenced by Su Qingyan's father. Zhao Yu was renowned in the capital as the foremost scholar and the legitimate eldest son of Prince Jin, well known among the nobility. The atmosphere shifted dramatically. The crown prince of the northern Mo Ruan, having unified the 7 nations, wielded considerable influence and was well connected, for the sake of his grand unification. What was a small sacrifice? At this moment, she merely wished to embrace him warmly, to convey her affection, urging him not to succumb to despondency. In contrast, Shada possessed a completely different set of soul armor attributes, lacking any complementary synergies. Were it not for the peculiar yin-yang 8 divisions technique, Shada's method of fusion would render him utterly ineffectual. Brother Liu, I believe it would be best to separate them during the tribulation. Facing it together would amplify the danger too greatly for them. Liu spoke softly, yet his words carried substantial wisdom. The spiritual energy within him governed his blood and muscles. Although it temporarily stabilized his injuries, he was acutely aware that his right arm was no longer capable of combat. Regrettably, the left sword harbored no intention of letting the opponent, Yak, escape. It swiftly executed the Q skill, Zhengyang Shan, lunging towards Yak, followed closely by the skill Feng Zhizhang Bai, which was unleashed to counter Yak's Q skill, Time Distorter. She approached the gene optimization platform and retrieved the yin luo grass wrapped in a handkerchief that Feng had given her. That night, Lin Su enjoyed a peaceful slumber, only to be awakened by the melodious chirping of birds at dawn. As she surveyed the somewhat unfamiliar room, hesitation gripped her momentarily before she realized her current whereabouts. A month prior, it had been Lu Xian leading Wang Yu towards the wormhole. Now, it was Wang Yu guiding Xiao Yuanshan to the same destination. Fire Cloud, Evil God. Your organization is indeed formidable, but do not forget, this is Myanmar, He Luo remarked coldly, casting a sharp gaze at Fire Cloud, Evil God. It was not until the Mid-Autumn Festival that Empress Land's condition showed signs of improvement, prompting a collective sigh of relief from those around her. Zhou Shuxian received confirmation from the imperial physician that Empress Land's health would not experience any further fluctuations, allowing her to earnestly prepare for the Mid-Autumn banquet. Upon returning to the original battlefield, the ancient mother insect disregarded the scant remnants of annihilation energy and lunged toward the corpses strewn across the ground. Previously, the underworld had predominantly relied on gold and silver or utilized scarce spiritual stones. Otherwise, a more primitive barter system was employed. At that moment, Gu Chun had fallen into a coma, and Jun Hui, exhausted of spiritual energy, involuntarily entered a meditative state. Li and Xiu adeptly capitalized on the favorable external environment, coercing and enticing their counterparts. After negotiating the tax acquisition for Tongchuan Prefecture, they also reached agreements with the governors of Mianzhou and the counties of Luojiang, Jiangming, and Jiangyu, adopting a model akin to Yanzhou while implementing more measures to promote industrial and commercial development. Chapter 85. The Rat King, as Zhao Yang cast his spell, within no time, 5 or 6 rat spirits emerged cautiously from the tunnel, inching towards the large pot of meat Zhao Yang was cooking. Observing that the Rat King had taken the bait, Zhao Yang smiled slightly and drew a long sword, swiftly slicing several pieces from the pot. All right, I shall not be modest. Let us prepare more dishes. My appetite has grown considerably. Chun Yi-Dao chuckled, a statement rooted in truth, as his appetite had indeed surged to tenfold, a result of his rigorous daily training. Lin Yu felt little sentimentality, having not seen his family for nearly a decade. Any requisite sorrow had long since subsided. Lu Yunfei also received a notification regarding the completion of his hidden task, Love Eternal, instantly elevating his level to 91. With merely 4 days remaining before the grand competition, this place was the only viable option for acquiring superior equipment. 8 arms, cease this. A resonant voice echoed as the San Yin Tian Wang descended from the sky, timely intervening between Wu Zifan and his companions, waving his right hand to neutralize the attack from the 8 Arms King. After securing their treasures, the trio turned, standing side by side, and bowed in gratitude towards Ling Yun, expressing their thanks for the sage's benevolence before retreating to their positions. Will you truly not forgive me? Lin Yu pondered, memories of past affections and companionship flooding his mind, rendering him misty-eyed as two trails of blood began to flow from the corners of his eyes. However, few citizens are aware that during the Nanjing massacre, the most prolific killers were not from the 1st Division, but rather from the 10th Division led by Ashurmao Nakagawa. The notorious figures of the massacre, Jing Mingming and Noda Takashi, both hail from his command, with the 10th Division collectively slaughtering approximately 100,000 military personnel and civilians in Nanjing, earning an infamy that cannot be overstated. "Cannot you provide me with something of value?" Lin Yu sighed, preparing to turn away, when he noticed the violet ethereal energy within the divine prison stirring violently, indicating that the mysterious entity inside was growing impatient. Of course, Zhou Zhang could also be a possibility. As it was said, he had served under Xiang Yin and Chun Shinjun Huang Xie, undoubtedly possessing some level of capability. "Young master, the imperial court lies a considerable distance from here. However, this path is the only route to the court. The mountain road is quite rugged and complex. Thus it has remained largely untraveled over the years, allowing vegetation and vines to thrive. Allow me to lead the way for you." Yi Yuan offered. These two flying daggers are devoid of poison. His intention is not to kill Lin Xie, but rather to incapacitate his legs, allowing him to relish in the torment of this boastful individual. After enjoying a hearty meal, Li Chun and his group exited the restaurant, unaware that in another private room of the establishment, members of the 15 Middle School Esports Club were present. "From this moment on, I shall endeavor to minimize my use of mobile devices, striving to resolve any challenging issues independently. Is that not a splendid approach?" Suddenly, a shadow descended from the sky. It was the self-forging bat demon, returning on its own after its master had failed to summon it for an extended period. To be honest, Yin Huang harbored no particularly positive or negative feelings towards Kardashian or Kanye. He would hardly spare them a glance were it not for Taylor. During the Han Dynasty, the selection of officials required candidates to possess not only moral qualities such as benevolence, righteousness, and filial piety, but also to hail from noble lineage. Subsequently, Chu Tianming accompanied Tan Xiaoshui for tea, excitedly informing him that after consuming the Peiyuan Dan, he had noticed a significant improvement in his ability to absorb spiritual energy during cultivation. Each time he completed his foundational training, he felt a marked increase in internal strength, unlike before when he had little discernible sensation. Chapter 86. Post-war gains. Su Zhengyang was taken aback by the considerable allure Zhao Yang's flower held for the Rat King, compelling it to forego its escape and feast upon the iron-toothed crocodile meat in the pot at such a critical moment. Such a glaring opening would not be overlooked by Su Zhengyang, who unleashed a powerful gung, Jin Sword Chilok. Should he inadvertently let something slip, the current chaos would surely escalate into a frenzy in the next moment, especially considering that the spirits in this chaotic graveyard were all homeless souls. This terrifying scene left the disciples of the Taoist sect dumbfounded, even causing some second-tier deputy hall masters to feel a chill in their hearts. Upon emerging, they heard a distant rumble. Li Yifan realized that the remaining primordial anomalies had sensed the fluctuations of spiritual energy. A pair of hefty hands began to fidget, provoking a series of playful rebukes from the two young women of the Yangji Tower. She observed the grave expression on Shu Huai's face, but chose to remain silent. Now is not the time for conversation, as speaking could easily distract Shu Huai's focus. Moreover, as the mental energy flames coalesced, he felt his spiritual power incessantly enhancing. This also deepened his comprehension of various techniques and secrets, signifying that his cultivation speed would once again be augmented, encompassing his understanding of diverse methods and secrets. Li Han came to terms with these insights, feeling a twinge of guilt, yet also a sense of helplessness. He had formed the Red Rose Special Forces, comprised entirely of young and beautiful women. No matter how well he treated one, the others would inevitably become jealous. Consequently, he had to invest considerable time in appeasing them, which meant returning home immediately after work. Is there really no respite? He mused. Observing the Crown Prince's popularity, he felt that if he did not abdicate soon, the subjects of Dian might very well conspire against him behind his back, prompting Lin Yunhong to chuckle. The ecological environment here starkly contrasts with other regions of Blue Star. It is vast and sparsely populated, and straying from the path would not yield a better outcome than on the Antler planet. Lu Chuan departed from the academy, heading towards the southern gate, contemplating potential methods to investigate matters concerning his parents. She remains indifferent, preferring to remain unmarried for a lifetime rather than entangle herself with someone like Yang Qiuyue. Su Shan mumbled as he turned the dial, and when it finally halted, the pointer landed on a random colonial satellite for ordinary humans. He scratched his head and continued observing as the next selection item appeared. Under the influence of the burning wood sword technique, his lightning was torn apart layer by layer, and that formidable blade aura struck Qin Shi, knocking him to the ground. The old lady had been rendered unconscious and subsequently strangled, although part of the plan involved incinerating the body. It cannot be ruled out that the murderer acted out of frustration. As for the decision to avoid the hospital, in Africa, such injuries would fare worse in medical facilities than if treated by Yu Qian and Peter on the battlefield. It is prudent to stabilize the injuries before transporting the patient to the hospital. Go find a set of clothes and place them in the cleansing room. You should take a break. Today has been quite startling for you, instructed Shen Qiuyue. Upon hearing this, Su Shan nearly retched. The appearance of this old fox was grotesque, and conversing with him about life would likely leave him utterly deflated for life. Observing Gu Yanfeng in such a state, she was acutely aware that he harbored feelings for Shen Qiuyue, and she could hardly bear to see him like this, wishing to eliminate him with a single strike. Had it not been for Chu Qingyue's recent confession, Chu Qingran might never have realized the intricacies at play. It was no wonder Chu Qingyue increasingly found her unbearable. It seemed she was now also accused of stealing men, in addition to pilfering possessions. Chapter 87. A change of personnel. Is there yet another opportunity? Su Zhengyang was indeed captivated by Zhao Yang's words, descending beside him with significant implications. Zhao Shidi, you are truly blessed. Zhao Yang smiled modestly, replying, my cultivation method is rather unique. I merely benefited a little. Yes, you are right. Killing me would only sully your hands. If you let me go, I promise not to oppose you again, Lu Jisheng exclaimed, relieved, nearly begging Lin Feng for mercy. Such a heart-wrenching statement. Time, like a blade, cleaves through the proud and illustrious, yet cannot withstand the relentless passage of time. A bright blade may shine, but it can no longer mount the saddle. Initially, he found it hard to believe, but upon hearing Ming Nan's words, disbelief became impossible. Gazing at the enormous pincers of the giant crab, Yali's scarlet eyes glimmered momentarily, as the blue protrusions on its back also lit up, and a circle of black dots suddenly appeared, swirling around its massive form. The vehicle gradually returned to the city center, and as Ling Jiejia's heart raced closer to the Civil Affairs Bureau, her anxiety heightened. Moreover, considering the excessive actions of her fiancé, she remained oblivious to whether Xiang Fan had succeeded the day before. Is there anything else? Ling Baolu turned reluctantly to face them, noticing the smug expression on Shen Weilai's face, which was quite discomforting. Hearing Chun Inzi's praise, Sui could not help but display a smug grin, exuding an air of pride. Emotionally, Ji Liunian knew he should not continue listening. Otherwise, he might hear even more embarrassing revelations. Yet rationality compelled him to persist, hoping to discern if Tang Jiaqing had indeed concealed something from him. Zhang Yuqing had been at home for 3 days, behaving herself, which eased Yu Lu's concerns. She merely advised Uncle Zhang to keep a close watch and refrain from expending any further effort, as she had no worries about her being a source of trouble. The sudden explosion resulted in the ice spikes of Xing Luo and Lu Yinghai's fire cloud shield perishing together. However, using 10 Xian water chess pieces against the opponent S9, Xing Luo had undoubtedly lost a step. To ensure the successful expedition to Jingzhou, Lu Bu specifically established a mountain troop of 30,000, trained in the manner and equipment of shadow arrows, making it a specialized force for mountain warfare. Although not as elite as the shadow arrows, they were still a commendable fighting force. The old mountain figure flashed and appeared at the window. He did not hasten to draw the soft whip from his waist, but rather confronted Lin Yi with a cold smile, declaring, "You overestimate your capabilities, foolish and ignorant." With his left fingers held upright amidst 9 dazzling silver-white starlights, he sought out the true form of the celestial sword and flicked it. Little did they know, their thoughts were not aligned, and their dialogue was utterly mismatched. Following these events, Yolu felt immense guilt and once personally visited the Shizong Stone Manor to apologize to the lady. Tang Qiuyue remarked, however, the lady has repeatedly refused to meet. Yet, Over time, perhaps moved by his sincerity, she began to soften. The so-called bribery and corruption refers to the present-day embezzlement and accepting bribes. Such individuals, once verified, face execution in the bustling market. A glimmer ignited in Lin Yi's eyes, his chest heaving violently, a mixture of struggle and undeniable excitement evident on his face. Lu Ji scrutinized Jin Cheng with a sidelong glance, his gaze filled with contempt. He understood that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, a simultaneous volley from all the artillery would easily turn this seemingly impregnable city into a new possession. The enemy clearly lacked the courage to face the challenges posed by Qin. Chapter 88. The Harvestum? Zhao Yang paused momentarily upon noticing, then recalled that Su Zhengyang possessed a magical artifact capable of creating illusions. Do not think that invisibility will allow you to evade me. As long as you remain within the smoke, you shall not escape my perception, Zhao Yang sneered. His purple. Meanwhile, Zhao Tianchun continued to suppress Zhou Shan, leading him down a path of no return. Xia Zhenhui's tone remained composed. However, his words detonated like a bomb within my heart, sending ripples of uncontrollable emotion through me before I could even react. I did not rush to purchase groceries, but instead checked the balance on the traffic bank teller car belonging to Ji Jian, which totaled approximately 270,000 when combined. This revelation compelled the Jiang youth to retract his earlier disdain, his expression becoming grave. Perhaps those few fools under his command had indeed offended someone they should not have. Qin Luofan no longer exhibited jealousy as before, thanks to C.S. Yun's hallucinogenic agent, which revealed his place in Mo Han's subconscious. Nowadays, the air in the Chu kingdom seemed to be thick with tension, as if each city were imbued with a solemn atmosphere. The gifts were few, and accounting for the recharge money, they amounted to less than 700 yuan. Nevertheless, Buki remained unconcerned, preparing everything required for planting the accompanying spirit grass. Xingzhen's hair was somewhat disheveled, and while his face bore no tear stains, his spirit was far from well, as if he had endured a great battle. Were they truly mere individuals at the fourth level of the Qi realm? How could they exhibit such overwhelming combat prowess at this moment? The sky gradually darkened, and the ground leopard outside the cave ceased its roar, lying in the snow and dozing off. Following a dispute, silence enveloped the cave until Ariana realized the ambiguous position she and Wang Jiping were in, an unusual sensation flooding her heart. To spare Feng Mengbao from hunger during the wait, Huangfu Mo had even instructed someone to prepare Feng Mengbao's favorite pastries in advance, with every detail noted by the people in the Wang residence. With few people in Tianshan, it would be beneficial for her senior brothers to return in a few days, allowing her to lend a hand and prepare everything. Tianshan men Zhu placed the items down while simultaneously grasping a sword from the kitchen. Menggao, who had narrowly escaped death, was filled with profound reflections. It is impossible for anyone to maintain true tranquility when facing life and death, not even the most resilient man. Ying Yun, standing nearby, seemed to have noticed this phenomenon as well, lowering her head and glancing at Li Hui, feeling a knot in her heart. It felt as though there were busy figures around her, someone helping her undress, another cleaning her body, rubbing her hands, while yet another tended to her abdomen and cheeks. The scent of disinfectant wafted through the air, and she could sense a slight sting from her wounds. Yao Sha, in a fit of anger, wanted to retort, but recalled her promise to her father to refrain from causing trouble. With a huff, she stormed off. After weeping for so long without nourishment, exhaustion and hunger made her more prone to slumber. Damn the Tiger mercenary group! I shall annihilate them. Zhang Fan seethed, his fists cracking with rage. How foolish! Yi Chun scoffed coldly, irritated by the persistent black line parasites that dared to attack him, and he retaliated mercilessly, pulling back the Tianlong Juqi. The conversation between the two men grew increasingly animated. The young master seemed to have long been starved for conversation and was quite loquacious. Chapter 89. Farewell of Old Friends. Su Zhengyang breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. That is good, very good. After speaking, he bid farewell to Chun Danian, stating he had matters to attend to and would take his leave. All right. Chun Danian waved his hand in agreement. Helian Ling and Ling Gongzi were eager to see their respective masters, hoping to update them on their current situation, lest they return to find their heads severed for failing to complete their tasks. Feng Ruhuang, while conversing, stroked her belly, and the baby within responded gently. Leaning against Nan Gongming's shoulder and gazing at the stars above, she marveled at the unpolluted air of this alternate realm, where even the night sky was irresistibly enchanting. "Could you make something new?" "I'll buy them all," Ro said, blinking her beautiful eyes with a pitiful expression. In the distance, the cicadas chirped increasingly closer, and the emperor squinted his black eyes, suddenly saying, "Didn't you prepare chilled lotus seed soup for me? Let me have a taste." After discussing the details with them, Xia Yulin returned to the Xia household, indulging in a hearty meal before drifting into a deep slumber, awaiting the evening's endeavors. Previously, she always heard the strong, rhythmic heartbeat of Zhu Jintang. 1, 2, 3, silently counting as she gently slipped into a peaceful dream, feeling utterly secure and relaxed. The ministers took their leave, several retreating in disarray after being reprimanded. The emperor pondered for a moment when a eunuch entered and reported, "Your Majesty, the empress has just gone to the cold palace." The resentful spirits here were of the 8th tier of the saint realm, possessing a basic level of intelligence. In these past 2 years, Qiuyue's sect had blossomed with vibrant life, with disciples bustling to and fro within the sect. They gradually sensed the power of their domains waning, their abilities being pushed back into their bodies by the surrounding space, while their divine forces were slowly corroded by the tainted aura of demonic blood, ultimately becoming part of it. Such formulaic responses or the outright refusal to answer, directing the public relations department to handle matters, posed no issues. Without hesitation, the reappearing skeletal army, howling and furious, rushed madly towards the armored figure approaching. "Is that boss not one of us?" suddenly inquired the previously silent mechanic, Yu. Was it merely an illusion? Ji Ruyu pondered, blinking in confusion before clenching her fist in affirmation and rushing to the restroom in excitement. However, Gu Riyun did not anticipate the depth of Ling Guofei's hatred towards her. After all, the entire Ling family had essentially fallen at her hands. How could Ling Guofei, a member of the Ling family, possibly not harbor resentment? She did not even notice when Mu Zhe took the stage and seized Lin Chenzhou's sword. "I thought you left with Zhu Kai, so I didn't wait for you." "What's wrong? Why are you so angry?" Ji Ruyu asked, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, her face adorned with a slight smile. No sooner had she departed than a chilling aura emanated from Zhengyang, declaring, "This prince commands you to stop," daring to disregard his words in his presence. Qian Jiao reached out towards Fu Er, undeterred by her cry of distress. The silver needle hidden within her fingertips glinted ominously. Yuan Exine silently cursed her. "You have a nerve to call anyone common-looking. That person is unique and beautiful. How could you not recognize her? This old woman seems to be of no use." Chapter 90. Wang Lijia. Su Zhengyang was momentarily taken aback upon hearing Cui Li's words, and scrutinized his condition closely. In just a few days, Cui Li had developed a considerable amount of white hair. Moreover, his skin had loosened significantly, with numerous wrinkles appearing, as if he had aged 20 years in an instant. Don't misunderstand. I genuinely mean no harm. If I intended to do something, I would have done it long ago, Luo Tian thought helplessly. Su Ran made a turn, heading towards a row of contiguous bungalows on another street, only to see a man emerge, clad in black. Had it been nighttime, she might have overlooked him. "Report to your Majesty. A squad of Nord soldiers has suddenly appeared from nowhere, armed with siege ladders and attacking the city. What gives you the right to claim him? He is so exceptional and outstanding. He would never truly like you, let alone love you. Even if he were your husband, I would desire him," Mu Zijia boldly declared. Her eyes filled with disdain. Lin Beiwei contemplated for a moment before silently nodding. She believed Yi Yunsheng was indeed that kind of person. Shen Qiuyue suppressed the flames of anger within and took a gulp of the cold water beside him. George watched Arthur and Ji Fulei exchanging glances, a surge of jealousy igniting within him. "Excuse me, would you like some desserts and midnight snacks? If you're feeling bored, how about some cards or a magic chessboard?" Another unfamiliar fox girl entered, presumably replacing the one on duty for the night, stubbornly believing that Kong Yinshi must have an older brother. Lin Beiwei sought ways to verify this fact. What will happen? Lu Wang felt a twinge of panic. If worlds collided and spatial turbulence surged in, it would indeed spell doom for everyone. This terrifying wave of insects had been incited by the Great Wei Tianlong dynasty, aiming to draw the attention of the Shenyuan sect, leaving no time for anything else. Hu Ming's face darkened like a storm cloud. In less than a short while, 2 people had perished, and he knew the number of people he had brought was already scarce, with a few having gotten lost moments ago. Osaka Masao could hardly believe his eyes, disregarding Lin Xian's humiliation, incredulously asking. Observing the tense atmosphere, Zhang Zhengxiang felt like an ant on a hot pan, anxiously tugging at Ren Jianbin's arm. A simple punch, devoid of any buildup, revealed not a hint of true energy. There were no exquisite techniques or variations, just an ordinary straight punch. Tuntian Medshik, or that stellar peak treasure. A light, secretive laugh escaped Chuan Yin, and suddenly, a glimmer appeared in Song Yu's hand. The gathered cultivators voiced their thoughts, each harboring a singular notion. How could Han be so formidable? Surely, he must not simply be a recent arrival to the heavenly realm, but rather a disciple concealed within a major sect. These individuals had naturally been invited, hoping to gather evidence to bring Li Tanhua to justice. Yi Kuang's extraordinary talent and strength were undeniable. Forming an alliance at this moment could pave the way for a promising friendship in the future. Without the obstruction of an atmosphere, the stars appeared devoid of flickering, and the constellations were remarkably distinct. Such matters had never been shared with anyone before. Yet after expressing them, he felt a sense of relief, which in turn uplifted his spirits. Strangely, those in the wilderness clearly comprehended his words, gleaning significant insights relevant to their own paths. The old beggar's speech resonated as if it were a divine decree, revealing the grand principles of heaven and earth for all to behold. Chapter 91. Ding Jingtong, Wang Li Jie's face flushed with anger. Throughout many years of following Ding Jingtong, even some guest elders of the sect treated him with courtesy due to Ding's influence. He had always believed himself to be a notable figure within the sect until this day. This transformation marked the first time since entering this world that Qiuyue truly savored the essence of meat. He sat there, diligently documenting today's medical case, effortlessly attracting Qiuyue's attention without any deliberate actions. In this competition, no underhanded tactics were employed. Jian Yin faced off directly against a disciple of the Xiaoyao sect and emerged victorious. Her cascading purple hair, like a waterfall, framed her shoulders, and her eyes sparkled with a brilliant violet light. Most importantly, the aura she emanated was eerily similar to that of the demon wolf king, Sun Can. Why can't I come? Am I not a familiar face in this city? Is it so wrong to check on you? Meng Wei adeptly poured himself a cup of water from the table, only to be stopped by Qiuyue. Teeth clenched in frustration. She felt an unfamiliar sensation stirring within her heart, one she had never experienced before. Upon their return, Fu Qichuan assisted in removing the belongings from Mujin, and once everything was settled, he took a seat beside the table. Subsequently, everyone chimed in with various opinions, and Qing Yin finally realized at the age of 28 that love was indeed a profound subject. Prior to this, Zhao Hao had already extracted the necessary talents for enhancement, ensuring that the strengthening of the Time Hunter proceeded smoothly. Tang Hao's heart raced as he faced that familiar, frail visage. It felt as though a bone lodged in his throat rendered him speechless. Can't. Yun Pashao seemed to find the statement utterly ridiculous. How could someone who had repeatedly attempted to end her life claim that she was unable to kill them? Was she to simply stand by and allow others to strike at her without retaliation? Brother, this old man is concerned that you may not survive to slay that 5th-level beast. Perhaps we should escape instead, though defeating these 2 monsters will be challenging. Our escape should be relatively straightforward, Yin Pashao said earnestly. What evidence do we need? Just look for yourselves. The other party appears completely unharmed. It seems we have run into an insurmountable obstacle, David lamented. Early that morning, Shen Qiuyue led renowned silk merchants and tailors from the capital to Haidang Courtyard to measure Ziyu for new stage costumes. This doppelganger possessed a mere 1/10 of its original power, yet could continuously draw upon the essence of its true self, nearly achieving immortality. Young master, my strength is inadequate to contend with this beast. I will hold it off while you and the others make your escape, Elder Gu said gloomily. Junior brother, though Tang Yao Tian is but a servant, he is still our fellow disciple. Do not go too far. Lu Dao interjected at this moment. Upon hearing this, Boer refrained from further inquiries, recognizing her reluctance to share, adhering to the basic ethics of medicine. Strangely, a consistent air of confidence adorned his visage. Did he truly believe he could compel the mighty Magi sheep a master of profound realms. To move even a single step? Li Qingmu Esgus, nurtured by the innkeeper at his behest, had gained 2 jin since being won over by him. He felt a twinge of sorrow for Han Yanqing, unable to fathom the convoluted journey his younger brother had undertaken. Since you have discovered the means to break the stalemate, I shall take my leave, Li Qingmu said. From afar, he noticed Lin Shirun, broom in hand, urgently signaling to Guyu, prompting him to rise and prepare for departure. Chapter 92. Z in Secret Realm. Ding Jing Tong blocked Su Zhengyang's metal sword chi, then cast a spell to levitate a large bell beside him. Staring expressionlessly at Su Zhengyang. As he spoke, he intentionally infused his spiritual energy into the bell-shaped artifact, causing it to emit a series of deep, resonant sounds. Mei Lin approached, radiating a green light symbolizing healing magic. Under this glow, Hans's injuries rapidly healed, restoring him to peak condition. Su Wanjun and Bai Niao could not idly stand by as someone was murdered before their eyes. Su Wanjun swiftly slid forward, kicking away a weapon and swiftly handcuffing the assailant. How dare you approach? Recently resurrected, wielding a battle axe. Yet, before he could take a few steps, he vanished from sight. Although Zhou Fei Bai could not comprehend the words spoken, he discerned they were not favorable. Thus, he chose to remain oblivious, cooperating to see how they would handle him. Zhou Fei Bai had agreed to Bai Xiang's request as he sought to engage in some activity. Idleness only led him to dwell on the attack against Zhou Xianji, preventing him from finding peace of mind. Better to immerse himself in other matters that would sharpen his awareness. Meanwhile, as the sage's gem detonated, it unexpectedly transmitted energy, shattering the bronze temple and reaching within. In truth, she had been occupied since morning, consuming not a single grain of rice, merely sipping tea. The two were undoubtedly under the watchful gaze of the kidnappers, and reckless actions could place the 3 hostages in grave danger. Until they confirmed the hostages' location and safety, they could not afford to act impulsively. Are you referring to before arriving in this world? To the events of your past life? Inwu inquired curiously. The magical flying carpet, known as an airborne fortress, could transport alchemical puppets and magical artillery, and even upgrade structures into aerial strongholds. The chef had accurately gauged Yun Chen's routine, anticipating her need to attend class at the academy, and had prepared breakfast, awaiting her and He Lianye's emergence. Besides, he was not without funds. Even in the absence of money, he possessed medicinal supplies to trade. In that moment, Mick finally recalled why he had always felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. The 4th-tier serpent demon sensed impending danger and fled, but Pei Xin would not grant it any opportunities. Everyone was indeed invested in this ritual. After all, slaying a chicken meant additional provisions for the evening, which was certainly a boon. As she slowly felt the ropes binding her hands behind her, a sense of familiarity washed over her. Then, she suddenly recalled that this was indeed the method taught to her by the 5 bodyguards for tying knots. This method is undoubtedly linked to the underworld of the Huangying family. In truth, regardless of how many people are present here, it ultimately boils down to the same few individuals. A sudden appearance of a stranger is easily remembered. Upon hearing Mick's words, Shi regained her composure, and with a mere thought, she transformed back into her battle attire. The red plums hung on the branches, half covered in white snow, resembling enchanting beauties, shyly exuding an irresistible allure. Beside her, Su Li Zhao's heart trembled with an inexplicable emotion. He realized that it had been a long time since he felt such joy. Gazing at Yun Chen's delicate profile, he couldn't help but feel a wave of bewilderment. Isusu feeling yellows. Upon hearing Su Lu's words, Ming Huang not only remained unperturbed but also chuckled softly. Her deep laughter was quite melodious, further stirring Su Lu's already wavering heart. Jiali Si was equally vexed, never expecting this old man to be so obstinate, akin to a stubborn rock. If it weren't for the substantial assistance he had provided her, she might have genuinely considered retaliating against him. Chapter 93. Blood Battle. The area of Z Yin's secret realm is quite vast, making it difficult for over 100 true disciples to be located once they are inside. Su Zhengyang, lacking any methods for tracking enemies, resorted to a rather crude approach. He flew straight in one direction while scanning with his spiritual awareness. Although this was not the most efficient method, it was all he had. During the New Year banquet, the emperor, in a moment of whimsy, commanded the sons of all officials, including those of the royal family, to compose a poem to see whose family possessed greater talent. Shang Wanwan heir, Zixian, and Gu Hong exchanged glances, each recognizing the ecstatic expressions in the eyes of others. In an instant, the head that was still oozing blood ceased to bleed, and the bloodfish monster, no longer howling in agony, turned to glare resentfully at Li Hixien. Yet, upon recalling Li Hixien's earlier display of prowess, it was immediately gripped by fear and fled in panic. Feng Wutian furrowed her brows and slightly turned to glance at Wu De, only to find him hastily lowering his head, unable to meet her gaze. Shi Zhan's voice was filled with grievance, buried in the crook of the other's neck. His breath warm, occasionally brushing against the skin below, as long as they could restrain the poison dragon. The already insufficient number of members in the poison dragon slaughter team would inevitably face defeat in this battle. The ice demon bird was most reluctant to mention this matter. Its feathers bristled as if preparing to confront Mo fiercely. Ling Jiantong's face was flushed with infatuation, oblivious to the fact that Mu Jinghong's gaze had dimmed, as his heart was slowly engulfed by a sense of loss. After several breaths, although Mo's armpits and back had suffered various degrees of injury, he managed to eliminate over 20 of the enemy. The remaining 8 or so were also injured to varying extents and seemed unable to hold out much longer. With a sharp command, Ziqi turned to Si Fu Lei, gripping a sharp blade with a tense expression, his eyes flickering with a hint of fear. Among the 7 major factions, except for Guiyan Long, who had arrived early, the other 6 factions arrived almost simultaneously. Given such rapidity, if a collision occurred, with Xi and Miao's skills, he would likely face grave danger. How could he not feel anxious? This sword made Ming Fan furrow his brow as he observed the black sword in Yu Honglian's hand, sensing its extraordinary nature. However, it seemed she had not fully mastered it. Otherwise, its power would be even more formidable. No one was aware of the turmoil hidden within her heart. She felt an urge to leave this place, but couldn't pinpoint the source of the impending danger. Although that young man and a few burly men might not achieve victory, she believed that employing her family's martial arts would make it impossible for them to exit the parking lot unscathed. Even if you generals do not speak, I shall reveal it myself. As he spoke, Ling Feng signaled to a trusted soldier beside him, who retrieved a letter from his bosom and presented it for the general's perusal. Zhao Yun suddenly exclaimed in anger, "Did no one hear what I said?" With that, he kicked a nearby eunuch. "Ru Ruoming, you should handle this for now. Once the demon chef is ready, call me over." Yadong told Ru Ruoming, and energy blood wings suddenly extended from behind, ready to soar into the sky. Each day, a multitude of people gathered at the Mei residence, waiting for their ration of porridge, with some impoverished families even setting up makeshift tents at the entrance. Chao Wei had to go to the rice shop daily to fetch that day's grain. His life was busy yet meaningful. Every time Qian Yiji saw the island lord's illegitimate son, he found him rather disagreeable due to his cold demeanor. Sitting in a corner alone with a stern expression while drinking, completely at odds with the cheerful atmosphere around him. And he never engaged in conversation with Qian Yiji, the eldest son of the Qian family. Song Chung drew closer to Fan Cici, claiming ownership with an undeniable presence. The Italian, pointing at him with a smile, led them to the 3rd floor. Chapter 94, Defeating Ding Jing Tong. In the Miaoyimen Square, most low-level disciples could not endure the sound emitted by the white bone bell, and they cried out in discomfort. Just then, a languid voice broke through. "What a disgusting spiritual artifact. Thank you, Senior Xiang Tian Mu Di, for your trust in the Jiulian Divine Palace." Although the Xiang Tianfeng realm has joined the Jiulian Divine Palace, it remains independent as the Fire Cloud Divine Palace. After changing forms, the once fragile absolute space became impervious, and Xiaoyun's true demonic power was significantly suppressed. Despite receiving an explanation, Song Chenguang's mood remained somber. The feeling of his sister being taken away by another man weighed heavily on his heart. The destruction gun for Sang Hongyi, the timing disc for the Heavenly Emperor, from their fluctuating auras, it seemed that Sang Hongyi leaned towards defense while the Heavenly Emperor inclined towards offense. King confirmed this. Without sacrificing the vehicle to protect the commander, we cannot compel you 4 spirit war gods and the supreme conqueror to reconstitute the essence of the annihilation war god in this world. Without the 5 of you, the Taiyuan continent will have no future. As the 5-6-day death cloud birds approached within several hundred feet of the Tianlang true monarch, they suddenly extended their icy talons toward the old Bai, who was still murmuring with his head down. Meanwhile, Song Chengguang observed Qiuyue flattering others with a look of discomfort. The spirit rune crafting technique was something Xiao Yun learned from Kuo Luo's memories, which he later adapted into a spirit arrow crafting technique. The arrows produced were quite effective against ordinary magical creatures. Stop foolishly shielding me from the rain with an umbrella. Song Chunhao sighed deeply, helplessly admonishing her, trying to patiently remind her, as this girl often acted naively in many situations, which left him accustomed to dealing with cleverness. Somewhat speechless. Indeed, it was less than a week after your return that the Liao family discovered a large-scale flying artifact from the Dawn Branch, and the headquarters of the Demigod Academy has already dispatched personnel to counter it, as introduced by the East Island Chuan Palace principal. Li Qi stepped up to Jiang Chongqing. After the conclusion of today's scene, this girl would be ruined. Guojiai, remembering their first meeting on the airplane and their subsequent encounters, Yang, he found it hard to let go. I have told you not to deceive me again. If you were a true human, your ribs along with your life would no longer belong to you. Yang Yi's expression was fearsome. Even a faint smile at the corner of his mouth evoked terror. Although Su Kai's fame surpassed that of ordinary stars, he was still not a professional. Therefore, when Gao Heng decided to invite Su Kai for a cameo, he had never anticipated that Su Kai would perform exceptionally well. Since witnessing that unfortunate game title, he had not felt any relief. Li Suqiu has consistently invested in suppressing his own faction, compelling others to also invest in order to keep pace with him. After he made his investments, Li Suqiu promptly followed suit. Luo Feng marveled at the situation, realizing why even formidable establishments, such as Jishin Wuwan and Ladian Wuwan, dared not contend with King Dejio. The onlookers could not help but gaze upward, noticing Zhang Zijian and others with blood seeping from the corners of their mouths, their faces pale, although Delia was strikingly beautiful and possessed an exotic charm. Her pores were somewhat coarse. Thus, upon witnessing Jiang Chongqing's flawless skin, Delia was the first to inquire about skincare tips. What do you mean? How could I not have it when you are here? The matron chuckled, dispersing the other ladies. Chapter 95, Chaos and Battle Among Practitioners. In the realm of cultivation, wealth and resources undoubtedly hold the highest priority. Even Ding Jing had an array of magical artifacts, and one could only imagine the treasures possessed by his master. Consequently, no one dared to heed the words of the elder from the Qi Hall. Meng Mianchuan glanced at him, fully aware of Zhao Yuan's typical indifference. Even when he recognized the gravity of the situation, he would still choose to remain silent to preserve his own standing. Learning from experience, Zhang Jiao had indeed picked up a tactic from Lu Ji as he managed to open the gates of Guangzhou, prompting the imperial troops to rush in. Shen Qiuyue, having endured the mockery of those around him, could no longer suppress himself and coughed up a mouthful of blood. However, there was an endearing quality to this. Ying Mingyu did not mind her stiff reflection in the mirror. Instead, she leaned down, resting her chin upon the top of her head, and commented on her appearance. Meanwhile, Bu Fifan was unaware that during his cultivation, when Yu Zhong had sensed the increasingly alarming aura emanating from him. Lu Zhaoying bit her lip. The sturdy farmer before her was not one to lie, and a mere glance betrayed his true feelings. Zhou Luo understood that there were no hypothetical scenarios in this world. She could only lament her lack of power to change fate, feeling like a mere burden. What are you doing? Ying Mingyu frantically pressed down on her wound, realizing something was amiss, and hastily grabbed a tissue from the table to staunch the bleeding. Yet amidst the calm, it seemed that Xiang Nanfei could not utter any kind words. The atmosphere had indeed turned sour. The moment Qing Si saw the symbol, all her strength drained away, and she collapsed to the ground, while dark waters seemed to slither toward her like sentient beings. Ming Mei looked up in surprise at Madame Gong, whose excitement resembled that of a mother reunited with a long-lost child. Could she be the original's mother? She turned to glance at Lu Si's lady, who should know well that she was indeed the child of Du Yinyang. Omu Xuan cast a cold glance over the crowd, her amber eyes glinting with a chilling bloodlust, causing all the reporters to fall silent, too intimidated to speak further. Suddenly, Lian Wan recalled something, swiftly raising her head to meet Ling Zhao's clear gaze, which was intertwined with a tender affection, leaving her momentarily dazed. This may not be very appropriate. Mo Muyun looked awkwardly at Xian Yuan Mo and Qingling. In the direction where summer had descended lay a dark mountain peak. It was an unremarkable height, entirely ordinary, save for its distinct color. Human nature is such that, even knowing something is wrong, one often chooses to overlook it due to the power of habit. How was the virus affecting Gu Jianing? Omu Xuan leaned casually against the headboard, her inquiry seemingly indifferent. Jun Qianxi shot him a glance, wiping her tears with his sleeve before forcefully sniffling. As the powerful overseer of the Yuanhua Great World, Yuanhua Laozu shone like a brilliant star, attracting numerous gazes, and his disciples similarly garnered much attention. With the emperor's return from a mausoleum still several days away, she silently resolved that if she could not devise a strategy within that time frame, she would outright reject Rong Fei, as she was the one who initially overstepped her bounds, and thus had no fear of confrontation. In contrast, the team led by Chao Jian was engulfed in a cloud of despair. The coach, who had been feeling increasingly disheartened since their last unsuccessful offensive, now regained his composure, maintaining a calm expression following Guan Yu's successful free throw, immediately calling for a timeout. Chapter 96. To battle. Observing que miaoyons es incrédule gaz. A flicker of guilt crossed Yi Yushan's eyes. I am sorry, junior sister. I will avenge you. As soon as he spoke, Yi Yushan seized the storage bag from Chu Miaoyan, assuring her, do not worry, I will assist you. The death in the cycle of reincarnation was enough to awaken the four in the Ming Tsang realm, who looked at Jiang Chun with astonishment. With insufficient spiritual energy, Wu Aneng and the frail Jiang Chun, could he still succeed this time? Yu Fengyang executed a seamless series of attacks, catching his opponent off guard. The mountain was taken by surprise. To prevent damage to his spiritual blade, he relaxed his grip. Cheng Shui sat upon the clear-hearted mat, left by her parents, focusing her mind, while Sangyan hovered in the air, meditating. Upon reaching the courtyard entrance, the aroma of food wafted through the air. Yu Fengyang inhaled deeply, swallowing hard. He promptly spread the outline of the Thunder Sword technique across the table, laying out the intricate mental methods of the Thunder King, desperately seeking some insights. After all, the money was merely a deposit. Initially, Shi Ziji and the others had not anticipated whether the young master would come. Utilizing the dim torchlight, Lu Ziyu discerned the old man's appearance, which was so repulsive, his filthy face resembling someone who had crawled out of a sewer, exuding a pungent odor reminiscent of decay. Mo Ninghong raised his head, casting a glance at the situation, then lowered it, scrutinizing the surroundings with a disdainful demeanor. For years, this door had remained unopened. Today, the most mysterious place in the Baishan kingdom would finally have its veil lifted, revealing its true nature. If monks truly performed rituals, while they might not be able to expel the drowned spirits, they could at least suppress them for a while. The tall man in the blue robe collected the moonlight crystal, drawing forth an icy blue longsword, and with a flick of his wrist, he appeared before midnight. Upon receiving Ling Chen's command, Hu Fei immediately launched 5 Hellfire missiles. In no time, the missiles descended from the sky, resulting in another explosion. This time, the powerful shockwave was more than twice that of the previous, instantly lifting half of the laboratory's foundation, tilting the entire structure. However, during the pursuit, the silver-haired old woman clearly sensed Wang Yang's cultivation level, intensifying her murderous intent. Impossible. You must have it hidden somewhere. Where did you stash it? Song Tu was about to step forward to tear at Yang Ze's clothing, but was effortlessly brushed aside, landing on the ground. Yang Ze not only healed her legs, but also introduced her to job opportunities, helping her forge numerous friendships. Upon reflection, it wasn't entirely implausible. After all, to assist the emperor, one must possess a certain level of prestige, and among the noble officials, there were naturally many esteemed individuals. Historically, there had been precedents of appointing certain ministers to aid a young emperor. Revolts erupted in all directions, connecting points to lines and lines to areas, igniting the 6 states of Chengde in a blazing inferno. Wang Tianxi wished to join a team headed for more districts to gain experience as a novice hunter. Despite the harsh words, Zhang Miao continued to run desperately forward, fearing to pause even for a moment. Observing Zhang Miao's terrified demeanor, the warriors behind him, including Chen Gong, could not help but reveal expressions of disappointment. While she contemplated this, she maintained an outward appearance of sweet composure, exuding an air of delicate shyness. Should an unsuspecting man gaze upon her, he would undoubtedly feel a surge of pity, compelled to desire her immediately. Chapter 97. A shock for Ding Jingtong upon the utterance of these words. The council chamber fell silent, as if a pin had dropped. The prospect of taking either of these two individuals as disciples was tantalizing, for both exhibited the potential for foundational cultivation, promising significant returns in the future. The formidable elders began to contemplate what conditions to offer for apprenticeship. Zhao Ruhua, noticing the earnestness in his gaze, held the scissors with a steady hand, deftly cutting the red paper into pieces as Shen Qiuyue directed. Chen Ru felt assured that when Ji Yanqing returned to Sea City, he would undoubtedly address the Shun family. At that time, the Chun and Ji families could seize the opportunity to annex the Shun family, rendering her the most esteemed figure in Sea City. The deliberate summoning of Ling Han was to assign tasks to Zhao Rushan and Zhao Ruhai, clearly motivated by Zhao Ruhua. It is unjust to claim that Yin Huang had not endured immense suffering in modern times, resulting in the loss of many traditional Chinese medicine legacies. While the entry barrier for traditional Chinese medicine is high, so too is its potential. A truly exceptional practitioner in this field would undoubtedly surpass their Western counterparts in medical expertise, as articulated by the Foreign Doctor's Candid Assessment. This particular item is of no use to a foundational cultivator, and instead would cause discomfort to Zhou Chun, regardless of the sect or faction. Those who assist in malevolent deeds deserve punishment. Jiang Yan's expression turned cold, a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flashing through her eyes. The Qimang domain is home to 4 prominent long-lived families, and at this moment, the other 3 were conspiring to attack the Bai family simultaneously. Yin Qiuyue thought to take her along, planning to show her what it truly means to be the head matriarch. In his eyes, Zhou Sheng seemed capable of anything. Not only was his cooking exquisite, but he also possessed remarkable skills and courage. A chance encounter with the sisters Lin Yi and Lin Zier had unexpectedly granted them 2 additional opportunities for a lottery draw. It is important to note that Wang Yi currently occupies an awkward position, straddling the line between first and second tier as merely a film star. However, the 2 opponents before her were no less formidable than Zhong Hai. When the ghostly poison boy stabilized himself and unleashed his poison, Zhong Hai swiftly retreated, not wishing to engage in prolonged conflict with the enemy. In the end, Su Biao produced his B-grade badge, but unfortunately, the man before him also bore the same rank. As for Shui Mei's protector of the Buddhist law, their expressions fell, especially those who had received the first key. A middle-aged man now appeared as pale as death. No one is forcing you. It is you who is pressuring yourself. Your life and death are of no concern to me, but here, I hold the authority. Yiqiu remarked calmly. He Qingzi reflected on Wang Bo's departure time, considered the new semester's commencement, and scrutinized the report before her. Lu Hong sidestepped a warm embrace, casting a slightly bewildered gaze at the overly familiar young man, sensing something amiss. With a mocking smirk, Lu Hong casually wiped the blood from his hands, using flames to evaporate any traces, all with a nonchalant demeanor. The acceleration of Song Kei's vortex seemed to exert incredible pressure on the vortex of Jiu Dao. As his vortex gradually withered, Jiu Dao began to tremble. In a fit of rage, Wu Jian smashed the intercom, his eyes bloodshot. All that occupied his vision was the dilapidated Wuling Rongwang. Although he remained oblivious to the unfolding situation, the expression on his superior's face indicated the gravity of the issue, instilling a sense of urgency within him. Upon hearing this, Zhu Lao nodded. Everything was proceeding in an orderly manner on the government side, and he found himself less busy than before. He was only aware that the name Tang Feng and the young man before him, whom he met for the first time, had long since become his inner demon. Chapter 98. The gamble. No one answered Ding Jingtong's query. Following Chun Danian's shattered Dao heart plummeting from the sky, chaos erupted in the chamber. Quickly summon help. Elder Chun has fallen from the heavens, spitting blood. An enemy has infiltrated Miaoying Gate, ambushing Elder Chun, who returned to the palace in a state of disarray. The proud Jishinzi Xinjia felt no fear despite Yu Haoran's display of supreme power, nor did he entertain any thoughts of surrender. When Xiao Chuqing uttered the words Huiyang Ghost Tower, Zhou distinctly sensed a shift in the atmosphere. Just as Zhang Zuolin prepared to dine, a subordinate delivered a message that caused him to shatter his cup in shock. Now, the implication of the Black Dragon King's words is that he intends to enter the ancient divine temple and become an ancient deity. Thus, Yu Haoran made no attempt to evade as the other party embraced him, gently patting her fragrant shoulder. As predicted by Ling Feng, the lightning seemed to shrink back in fear upon encountering the dust of devouring demons, retreating entirely from Ling Feng's presence. What are you waiting for? Drag him out and execute him in the street. This is the consequence of offending the young master of the Gu family. Gu Qingtian waved his hand impatiently. Has the married man she loves noticed her absence? Is he anxious, or does he simply not care? If this is a mistake, then it stems from her feelings for someone she should not have loved. Having arrived here, it is evident that their paths will not cross again, rendering such an ending not devoid of beauty. The enemy cavalry attempting to flee undoubtedly faced the highest caliber of bullet baptism. His arrival invigorated Wu Peifu, who wondered if victory was still a possibility without the weaponry of Meihua Company. Most of the demons on the hillside shook their heads, with only a few exhibiting expressions of dread, seemingly recalling some terrifying event. Witnessing the vibrant scene before him and the enormous bonfire within the estate, even the reclusive Simon, along with the 3 other bishops who preferred stillness, were infected by the atmosphere and eagerly joined in. Everyone received porridge, honored the visitors from the palace, and, adhering to past customs, shared the porridge as a family. The medicine for 11th daughter has arrived. Muyin pulled the trigger, and a blue shotgun shell shot directly toward the man's back. The third matter is to ensure that the Diyun Empire reigns supreme over the entire Xinjiang continent, vanquishing all dissenters and crushing all rebels, thereby becoming the undisputed leader, preparing to defend against the invasion of the demon race in 3 years. This time, the convoy mobilized by Huang Yin was significantly larger than the one led by Gu Leiji. Everyone raced against time to collect volcanic ash, taking 3 days to fill 45 carts. Gu Yao also gathered numerous rare medicinal materials, preparing to return to develop pharmaceuticals. We all understood that there was no need to linger. None of us genuinely wished to partake in a banquet, for should we encounter Su Linghua, it would undoubtedly lead to entanglements, and time was of the essence. Su Dong stated that it would be within the next few days, and we certainly do not wish to squander this opportunity, having realized that this inquiry was indeed superfluous. Yin Rui stepped out of the shadows and entered the ever-open doors of Shangyi Workshop. At that moment, a knocking sound echoed at the door. The one entering was the Taoist who had just accompanied Qin Yun to investigate Yi Yan. The wine sword immortal? Upon hearing the name, Wei Yin and the others were momentarily taken aback, instantly recognizing that the individual in question was likely a notorious drunkard, perhaps even a swordsman with a penchant for alcohol. Chapter 99. The Conclusion. Are you afraid I cannot compensate? Upon hearing Chen Yang's words, the elder in charge of imparting skills raised an eyebrow and scoffed disdainfully. Such a meager amount of spirit stones, I hardly regard it. If you lack the courage to engage, then simply remain silent and observe. Since Shi Shaoxing became aware of the ambitions of the DeLiang, he found himself at a loss, realizing that among all those he knew, only Qin Yabai had the potential to earn the trust of DeLiang. As soon as the call ended, the vehicle came to a halt, and the old woman guided me out. From a distance, I could hear the sound of a horn echoing from our hillside home, accompanied by mournful wails. Yuan Shuai shared this sentiment until he encountered a unique organization, the Wei Jianwei. Upon opening my eyes once more, I found myself in my childhood home, confronted by the aged wooden door, the yellowing mosquito net, and my grandmother tapping her cane at my bedside, calling for me. Outside the door, the 2 individuals who had approached were equally startled by this unexpected scene. Lei, filled with a sense of bitter resentment, surveyed his surroundings but failed to spot Shen Qiuyue. Fueled by malice, he stepped forward, attempting to seize Yuan Shuai. Even the most fundamental martial arts in Zhengyang, a realm of low cultivation, could not compare to the profound heritage of the primary world. Biye, enough already. I will provide you with an explanation, I shouted before promptly ending the call. Though he wore a mischievous grin, I felt a surge of emotion. I finally understood that even after centuries, even in times of despair, the spirits of the mountains would still unconditionally support him. There were many stories about my grandfather that I remained unaware of. Thinking of him brought a tinge of sadness. Yet my immediate priority was to cooperate with Ren Qi to prepare adequately. Once the matter was resolved, I would seek to learn more about my grandfather's past. The only dilemma I faced was my reluctance to abandon my current position, lacking any motivation to ascend further. I believed that impulses stemming from the mind were often rooted in fear. Conversely, impulses from the heart were devoid of logic, driven merely by the desire to play and explore. Aspirations, preferences, wealth, and the like bore no true significance. They were merely self-fabricated definitions. She watched as Ian Rajuan extracted a slender wire from her person, and I wondered what she intended to do with it. Regardless, my ignorance was evident. However, the police were somewhat aware of the upheaval in the Yin family, subtly warning in Xixin that a Huailin might be contemplating suicide due to his turmoil, advising him to brace himself mentally. So what if it was just juice spitting? How did it escalate to the level of insult? How did it become a matter of disrespect? The sound was too faint for others to hear, yet Yuan Qianyao felt emboldened by the unique bond shared with Xiao Jianyuan. Subsequently, the surrounding spiritual energy surged wildly towards the gathering spirit pearl, filtering through and directly entering Long Yu's body. As the wedding day approached, the preparations were largely complete. On that day, Su Yi asked me to gather my belongings, then took 2 suitcases and led me to our new home. You will soon be facing individuals who are not ordinary. They are all trained individuals. Your methods of assault are devoid of skill, and your interrogation tactics will only amuse them. This cave was later excavated by villagers to protect against Japanese pirates and bandit raids, with over 100 residents of Tongjia village finding refuge within. Let us go see for ourselves, Feng Yun exclaimed as he leapt up and ran ahead, while many passengers behind him began to awaken, following suit upon noticing the commotion on the plain. However, Wang Gu remained unsatisfied, plucking a hair from Gong Tao's head and secretly having Su Yinzi take it for DNA comparison, which ultimately left Wang Gu deeply disappointed. Chapter 100, The Void Sphere. As Su Zhengyang emerged from the Xian secret realm, he was met by a crowd of elders blocking the entrance, startling him to the point where he nearly unleashed his golden sword in defense. However, upon recognizing that the foremost figure at the entrance was the elder in charge of imparting skills, he hastily sheathed his weapon. Niu Zhenxiang found it peculiar that he kept dreaming of riding a bicycle. Upon waking, he discovered he was indeed seated on one, with a Barbie doll named Alice smiling back at him. No, the absurdity lies in the fact that I have become the third party. It is I. Do you all comprehend? She has forsaken me, declaring her lack of love. The memories of the maple trees brought him excruciating pain. I shall forever belong to you. Shui Yun chuckled, his face radiating a sense of ingratiation. Outside the detention center, a sea of heads swarmed, with dozens of armed soldiers forming a stern barricade. Behind the barrier were personnel from the court, the prosecutor's office, the judicial bureau, and the public security bureau overseeing the proceedings, while reporters and local citizens gathered beyond. The impact was profoundly disheartening. After over 5 years in the home textile industry, I had never felt so passive, caught in a web of truth and deception. And suddenly my confidence vanished entirely. Where's that tower? Shui Yun, unable to suppress his urgency, inquired about the magnificent tower of immortals and demons. This is bad. This is a signal, the others exclaimed in alarm. Indeed, at the moment the signal was emitted, shadows appeared from all directions, and in the blink of an eye, countless guards clad in black armor materialized in the courtyard. Listening to Zhao Xian's words, Zhao Yun's mind involuntarily drifted back to a few months prior, when the Celestial Empire had yet to reclaim Jingzhou, and the true man of Yunmeng, a descendant of the heavenly mechanism, had spoken to him within the palace. Mentioning Lin Peng only heightened the others' thirst, prompting them to express a desire to join him. I am quite curious about the fates of Zila Mo and Dean, the figure in red remarked, eyes gleaming with excitement. Lu Dan, struck by sudden realization, declared, I shall interrogate the Lord of Mulu's city and employ severe methods to extract the truth from him. With that, Lu Dan cupped his hands and prepared to depart. In that moment, radiant lights swirled, as a sole cultivator from the Hu family stood before Zihan, fear evident in his eyes. Amidst the swirling brilliance, Zihan drew his sword, executing a horizontal slash, the light intertwining and blinding those present. Lu Fan was determined to avoid reaching such a dire predicament. Thus, he recalled the Yellow Turban Army in Zhangjiao, whose followers numbered in the thousands, bolstered by the incense donations from his devotees, along with the wealth he amassed from plundering Hebei and Jizhou. In confronting others, this might have been a prudent choice, but at this moment, Gu Luo awaited his move. As Qing Zhengxiu made his advance, the openings in other areas became glaringly apparent, and Gu Luo's sword tip, shifting positions, suddenly transformed into a lethal gleam, darting toward Qing Zhengxiu's neck. He, I shall establish a legacy that rivals the heroes of history, Lu Fan declared proudly, yet Kai Yin persisted, laboriously assisting him onto the bed and removing his clothing, initially intending to seek out Su Jiwu for clarification. I overheard a conversation between Qiuyue and Su Jiwu around the corner. However, when the moment of trial arrived, the examiner would unknowingly forget that everything before them was merely a test, becoming deeply engrossed, unable to extricate themselves. After leaving a harsh remark to Qing Tan, and under the protection of the 5 elders, I stepped into the temporal passage, vanishing from sight. With the departure of the 6, the oppressive aura of the saint dissipated as well. Chapter 101. The Legacy of the Golden Elixir. Indeed, Su Zhengyang clasped his hands and, driven by curiosity, inquired about the purpose of the inner world. He had been intrigued by the mention of its significance by the transmission elder. Observing Feng Zixuan in a good mood, he seized the moment to ask. Even so, it is merely a means of delay, not a viable strategy, Zhang Er replied dismissively. The saying "there's no smoke without fire" held true. Had it not been for the budding connection between Shengxian and Lu Yue, gossip would not have flourished. Come on, you haven't even finished a box. Aren't you quite the drinker? How's he seem to have had too much to drink? Swaying his head as he raised his cup to my face once more. Despite Lin Yaru's mockery, she remained indifferent, so waiting outside for a while posed no issue. Country J dismissed the warnings from the Chivalrous Alliance, deploying insufficient police force to quell the unrest. Without the Chivalrous Alliance, they might have had to resort to the traditional act of seppuku. Although Country J suppressed the news of the forewarning from the Chivalrous Alliance, some details inevitably leaked. Wayne always felt as though someone was following him. This sensation had surfaced the day after he left you. It compelled him to question whether Yusuji had divulged his whereabouts. But this is not my fault, is it? Had you not shown this to me, I would have been unaware of its existence, Shang Zian remarked, flipping through the magazine while shaking his head. Chunshi took a deep breath, as if summoning great resolve, a faint blush appearing on his fair face. Ji Zilin pouted slightly, well aware that Ji Zhenchuan's son was his most cherished possession, yet she refrained from speaking. You must be Dr. Liang. I apologize for only being able to greet you from this position. Despite being bedridden, Li Fu appeared in remarkably good spirits, prompting admiration for her well-maintained appearance. At 45, she looked younger than her sister. In this grand hall, the two factions were distinctly divided, one led by Tang, ex-China's Hongxin Group, the other by Watanabe Hiroji's Eastern Financial Consortium. Albai had no understanding of shipbuilding technology or artillery usage, remaining silent while expressing satisfaction with the Navy's base. Gazing at the 7 spectral corpses and sensing the waves of death's aura, Xiao Yimo was struck with astonishment, murmuring. The troubling realization struck Lu Yihua as he noticed a hint of delight in Qi Shuyan's gaze. Lu Yihua chuckled awkwardly, leaning back slightly as if to evade Qi Shuyan's fiery stare. Prepare the personnel according to the core members of each gang. Once my people have eliminated the targets, send someone to take their place. Then, at an opportune moment, we can incorporate each gang into the Qinglong gang, Jiang Hao commanded directly. Ghost leader, may I inquire as to your purpose here? Ignoring the ghost's indifference, the hybrid dog spoke up. A macro view composed of 300 islands depicted a world map. From above, one could clearly discern the shapes of each continent, where renowned cities were marked by unique architectural styles, such as Tokyo, the harbor city of Asia. Thus, Zhao Qianquan believed that no matter what conditions Jiang Hao proposed, as long as they were not excessive, the present business leaders would comply unconditionally. Chase. Feeling played for a fool, Yoxiang was incensed. She could not permit herself such a blunder. This failure was truly disgraceful. While seated in Lu Yihua's car, Su Jing's skirt revealed her snow-white legs, causing Lu Yihua's heart to race. Chapter 102. Swordsmanship, the Library of Hidden Scriptures. At this moment, the transmission elder had returned, and upon seeing Su Zhengyang, he curiously remarked, "Didn't the sect leader grant you a sword cultivation inheritance? Why do you still wish to learn sorcery?" Su Zhengyang displayed a look of resignation. That inheritance was indeed exceedingly profound. Gripping his war hammer, he faced the 4 death knights on horseback, his heart sinking gradually. With 3 days until the start of school, Li Zhangyi planned to take Xiaotsue to Linzhong City to familiarize her with the surroundings of Linhai University, introducing her to the directors of the university and his old friends, creating a protective sphere for her in advance. A tremendous crash resonated as the hard ground was struck, creating a deep pit and sending debris flying, yet a mysterious force restrained it, preventing it from spreading further. Subsequently, the scene shifted, showcasing the ostentatious display of wealth in a pristine room, as the wealthy individual flaunted stacks of soul coins, exuding a sense of indulgent pride. At that moment, Cornelia suddenly perceived a soft and rhythmic breath near her ear, a light weight resting gently on the end of her shoulder. The ancient toad of 10,000 poisons was taken aback, unable to evade, and let out a roar, gathering azure energy around his abdomen to shield against the earth dragon's strike. Li Zhangyi remained silent, quietly drinking, leisurely smoking, attentively listening to Xie Tiancheng's words. Peering out, he caught sight of Monica, immediately retreating into Camille's embrace upon realizing she was a stranger. "All right, Han Yin, Shui Wu," Feng Yang responded, recognizing that in this moment, they must heed Long Ming's command. This was an innate understanding among the great cosmic races. Otherwise, there would be no Emperor Star, nor the mightiest imperial cosmic domain. Initially, he had thought the Chui family, led by Chui Hongdu, was stepping forth to support Yang Hao, but as more individuals surfaced, Yang Guang ultimately discerned who was orchestrating events behind the scenes, turning to smile coldly. Yet, the current situation seemed entirely different. Contemplating this, Imo Qianquan felt an overwhelming anxiety, uncertain of how to articulate his thoughts. The reorganization of a Nishua Loneliness battle team coincided with the remaking of all battle teams. After the first round of rest, the 33 remaining gladiators on the death roulette found their new homes within 11 battle teams, which would engage in the second phase of deadly combat. The following day at noon, the sun blazed mercilessly. At that moment, Lu Qi had arrived at the designated location specified by Brother Slip. Because this prince had been infiltrated and betrayed, it was utterly impossible to change the emperor's mind without a direct meeting. Farouk shot a fierce glare at Winch. Winch understood that although the spirited young demon had a warm heart, he was not eloquent, so he refrained from jesting, instead describing the events that had transpired. "By the way, system, please check Su Maogong's attributes for me," Shui Renge inquired after their departure. The furnace had been constructed for several days, but remained unused. Jianghao awaited its complete drying, particularly the clay lining inside. This furnace was merely a rudimentary creation, not its final form, as Jianghao had opted for compromises in its construction due to limited conditions. The third elder had not anticipated gaining useful clues from this place. Yet upon hearing that Namo Xiang seemed to have encountered the individuals associated with the robbery spirit stone, his gaze ignited with fervor. Chapter 103, Spiritual Artifact, the Golden Light Sword. Yi Yushan felt his heart race at the sight of Su Xingyang's formidable sword. He was indifferent to Yang Hao's fate. What truly concerned Yi Yushan was the power Su Zhengyang had just displayed. He himself, although capable of slaying someone as unremarkable as Yang Hao, who lacked formidable artifacts or spells, was acutely aware that engaging with the towering figure before him, who was nearly 3 times his size, was a futile endeavor. As Lin Lu and the others entered, the grand hall was already bustling with guests. 5 opulently dressed cultivators adorned in celestial armor were deep in conversation with a blue-clad elder of the 4th stage of refining God, discussing various goods over a tea table. Lin he felt a flicker of satisfaction at having successfully provoked this witch, yet he understood the impossibility of confronting such a formidable opponent. The erased spirit, Long Yin, erupted in a dazzling white light, akin to the explosion of a blazing sun, threatening to annihilate heaven and earth, its terrifying aura causing onlookers to avert their gazes in fear. Wu Hua, entwined around his neck, showed no intention of rising, continuing to convey the crucial messages she wished to impart. Witnessing her full recovery and return to normalcy filled his heart with indescribable joy. However, Baiku immediately thought of Wu Hua, who had just signed a contract with Meng Qingming that afternoon, but he knew recommending her was out of the question. "Master Mu Yun, since you enjoy playing so much, do indulge in some quality time with the violent beast." Yi Xie's final remark resonated like a thunderclap among the assembly, igniting a torrent of astonishment. A peak spirit master and a spirit practitioner had been effortlessly dispatched by Mu Rong Ningyue, leaving everyone questioning whether they were still ensnared in a dream. He concealed the matter of the Blade Emperor, merely stating that he had acquired the remains of the Star God Beast, as he needed to provide a plausible explanation for his meeting with Jun Yi the following day. Qiuyue Yuan was taken aback. That punch had contained 60% of his combat power. Despite having recently broken through to the second level of martial sovereign in this mysterious realm, he believed that even an ordinary second-level martial sovereign would be grievously injured by such a blow. Yet Yi Xian, a seventh-level martial king, had emerged unscathed, leaving him in utter disbelief. Qiuyue was acutely aware that they had no chance for a third shot. The first relay point had fallen, and their base was on the brink of collapse. This launch was their final limit. In that critical moment, a pair, not three pairs, of pure white wings composed of light suddenly unfurled from the back of the priest, radiating an irresistible and overwhelming divine aura that filled the ancient castle with blinding brilliance. With the power of Westermar already departed, Li Ji's gaze fell upon Norsend, and he understood the prince's urgency. The emptiness of Westermar would surely provoke dire consequences from the longtime adversary, Sokolin, compared to seizing land and populace from demons. Taking it from the current Westermar appeared far less daunting. Chun Xiang smiled faintly and said, "Senior Chu, please follow me." Having spoken, she opened a door and stepped inside. Upon seeing the name of the private room inscribed on the door, Zhou Jian was momentarily taken aback. It boldly proclaimed Qing Yu Shijia. There was a tale that the tape recorded during that time was similarly cursed. Anyone who watched it would hang themselves 7 days later. The municipal government had vigorously confiscated and destroyed it, and, on the surface, it appeared that all copies had been eradicated. Zhou Jian no longer concealed the vastness of the metallic silkworm cocoon from the Jiang sisters. After all, they would only perceive this place as an underground secret base. Stop spouting after-the-fact nonsense. Let us first think about how to break free. The fighter, Yin Shi, declared loudly as he blocked an oncoming battle blade with his fist. Given the absence of enemy forces nearby, sure he could have entirely abandoned her patrol, yet she chose to remain stationed, leaving Aisha perplexed. Chapter 104. Yu Shoumen. Displaying authority. "Thank you, Brother Ding," Su Zhengyang expressed sincerely, bowing his head in gratitude. "No need for thanks," Ding Jingtong replied with a smile, and then suddenly recalled something, adding, "By the way, Brother Su, my master, while refining this sword, had to store Kong Hong Yin in the spatial realm primarily due to time dilation. This time discrepancy is quite alarming. While he fights outside for 2 or 3 hours, it could be 10 days or half a month inside. When she is released, she will be fully revitalized." At this, Prince Kong and Lu Hong grew anxious. The Hell Rose was merely a legend, said to plunge anyone who glimpsed its black petals into a hellish mode, where they would be trapped in a terrifying scenario, perpetually battling hellish beasts until utterly exhausted and unable to fight. As he spoke, the elder prepared to leave, causing Long Ji's heart to seize, beads of sweat forming in his palms. He could discern the elder's formidable strength, perhaps even surpassing that of his brother. He had readied himself for battle, feeling the air stir with energy. In the command room, personnel establishing contact with the Wanderer hurriedly reported to the nearby black officer. "I don't need you to bring it back. I have the means to purchase it," he retorted, rushing back to his quarters to shut the door. The demonic cultivators were aghast, particularly the disciples of the Wanshi sect, who could scarcely believe their eyes. Yet, the spectacle was far from over. In the instant the lightning dragon's phantom vanished, Yang Tian's physique swelled, transforming him into a 3-zhong golden giant, whose feet shattered the earth as he roared forth, swinging his golden fist toward Jin Shi's abdomen. After the examination concluded, numerous fans of the initial love band would swarm, requesting autographs and photographs. Zhao Yu's expression darkened as he clenched a scarlet elixir in his hand, taking a deep breath to prepare for a desperate fight. The residual sword energy collided with Tun Lu, shattering her protective aura and causing her to spew blood, hurtling backward to crash onto the island in the lake center. Sun Yanhua did not return home often, but each time was accompanied by great commotion, showing no consideration for the fact that she might already be asleep at such a late hour. Chui Feng's body slammed against the stone platform, trembling violently to a halt, blood spewing from his mouth as he vacantly stared at the advancing Chu Fengyun, his eyes wide with disbelief. The sounds of battle from the Lord's army could be heard clearly. It wouldn't be far off now, and after this prolonged duration, they must have arrived. The inhabitants here all had snow-white hair, yet bore few wrinkles, their eyes as clear as an infant's. They did not exude the overwhelming presence of higher beings. At first glance, they resembled benevolent old men from the mortal realm. Thus, Haddon, with Yuri's assistance, launched a series of precise strikes, regaining some advantage. Furthermore, to compensate for the losses incurred from domestic strife, they would undoubtedly concentrate their forces, like wolves pouncing on the great river kingdom, which, weakened by years of internal adjustments among military generals and frequent troop rotations, had recently endured a devastating epidemic, rendering it at its most vulnerable state. On the third level, Chu Fengyan remained at the forefront, awarded a healing elixir of spiritual quality, just as Zhang Shanfeng was caught off guard and severely injured by a sneak attack. This elixir would serve him well. Her brother, Sun Quan, had already promised that as long as Zhao Yun could be retained in Jiangdong, she would be able to marry him. These extreme demonic cultivators, after consuming the blood from their vessels, would directly inflict another wound on captured or purchased cultivators to extract more blood. Should any cultivator dare to resist, they would employ exceedingly cruel methods to torment them, causing Qing Hong to feel a chill run down her spine. Chapter 105. Cheng Qingji takes action. The snow leopard's speed was astonishing, appearing as merely a fleeting shadow to the naked eye. Upon witnessing this, Chu Miaoyan's heart raced, and she hastily conjured an ice wall before her in an attempt to thwart the snow leopard's assault. However, she overlooked a crucial detail. No need to thank me. This trust was earned through your own actions. Go and inquire on the other side about what transpired. Take care, Neva advised. However, a genius writer does not equate to an exceptional one. Whether Yang Luo can become a remarkable author remains uncertain to all. After disembarking, Yu Bai pointed at the 7 or 8 workers repairing the accident vehicles and queried Wu Xiaohua, her tone laden with disbelief and astonishment. The familiar name, Xiaomei, caused her heart to race. Nonetheless, she quickly reminded herself that many individuals share the same name, and this elder of Tianmen could not possibly be her elder sister Uxin. Spirits traverse the shadowy paths. The distance from here to Luo Wu Mountain is merely 30 kilometers. The Taoist was aware that the young practitioners had all gone to Luo Wu Mountain overnight for the rituals, which should naturally attract wandering souls and restless spirits. The presence of wandering souls under such circumstances only indicates a problem with the rites. Jiang Yunxian could no longer contain herself and exclaimed, "If you are upset, seek out the one who caused it. Do not take your frustrations out on my son." After placing the child on the bed, she picked up a rattle from the nightstand to amuse him. Noticing her engrossed state, extending her body halfway out without awareness, Shuelingyun hurriedly pulled her back behind the stone tablet. Yet upon witnessing Xia Amei's expression, she felt somewhat flustered. Xing Zhishan had no time to steal glances at others. His gaze was solely fixed on the retreating figure of Lin Feng. It was not until Lin Feng returned in a police car that he relaxed. Matters at the residence involved the Liu and Feng families, while in the courtyard, Granny Zhou and Dongmei were present, with Chang Zhu's family and Yao Xinluo remained indifferent, focusing on her health. Since her rebirth, only Wang Feng has met these 2 criteria. Hao Ian suddenly recalled the blazing road from the Yellow Springs to the Shuro realm, where Liuli had pointed to a forgetfulness pool and recounted her fear of water. Meanwhile, the Wuji Emperor and Bai Gufei, having entered the colossal tower, found themselves halted, unable to open the door, while the mid-grade artifact that had previously soared was now nowhere to be seen, enveloping the entire pagoda in a bizarre and conspiratorial atmosphere. Time passed inexorably, with the 2 outside appearing as serene as monks in deep meditation, each step taken with careful deliberation. Lung Yu felt profoundly moved, reflecting on how kind Xing'er was, pondering what Qing Zhuo was doing far away and whether he was taking care of himself. After a moment of contemplation, Lung Yu spoke. "Very well. The Lioli Kingdom and the Sacred Dragon are allied, yet it seems that the Qi Yin Kingdom is facing internal strife. Tong Yin has not sought trouble in recent days, likely hindered by domestic issues. The Jialan Kingdom is currently quite peaceful. But why can they not abide the tranquility of the Sacred Dragon? What business does the Wan have in stirring up trouble? Indeed, it was as such. Why not give their all?" Lin Jiachuan's father inquired with curiosity. Li Yaojia was perplexed by the multitude of garments in his wardrobe, uncertain of which to don. Upon trying on the first outfit, he gazed into the mirror, realizing that it appeared far too juvenile. Wearing it would surely displease Lin Jiachuan. Today, a new chapter is updated. The child is ill with tonsillitis. I am off to check on him, my apologies. In the depths of the icy abyss, silence reigned, with only the howling northern wind breaking the stillness, and the colossal iceberg lay motionless. Chapter 106. The Arrogant Xiao Mingjun. Concurrently, on the deck of the Ziyun flying vessel, Xiao Mingjun remained unfazed in the face of Cheng Chengji's swordsmanship. With confidence, he patted his spirit beast pouch, for which a pitch-black creature swiftly emerged. This creature's physique resembled that of a snow leopard. Shen Haoshuan bore a faint outline of turtle shells upon him. Although the temperature of the fire spirit black obsidian was indeed high, the chill from the cold pool managed to breach its defenses, prompting them to employ their abilities for protection. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, believing the issue had been resolved, a powerful aura of malevolence erupted from the bottom of the coffin, with a glimmer of strange light in his eyes. Tu Chi skillfully maneuvered the control panel in the darkness, fitting a breathing apparatus onto the gasping Elysee. You may rest assured, although my clan has likely succumbed entirely to Gu Ct's dominion, should I return, they would still support me. If they were to betray me entirely, then let it be. It would provide an opportunity to claim our family's territory and recuperate, Claudia remarked, observing the gathering crowd. Yifeng noted the presence of not only the silver-robed followers of the Moon God sect, but also many civilians in various attire and some armored soldiers. A youth from a Mingjian mountain manor, acquainted with the two deceased, struggled to approach, trembling as he reached towards their noses. Fortunately, the Yin soldiers, being specially trained, could become such entities. On the other end of the line, the man seemed taken aback by Yi Feng's unwavering stance, remaining undeterred by the escalating monetary temptations. Simultaneously, he recognized that Yi Feng was truly prepared to confront him. With a defiant gaze fixed on the colossal bird, Yi Ling's voice, devoid of warmth, resonated softly as she brandished the shimmering artifact, eager for the forthcoming confrontation. The Qi family sealed their gates, prohibiting interactions between their servants and the outside world, rigorously scrutinizing the backgrounds of their staff and expelling spies from other families. A man must possess immense courage to forsake all for the sake of protecting the one he has loved his entire life, yet cannot claim. I attempted to lie down, and upon first contact with the corpse on the ground, I felt a force pulling me into a fusion with it. I slowly opened my eyes, raised my hand, and inhaled deeply the sunlight filtering through my fingers, extending my hand to touch my forehead, and this time it was a genuine sensation. Are you certain that no one witnessed them together? Wu Yang inquired anxiously of his subordinate, unwilling for such a scandal to tarnish his engagement with the Chen family. Now that you are aware, I beseech your assistance. I could request some moon spring water from the Elven clan. You understand that consuming it ensures an unobstructed path in cultivation for a lifetime, allowing one to smoothly attain the title of Dodi. Upon hearing Duan Chang's introduction, Su'er bowed slightly to Ji Wuchang as a sign of respect, causing Ji Wuchang to hurriedly bend and bow 3 times, startled. For a young lady, salute could indeed shorten one's lifespan. Jiang Hao observed her indignation, feeling only guilt-ridden silence. He had no right to defend himself anymore. His transgressions left no room for excuses. Meng Qingyi's chatter was incessant, though her voice was typically not loud, making it difficult to engage with the boisterous Taozhua. Indeed, how could a normal family accept her situation of having a 5-year-old child before marriage? Ani Li expressed her helplessness and concern regarding this matter. Chapter 107. The Sect Master Takes Action. As soon as the words left his mouth, Xiao Mingjun swiftly donned an ear-covering artifact. This ensured that even if Ding Jingtong attacked Xiao Mingjun's true form, it would inflict no harm whatsoever. Ding Jingtong now regretted immensely. His misfortune was compounded by the arrival of his period, rendering him unable to serve the prince for several days. Shui Lian, you cast a regretful glance at Nan Gongyu, her eyes harboring a hint of coldness. Luo Haochen smiled and shook his head, seemingly chiding himself for uttering such words to Yin Mingshu, especially with the spontaneous decision to bring her to Dong Tian Magical Valley today. What had prompted such a thought? Yin Mingshui was not afraid of how Luo Haochen would react. Rather, she wished to avoid adding to her troubles, especially in such a place. If more people learned of the deteriorating relationship between them, It would tarnish the reputation of the Yonda group and her father's standing. With everything proceeding smoothly, Emperor Han Ling was in high spirits and, having dismissed any further concerns from his ministers with a wave of his hand, declared, "Court adjourned." He then turned away, striding towards the harem without a backward glance. This seemed improbable, as Liu Tianxiang still engaged with him rather amicably, not appearing to feign his demeanor. Yet, how did he come to know about the 100,000 troops of the Hua Yin Empire? The lord of Jinda City felt a chill run through him as a violent gust swept in, causing him to collapse onto the ground. His face a mask of terror as he looked towards the two men. The influential figures of the Japanese military could not conceal their inner excitement, whispering amongst themselves. Luo Jingtian was nearly infuriated to the point of fainting from Luo Haochen's words, prompting Tan Nuoxuan to hastily support him, her eyes glaring angrily at Luo Haochen, shocked that her cousin could behave in such a manner. Having already defeated Lin Hua, Yi Feng stood resolute in the face of other sect disciples, unafraid. Yu Longxiang smiled faintly. During their last engagement in the Qin kingdom, the lack of recognition from the Burmese regarding the Chinese military had rendered their forces blind, leading to missed opportunities. Fortunately, the Japanese and Thai slaughter had driven these indigenous people towards China. As for Jihan, who could always find unassailable reasons whenever he cleared the path, he had grown weary of arguing, merely praying for fewer encounters along the central route. In less than 2 hours, 6 combinations had been tested, and the ash beside the furnace clearly indicated their inaccuracies. His presence instilled a certain confidence in Han Lin. Previously, his ability to break the Fong Tianyu formation relied heavily on Han Chongqing's guidance. While he may not be a master of formations, he certainly surpassed Han Lin, who knew almost nothing. Lao Qin rotated his wrist nonchalantly, appearing unfazed, as if he had witnessed this scene countless times before. Yet reality still posed numerous challenges for Han Lin and Ling, reminding them that time had indeed altered much. Yu Shun of the Eastern Han dynasty clasped his hands in greeting. "Congratulations, young hero Yu, on your joyous nuptials." Yu Shun smiled wryly and reciprocated the gesture. Although Li Ming was unaware of what the so-called Qing Di was discussing, the lack of murderous intent displayed throughout eased his tense heart. At least his life was no longer in jeopardy. Luan Zhongshu's reputation in Yinsha City was neither particularly good nor bad. One could even say he was the most lax lord of the city in recent times. Zhang Ergu raised his formidable arm, fixing his gaze intently on his right palm, slowly clenching it into a fist, letting out a sinister laugh as he glared with his remaining eye at Li Ming, revealing his murderous intent. "However, since you have presented 2 choices, there must be a hidden truth. Could you please elucidate?" Chapter 108. Lu Yuan's Surrender. Lu Yuan's strength was inherently inferior to Feng Zishuan's. Even with the assistance of the Demon King, the Iron Beak Crane, at his feet, he did not believe he could maintain the upper hand. This was the fundamental reason Lu Yuan had consistently avoided direct conflicts with Feng Zishuan, as his hard power was insufficient. Ultimately, it was humanity that aided you. It seems you were fortunate to encounter survivors from the era of the Hausa Kingdom. Otherwise, such a discovery would have been impossible, Yi Ling replied with a smile. The jade slips inscribed with supreme skills unfolded in Li Xuandu's mind as intricate pathways, stirring an endless array of principles, as if weaving a divine chain of order. Upon Sui Yun's inquiry, many gazes immediately turned towards Yinji Mo. Yinji Mo rolled her eyes in response. The palace gates had already closed, but the towering palace walls, standing 3 zhang high, posed no obstacle in Zhao Xing's eyes. He leaped over effortlessly, scaling the wall. The so-called palace guards were merely a deterrent against ordinary citizens. True martial arts masters could not be halted in such places. Additionally, should the owner of the clothing possess slightly sensitive skin, wearing such laundered garments could lead to irritation and rashes. "What has your Wang family done over the years? What gifts have you returned?" He glanced towards He Yin as he spoke. Aside from the disciples of the Dodgy Gate, and those who had bet heavily on its success, cheering joyously, the wandering heroes who had placed their fortunes on Wudong and Tangmen appeared somewhat dejected. He himself chose a top-grade spiritual sword from the Tianjia tier for use when he wished to reveal his prowess among ordinary folk. Encouraged by Xian Guang, the experts from various sects finally ceased their hesitations and made their way towards Wanma Mountain. This meant that these 2 bodyguards could not only ensure Chun Fan's safety, but also serve as translators. There was a concern that opportunists might take advantage of the situation. Very well, if you wish to go, let us proceed, as long as we remain undetected. Since they were to embark, avoiding encounters with others was paramount. No unfavorable news should escape their lips. The off-road vehicle that Ling Tian was riding suddenly came to a halt, tires screeching against the ground, producing a sound that grated on the nerves. The white-striped fish not only dwarfed the others in size, but also shimmered with glimmering silver scales, immediately revealing its extraordinary nature. Just then, a commotion outside indicated that Shen Qiuyue had arrived. Her attendant had procured a carriage for her, racing to the scene, arriving just moments after Cheng's eye. Nangong Yun Yao sighed internally, nodded, and then retrieved a large jar of honey from her spatial ring, offering it to Yang Hui. Following the death struggle in Zhengyang Holy City, Qiuyue remarked that Mo Fan could inherit the ancient king's throne and command the fallen kings against Fu. Yet Mo Fan, fearing for his life, had declined the offer. Upon entering the room in the morning, his outer garment had been shed, leaving him clad in a dark cotton sweater. The thin fabric made each lash of the whip feel more painfully real. Stripes of wounds marred his skin, each one a reminder of the searing pain that coursed through his body. On the third day of Buzhou, amidst the vast expanse of the starry sky, countless huaxia techniques awakened. As the heavenly Emperor Zhong laughed at the heavens. At this moment, the continental crust of the Asia continent shifted imperceptibly, reclaiming the supreme treasure of Wuling. Thus, they could only proceed slowly. Lu Shu believed they might encounter those B-grade powerhouses, as everyone was unable to discern direction. However, just as the sun began to rise, the first ray of light pierced the ocean's surface like a sword, swiftly reaching the heavens and penetrating the clouds. After observing the couple for a moment, Li Dongyang could no longer contain himself, a smile on his face as he embraced Hua Fei. Chapter 109. Yuan and Cultivator? Shut your mouth, you abomination. Lu Yuan bellowed in fury. He had not anticipated that his most valued disciple would embarrass him at such a moment. Filled with rage that he nearly wished to strike Xiao Mingjun dead. Xiao Mingjun had been spoiled by Lu Yuan, and thus he remained oblivious to the fact that before using this item, Lin Yu had already sensed its nature. Given the system style, it was impossible for it to provide a mundane item, and the description of this object was evidently extraordinary. However, before Yang Su could ponder other possibilities, Jizasubajis had already struck again, delivering a powerful punch that caused the tavern's wooden floor to cave in, splintering apart. Moreover, she had awaited the Shun family's apology for an eternity. In this moment, all of Shun Banxia's grievances seemed to dissipate into thin air. Subsequently, she combined the minced garlic, cilantro, and salt with the tofu, drizzling it with stinky tofu sauce, thus completing the dish. After being roasted, the meat became quite dry, resembling tough chicken. Yet Shen Yu still savored it with great delight. During this period, Shi Huolong endured a difficult recovery under the watchful eyes of Elder Chao and Shen Qiuyue. Although this old man appeared unremarkable and somewhat lecherous, his medical skills were truly remarkable. After only a few acupuncture sessions and some herbal remedies, Shi Huolong surprisingly regained consciousness. Meanwhile, within the castle, Valbo reclined contentedly in a chair, surrounded by an abundance of fruits and delicacies. He opened his mouth wide, akin to a blender, and continuously devoured the food. In Wang Luan's perspective, Shi Zhichai's visit was merely an attempt to gauge the Wang family's response or to assess Zhu Hansen's significance in Wang Luan's eyes. At that moment, Zhao Jia, immersed in his cultivation, slowly awakened and quickly grasped the unfolding events. How could two legs outrun four? Following an initial surge of anger, Yin Gang and Tian Kai sensed deception and swiftly rode to find Zhu Yi, urging him loudly. Noticing that his mother was indifferent, Su Xuanyu's intended words circled back in his mind, ultimately returning to silence. Yet what did it matter? He had at most 50 years to live. Having committed the heinous crime of ruthlessly slaying his own child to forge a demonic pill, Five Ridge Peak would undoubtedly deliver its judgment. When he went out, he called me once, but after that, there was not a single word, as if he had vanished from the mortal realm. Bai Ping sighed softly. Indeed, Du Yang was unwavering when it came to farming. Lin Xiao, upon receiving Su Yi's reminder, took this matter to heart. Lei Ning, what exactly do you intend to do? That land was contaminated decades ago due to an accident, and the surrounding fields were cordoned off, Who didn't know that nothing could grow on that piece of land? Zhu's eyes reddened with anger, hands on hips, as she argued with her. Two area of effect skills transformed the entire cave into a realm of ice and fire, with contrasting streams of cold and heat relentlessly assailing the mountain spider's tough exterior. Since Brother Locke instructed you to continue, then proceed. Shuexian observed her brother suddenly pause to look at her, as if understanding something, then turned to Locke, who encouraged Shuexiaoyu to carry on without hesitation. Yet, the fruit abilities within her body were entirely sealed, akin to a still pond, unresponsive to Locke's efforts. You are new to the police station and unfamiliar with many matters. The most detestable thing is the factionalism among the subordinates. Do not seek him out. Just focus on doing your regular work well, and leave the rest to me. Victor declared confidently. Chapter 110, 3,000 years. Halt! A vague voice echoed, and an immense pressure, akin to that of the heavens, descended upon the leaders of the Diansong sect, Xiaowan Shan, the Beastmaster sect, Lu Yuan, and the Miaoyin sect, Feng Zishuan, immobilizing them and even halting the flow of their internal mana. Listening to Wang Yu and Lung Lung's conversation, Lin Xin and the others were utterly astonished, their expressions betraying their disbelief, as if they could be made into meme-worthy expressions of confusion. Even Hu Guomin, the #1 leader, felt a cold sweat at the thought. How formidable must that be? He had witnessed the military prowess of those extraterrestrials firsthand. Could it be the work of Long Jinpeng? This statement is a deception. There is definitely something amiss, Healing Yao pondered, attempting to probe further. Thunder. Is there truly no way out? Is there really no other option? Continuously questioning the thunder goddess hammer, Tai Muyin desperately hoped for an alternative. Could it be that the 200 villagers in his village were to meet such a fate? The former makeup of the Grand Empress was too heavy. The cosmetics of this era lacked the finesse of refinement, resulting in a rather coarse appearance. Even those that were not rough still appear dry, likely due to the powder not being fine enough or lacking moisture. Is this the principle of using 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds? Why does it feel like all her attacks were absorbed by cotton, leaving her with her own set of issues? The sinister words of the demon echoed in Luo Ping's ears, shaking him to his core. He had never imagined that the ominous clouds above were indeed transformed from a celestial artifact. Previously, he had harbored some suspicions, though they were difficult to believe. Yet now it had been confirmed. Zhong Yu smiled, surprised to find that in just a few days, Yu Xiu seemed to have matured significantly. Such words would have been impossible for her to express before. The elder of the seal of the imprint was horrified when he attempted to escape. It was already too late, and he was struck down by the Tiangong seal, causing the massive yellow dragon's body to crash to the shore, kicking up clouds of yellow sand. The deities were startled by this sudden turn of events and hurriedly sought shelter. Healing Yao gazed at the snow wolf before her, displaying an expression of fear, and immediately turned to flee. Surrounded by a swarm of police, Zhou Yu exerted tremendous effort to finally reach the duty room. The grievances and dangers faced were truly beyond words. The conditions offered by Bai Quanxi closely aligned with my expectations. Qin Han nodded. Over there, Zhang Yuanba and Li Si collected the scattered money from the ground and sought out Zhang San. With nothing else to do, Zhang San decided to visit the human market to see if he could recruit the individuals he needed. An aged voice suddenly interjected. Tu Ming has just arrived, Master Invincible. Do you wish to see him now? The responder was Elder Saki, who had just entered the storage room. Upon arriving at the first city as Wan, Chun immediately spotted his wanted poster, which bore the name Yu Liang Chun, male, with a bounty of 5 million gold coins, regardless of life or death, along with his likeness. However, appearances could be altered, such as adding a beard or wearing a hat. Yi's situation was slightly better. He managed to deflect the shockwave damage, but could not advance a single step until the shockwave subsided. Shifei deployed a defensive barrier to shield herself, but after this blow, her mana was significantly depleted, and the gaze of the demon dragon reflected both astonishment and a hint of fear, much like Shisa and Yi. Ensuring that the eastern part of the grassland was set up first was crucial, for the entire Mongolian plateau spanned over 2 million square kilometers. Even with 1,000 trading posts, it would be impossible to establish a post every 100 kilometers, and Zhongsen also needed to assess the Mongolian people's attitude toward trading posts. Song Gaian had been harboring a surge of anger. After seizing one of Qin Laosan's hands, she suddenly spun around. Chapter 111. Say it again if you dare. Yushan did not expect even Chengji, the perennial Good Samaritan, to refrain from speaking on your behalf, especially since Zhengyang had already placed Chu Miaoyan into a spirit beast pouch. Feeling so unwelcome and facing disdain from peers was disheartening. This statement was directed at Gao Feng and Zhao Mingxing alike. As she spoke, Li Qingzhao's eyes reflected a hint of helplessness, quickly transforming into determination. Yushan drove the car out of the campus and onto the ring road, temporarily setting aside certain unpleasant rumors, suddenly remembering an important question. Should she pick someone up from the station or the airport? At that very moment, Li Hui was pondering the same question. Chun Lu, could you inquire about the current situation of the Wang family? Having lived in the capital for so many years, the Wang family's expressions would reveal everything. It was impossible for her not to notice anything. This nation rejects the data alliance. Thus, its export commodities must face the repercussions of precise marketing. Attempting to combat precise marketing with traditional marketing on foreign soil would undoubtedly lead to disastrous outcomes. After being startled at the Tangshan Palace, Liang Fei had remained melancholic, her complexion not faring well, while Zhao Xuan fell ill and was unable to get out of bed. In such critical confrontations, the presence of a campaign manager is indispensable. Campaign managers are professionals who thrive on the electoral battleground, and, among them, the most distinguished are often invited to partake in the orchestration of significant elections, such as the campaign for the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom or the presidential election in France, as well as pivotal referendums. Li Hui's ceremonial attire must be meticulously selected, featuring intricate designs that embody both the nobility of a princess and complement her youth. It must be said that the craftsmanship in the tailoring room of the royal residence is truly remarkable. As long as the measurements are known, the designs fit perfectly and are exquisitely appropriate. Ling Zhuang silenced the mournful cries of the palace attendants and, upon a closer inspection, noticed the absence of Ibagu and son Chu Li, who typically served Rong Shiju. She could not help but direct her gaze towards Rong Chenning. Hearing this, everyone present, forgetting their grievances, quickly responded with laughter, exclaiming that the matriarch must be anxious. News had reached them that the county lord was visiting today, and they had been waiting since early morning. With that, they led the way towards the residence of the first-class general. At that moment, a servant carrying a dish passed by her, the platter adorned with delicate crab meat dumplings. The young man smiled and extended his hand, revealing a jade token. On one side was the emblem of the Azure Blue Chamber of Commerce, while the reverse bore a number. The only hint from Tang Yu was to ensure the borders were defended, adding cryptically that soon the world would share in their family's fortune. Did he truly believe that cultivation was akin to what is depicted in television dramas? That there could be no disturbances, no disruptions? Surely, such notions belong to the realm of martial arts fiction, not reality. After 2 days of silence, Lu Wenpa felt somewhat relieved and ventured outside to the stream to wash clothes. In this world, perhaps only Jiang Qingyun would not disdain her for being imperfect, yet willing to offer her heart. Wan Boming kept a watchful eye on the elderly couple, wary of any unforeseen incidents. Yet this left him unable to attend to Qi Wan's side. He merely assumed that Zhong was out for a night run and paid little attention. Not long after, he noticed Zhong had gone behind the house and had not returned. Believing Zhong had gone home to wash up and rest, he returned to bed and fell asleep. I was certain he had truly drifted off, as I secretly embraced him, inhaling the familiar scent of mint from his body while counting the rhythmic beats of his heart. Meanwhile, within the forbidden realm of the sea demon's lair, the sphere housing Ling Feng had expanded dozens of times, occasionally resonating with the sounds of wind, thunder, and rain. Upon closer listening, one could even discern the chirping of insects and birds. Chapter 112. Encounter Feng Zixian would not allow Lu Yuan to act so arrogantly before her. Moreover, the words of the guest elder from the Miaoyin sect had indeed struck a chord within her, prompting Feng Zixian to unleash her momentum to confront Lu Yuan. She then addressed the guest elder, questioning if he had not heard Lu Zhongman's words. The second match of Fu Zong had been lost, and he felt a tinge of panic, though he had prepared for the third match. A few items had piqued his interest, but considering he had already bid on 2 significant items, he refrained from further bidding, aware that neglecting to leave something for other factions might lead to their discontent. The sword of Tang Ao Shui turned, resembling a butterfly that gracefully fluttered forth, swiftly arriving before Tang Hai, and then encircled him. launching a flurry of 4 strikes aimed at his vital points. Li Tianqi pondered for a moment, agreeing that he had initially not intended to bring Lin Yixian here. Suddenly, the weather outside shifted dramatically. Rain began to fall, and it was not until droplets landed on Li Zhu's face, who was standing by the window, that she realized she needed to close it. Li Zhu understood that the doctor was jesting, yet she could not find humor in the situation. If Shen Qiuyue had indeed meddled, her target must surely be the child of the young mistress, demonstrating a boldness that risked exposure and dire consequences. Mo Fan and Huang Jihui had just exited the Prince of the World's residence when Chun Meng's expression changed dramatically upon seeing someone leap from the carriage. The golden filigreed fan suddenly transformed into a golden dragon, surrounded by flashes of thunder, exuding an aura of immense power as the dragon lunged towards Li Tianqi. Li Tianqi felt elated to see Master Yuanzhen restored. Yet his joy was tempered by concern as he noticed Yi Shang being pushed back repeatedly by the monstrous foe, just as he was about to rush forward to assist. He was called back by Master Yuanzhen. With a sudden bang, Xiao Yunfei turned and fired at him, the bullet striking the man in the forehead, who fell to the ground with an expression of disbelief. On this day, the sun rose as usual, and the citizens of Zhengyang awoke groggily, washing their faces and opening their shops, while farmers tended to their fields. However, their tranquil lives were abruptly disrupted by a lone rider. A heart-wrenching scream shattered the stillness, causing Tang Xian to feel as if her mind were about to explode under the immense pressure of a violent aura swirling within. Meanwhile, Lung Zi did not let Guan Yu down for long, bravely charging through the rain of arrows to reach the front of the Han army. Guan Yu felt a surge of joy and ordered his soldiers to swiftly part, creating a clear space as he skillfully maneuvered his Qinglong Yinyue Dao to confront Lung Zi. Bai Jianli remarked that jade had always been under royal control, and common folk rarely possessed it. Do you understand? Xiangning glanced at Zhao Hao, who bore a calm expression, his demeanor serene yet silent. Being an emperor is indeed a burdensome task, especially for those unaccustomed to it. Gao Jinbao assigned personnel to monitor the nighttime crafting of dragon robes, crowns, and seals, tirelessly communicating and negotiating various official titles. Gentlemen, we must secure victories in all 3 matches. Do not allow the competition to return to Orlando. Just moments prior, before entering the arena, Kobe loudly instructed each Lakers player. As Shaquille O'Neal noted, despite Kobe having won 4 championships, his insatiable pursuit of more titles remained evident. Near the entrance of the left Chung Tian Gate, not far from the Royal City office, dozens of individuals surrounded an exquisite and luxurious palanquin, standing solemnly. He-Shen successfully shot an arrow, swiftly retrieving another to aim at the enemy's foremost commander. Chapter 113. Battle simultaneously outside the secret realm upon the deck of the Ziyun Feizhou. Observing the unfolding scene, Feng Zixin's expression was as cold as water, unable to utter a word for a long time. However, Lu Yuan was different. Seeing his disciples of Yishou men bringing him honor, he immediately smiled at Feng Zixin, mentioning that part of the video from tonight had already been sent back to the newspaper for tomorrow's article. Yuan Shao wore a weary smile, watching the crimson liquid flowing through the four, feeling as if countless ants were gnawing at his bones. The thought of Jiegu triggered memories of how fiercely he had shouted at her earlier, leaving her feeling utterly aggrieved. The tears she had managed to hold back began to flow once more, silently weeping in the darkness. After Lu Zhanyan returned, the two went out for a stroll and fortuitously visited a formal wear shop, deciding to purchase an outfit for future use. Ren Lao collected all the red-patterned grass gathered by the Tiando Hall during this time, amounting to nearly 1,000 plants, the result of their utmost efforts. Upon entering the Yuan-Tai period, her mastery over the rules became more adept, as Yan Wanqing cleverly utilized the surrounding ground to alleviate the immense pressure, causing the entire surface to sink slightly. Indeed, the discovery of the orchard left Yang Shang wide-eyed and inquisitive, his elation surpassing that of Columbus upon uncovering the New World. Yuan Shao is not here, is she? Did you not promise to keep an eye on her? The marshal, filled with fury, stepped forward, grasping Ying by his garments and shouted. Since Murong Xian still harbored feelings for her, he must demonstrate his sincerity. Even if it was not a grand procession to bring her into the palace, he must publicly affirm her status as a concubine, allowing her to enter the palace and serve him further. Although the ultimate master had long vanished, the old sage occasionally returned to impersonate the ultimate master, addressing the issues reported by various factions. Alas, one cannot judge a book by its cover. Zhengyang inexplicably thought of Chow Pai from her past life, a figure possessing a handsome exterior yet engaging in deeds beneath humanity. In the early hours, Chen Qiuyue escorted Cheng Yao back to her home by Dishui Lake, while he himself requested Master Zhao to return him home. Upon opening his phone in the car, he noticed missed calls and messages from Jishasha. Realizing there was no escaping, Yishui ceased her futile struggles, feeling a tinge of regret within. On the second floor, where rooms stood in abundance, Chen Qiuyue halted, glancing back as he ascended the stairs. Yet no footsteps echoed from below. Su Qiao quietly finished her ribs and turned to call Chun Si, only to find Yi Qing Ran positioned closely at the table, obstructing her line of sight. By Li Xian, Su wielded his hook blade with vigor. Yet the sheer number of demonic soldiers overwhelmed him. As the saying goes, the many ants can consume the elephant, rendering him gradually unable to contend. It was indeed a marvel that Yi Xiu encountered such a wondrous formation in such a remarkable place. As the light warmed my forehead, I finally grasped the lever, inhaling the sweet, gentle air before swiftly turning to seek the figure of the rogue, hastily ascending the climbing rope towards him. Director Feng. It is astonishing that so many prominent figures are involved in this organization. This matter may become troublesome, Shen Han stated gravely. In the forest, aside from the cicadas chirping, distant beast roars occasionally resonated. The view revealed distant towering peaks, while nearby branches and leaves obscured the sky, enveloped in layers of lush green. A hint of ethereal light rendered the passage between the trees serene and mysterious. Prince Chu, Prince Jin, and Prince Ning observed the close relationship between Jin Rojia and Peng Mo, their minds racing. Chapter 114, Battle, Part 2, Preposterous. As tensions escalated towards confrontation, the members of the Beast Tamer sect began to show signs of panic. Would they truly resort to violence? The guests from the Miao Yin sect found it utterly unacceptable to witness such brazen behavior, if a solution was not sought to discipline them. Chen Geng swiftly dodged to the side, as if a wrecking ball had struck the wall, shattering the previously cracked structure. At that moment, Qin Zheng's energy collided against the dark light, while an overwhelming force descended from an unknown corner onto the body of the dragon. The armor and weaponry worn by the prisoners were merely of primitive artifact level, which Lin Huang found unimpressive. What he truly desired were the storage artifacts, such as the Imperial Heart Ring that these local prisoners had in their possession. Although they could not unlock them, he could decipher them once they were taken out. It was evident that to achieve their strategic ambition of fully occupying Huaxia, the island nation had employed numerous cunning maneuvers. Among the 9 battle zones, players experienced friction, and the official League of Legends permitted standard means, namely cross-zone PK, to defeat opponents and prove their worth. There was no conflict that could not be resolved with one confrontation, and if there was, then 2 would suffice. Excellent. Upon hearing Lin Huang's words, Bai's eyes sparkled with excitement, clearly eager to learn about human combat techniques. In the Bronze League, Lin Lin encountered an exceptionally peculiar situation in the Summoner's Canyon. The river crabs here, astonishingly, could maneuver. Can you believe it? The needles pierced through their heads, colliding with the hard ground, producing a crisp sound as bodies fell in droves. I am EU, a formal disciple of the Yang Clan Martial Arts School. I humbly ask for your guidance, said the unremarkable disciple with cupped hands. Particularly, those armed forces preparing to participate in the Shuzhou battle seized the opportunity amid the chaos caused by the Japanese and traitors to rush to the preordained battlefield. Thus, early this morning, he brought a birdcage along with the information he had gathered to the palace to voice his grievances. Chu Tsongyin stood with his back to his master, gazing at the motionless Mi-air, his handsome visage obscured by shadows. When the imperial physician witnessed the heart-wrenching farewells of the Ban family, his heart stirred with mixed emotions, only regaining focus upon hearing the emperor's command. Yes. Upon recognizing who held Princess Fu Li's wrist, he cast a surprised glance at Rongxia before lowering his head to tend to Ban Hua's injured palm. Qiuyue nodded to the crowd, discreetly stepping back to allow space for the Chu family. For a time, Ian seemed to have gone mad, constantly yearning for wild escapades, indifferent to all. But when Xian returned, she began to change. Is that so? Emperor Yin Qing furrowed his brow, overwhelmed by the countless praises directed at him. even those likening him to flowers under the moonlight that he could not recall. You can't bear to part with your wife, even for a bowl of soup? Old Master Rome glared at him with irritation. Do not worry, Your Highness. I shall do my utmost. Physician Song adjusted his beard, his aged face etched with seriousness. Yang Clan, I ask you, is this matter related to the lady of the Martial Marquis? The Minister of Justice inquired sternly, his expression grave. After listening to Xiang Qi's brief account, Rong Jin silently walked toward the direction where Shen Qiuyue had vanished. If he truly summoned the rescuers in advance, it would expose the Emperor's trump card, and he could not gauge the repercussions this would have for the Emperor's future. You just snatched Nyang Heir's candied hawthorn. Xian Yuan Nyang Heir retorted defiantly. The three major violent gangs were oblivious to the fact that the Xian Society had allied with formidable characters, and upon seeing them attempting to seize business again, they opted for the same course of action as before, choosing to report to the police and let them deal with the Xian Society.